The esteemed First Lady, Lingxian, has been reborn. In this lifetime, she resolutely refuses to tread the same path as in her previous existence, entangled in the lingering affections of the illustrious Xiao Mochen. The latter half of her past life was marred by tragedy, culminating in the death of her entire family and her own demise. In this new beginning, she aims to keep a distance from the future power broker, Xiao Mochen. He is akin to a rare and beautiful flower on a distant peak, meant only to be admired from afar, not to be pursued as a suitable partner. In her previous life, despite her tireless efforts, from humble Mantu village to the grand residence of the First Minister, she never truly grasped that elusive flower. Given another chance, she wishes for both to find peace in their separate lives. Yet, fate plays a cruel joke as she awakens on her wedding night, still caught up in the memories of the cold and proud figure of Xiao Mochen, seemingly lost in the pursuit of a sweet and sticky future. Chapter 1. Rebirth on the wedding night? How annoying! Beneath the weeping bridal candles, the world was awash in red. As Lingxian opened her eyes, she beheld a disheveled man beside her, and the unmistakable sensations from moments ago revealed the depth of their entanglement. Anger surged within her as she gazed at that familiar handsome face, prompting her to slap him fiercely. Why must he humiliate her so? Xiao Mochen, taken aback by the sudden strike, showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, he asked with genuine concern, "Is there something amiss? If I have overstepped, I beg your forgiveness." Lingxian found herself momentarily dazed. Since the scandal surrounding Bai Ruoshui, how long had it been since he spoke to her with such tenderness? The mere thought of Bai Ruoshui sent a chill through her. Wait, today was supposed to be Bai Ruoshui's wedding day with him. How could he be here? Just as she prepared to hurl a scornful remark, she noticed Xiao Mochen's bare chest, exposed due to her pulling away the covers. How could this be? She had driven the pin he gifted her deeply into that very place. How was there not a single mark left? Lingxian? Seeing the tumult of emotions play across her face, Xiao Mochen grew increasingly alarmed. I acknowledge my fault in causing you pain. You may strike or scold me, but please do not ignore me. Was this truly the same First Minister who had always kept his distance, as frigid as ancient ice? Lingxian felt incredulous, yet she began to accept an absurd reality. This was not the Duke's residence, but Xiao Mochen's home in Mantu village. Indeed, she had perished on the day of his wedding to Bai Ruoshui, only to inexplicably reincarnate on the day she wed Xiao Mochen. Gazing at the face that had once driven her to madness, a wave of bittersweet sorrow washed over her. In her previous life, after over a decade of marriage, those indifferent eyes had never lingered upon her. For 14 years, he had never uttered the words "I like you," and aside from her, he had known no other woman. It was only upon arriving in Xinjiang that she realized his gaze could rest upon another, yet that person was not her. That person was Bai Ruoshui, the most talented woman in Xinjiang, blessed with a rich lineage that could benefit those around her. In contrast, she was merely a cruel, selfish, and coarse villager. Even standing beside Xiao Mochen, she had been consumed by jealousy towards Bai Ruoshui. In a desperate attempt to thwart their union, she had committed numerous disgraceful acts in Xinjiang, but all in vain. Ultimately, it seemed even the heavens conspired to aid Bai Ruoshui, as Lingxian's health declined while Xiao Mochen spent less time at the Duke's estate. Everyone anticipated her demise to clear the way for Bai Ruoshui. Yet, she could not accept it after all. She had been the first to encounter Xiao Mochen and marry him. Thus, on the day of the spring banquet, she implored Xiao Mochen to take her along. Initially reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced under the weight of her past kindness. Before the Empress, she publicly exposed their illicit relationship, presenting evidence that Bai Ruoshui had previously flaunted, denouncing her as shameless and a homewrecker. The Empress, incensed by such disgraceful conduct, was met with an unexpected turn. Evidence meant to prove Bai Ruoshui's indiscretions vanished, leaving behind only correspondence between Lingxian and Xiao Mochen. Though their affections were apparent, there was no evidence of impropriety. In her confusion, Bai Ruoshui maintained her composure, kneeling before the Empress. "I know Miss Lu has harbored animosity towards me, yet I did not expect such cruelty. Though I am but a concubine, I have been raised with propriety. Miss Lu may not be versed in the customs of Xinjiang, yet I am willing to overlook this trespass. However, should today's events be publicized, I would have no choice but to take my own life to preserve the dignity of the house." The insinuation was clear. She accused Lingxian of jealousy and malice. "You shameless wretch!" Lingxian trembled with rage. This was not how it was meant to be. She had always known she was unworthy of Xiao Mochen, and since arriving in Xinjing, she had strived to be obedient and compliant, never daring to defy him. In Manta village, she had been spirited and unrestrained, yet upon entering the Duke's estate, she had become submissive, forcing herself to adapt to the intricate social norms to avoid tarnishing Xiao Mochen's reputation. The love she had desperately tried to maintain, despite her sacrifices, had become a mere farce. She had almost lost all hope. Yet, just days prior, Bai Ruoshui had approached her, arrogantly declaring she was with child by Xiao Mochen. In that moment, it felt as though she had been plunged into a well in the dead of winter, feeling both cold and sickened, prompting her to retch before Bai Ruoshui. Observing her disarray, Bai Ruoshui added fuel to the fire. Do you know why you have remained childless after so many years of marriage to Xiao Mochen? It is because he has long since ensured your barrenness. In his eyes, only I am worthy to bear his heir, while you would only tarnish the Duke's lineage. Do you understand why the Aloof family has suffered one tragedy after another? There are no mere accidents, it is the work of those with malicious intent. These words became the final straw that broke her resolve. Xiao Mochen, oh Xiao Mochen, how cruel you are. Thus, disregarding everything, she attended the spring banquet, determined to publicly expose the scandalous affair of the two. With nothing left to lose, she aimed to reveal their disgrace to the world. However, she underestimated Bai Ruoshui's cunning, ultimately becoming the laughingstock of the event. In an instant, all her grievances and frustrations coalesced into a singular point of fury. No longer able to adhere to the customs of Xinjing, she raised her hand and struck Bai Ruoshui. "I'll fight you." Her weakened body delivered a slap that felt like a mere breeze. Yet, Bai Ruoshui fell to the ground, tears glistening in her eyes. "Stop. To strike before me. Do you not regard my presence?" The Empress, having reached her limit with the farce, spoke with a frosty demeanor. "Summon the First Minister at once. This is utterly disgraceful." Shortly thereafter, Xiao Mochen rushed in. His usual calm demeanor was overshadowed by an even greater chill as he strode towards Bai Ruoshui, his iron grip seizing Lu Lingxi's delicate wrist, shielding her completely with his imposing presence. His cold gaze swept over the gathered crowd with an air of authority. The crowd bowed their heads, no one daring to meet his gaze. Lu Lingxi only remembered that day when Xiao Mochen's outer garment wrapped her tightly, followed by an overwhelming silence. "I'm sorry." Lu Lingxi instinctively began to apologize, but upon regaining her senses, she abruptly halted. "Lu Lingxi, you have deceived me once more." Xiao Mochen spoke with a calm demeanor, his deep black eyes resembling an ancient well, revealing no hint of emotion. A dull pain pierced Lu Lingxi's heart in her lifetime. She had only deceived him twice. The first time was when she tricked him into marriage on the night of their wedding. She vowed never to deceive him again. Yet yesterday, she had deceived him again, bidding him a painful farewell in order to attend the spring banquet. Now, facing each other, she stiffly managed a smile and said, "Xiao Mochen, you were the one who broke your vow first." He had promised her that there would be no other woman by his side in this lifetime. He was a man of his word, and had it not been for this, she would not have stubbornly pursued this path to her own ruin. Xiao Mochen's eyes flickered, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately chose silence. At that moment, the Empress's voice resonated through the air. "Minister, you are greatly favored by His Majesty and respected by all in the court. However, occupying such a high position, you should serve as a model for the officials. Yet, you have failed to maintain order in your household, allowing the Lu family to create such a disturbance at the spring banquet, thereby dampening everyone's spirits. To tarnish Miss Bai's reputation is indeed malicious. It is intolerable not just for the Duke's residence, but even for an ordinary family to harbor such a venomous woman." She glanced at Bai Ruoshui on the ground and continued, "I know that you, Minister, are a man of gratitude, having once received kindness from this woman. Yet, after so many years of marriage, she has not borne you any children. The bloodline of the Duke's residence cannot be allowed to wither in your hands. Do you truly wish for the old lady to close her eyes in peace only after her passing? Moreover, this Lu family has enjoyed wealth and splendor within the Duke's residence for years, a fortune that she would never have attained otherwise. You have not treated her poorly, simply provide her with some money for a proper settlement. If she is truly greedy enough to cling to the Duke's residence for a lifetime, then there is no place for her in Xinjing." Xiao Mochen listened silently, then slowly replied, "I will give Miss Bai an explanation." After this, Lu Lingxi lost interest in the matter. Following the conclusion of the spring banquet, Xiao Mochen confined her to her quarters, and at that time, she lacked even the strength to leave her room. A few days later, Xiao Mochen came to discuss their divorce. Just a door apart, he was unwilling to spare her a glance. She had just been ill and felt utterly miserable, retorting, "Why not simply hand me a divorce decree? Wouldn't that be more straightforward?" The person outside did not argue but calmly replied, "Once you have signed it, I will send someone to collect it later." No need. In an instant, she found an unexpected surge of strength, rising from the bed and seizing the divorce document from Xiao Mochen's hands. There was no paper or writing utensils available in the room, and she could not wait patiently. Instead, she bit her finger to leave a blood seal. Once she had forcefully thrown the divorce document back at Xiao Mochen's face, she gritted her teeth and declared, "Xiao Mochen, we are even. Do not follow me into the underworld. I never want to see you again in my next life." Xiao Mochen did not respond, merely casting her a deep look before tightening his grip on the divorce document and departing. Soon after, he married Bai Ruoshui, but not at the duke's residence. Instead, they moved into a house bestowed by the emperor. The servants whispered that it was because of Lu Lingxi's ill fortune that they did not reside in the duke's residence. Ironically, the day of Xiao Mochen's wedding coincided with Lu Lingxi's demise, a day of both joy and sorrow, an irony difficult to bear. The past swiftly faded. It was the present circumstances that troubled Lu Lingxi. Was the heavens playing a trick on her? She had returned to the day that was supposed to be Xiao Mochen's wedding night, after they had consummated their union. Lu Lingxi could not help but sigh. What kind of predicament was this? She gently brushed away Xiao Mochen's hand resting on her waist, turning away to avoid seeing him. Life was like a play, and the heavens were mocking her. How vexing. Chapter 2. The Inexperienced First Time. This rare opportunity of rebirth bestowed upon her was under such dire circumstances. Since she had been granted a second chance, she ought to make the most of it, perhaps even before Xiao Mochen entered the bridal chamber. If she could start anew, she had truly come to a realization, to distance herself from Xiao Mochen and ensure her safety. Though he was undeniably beautiful, such beauty was toxic. A broken family, barren lineage, a tragic and would you want such a fate? She certainly did not desire it. Even knowing he was the heir of the Duke of Xiao, destined to be a brilliant young minister with a promising future, held no allure for her. At this moment, her heart was as calm as still water, devoid of any ripples. The faint pain in her lower body reminded her that she had already become Xiao Mochen's. The weight pressing down on Lu Lingxi's legs held her captive, rendering her unable to extricate herself. In the current youthful phase, Xiao Mochen would eventually become that ruthless and cold figure, a young man wielding significant power, sought after by numerous noble ladies in Xingjing. TSK. Even without looking at Xiao Mochen, Lu Lingxi could recall his features, his thick, refined brows, his somewhat slender figure, yet impressively built when unclothed. His noble and striking visage radiated an innate elegance, setting him apart from those around him. Given this second chance, the 30-year-old Lu Lingxi could sincerely commend the 16-year-old version of herself for possessing at least one admirable trait, a discerning sense of beauty. However, beauty that one could recognize was also recognizable to others. They were not blind. All beautiful things bore toxins, and Xiao Mochen was the most venomous of them all. At this moment, Lu Lingxi merely wished to rise from the bed, don her clothing, and leave. As she tentatively moved her legs, her slender waist was abruptly drawn into a warm embrace. "Awake?" A deep and melodious male voice broke the silence, startling Lu Lingxi. Xiao Mochen, who spoke little, had been busy since their arrival in Xingjing, leaving her seldom in his company. Yet, every detail about him was etched in her memory. As she lay against his chest, her heart raced, unsure how to navigate the current situation. Why was he pulling her when she had been sleeping soundly? This never happened in her previous life. Lu Lingxi decided to close her eyes and feign sleep. If she did not look, no one would realize she was awake. The tension made her curl up beneath the covers, feeling as if she could excavate an entire ministerial estate with her anxious toes. The warm breath near her ear drew closer, and her heart raced in the stillness of the night. Pretending to be asleep would not suffice. If discovered, the embarrassment would be hers alone, and she would be the one digging an estate. Lu Lingxi's voice, sweet and melodious, emerged somewhat hoarsely. The heat of their breaths intertwined, their hearts drawing close together. The atmosphere turned suddenly ambiguous and heated. Lu Lingxi thought to herself, how exceedingly awkward. She could hardly dare to breathe. Someone save her. Does it still hurt? The familiar voice echoed in the quiet night, sounding like a death knell. Lu Lingxi froze for a moment, feeling as if she had misheard. Was it possible she had heard Xiao Mochen speak again in mere moments? It must be a figment of her imagination, a mere illusion. She was losing her mind. In the quietude of the bedchamber, the man remained eerily still. Were it not for the occasional sound of his quickened breaths, she might have suspected he was but a wooden figure. Alas, beauty can be deceiving. Lu Lingxi found Xiao Mochen to be utterly tedious. Noticing the silence from the figure beneath her, Xiao Mochen spoke again. "I'm sorry. It's my first time, and I didn't mean to hurt you." Her moist eyes gazed blankly at the man before her, her face flushed like the dawn sky. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, the shadow enveloping her was lifted. The skin between her legs met the cool air, sending a shiver through her. Lu Lingxi jolted, rolling into the thin blanket. "Xiao Mochen, what are you doing? It's the middle of the night, and you're not sleeping. I want to rest. You should go to the study." Lu Lingxi barked these words, her voice laced with a feigned fierceness. The audacity of the young Xiao Mochen was beyond belief. How could he dare to lift a woman's blanket in the dead of night? Had she not acted swiftly, her legs would have been pried apart. "Lingxi." His whisper echoed in her ear as a shadow loomed over her. The denial she was about to utter was swallowed by the man above her. The sounds of their heated exchange filled the crimson drapery surrounding them. Lu Lingxi was nearly breathless from the lingering kiss, her body melting into a puddle of sweetness, though her reason still held firm. "No, I don't want to." In the brief moments she managed to gasp for fresh air, her struggles only produced alluring murmurs, which to Xiao Mochen's ears transformed into intoxicating pleas. Lu Lingxi felt dazed, questioning if Xiao Mochen had lost his senses, or if he was simply mad. Had he mistaken her for someone else? She was Lu Lingxi, not Bai Ruoshui. Help! This man had gone insane. How exasperating! Did this dog of a man truly not comprehend human speech? On her wedding night in her previous life, she recalled that Xiao Mochen had no intention of touching her. It was she who, fearing the precariousness of their union, had thrown herself upon him, pitying his frail body. Following that first encounter, they had slept until dawn. There was no waking in the middle of the night, nor did Xiao Mochen stir. She knew the man beside her all too well. So, was this fierce creature now before her truly the same Xiao Mochen she once knew? Had he been possessed? The joy in Xiao Mochen's gaze had yet to fade. After all these years, it was the first time Lingxi had entered his dreams, and on their wedding night, no less. He recalled his poor performance that evening, and how Zhao Ma had noticed Lingxi's awkward stride, prompting him to awkwardly place ointment on the dressing table. No one had taught him how to love, and he had stumbled through learning to cherish and adore, only to lose the one he loved. He adored Lu Lingxi, that pure girl whose heart and eyes were filled with him. Xiao Mochen had initially intended to reclaim everything that belonged to him in Xingjing before proposing to Lu Lingxi, but her plunge into the water had derailed his plans. Later, upon discovering her fall was intentional, he was furious that she did not value her own life, yet he was at a loss for words. The more he cared, the colder he became. The deeper his love, the more difficult it was to express. He dared not reveal his vulnerabilities to anyone, and yet he had failed to protect her. Xiao Mochen felt himself on the brink of madness, longing for Lingxi to the point of heartache. "I truly miss you," he murmured into Lu Lingxi's shoulder, his eyes dry, unable to shed tears. He held her tightly, unwilling to let go. It was only when a thin layer of sweat formed on his palms that he sensed something was amiss. This dream felt too vivid. Chapter 3. Xiao Mochen might be gravely ill. Xiao Mochen loosened his grip slightly, allowing the breathless young woman in his arms a moment of respite. He had been reborn. The old monk had not deceived him. Overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, joy, sorrow, and a blend of reality and illusion found it difficult to discern what was true. In the solemn golden study, the old emperor spoke, "Mochen, for people like us, emotions are the most trivial of matters. You are too soft-hearted. The Lu family is your Achilles' heel. I took the liberty to remove this weakness for you. Can you blame me?" The old emperor sat regally upon his rosewood dragon chair, his murky gaze narrowed. "I do not blame you. After I am gone, the kingdom will be entrusted to Tianming, and I will need you to safeguard it, Mochen. Do not disappoint me." "Yes." Xiao Mochen knelt before the emperor, unnoticed tears streaming from his indifferent, cold eyes, soaking into the plush carpet beneath. From birth, he had been a mistake, with everyone acting in the guise of goodwill while inflicting harm upon him. Born frail, he had heeded the words of a wandering monk, forsaking his kin to live in seclusion in a small mountain village, seeking a glimmer of hope. He felt resentment and hatred until he met Lu Lingxi, only to lose the light that illuminated his life. It turned out that a mere girl could provoke the imperial family to intervene and stir the very fabric of the world. The kingdom and its people had nothing to do with him. He would reclaim every debt owed to them, piece by piece. If heaven sought to take her life, Then he would overturn the very skies above him. Xiao Mochen had always desired only that which was rightfully his, firmly grasped within his hands. Since Emperor Xiao dared to reach out, he would sever that hand and claim the kingdom he cherished. After 3 years of careful planning, during the old emperor's illness, turmoil erupted both within and outside the palace. With an army of 100,000, he marched upon the gates of Xingjing, only to find a monk seated atop the city walls. Xiao Mochen had always detested the meddlesome old monk. The tragedy of his life had begun with such interference. Benefactor, cease your actions. The monk, devoid of emotion, sat high on the city walls, regret evident in his gaze. Years ago, I intervened in the affairs of the duke's household. Now, with the world engulfed in war and the people suffering, I bear the guilt of my actions. Let this end here. Do not further the cycle of bloodshed and ruin your fate with her. Alone, the monk sat atop the city wall while 100,000 soldiers stood ready below, unable to advance even a step. A radiant light emanated from the monk, enveloping all present in its gentle embrace. Xiao Mochen opened his eyes, closed them, and opened them once more, as if the sounds of a sacred chant resonated in his ears. Do not, he was truly alive. He had been reborn on the wedding night with Lingxian, the girl whose heart and eyes were filled with him, right beside him. This time, he would not lose her again. The sweetness of her lips, after years of yearning, had finally come to fruition once more. Yet, Xiao Mochen was perplexed. Why was the girl who relied on him so completely so resistant to him? Perhaps he had been too rough, mistaking his actions for a dream and repeating them multiple times. Lingxian, does it hurt? It's all my fault. I shall seek Dr. Zhou for some ointment. He had thought it was a dream and disregarded Lingxian's wishes, recalling how she had struggled to walk previously. It was no wonder she resisted him. Lingxian had been far too gentle and kind, never raising a hand against him. How charming she looked when she scolded others at his words. Lingxian's delicate face turned a deep crimson. Her glistening almond eyes regarded Xiao Mochen as if he were a ghost. With her slender, soft hand, she grasped his arm as he attempted to rise from the bed. Was he jesting? At this moment, she could not afford to think too much. If he sought Dr. Zhou for ointment on their wedding night, the gossip would spread through Manta village by dawn. Did she still wish to live? Had Xiao Mochen lost his mind? Truly mad, their gazes locked, and Xiao Mochen's enchanting eyes, reminiscent of the alluring hues of spring blossoms, fervently fixed upon the woman before him. Lingxian, feeling as though she was handling a searing hot potato, hastily relinquished Xiao Mochen's hand and pulled the blanket to conceal her exposed skin. With her head bowed, she was scorched by his intense gaze, too timid to meet his eyes. After more than a decade of marriage, during which she had created numerous disturbances at various banquets, Xiao Mochen's icy, impassive eyes had betrayed no flicker of emotion. Were it not for their routine nocturnal encounters occurring once a month, she might have doubted whether she had wed a living being at all. How could such a frigid individual harbor any feelings? And fervent, at that. Truly laughable. Was she blind, or had her mind slipped? No, it must be Xiao Mochen who had lost his senses. Lingxian shook her head slightly and closed her eyes again, sensing that this rebirth felt somewhat amiss. Xiao Mochen seemed to possess a peculiar affliction. Stealing a furtive glance at him once more, she found his gaze still ablaze. Their eyes met again, and Lingxian felt as if she had been caught in an undeniable moment. Lingxian, a mask of suffering, wishing for naught but to escape this torment. Chapter 4. Xiao Mochen's deep confession. Xiao Mochen gazed at Lingxian, who wore a naive expression as if she were oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the warm-hearted Lingxian, he finally began to think independently. Indeed, at this moment, Lingxian was still a stranger to him, particularly given his own cold demeanor, which could easily deter even the youngest of children. Reflecting on his earlier intentions to engage in a silent treatment with her after she had intentionally jumped into the water, he pondered who was truly in need of education. Despite having read countless classics and passing the scholar's examination at the tender age of 12, he felt utterly foolish when it came to matters of the heart. It was only after losing Lingxian that he realized the importance of vocalizing love. In his previous life, Lingxian had never heard him utter even a single word of affection. Fortunately, this time around, he had a chance to rectify past regrets before they could even unfold. Be good, Lingxian, and let the pain fly away. He recalled how, in their childhood, a gentle kiss from their grandmother could soothe their hurts. Leaning down, he softly blew on the slightly swollen corner of Lingxian's lips. His deep, melodious voice seemed to possess an enchanting power. For a fleeting moment, Lu Lingxi was mesmerized, her face flushing a brilliant red. Diagnosis complete. Xiao Mochen was indeed quite unwell. She ought to summon Dr. Zhou to examine his troubled mind, perhaps to drain out the water that had muddled his thoughts. Lingxi, you look exceptionally lovely tonight, and I am quite enamored with you. Just as he was about to express his feelings, Lu Lingxi quickly covered his mouth. Xiao Mochen harbored feelings for her? He was confessing his affection? Her fists clenched. In her past life, she had endured 14 years without receiving a single kind glance from him. Now that Xiao Mochen professed his admiration, who would take the words of a man seemingly deranged seriously? Seeking out Dr. Zhou in the dead of night for a mental evaluation seemed rather impractical. Determined, Lu Lingxi resolved to let Xiao Mochen regain his senses first, lest they wait until morning for Dr. Zhou's arrival. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the unsuspecting Xiao Mochen was unceremoniously toppled to the ground by Lu Lingxi as he made his heartfelt confession. Outside, Zhao Ping, the servant keeping watch, was jolted awake, startled out of his drowsiness. Staring up from the floor, Xiao Mochen's deep-set eyes were filled with confusion before he broke into laughter. The lively and adorable Lu Lingxi stirred his heart, whether she was playfully beating others or him. Indeed, Lingxi had considerable strength. He would not be at a disadvantage in future scuffles. The servant, hearing the laughter, hesitated before speaking. Nothing. Be quiet and step away. Xiao Mochen coldly replied, Lingxi is mine, mentally noting to remember Xiao Ping's lack of awareness for later. Rising from the ground, he changed into a fresh set of night clothes, his spirits still soaring. The previous night, during their marriage ceremony, it was Lingxi who had eagerly pressed him for affection before he took the lead. In Manta Village, his Lingxi was cherished and carefree, while he remained a solitary, pitiful figure, a sickly youth. To strike his affection, to scold his love, he mused, knowing Lingxi cared for him deeply. Observing Xiao Mochen, Lu Lingxi noticed his cheerful demeanor as he changed clothes, radiating a sense of joy that seemed absurd. He must have conjured up some fanciful notions. Oh no! With that one kick, he not only failed to awaken but became even more foolish. Accepting her fate, Lu Lingxi thought, if he remains this foolish, I might as well find another husband. As for the heir of the Duke's household, she chose to remain blissfully ignorant. When Xiao Mochen returned after changing, he found Lu Lingxi tucked snugly beneath the covers. He sat on the edge of the bed, his long, elegant fingers pulling back the blanket to reveal her face. Her closed eyes, framed by long, feathery lashes, fluttered slightly. Pretending to be asleep, she had been caught. Lingxi, he called softly, realizing that this silly girl was not very convincing in her charade. Lu Lingxi suddenly opened her eyes, staring at the man seated beside her. His nightclothes half undone. This attire was not meant to be worn in such a manner. Internally, she shouted, Xiao Mochen, you are disregarding propriety. Was this truly a sight she could behold without compensation? Yet, he was undeniably handsome. Xiao Mochen observed Lu Lingxi's startled expression, feeling a twinge of guilt. If he had only reciprocated her feelings sooner, they would not find themselves in this predicament. Thankfully, it was not too late. He nestled into the covers beside her, wrapping his long arm around her shoulders, drawing her close. Lingxi, I apologize for not realizing sooner. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Dr. Zhou for medicine. Once you recover, we can continue. Lingxi, just the thought of having a little one like you in our future makes my life worthwhile. In his previous life, Xiao Mochen had kept his love hidden, believing she would understand. Ultimately, he lost Lingxi and the prospect of a child. It was only later that he grasped the depths of intrigue within the capital and the darkness of human nature. A mere girl had unwittingly ensnared many in her web. Even the Xiao family, without his consent, had sought to dictate his fate. In this life, he and Lingxi would shape their destiny together, unbound by the will of heaven. What did it matter if they were of noble birth? He would not hesitate to start anew. Though faced with countless adversities, his heart remained steadfastly inclined toward Lingxi. Lu Lingxi felt a weight in her heart, oblivious to the fleeting glint of icy determination in Xiao Mochen's eyes that contrasted sharply with his previous demeanor. This version of him bore no resemblance to the Xiao Mochen she remembered. Having been by the side of the esteemed Minister Xiao, Lu Lingxi had gained considerable insight. She did not dare to gaze at Xiao Mochen. Merely seeing his face filled her with unease. She reached out, caressing the area behind his ear and along his jawline for a considerable time, then continued to explore his face. A human mask? No, there was no disguise. It was the genuine Xiao Mochen. In her past life, she had encountered many in the capital. All humans possess inherent flaws, and even Xiao Mochen was not exempt. Surely, love had blinded her. Her perception of him had been overly idealized. She had once believed that his arrival in Manta Village was solely for her sake. After all, she had been regarded as the most beautiful girl in the village, with her parents and brothers frequently proclaiming her good fortune. In her previous life, she had perished on the day of Xiao Mochen's wedding to another, a day of celebration for him and a day of mourning for her. The last words of Bai Ruoxue lingered in her mind, leaving her in doubt. Was the person by her side human or ghost? Those who commit evil will inevitably reveal their true nature. Lu Lingxi narrowed her eyes slightly, shivering involuntarily from the aches in her body. The gentle pats from Xiao Mochen were intended to lull her to sleep, but they felt more like a threat to her very existence. Throughout the long night, his affectionate nudges had completely chased away her drowsiness. Yet, in her mind, the image of Xiao Mochen marrying Bai Ruoxue remained vivid, and the thought of their union only further kept her awake. Xiao Mochen is indeed toxic, to say the least. Lu Lingxi brushed aside Xiao Mochen's hand and nimbly rolled from his embrace to the side of the bed, pressing herself against the wall. Chapter 5. Unworthy. Lu Lingxi gently rubbed her belly, contemplating a visit to Dr. Zhou the next day to procure a contraceptive potion. She was uncertain when she had consumed the supposed infertility medicine that Bai Ruoxue had mentioned. In her previous life, the absence of children had been a lingering regret. In this life, she yearned for offspring. After parting from Xiao Mochen, she hoped to find a suitor, and it would be even better if she could bear a child. Men would only hinder her progress. Regrettably, she could not steal Xiao Mochen's essence. She was certain that their child would be both adorable and intelligent. From her understanding of the Duke's residence, they would never allow their lineage to fall into obscurity. Lu Lingxi refused to let her child endure life in Bai Ruoxue's hands. Having been reborn, she cherished her life even more. Moreover, life encompasses more than just love. There are myriad other significant matters. She owed her family too much and was determined to lead them to a better life through her own efforts. She wanted her entrepreneurial elder brother to have the opportunity to showcase his talents rather than be burdened by her. Her second brother, who loved literature, should be free to pursue his studies. As for her third brother, who aspired to be a general, he ought to follow that dream. And as for Xiao Mochen, she wished to distance herself as much as possible. Xiao Mochen gazed at the back of his beloved, his elegantly elongated eyes narrowing slightly, a fleeting glimmer of danger flashing within. He could still feel the warmth lingering in his palm, as well as the enchanting fragrance that wafted from her. A scent unknown to him, which quelled the restlessness that had surged within him. During the times he had lost Lu Lingxi, every memory of her had become exceptionally vivid and deeply etched in his heart, impossible to forget. Lu Lingxi cherished the moments when she would fall asleep in his arms, often waking him in the night with her sprawling, octopus-like sleeping position. Over time, he had grown accustomed to what felt like a form of abuse. But now, what was this? She was not embracing him but offering him her back instead. Xiao Mochen felt wronged. Lingxi, why aren't you holding me? Why are you giving me your back? His cool voice echoed in the silent room, laced with lingering grievance and confusion. Lu Lingxi, feigning sleep, momentarily thought she was still in the residence of the Prime Minister from her previous life. Her heart skipped a beat, and before she could respond, she heard the pitiful voice behind her. I'm holding you, Lingxi. I'm so cold, coughed Xiao Mochen, feigned a light cough, for he was perpetually frail and could easily pretend to be ill. Lu Lingxi felt her heart plummet, and the absurd speculations she had entertained were swiftly cast aside. Today, as Xiao Mochen left her with the sensation of striking a soft surface, a disconcerting feeling. If she didn't sleep soon, dawn would break. Her tone remained indifferent as she instinctively wrapped her arms around Xiao Mochen, momentarily forgetting that it was already summer. When she realized, only regret lingered. Her union with Xiao Mochen had always been a mistake. The marriage she had schemed for and the husband she had manipulated had become an indelible stain upon her life. She needed to devise a plan for divorce, preferably with Xiao Mochen initiating it. If she were to propose the separation, the first to object would undoubtedly be her mother. After all, she had committed many foolish acts to marry Xiao Mochen, which could not be succinctly summarized. Furthermore, the Lu family still had eligible daughters who needed to marry. This debacle had nearly tarnished the family's reputation. Had it not been for her parents making a scene at the house of the third uncle, Recounting how her third brother had rescued the second son of her uncle during a mountain incident, she feared she might have faced dire consequences within the clan. Having been granted a second chance at life, she aspired to become her parents' pride, rather than continue being lost in romantic folly. You still need to study tomorrow. Stop talking and get some rest, Lu Lingxi found herself explaining, perhaps moved by the hint of grievance in Xiao Mochen's voice, which tugged at her heart. If you disturb my sleep again, I'll kick you out when it gets hot. Her empty threat, laden with the after-effects of deception, held no weight. How could he feel wronged when she was the one longing for a divorce? Even in the darkness of night, Xiao Mochen could discern the woman before him, her disheveled yet beautiful hair whispering two words: indifference, heartlessness. Yet as long as she remained by his side, all would be well. They had an eternity ahead. He would never lose this foolish girl, whose eyes were filled with him. Xiao Mochen gazed at Lu Lingxi, who clung to him yet threatened him with a facade of strength, his heart brimming with sweetness. Each strand of her hair felt like a part of his soul. No matter how much he looked, he could never get enough. Lu Lingxi felt her scalp prickle under his gaze and forced herself to drift into slumber. Xiao Mochen was unaware of how long he had been watching her, but as he finally succumbed to sleep, the faint sound of roosters crowing reached his ears. When Lu Lingxi awoke once more, daylight had already broken. The space beside her had grown cold. She wondered when Xiao Mochen had risen. In any case, she had overslept. Fortunately, there were only the two of them, and no elders to contend with. In her previous life, when she had traveled to Xingjing and resided in the Duke's house for a time, the early morning rituals of greeting were rather unpleasant. Her early rising was of little consequence. The key issue was that when Xiao Mochen did not accompany her to pay respects, she would invariably encounter Xiao Meihuan. Xiao Meihuan, who shared a close bond with Bai Ruoshui, could not abide her becoming her sister-in-law. She was perpetually preparing to retaliate on behalf of Bai Ruoshui, and their encounters were fraught with tension, rendering any interaction impossible. In this life, she would avoid her entirely. After all, she would not accompany Xiao Mochen to Xingjing. His family was of no concern to her. After a night of rest, Lu Lingxi felt worse than if she had not rested at all. Her body ached terribly, and certain areas of discomfort were beyond description. The pain in her collarbone was particularly sharp. Looking down, she noticed distinct teeth marks on her collarbone, now bruised. Without needing to ask, she knew it was the handiwork of that scoundrel Xiao Mochen. She was uncertain when he had bitten her. As Lu Lingxi surveyed the familiar yet foreign surroundings, she reaffirmed that she was not dreaming. It was indeed real. She had been reborn to the time when she was 16 and had just married Xiao Mochen. Before mistakes became too entrenched, she needed to extricate herself from this tangled existence. Lingxi, you are awake. Xiao Mochen emerged from the adjoining room, retrieving a white porcelain bottle from his sleeve and placing it on the vanity. I have prepared hot water for you to soak and soothe your fatigue. This is hibiscus ointment for swelling and pain relief. Last night, I was reckless. Once you're finished washing, I will apply it for you. Upon hearing his words, a rosy hue spread across Lu Lingxi's fair and delicate face. Staring blankly at Xiao Mochen, who stood not far from her, she felt a mix of shock and trepidation. In the early morning, Xiao Mochen had spoken 43 words to her, even offering to apply medicine. The ointment was for alleviating swelling and pain, the application of which was self-evident. It seemed this had also occurred in her previous life, but she had learned about the ointment only after returning home, when her mother had fetched it from Dr. Zhou. Discovering that the small white porcelain bottle on her vanity contained the hibiscus ointment. Upon her return to Manta village, she inadvertently learned from Dr. Zhou that he had been awakened by Xiao Mochen at the crack of dawn to fetch medicine. Alas, this revelation came too late. Her heart had already succumbed to desolation. After all her relatives who loved her unconditionally had departed this world, leaving her utterly alone. Lost in reminiscence, Lu Lingxi was suddenly enveloped by the presence of the man before her. The air was imbued with a refreshing scent reminiscent of bamboo. It was later that she discovered it was the aroma of Zweiking tea, a luxury that cost 100 taels of silver for just an ounce. Between them, there lay an insurmountable chasm. They were fundamentally mismatched. Suddenly, a disorienting sensation of weightlessness gripped Lu Lingxi, prompting her to scream, only to quickly cover her mouth. How could Xiao Mochen embrace her without a word? Such audacity in broad daylight. Xiao Mochen, put me down. Chapter 6. The jealousy of Xiao Mochen. Embarrassed and enraged, Lu Lingxi pounded her small fists against Xiao Mochen's chest. A man destined to belong to another should maintain some decorum. Why must he be so forward? As if toying with a pet? Even as her fists struck him, they instinctively held back their force. At that moment, Xiao Mochen's physique was not robust. His tall frame was deceptively fragile. When had he regained his strength? By then, their relationship had plunged to an all-time low. Yet, Xiao Mochen had never mentioned separation. Nor had he taken a concubine. While peers of their age had already become grandfathers, they remained two solitary souls. Lu Lingxi found Xiao Mochen inscrutable. He did not love her, yet seemed determined to entangle her for eternity. On his wedding day, he sent her on her way. Cold-hearted and ruthless, he showed no humanity. Was it truly because she had schemed to marry him that Xiao Mochen harbored such a grudge? It made sense, with his temperament. It was no wonder he had amassed numerous enemies, seeking his downfall. Ironically, those rivals of his seemed to thrive longer than she did. Feeling the diminishing force of her fists against his chest, Xiao Mochen chuckled softly. My dear, do not cause a ruckus. Or, I fear you may not leave this room today. His breath was warm against her hand, and the threat in his words was unmistakable. Lu Lingxi could not decipher him. It was indeed possible she might not escape, for the current Xiao Mochen was no ordinary man. Xiao Mochen, where has all your sage learning gone? Even Confucius would be incensed by your behavior. In reading the heart of my beloved, I have learned without a teacher, he replied, implying that he was destined for her, that they were perfectly matched. Be quiet. What nonsense is this in broad daylight? Lu Lingxi retorted, her words sharp. Though her body remained obediently nestled in his embrace, feeling as though the journey from the room to the bathing area was interminably long. After what felt like an eternity, she was finally placed into the bath. I am going to soak, you should leave. Lu Lingxi covered her damp chest with one hand while shooing away the man whose gaze was fervently fixed upon her. What a cunning game you play. Xiao Mochen had indeed noticed the bite marks on her collarbone, his mark, and the darkness in his eyes deepened. I shall wait outside. Call me if you need anything. No need. Go read. Do not waste this splendid morning. She resolved to expedite her studies for the entrance examination to Xingjing so that they could part ways. She refrained from voicing the rest of her thoughts. Xiao Mochen cast a lingering glance at her before closing the door to the bathing chamber. As for her suggestion to read, he chose to ignore it. My dear is truly kind, always urging me to study. She surpasses the women of Xingjing in virtue. Truly, the people of Xingjing are blind. He continued to jest, his words echoing in the now quiet room. Once the door was shut, Lu Lingxi exhaled deeply and cautiously began to dab the water with a cloth. Engaging in such a battle of wits so early in the day was exhausting. Would it be too much to ask for a separation document? Xiao Mochen, frail yet adept at martial arts, complemented his physique perfectly. His hearing was exceptionally keen, allowing him to distinctly hear her bathing sounds through the closed door. He pondered, staring thoughtfully at the firmly shut door. His beloved Lu Lingxi was inside. Yet, something felt different. It seemed as if she had changed, her love for him now hidden deep within. Lingxi has matured. Her demeanor has become much more composed. Lu Lingxi thought to herself, I have aged 14 years in a single night. How absurd. Would she truly no longer love him? The mere thought of it made Xiao Mochen's heart skip several beats. Were it not for his martial training, he might have suffocated under such anxiety. But he quickly dismissed the notion. How could Lu Lingxi possibly not love him? She must love him. She was destined to be his, regardless of her feelings. Perhaps it was his own aging that made him perceive her as changed. Yes, it must be my own fault. Xiao Mochen silently strategized to win her over. Inside, the sounds dwindled, and Lu Lingxi felt her mind wander. If she were to tell her mother she wished for a separation, it would be nothing short of a public execution. Mother, I only wish to marry Xiao Mochen. Otherwise, my life will be shrouded in darkness. Mother, truly, Xiao Mochen is handsome, and I have inherited decent looks from you. He will treat our daughter well. Father, marrying Xiao Mochen is my greatest joy. Not marrying him would bring me eternal regret. In this life, I, Lu Lingxi, am devoted solely to Xiao Mochen. If you do not allow me to marry him, I shall resort to fasting. Xiao Mochen is my very life. The memories of persuading her parents and brothers echoed clearly in her mind, akin to a public execution for the present Lu Lingxi. If Xiao Mochen remained as cold as before, she could easily treat him as a stranger. Yet, The current Xiao Mochen was fervent, an entirely different man from her memories. Lingxian found herself at a loss on how to interact with this new version of Xiao Mochen. In him, she recognized reflections of her past self. The days spent pursuing Xiao Mochen had been her happiest moments. All the scheming and time spent in her previous life had failed to win his affection. Yet in this life, it became an impediment to her peace of mind. As the bathwater grew cooler, Lingxian concluded her bathing ritual and stepped out. The room was eerily quiet. Xiao Mochen was nowhere to be found. She cautiously reached for the hibiscus ointment on the dressing table. Before she could approach the bed, her hand holding the ointment was captured by a warm palm. Lingxian, you have emerged. Why did you not call for me? I merely visited the kitchen. It has only been a brief moment. Have you disregarded my words? At his words, Lingxian wished to hide her face in shame. How could Xiao Mochen say such a thing? I do not require your assistance. I can manage on my own. She suppressed her embarrassment and irritation. If you do not leave, then so be it. In truth, I do not feel pain. Rather, I am merely a bit hungry. Lingxian made every effort to divert Xiao Mochen, that vexatious creature. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Mochen's exquisite peach blossom eyes lifted slightly, and his melodious youthful voice resonated. Lingxian and I share a deep connection. I just checked the stove. The breakfast is at the perfect temperature. After I assist Lingxian with her medication, everything will be just fine. Lingxian cast him a disdainful glance and resignedly replied, I am shy. After finally expelling Xiao Mochen, she firmly closed the door, suppressing her embarrassment, and only then did she step out of the room. Breakfast had long been prepared and was warming on the stove. A bowl of red date, white fungus, and goji berry soup awaited, accompanied by neatly arranged scallion oil rolls, each just the right size, placed on a small white porcelain dish adorned with a blue floral pattern. Beside it sat a small bowl containing 2 boiled eggs and a plate of side dishes, enough for 2. Lingxian quickly assessed the situation and realized that she and Xiao Mochen had yet to dine. She had risen late that morning, while Xiao Mochen had been up at dawn and still had not partaken in breakfast. The caretaker for Xiao Mochen was a family of 3 from the dowry of the Duchess, although Xiao Mochen publicly claimed they were distant relatives. No one in Manta Village was aware of their true relationship. This knowledge was a boon from her past life's memories. In this life, since Xiao Mochen chose not to disclose it, she would pretend to be oblivious. Xiao Mochen emerged from his chamber and made his way to the study, where he sat in silence for a long while, unable to focus on a single word. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he finally exited the study and caught sight of Lingxian carrying a tray as she emerged from the kitchen. Chapter 7. Daylight Affection. Lingxian noticed him as well. Perhaps due to their recent marriage, Xiao Mochen was clad in a deep plum long robe. His tall and slender figure, coupled with his striking features, radiated an aura that kept others at a distance. Typically, he favored lighter robes, often predominantly white. This was Lingxian's first time seeing him in a darker attire, which suited him well, albeit enhancing his already formidable presence, subtly reminiscent of the future Chancellor, Xiao. Is it hot? If you are unwell, allow me to take care of it, Xiao Mochen said, taking the tray from Lingxian's hands and returning to the kitchen for the remaining dishes. He never believed that scholars should avoid the kitchen, however. His Lingxian was particularly concerned for him, and even the slightest assistance would earn him her abundant praise. After applying the ointment, it feels much better. Thank you, Lingxian said as she sat down at the table. This nourishing white fungus soup was specially prepared for you by Aunt Xiao. You should drink plenty. It's good for your health. I consulted Dr. Zhou, and he said that peach resin and snow swallow are most beneficial for beauty. I will buy some from the pharmacy in town. Indeed. You have worked hard transcribing. Do not waste your money. Lingxian gently nodded. Aunt Zhao has worked hard today. I will cook tomorrow. Aunt Zhao's family had been with Xiao Mochen for a long time, and though their relationship was that of master and servant, it resembled that of kin. Listening to her words, Xiao Mochen understood that Lingxian had specifically prepared the meal for him. Capturing a man's heart begins with nurturing his appetite. In her past life, this little fool adhered to that notion with obstinate dedication, especially regarding his affairs, refusing to let anyone else intervene. She was like a beam of light, stubborn and resilient, illuminating the depths of his character, allowing roots to take hold within his heart. Had it not been for the subsequent events that led to her utter disappointment, he would not have lost her. In this life, since he had arrived, he would not permit anyone to take his Lingxian away. In her previous life, Lingxi had fervently and purely approached him. In this life, it was his turn. After their meal, Aunt Zhao entered to clear the dishes. Lingxi, keep this safe, Xiao Mochen said, producing a white jade pendant depicting two fish playing with a pearl from the bottom of the box. The pendant felt warm to the touch. Lingxi recognized it as a piece of warm jade. She had not anticipated it would once again find its way into her hands. This pendant was given to me by an elder who instructed me to pass it on to the woman I love in the future. At long last, this pendant has found its rightful owner. Xiao Mochen's cold visage softened momentarily as he recalled the benevolent yet stern elder from his memories. That elder was one of the two purest souls who loved him. Lingxi understood the significance of the pendant and the identity of the giver. It had been bestowed by the Grand Emperor of Ban to the god of war, the late Duke Xiao, a token that could save one from death in critical times. This is far too precious. Please keep it for me. I fear I may lose it. Lingxi instinctively refused, not intending to embrace the Xiao family. So, why should she possess their jade pendant? If discovered by those with ulterior motives, it could invite calamity. To me, what is most invaluable is you. Xiao Mochen gazed intently at Lingxi, his typically indifferent and cold eyes now brimming with a depth of emotion. The affection and regard reflected therein momentarily bewildered her. Lingxi was momentarily taken aback. She had never realized that Xiao Mochen could utter such heart-stirring words. Aside from a faint twinge of regret, other thoughts did not cross her mind. Had it been her previous self, she would have been overjoyed. Alas, a single misstep rendered her unable to pursue it once more. Pondering this, Lingxi responded softly, "Since it is a gift from an elder, I cannot refuse. I shall accept it." She understood the exceptional lineage of the jade and would not treat it as she had in her past life. At worst, she would stow it away in her room. After all, she would not carry it with her when she departed. Upon receiving Lingxi's consent, Xiao Mochen carefully attached the pendant to her garment. They stood in close proximity, and a faint smile graced his typically cold features. Truly stunning. Lingxi could not help but praise herself, as a person who valued appearances. She found Xiao Mochen exceptionally handsome. His smile was even more captivating, with his deep-set eyes curving slightly upward at the corners, almost as if luring one into his charm. No wonder she had never witnessed Xiao Mochen smile in her previous life. He was undeniably a mesmerizing figure. Yet, it bore no relation to her. Regardless of whether Xiao Mochen was the aloof and proud individual from her past life or the overly affectionate one in this life, it remained irrelevant to her. It left her puzzled how he had transformed into this version of himself. "Xiao Gage, are you home?" The serene atmosphere between them was shattered by a crisp, youthful voice. Lingxi instinctively pushed away the increasingly close Xiao Mochen. Through the fence, a girl dressed in a peach-colored outfit stood at the entrance. Her eyes ablaze with indignation as she glared into the yard. You fox spirit, canoodling with Xiao Gage in broad daylight. Lingxi turned to face the person beyond the fence, momentarily failing to recognize her after many years. Yet, it was evident that she was yet another blossom in Xiao Mochen's garden. Despite Xiao Mochen's icy demeanor, he was undeniably attractive. It was no surprise that he had garnered attention, achieving the status of a scholar at the tender age of 12, which had stirred excitement in Manta Village and its neighboring areas. However, subsequent examinations had been thwarted due to health issues, preventing him even from entering the examination hall. Several years have passed, and while some of Xiao Moshe's former classmates have achieved the status of Jinshi, with some holding official positions in distant lands, he remains merely a humble scholar. The brilliance of his youthful prodigy has dimmed in the eyes of most residents of this quaint mountain village, who now dismiss his past with the saying, "A blind cat stumbles upon a dead rat." Nevertheless, Xiao Moche finds himself the object of considerable admiration, particularly since Lingxi has schemed to marry him, reigniting the hopes of many young women who had given up on him. Among them is Yang Tao, whose home is not far from Xiao Moche's. Last night, upon hearing of her elder brother's marriage, she scarcely slept, troubled by the thought of Xiao Ge marrying that vixen. Lingxi, who is both lazy and gluttonous. In Manta Village, every girl toils in the fields or at home, yet Lingxi stands out, doing no work. Her skin fair, her waist slender, and her bosom ample, presenting an image far from that of a respectable woman. Yang Tao, having waited all morning, finally caught wind of activity at Xiao Ji's house, only to find it was merely relatives cooking. Lingxi, that indolent woman, was still in bed, now just beginning her meal. This infuriated her. Xiao Go, are you at home? My brother went into the mountains and caught a rabbit. This is from my mother for you. After casting a glare at Lu Lingxi, Yang Tao turned to Xiao Moche, her face slightly flushed with shyness. In her heart, she thought, Xiao Go, look at me, I am 100 times more virtuous than Lu Lingxi. Chapter 8. Xiao Go, you have suffered. Xiao Moche truly attracts trouble. Another naive girl drawn to his exterior. In a past life in Shengjing, the intrigues of the powerful were rife, and human life was as expendable as grass.
Yang Tao,
In her innocence, was of a much lower tier, prompting Lu Lingxi to raise an eyebrow before retreating to the vegetable garden. She chose the backyard merely for the spaciousness. A vantage point for gossip. Xiao Moche watched the woman who had hastily left him, his beautiful face momentarily darkening. Yang Tao, reveling in her own delight, mused. That vixen is quite perceptive, knowing to leave Xiao Go alone with me. Once I marry him, I can certainly find Lu Lingxi a suitable match. After all, we are from the same village. She believed herself to be virtuous. But the truth is, Lu's family is far too formidable. Even the most serious of the 3 clan elders has been defeated. Shyly, Yang Tao stole several glances at Xiao Moche and sweetly urged, Xiao Go, please open the door. She added with a stomp, I will put the rabbit meat inside. How could Xiao Go be so oblivious? What if the village gossiper saw?
Yet,
She thought it wouldn't matter, as she would surely be with Xiao Go in the future. She just didn't want those meddlesome women to get their hands on the rabbit meat, which was filled with her affection. Xiao Moche pondered for quite some time, unable to connect the dots with this overly affected woman before him. He raised his gaze to the woman in the pink attire outside, his dark eyes exuding an icy demeanor as if regarding mere ants. The tumult of violence and fury surged within him, his veins throbbing. He felt an urge to unleash his wrath upon these women. Ugh, what an irritating fly, disturbing his moments with his wife. Yang Tao, her heart aflame with passion, occasionally shy yet stealing glances at Xiao Moche, pushed open the fence gate. As she entered the courtyard, she met Xiao Moche's frigid gaze. Her heart raced as she recalled her brother slaying a venomous snake, resulting in several nights of nightmares. Startled, Yang Tao dropped the rabbit meat, staining the ground crimson. Xiao Go, she called weakly, her concern evident. What is the matter? Did you skip breakfast? Oh dear. That lazy woman. Everyone in Manta Village knows she is both indolent and gluttonous. Xiao Go, you have suffered. If it weren't for Lu Lingxi's deliberate plunge into the river, you would not have been burdened by her. I know you are a good person, and I will rescue you from this predicament. Had she not worn new clothes today, Yang Tao would have confidently guaranteed that Lu Lingxi was shameless. After saying this, she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Moche's face, attempting to find common ground. Seeing a flicker of softness in Xiao Moche's expression, she felt a surge of joy. She knew that on the very first day of his marriage with that lazy woman, they had already quarreled. Indeed, Xiao Go was not one to judge solely by appearances. He was a good man. Oh, and Lu Lingxi, his Lingxi, was by his side, granting him a chance to start anew. In this lifetime, he would cherish his Lingxi, and they would have little Lingxis together. Currently, he was not yet the all-powerful Xiao Shofu, nor had he severed ties with the Duke's residence. He could not allow those who insulted Lingxi to fade away easily. He must navigate this life carefully. He was no longer alone, and could not let Lingxi fall into danger. He refused to be as ineffectual as in his past life, unable to protect the woman he loved. Xiao Moche cast a cold glance at Yang Tao, his lips parting to utter chilling words. Are you finished? Summer truly is a bothersome season, swarming with flies. Chapter 9. You are too domineering. It is midsummer, and the fields are alive with golden wheat, emanating the scent of harvest. The cicadas sing from the verdant trees. In this sweltering heat, where even a few steps can cause one to sweat profusely, Yang Tao felt an inexplicable coolness wash over her, refreshing her spirit. Yet, nothing could extinguish her fervor. If even the notorious lazy woman, Lu Lingxi, could marry Xiao Go, how much more could she, Yang Tao, who is so exceptional, so virtuous, be a perfect match for him? Gazing at Xiao Moche in the distance, Yang Tao suddenly remembered the rabbit meat she had forgotten on the ground. Thankfully, she was reminded of her duty. Unfazed by Xiao Moche's frigid demeanor, she swiftly picked up the half-rabbit from the ground. Xiao Go was a man with a cold exterior but a warm heart, having saved Lu Lingxi and sacrificed his happiness for her reputation. She knew Xiao Go was truly a good man. It was a pity that such a talented scholar was forced to marry a coarse vixen like Lu Lingxi. Yang Tao could not help but feel a surge of indignation towards Lu Lingxi at the thought. Unfortunately, she was too quick to escape. This rabbit is dirty. I will wash it clean and have Aunt Zhao cook it for you at noon. Xiao, go. Your health is still somewhat fragile. You need to nourish yourself with some meat. In the front yard, while Yang Tao's affections clashed with Xiao Mochen's icy demeanor, Lu Lingxi merrily picked cucumbers from the backyard, occasionally biting into one while listening to the unfolding drama. A gentle breeze wafted through, lifting her spirits. In her past life, she was much like Yang Tao now. Thankfully, she had awakened, and this time there would be no Yang Tao lingering around. She must admit, occupying the best spot for watching the drama was truly delightful. No need. I do not eat rabbit meat, take it back. And who are you? I have no sister as large as you. Alone with a man, I shall not keep you. Upon hearing those words, Yang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. She had been so excited that Brother Xiao not only acknowledged her but also engaged in conversation. However, her enthusiasm waned when she heard, "Who are you? I do not have a sister as old as you." Her mind buzzed. How could Brother Xiao not even recognize her after all the times she had accompanied her brother to meet him?
Brother Xiao, ang iyong sister, Yang Tao.
Was it Lu Lingxi who prevented you from remembering me? We are from the same village, after all. Isn't it a bit excessive for her to interfere so much? My brother and I even helped out yesterday. The rabbit meat served at your wedding banquet was caught by my brother. Yes, Uncle Zhao paid for it. Everyone in the village knows he is a sickly child who requires both medicinal and nutritional support. Manta village is quite far from the town, and when the villagers catch small game, they often come to ask Brother Xiao if he would like to buy it. Most of the time, Aunt Zhao would purchase it to save the villagers the trouble of trekking over the mountains to sell their catch. The time they waste wouldn't yield enough silver in return. Brother Xiao would never take advantage of the villagers. Yang Tao whispered in a dry voice. Because Brother Xiao buys the small game caught by the villagers, they are all quite pleased. Yang Shu is an average hunter, yet he brings home a fair amount of small game. Over the years, Yang Tao's family has lived a considerably better life. In the backyard, Lu Lingxi had been squatting for quite some time, feeling a bit stuffed from eating cucumbers and her legs numb. Unable to hear any commotion from the front, she was uncertain if the conversation had concluded. After some deliberation, she decided to return. This was her own home. Why should she be hiding in the backyard, feeling guilty? Just as Yang Tao was about to retreat in defeat, she spotted Lu Lingxi. The pent-up frustration she felt from Brother Xiao suddenly found an outlet. She puffed up her cheeks and confronted Lu Lingxi. Lu Lingxi, how can you be so domineering? We are from the same village. Brother Xiao is unwell, and yet you bully him and prevent me from calling him Brother Xiao. You even make it so he cannot remember who I am, only you. You are too overbearing. Lu Lingxi retorted. What can I say if you're blind? Did they harbor misunderstandings about Brother Zhao's health? The man who had restrained her and consumed her repeatedly last night was the one they deemed unwell? She, a simple girl from a rural village, could barely endure it. All Lu Lingxi wanted was to enjoy a moment of leisure, yet this situation had entangled her. Oh, how could that be? I am the most virtuous. Feel free to call him Brother Xiao, Brother Air, or Brother San, as long as you are happy. After all, he does not have a sister like you. If he does not remember who you are, why not introduce yourself? The more you introduce yourself, the more likely Brother Xiao, being so clever, will not only remember you, but also your entire lineage. Yang Tao was rendered speechless by Lu Lingxi's shamelessness, her frustration mounting. After all, Brother Xiao was destined to be a top scholar and a high-ranking official. How could Lu Lingxi, so shameless, dare to stand beside him? It was utterly disgraceful. From the moment Lu Lingxi approached from the backyard, all of Brother Zhao's attention was fixated solely on her, particularly when he witnessed her boldly confronting Yang Tao. His joy was palpable. He had nearly forgotten how long it had been since he had seen this spirited side of Lu Lingxi. Observing Brother Zhao's gaze directed at Lu Lingxi, Yang Tao could not help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. Lu Lingxi, so vulgar and brash, was utterly unworthy of Brother Xiao. Look, Brother Xiao was about to reprimand her. After waiting for quite a while, without hearing a word from him, she took the initiative to remind Brother Xiao, look at how crude Lu Lingxi is. So what? Yang Tao, what are you thinking? Do you believe my husband would scold me for a sister he cannot even remember? Are you more beautiful than I am?
Lu Lingxi taunted, gazing at Yang Tao.
Lu Lingxi, how can you be so shameless?
Yang Tao retorted.
Oh, I apologize. but my skin cannot compare to your thickness. Bringing a rabbit to curry favor with my husband early in the morning, I must ask how Aunt Yang raised her daughter? To be so shameless at such an age. It's quite astonishing. Lu Lingxi's voice held an air of calm authority. You may dig trenches under my feet, but stepping on me to rise is utterly excessive. She was not merely representing herself. She embodied the reputation of the Lu family and all the unmarried girls within it. In her previous life, perhaps on her wedding day, she had been overly excited, rising early to prepare breakfast before laboring in the fields. She never encountered Yang Tao back then. Perhaps in her past life, Yang Tao had indeed come, but they never crossed paths. Or perhaps, in this reincarnation, some butterfly effect had altered her memories. Moreover, in her past life, her heart had been solely devoted to Brother Xiao, indifferent to those who surrounded him. It was only later, with the emergence of Bai Ruoshui, that her spirit was thrown into turmoil, as they were a well-matched pair, and the Duke's residence and the Prime Minister's house were intent on forming a marital alliance. Lu Lingxi shot a glare at Brother Xiao. You dog of a man, look at the trouble you've stirred up. Yang Tao had never anticipated that Lu Lingxi would be so unscrupulous as to threaten to inform her parents. If this escalated into a public spectacle, Aunt Yang would surely hear of it, and soon enough, most of Manta Village would know. She recalled how Lu Lingxi had been rescued from the river by Brother Xiao. Both of them drenched, entangled in a public display. The village buzzed with gossip, and during those days, she had heard many say they wanted to drown her in the pig pen. Forget it, I'll consider my good intentions wasted. If you don't want the rabbit, I'll take it back. Lu Lingxi, if you're craving rabbit, don't come asking my brother to buy it. I will not allow him to sell it to you. Having voiced her threats, Yang Tao cast a lingering glance at Brother Xiao before departing with half a rabbit in hand. By the way, Yang Tao, that peach blossom pink looks quite ugly on you, akin to spoiled pickled vegetables. Do you not understand? Lu Lingxi called out as she watched Yang Tao's retreating figure. Yang Tao stumbled upon hearing this, angrily tugging at her new clothes. She had only requested her mother to buy her a new outfit because she admired how good Lu Lingxi looked in peach blossom pink. It was precisely for this reason that her mother had agreed to her request. To think that Lu Lingxi would dare to say she resembled spoiled pickled vegetables. It was infuriating. Lu Lingxi watched as Yang Tao ran further away, laughing heartily, completely unconcerned about her image. All notions of modesty were cast aside. She intentionally let Brother Xiao see her in such a crude light, hoping he would hasten to propose a divorce. She could hardly wait to return to the Lu family. Yet, she could not shake the memory of Brother Xiao's smile and the fervor in his gaze. If it weren't for the vegetables she was carrying, she would have crossed her arms defiantly. Was Brother Xiao insane? That heart, colder and harder than a stone in a latrine, had remained untouched for years, and now, just because of a marriage, he would offer her his heart? It was all an illusion, merely a facade. Brother Xiao did not love her and would never love her. She was well aware of this fact. Chapter 10. For my wife, I vow to defend my innocence. Men are all just big pigs. At this moment, Xiao Dezutu was quite unwilling to let go of the unfamiliar girl who had come to flirt with her husband. As a result, his wife had simply run off, leaving him behind. After all, she was the one who valiantly protected his reputation and fiercely defended him against all romantic advances. Xiao Mochen felt a twinge of hurt. He had sworn to safeguard his wife's honor. He was aware that she was hiding behind him, secretly enjoying the spectacle. Lu Lingxi shivered, feeling nauseated. Seeing Xiao Mochen blocking the way, with an expression that sought praise, she suppressed her distaste, stood on her toes, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Well done. Keep it up." In her past life, she had been foolish enough to confront all romantic rivals herself. She should have simply closed the door and allowed Xiao Mochen to handle it, rather than letting herself face the chill of this cold demeanor alone. The gentle summer breeze carried the scent of ripening wheat fields, making her feel grateful to be alive. With the grain and ear festival just past, Manta Village was busy harvesting wheat. The Xiao family owned 7 acres of land in the village, and the wheat was heavy with grain. Early in the morning, Xiao Ma and 2 others set out to collect the harvest. If it weren't for Xiao Mochen's wedding date being set for yesterday, they would have begun harvesting 2 days prior. The Lu family doted on Lu Lingxi, who was also a capable worker. During the harvest, she would join in the labor. After all, one must eat to sustain oneself. And even though she worked in the fields, she remained fair and delicate, as if the heavens favored her. It was all your fault, setting the wedding for yesterday and delaying the wheat harvest. Xiao Ma's family rushed to collect the crop early. Having squatted for too long, Lu Lingxi's sore leg, still recovering from an injury, ached terribly. "My fault," she said, "I'll massage you tonight." Xiao Mochen quickly admitted his mistake and expressed a willingness to repeat it. After coaxing Lu Lingxi for a while, he finally went to the study to read. The little courtyard was quiet, and time seemed to stand still. Upon returning to the bedroom, Lu Lingxi tore off the sheets from the previous night and secretly searched for the small white handkerchief she had been looking for, but could not find it. There were only two people who could enter the room, her and Xiao Mochen, yet she could not locate it. Without a doubt, it must be with Xiao Mochen. Rubbing her flushed face, she wondered what he needed that for. Carrying the dirty sheets, she made her way to the riverbank. Manta Village, with its mountains and waters, boasted a clean river lined with smooth blue stones, making it convenient for washing clothes. The only downside was its distance from the town. One had to traverse mountains to buy salt or brown sugar. After washing the sheets at home, she planned to rinse them in the river and then visit Dr. Zhou for some contraceptive medicine. During the busy harvest season, the riverbank was deserted. Lu Lingxi felt relieved and began to wash the sheets. Just as she tossed one side into the river, she heard a young woman's voice calling her name. Startled, she almost dropped the sheets into the water. "Lingxi, what are you so nervous about in broad daylight?" The voice grew louder as it approached. Upon hearing it, Lu Lingxi furrowed her brows, memories buried in her mind resurfacing. This was her childhood friend, Lin Qingqing, who had once pushed her into the river to entangle her with Xiao Mochen. Lin Qingqing lived next door to the Lu family and was part of a prominent family in Manta Village. Her family had a strong preference for sons, yet they had given birth to 7 daughters before finally having a son named Lin Liebao. Lin Liebao was indeed a treasure, carried everywhere by his sisters. And at 3 years old, he still couldn't walk. After his birth, Lin Qingqing's difficult days began. Being of the same age and living close by, she had always supported Lu Lingxi, offering her advice. Over time, Lu Lingxi's good fortune had benefited Lin Qingqing as well, earning her a few approving glances from Lin's strict mother. In order to successfully marry Xiao Mochen, Lu Lingxi even gave Lin Qingqing a silver tael as a token of gratitude for her brainstorming assistance. Later, when she encountered Lin Qingqing in the north, she discovered that her friend, who rarely left the village, was actually the wife of a local official. When they met face to face, Lin Qingqing turned and ran, claiming not to know her. Reflecting on it now, the signs had been there all along. During the busy harvest, Lin Qingqing had managed to squeeze time to meet her. It was her own blindness that had led her to mistake so many people. "Qingqing, why aren't you in the fields? Is your grandmother allowing you to come to the riverbank?" Lu Lingxi asked, feigning nonchalance. "Why would I be in the fields? My grandmother would beat me to death if she knew." Lin Qingqing retorted, her jealousy momentarily flickering in her eyes as she glanced at Lu Lingxi's fair skin. Despite working in the fields, Lu Lingxi still looked radiant, while Lin Qingqing's own hands had grown rough and her face darkened from the sun. "Are you here just to wash my sheets?" Lu Lingxi teased, glancing at Lin Qingqing with a playful demeanor. "You truly are my dear friend, knowing full well that I am idle at home and coming over to assist me. I promise to bring you something special on the day I return. Speaking of which, it has been quite some time since I last saw Grandma Lin. If there is one person that Lin Qingqing fears the most, it would undoubtedly be the old woman Lin, with her sharp, slanted eyes and a heart that seems as dark as her countenance. She possesses a multitude of ways to torment others, leaving Lin Qingqing firmly under her thumb. Lu Lingxi has bestowed many gifts upon Lin Qingqing because her reputation in Manta Village is rather tarnished. Aside from Lin Qingqing, no one else is willing to associate with her. Whenever Lin Qingqing plaintively utters, "Lingxi, are we not friends?" Lu Lingxi willingly offers her gifts, from hairpins to cotton-padded jackets, and not to mention the little treasure trove she had accumulated. All of it has been deceitfully taken by the gluttonous Lin Qingqing, who dwells within her little vault. In her past life, even when Lu Lingxi encountered Lin Qingqing pretending not to recognize her in the north, she merely investigated quietly and found that Lin Qingqing was faring well, choosing not to pursue her further. Now, reflecting on the moments spent with Lin Qingqing, she can only think how foolish she truly was. Lin Qingqing's smile faltered for a moment. What business did this foolish Lu Lingxi have with Grandma Lin? Had she discovered something? No, Lu Lingxi was as naive as ever, completely oblivious to being manipulated. Remembering the true purpose of her visit today, Lin Qingqing suppressed her fury and continued, Lingxi, my period has come, and I must avoid water. I will help you wash in a few days. By the way, could you spare me some ginger and brown sugar? I am in great pain. Lin Qingqing pretended to clutch her abdomen. Although Grandma Lin had shown her some semblance of kindness, it was only during the occasion of her taking things back, after which she returned to her usual demeanor. Let alone the brown sugar water that was a rare commodity in the household, it was something that Lin Liebao hoarded. The only place she could indulge in it was at Lu Lingxi's. With a pitiful demeanor, Lin Qingqing pleaded, Lingxi, I truly am in agony. Surely I won't die from this? I only need a little ginger and brown sugar. Lingxi, we are friends. I have helped you fulfill your wishes. You wouldn't abandon me as a friend, would you? Without you as a friend, I might as well perish, for my grandmother does not care for me. And in this world, no one loves me except for you. Chapter 12. Could it be? Hearing such words, Lu Lingxi could only chuckle. Ever since Lin Qingqing had become her friend, how many items had Lin Qingqing borrowed from her, and what had she received in return? Her reputation in Manta village had plummeted, while Lin Qingqing remained unscathed. When villagers spoke of her, they would always say, Qingqing is a good girl. That old woman Lin is truly heartless. Just by looking at Grandma Lin, one could discern that marrying into the Lin family was a grave mistake. How could one expect their grandson to take care of a daughter-in-law from such a family? Qingqing, Lu Lingxi said, now that you mention it. I recall the hairpin and the hairpin you borrowed from me some time ago, as well as the brown sugar, fish, and 2 pounds of wild boar meat you borrowed last month, totaling 6 taels and 167 won. When will you return them? Lu Lingxi fixed her gaze intently on Lin Qingqing as she spoke. The sheets had already been washed and neatly placed in the wooden basin. With the summer heat, even if she hung the sheets out to dry in the afternoon, they would surely be dry in no time. What? How can there be such a sum of silver? Lin Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief at the mention of 6 taels and 167 won. Her elder sister had married off for 3 taels of silver, 5 pounds of pork, and 5 dough of wheat. How could she have possibly taken so much from Lu Lingxi? It was unfathomable. Lu Lingxi could not possibly possess such wealth. She must be deceiving her. After all, she had considered Lu Lingxi a friend, yet she was merely a simpleton. Recalling such trivial matters from a few filthy fish in the ditches, which had no value whatsoever. They were rancid, foul-smelling, and unfit even for pigs. As for the 6 taels of silver, that was utterly impossible. Spitting in disdain, she thought, I treated Lu Lingxi as a friend, while Lu Lingxi considers me a fool. Having just married Xiao Mochen, her true self had been revealed. What a fool she was. Did she not realize that if Lin Qingqing did not assist her, it would be a matter of moments before Lu Lingxi was cast aside? Lin Qingqing thought this and blurted out, Lingxi, now that you are married to Xiao Mochen, have you turned your back on our friendship? Recalling how she had foolishly believed Lin Qingqing's words and boldly pursued her affection, only to end up losing her family, Lu Lingxi felt a surge of anger and resentment. Moreover, hearing such shameless words from Lin Qingqing only fueled her indignation. Could it be? Could it be that our friendship is worth less than a mere few coins? Hearing this, Lin Qingqing felt a sense of familiarity. Could it be, Lingxi, that our friendship is worth less than a hairpin? Could it be that our friendship is worth less than a piece of cake from the city?
Now.
These words were being thrown back at her, and Lin Qingqing felt an overwhelming urge to strike her. Indeed, we are good friends, but borrowed items must be returned. There is a principle of lending and repaying. It is not difficult to borrow again. Lu Lingxi was well aware that Lin Qingqing could not repay her debts. The items she had deceitfully taken would be consumed by Grandma Lin the moment she returned home. Lin Qingqing would be left with little more than a few copper coins. Lu Lingxi simply wished to make Lin Qingqing uncomfortable. As for her own life, she had come to realize that some people could experience their monthly tribulations 3 times in a single month. In any case, Lin Qingqing was someone she would no longer associate with. Throughout their lives, Lin Qingqing had consumed and used her possessions. Yet she had turned out to be a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. One could never know when it would backfire. Lin Qingqing had not anticipated that her attempt to extract a few copper coins would instead lead to an enormous bill. Chapter 13. I once treated you so well. Lin Qingqing observed that the once simple-minded Lu Lingxi had become remarkably astute today. She calculated her debts with remarkable clarity, without needing an abacus, and Lin Qingqing suddenly felt that the Lu Lingxi before her radiated the brilliance of a tavern keeper in town. Faced with such a Lu Lingxi, Lin Qingqing found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, she truly was experiencing her monthly cycle, all thanks to that wretched Grandma Lin, who had forced her to wash clothes by the riverside in the dead of winter, making her suffer excruciating pain each time her cycle came. Lingxi, what has happened to you? They all say you are the most rude girl in Manta Village, lazy, gluttonous, and malicious. But I have never felt that way. I know you are a kind-hearted girl. You and Xiao Xuecai are a perfect match, truly a pair made in heaven. If you lend me a bit of brown sugar, I will declare that you two are destined for 3 lifetimes together. You know my family situation. Ever since I became friends with you, no one else plays with me. Lin Lulu often bullies me. Lin Lulu is the 5th daughter of the Lin family, which has a total of 7 sisters. The name was whimsically chosen by their father, Lin, based on the colors of the rainbow, only for him to find himself with 3 daughters in a row. By the time they reached the 4th daughter, the old woman Lin named her Qingqing, leaving the 5th daughter with no choice but to be named Lin Lulu. Lin Lulu had always felt her name to be unappealing and was particularly incensed that Lin Qingqing had usurped her name, resulting in a lifelong rivalry with Lin Qingqing. However, she had never gained the upper hand. Qingqing, follow me. You have suffered. In our family, I am the only girl. I have regarded you as my sister since childhood. Haven Ti, whatever I possess, I share with you. But now that I am married, I have become an adult. A married daughter is like spilled water, and moreover, I have fallen out with my family over Xiao Mochen. Xiao Mochen achieved the status of a scholar at the tender age of 12, a true prodigy destined for greatness. Scholars are expected to marry noble ladies or even princesses. Yet, I have contrived for him to marry me. Xiao Mochen despises me for it. Not to mention, he is frail and requires constant medication, unable to work. In times of love, one finds solace in mere companionship, but now, married, I realize that the life of Xiao Mochen's family, though seemingly respectable, is impoverished internally, relying on my dowry to sustain them. Lu Lingxi, with genuine emotion, empathizes. In her previous life, when she had not yet seen the world, she truly believed Xiao Mochen to be destitute. Every silver coin he earned from copying texts was saved, as she feared his illness would leave them without funds for a doctor. Her innocent face bore the unmistakable mark of poverty. Lu Lingxi remained unaware of the role Lin Qingqing played in her tragic fate in her past life. However, based on her understanding of Lin Qingqing, she knew she was surely involved. After all, the wicked Bai Ruoshui was adept at striking at the heart. The more one cherishes something, the more Bai Ruoshui would ensure they lose it. Despite her sacrifices, Lin Qingqing never garnered Xiao Mochen's attention, while Bai Ruoshui effortlessly won it. Lu Lingxi's efforts to please the Duke of Xiao's residence went unrecognized, yet Bai Ruoshui faced no such struggles. In her previous life, Lu Lingxi cherished her friendship with Lin Qingqing dearly. All her peers in Manta Village shunned her, yet Lin Qingqing was always there for her. Reflecting on it now, it seems laughable. These individuals, who delight in playing with the affections of others, shall taste the bitter fruits of their own making. After all, one cannot truly empathize with another's pain until they experience it themselves. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Lu Lingxi's eyes, too quick to grasp. Qingqing, you are the one who understands me best, and I, in turn, comprehend your nature. Lu Lingxi searched her memory for long-forgotten recollections and recalled. Do not forget the IOU you left with me. She grasped Lin Qingqing's finger that had once pressed the seal, stating softly, was it this finger you used back then? Chapter 14. The scene is too beautiful. I wish to see it. This action caused beads of sweat to cascade down Lin Qingqing's back. Was it fear-induced perspiration from Lu Lingxi? Fortunately, Lu Lingxi quickly let go of her finger. Lin Qingqing attributed her sweating to the heat, convinced she could not be intimidated by the foolish Lu Lingxi. Over the years, the fool had never realized that her poor reputation in Manta Village was entirely Lin Qingqing's doing. A woman with a good name could marry well in the future. Lin Qingqing had no regard for the sickly Xiao Mochen. What use was he if he could not work? Xiao Mochen was a learned man, but his health prevented him from taking the imperial examination. Marrying him would doom Lu Lingxi to a life of widowhood. Regardless of her beauty, she would ultimately be but a widow, while Lin Qingqing aspired to a life of comfort. Lin Qingqing had long envied Lu Lingxi's fortunate fate. She had 4 uncles, all robust and capable laborers. All 4 were married and had numerous sons, while Lu Lingxi was the only girl in 2 generations, aside from her mother. If the Lin family was cursed with no sons, the neighboring Lu family was indeed the envy of all. boasting brawny men. Young boys only served to drain their father's resources. The Aloof family was numerous. More workers meant more mouths to feed, leading to poverty. Despite the collective hardship, Lingxi basked in the affection of many, living a life in Manta village that no one else could. Lingxian was aware that Lingxi possessed her own secret stash of money. The sights she had seen were all through Lingxi. In her past life, Lingxi reveled in the affection of others, but never considered repaying those who cared for her. She could only see herself. Thus, in the small Manta village, she had been manipulated by Lingxian. Most of the best things her relatives saved ended up in Lingxian's pockets, supporting the Lin matriarch's family. Moreover, the matriarch and her daughter-in-law were constantly at odds with Lingxi's mother. In this life, she would no longer enable the Lin matriarch's arrogance. This time, she would reclaim every bit of what was rightfully hers. At this moment, Lingxian felt immense regret. Today was not suitable for venturing out. She should have gone into the mountains, perhaps to gather wild duck eggs. Prompted by Lingxi's reminder, Lingxian recalled borrowing numerous items from her. However, she had no intention of returning them, let alone the IOU. She could not even write. Lingxian's initial plan was to shift any responsibilities onto the Lin matriarch. In Manta village, the Lin matriarch was notorious for being unreasonable, while the Lin matriarch herself was a close second. Whenever there was a matter to resolve, she simply shifted the burden onto the Lin matriarch, retrieving Lingxi's belongings while the matriarch benefited most from it. After all, Lingxi, being a girl with such a tarnished reputation, would never dare confront the Lin matriarch. Besides, who didn't know that Lingxi bore the worst reputation in all of Manta village? Lingxian had devised an excellent plan, but she had not anticipated how formidable Lingxi would be today. At this moment, Lingxian's expression truly soured, and she nearly cursed aloud. Nevertheless, she had managed to borrow so many things without returning them. That in itself was a skill. Lingxian quickly devised a clever ruse, donning a flattering smile. "Ah, Lingxi, I have remembered everything you said today. Do not worry, I will certainly repay you as soon as I have the silver. I heard that the bride price for Xiao Yuanwai's daughter is a hefty 20 taels of silver. The village chief's second daughter from the neighboring village is merely passable in appearance, yet her bride price is 8 taels. With my looks, the bride price for my marriage will undoubtedly be even higher." Lingxian gestured to herself. "I am a moving piece of gold. Do you doubt my ability to repay you?" Lingxi scrutinized Lingxian. Her eyes were small, lips were thick, hair was dull and yellow, her complexion was sallow, and her physique was underdeveloped. She was of similar height but much slimmer, clearly bearing the signs of malnutrition. Lingxi could not see her potential as a moving piece of gold. Yet, comparing her to the village chief's daughter was a stretch. Ching. I suddenly remembered that my family ate brown sugar. This morning, Xiao Ma cooked sugar water eggs for me. Lingxi spoke, for she genuinely hadn't seen brown sugar in the kitchen. Since her rebirth, she had thought every detail of Xiao Mochen was etched in her very bones, ingrained in her essence. Yet at this moment, she felt as though her past life had drifted far away. Those sorrowful, unforgettable memories of a past life seem like a grand dream, yet they feel as though they truly occurred. "Would you lend me a few coins? I intend to visit the village head's residence for a small exchange." Lingxian widened her small eyes in an effort to project an air of pitiable innocence. However, within those modest eyes lay a glimmer of calculation. "You possess a clever scheme, while I have a means to scale the wall. Today has already consumed a significant amount of time. Should she return empty-handed, that wretched old woman will surely deliver a sound beating. Her selfish mother, incapable of safeguarding herself, would never utter a word on her behalf." Lingxian was acutely aware of the consequences she would face if she returned without anything. "Lingxi, perhaps you could spare a few eggs for me. I could exchange them just the same." Lingxi was taken aback by Lingxian's shamelessness. She truly wished to test whether Lingxian's audacity exceeded that of a city wall. "Very well. Hurry back and fetch some eggs from your home to trade with the village head's wife for brown sugar. TSK, life can be bearable even when it hurts. Yet when the pain truly strikes, it can be unbearable. Start your rest early." Lingxi glanced up at the sky, calculating the time. "If you linger here any longer, not only will you miss your rest, but you will also delay lunch, and your grandmother might just chase you with a stick, rallying the entire village against you. That scene would be quite a spectacle." After having wasted too much time at Lingxi's, Lingxian truly left empty-handed. Following Lu Lingxi's reminder, she stormed off in a huff. As Lu Lingxi observed Lin Qingqing distance herself while rising from the riverbank, she called out to her once more. Just moments ago by the river, she genuinely feared that Lin Qingqing might lose her temper and push her into the water. If that were to happen, she would undoubtedly have to drag Lin Qingqing into the depths with her. However, having been provoked to such an extent, Lin Qingqing still managed to restrain herself, revealing her remarkable composure and depth of purpose. In her heart, Lu Lingxi silently raised Lin Qingqing's danger level another notch. I knew you were the kindest, Lingxi. Willing to lend me eggs, weren't you? Lin Qingqing's anger instantly dissipated upon hearing Lu Lingxi call her name. Chapter 15. Culinary skills. Uncertain of how many eggs resided in Xiao Mochen's household, Lin Qingqing intentionally took a longer route past his home, where she heard the familiar sounds of chickens. Though not as abundant as those in Lu Lingxi's family, 1 or 2 would suffice, she was not particular. As long as there were some. The thought of Lu Lingxi eventually sharing the possessions of both the Lu and Xiao families with her brought Lin Qingqing immense joy. Obviously, Lin Qingqing's optimism was misplaced, and within mere moments, she experienced both elation and despair. Lu Lingxi's beautifully rosy lips moved, uttering words that were far from pleasing to her ears. Qingqing, at your young age, I am certain your memory is quite sharp. You must remember clearly the items you borrowed from me. Would you like me to recite them again? It would be wise for you to return them promptly to avoid my visiting your home. The murderous intent in Lin Qingqing's eyes was impossible to conceal. She impatiently interrupted Lu Lingxi, dismissively responding as she ran. I remember perfectly well. Save your breath. With no one around, Lin Qingqing no longer cared about her image and sprinted away, leaving behind the riverbank that caused her distress. She lamented that returning home would either result in a beating or scolding. She needed to devise a plan to handle that dreadful old woman. Lu Lingxi burst out laughing. How refreshing it was to confront challenges and express frustration. Youth truly is a blessing. Leisurely, Lu Lingxi returned home with her basin, having made a detour to visit Dr. Zhou. Upon encountering 2 members of the Xiao family in a single day, Dr. Zhou's expression became rather complex, his pronounced dark circles evident. What? Are you certain you wish to procure contraceptive medicine? Lu Lingxi nodded firmly in response to Dr. Zhou's incredulous gaze. The village's gossip was well within his knowledge. Yet, he was a man of discretion. You don't have any here? Lu Lingxi countered, having not contemplated what she would do if he lacked it, given her current state. She couldn't make the journey to the town. Feeling both exhausted and drained, she inwardly scolded Xiao Mochen, wondering how his frail body possessed such vitality while she, a healthy and vibrant individual, felt utterly depleted. She was indignant. Dr. Zhou turned his face away in disdain, as if the mere request for contraceptive medicine was beneath him.
Who do you think I am?
Just a mere girl. How dare you look down on me? Extending her hand, he instructed her to present her pulse, noting that she had recently been submerged in water. At your young age, do not neglect your health. In the future, should you wish for children, you may come to regret it. Lu Lingxi complied, eager to inquire whether she had been poisoned. In her previous life, she had gone a decade without children, ultimately leading to her demise. Dr. Zhou squinted, observing her closely. It seems your mother has been diligent in administering the medicine I provided. However, be warned, contraceptive medicine is cooling in nature. Do not overconsume it. Excessive intake could hinder fertility. Lu Lingxi nodded, accepting the medicine package he offered, contemplating for a moment before asking, do I have any other issues such as poisoning? Dr. Zhou's murky eyes sparkled with a sharp glimmer. What nonsense! What poison? However, excessive consumption of this contraceptive will lead to cold toxicity. It's a minor concern. Simply nurture your body, and all will be well. On her way home, Lu Lingxi's anxious heart settled somewhat. It appeared that Dr. Zhou was not an ordinary man. Nevertheless, as long as she remained unharmed, she had no interest in uncovering his true identity. At that moment, she had not been poisoned, but she would need to exercise caution in the days to come. Upon returning home, Lu Lingxi quietly organized her belongings. The small courtyard was tranquil, with Xiao Mochen engrossed in a book, often for long periods. The Zhao family was busy harvesting wheat, and as time pressed on, Lu Lingxi proceeded to the kitchen to prepare lunch. During her time as the wife of the chief minister, her courtyard had contained a small kitchen. Day after day, as Xiao Mochen left early and returned late, they seldom crossed paths despite residing in the same ministerial estate. Without children of her own, Lu Lingxi had spent the long hours learning various skills to pass the time. Her culinary abilities had improved significantly. In a small ceramic pot, she placed a generous handful of washed rice along with a small quantity of cornmeal, ensuring the water covered the rice by 2 fingers width before letting it simmer. With the wheat harvest season upon them, hearty meals were essential for sustaining energy. As she prepared the rice, Lu Lingxi realized there was a substantial amount of rice stored in a large jar at home. The Xiao family's life was indeed considerably better than most families in Mantu village. During her time at the Lu family, though she was the most favored, she could not always count on having enough to eat. If she could only manage this much, what of her brothers? Those growing boys could easily deplete their father's resources with their appetites. It was clear that ensuring her family had a hearty meal was an urgent task. It was time for a few to prosper, allowing the wealth to radiate throughout Mantu village. Summer was a wonderful season, with the vegetables in the garden thriving vigorously. This morning, she had harvested cucumbers, eggplants, cowpeas, and amaranth. After yesterday's celebration, there was still a good amount of meat remaining. Having prepared the dishes for lunch, Lu Lingxi stood in the kitchen, gazing toward the chicken coop. Yesterday, a celebration had depleted the eggs in the house. Life in Mantu village was not prosperous, with limited farmland and abundant mountains. Although the mountains offered various resources, they also harbored dangers, causing most villagers to only venture around the outskirts. It was only the hunters and those truly struggling who dared to delve deeper into the mountains. The chickens raised by the villagers primarily served as a means of trade in the town, making eggs a rare treat for the villagers. In the Xiao family's chicken coop, there were 5 hens and 1 rooster, the latter crowing melodiously as if to announce, "Master, look at me, I have laid an egg." Lu Lingxi collected 2 eggs from the coop, just enough for a simple amaranth egg drop soup for 5 people. She swiftly stir-fried some string beans and sautéed an eggplant with meat sauce, returning the spicy rabbit pieces that had been chilled in the well to the stove. Just as Lu Lingxi finished preparing the soup, Aunt Xiao returned from the fields. Upon entering, she was greeted by the rich aroma of the dishes. Surprised, she had not expected Lu Lingxi, known for her poor reputation, to have cooked lunch. Upon seeing the spread on the table, her astonishment grew. "Madam, you've worked hard. Did you make all this?" Chapter 16. Xiao Mochen. Has anyone told you that you are quite noisy? Your cooking is far superior to that of this old servant. Young master is indeed fortunate. Aunt Xiao's sincerity was evident. She had heard that medicine could be toxic, and food therapy was the best remedy. Her previous prejudices against Lu Lingxi began to dissipate, thanks to the latter's culinary skills. Lu Lingxi was acutely aware of Aunt Xiao's family's position beside Xiao Mochen, and as Xiao Mochen moved to Xingjing, they remained by his side to serve him. "Aunt Xiao, you can just call me Lingxi. You have always accompanied my husband. To him, you are not merely family, but something even closer." Aunt Xiao was nearly moved to tears, her eyes brimming as she felt genuine compassion for the young master, who, despite his noble lineage, had been separated from his family at birth and was merely surviving in this small village, where, she wondered, was the glimmer of hope spoken of by the wandering monk? What was the situation like back in Xingjing? Would her young master still have a place there upon his return? Humans are creatures of emotion, and the bond with a child raised nearby is invariably profound. Yet, how could they not provide the young master with a healthy body, leaving him to endure life in this desolate place alone? How long could such guilt linger? Aunt Xiao's heart felt heavy. Lu Lingxi's words reached Xiao Mochen's ears as he stood by the kitchen door. Typically aloof, a subtle smile played upon his lips. A wave of joy washed over him, stirring his soul. Only Lu Lingxi could truly connect with him on such a profound level, leaving him utterly captivated. Inside the house, noticing Aunt Xiao's impending tears, Lu Lingxi swiftly changed the subject to the dishes. She served Aunt Xiao 3 portions, who then took the bountiful meal back to the fields. To expedite the harvest of wheat, Xiao Jian and his son had not returned, allowing Aunt Xiao to go home to cook. The 2 of them could harvest more wheat while she was away. As Aunt Xiao's family enjoyed their meal, they increasingly felt that Lu Lingxi was a perfect match for the young master. Her son, with his cold and withdrawn demeanor, needed someone who understood warmth to complement him. Yet, how could such a person let her reputation become so tarnished? Alas, words can tarnish gold, and rumors can be more ferocious than tigers, Aunt Xiao pondered. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to stand firmly on the front line defending Lu Lingxi. In the Xiao family's courtyard, warmth enveloped the atmosphere. "Lingxi, The most correct decision I have made in these past 20 years is to bind my fate to yours. Xiao Mochen's voice, as cool and clear as shattered jade, resonated behind Lu Lingxi, causing her to tremble slightly with the soup in hand. She paused, preventing the soup from spilling. Her heart, once stagnant, stirred with an almost imperceptible ripple. Confusion clouded her thoughts. Xiao Mochen, perhaps he truly had too much water in his brain. What nonsense was he speaking? As if reproaching her? His only mistake in 20 years was being ensnared by his own schemes, ultimately being forced to marry her. The thought was suffocating. How could this aloof snow lotus on the high mountain have so drastically changed its demeanor? Why was he so clingy now? After a night of fervor, he was incessantly calling her name today. This man was truly vexing. Had he been silent for so long that he felt compelled to speak endlessly now? It was absurd. She was no longer young. All she desired was a simple life with her family safe and sound. She had no wish for such extreme experiences, torn between ice and fire. My husband, you must be weary from your studies. Surely, you must be hungry after this morning's work. Let's eat quickly. She hoped that Xiao Mochen, this incessant chatterbox, would remember the adage about not speaking while eating and adhere to it. If he were to utter any words that would cause her face to flush, she might very well suffer from indigestion. Lu Lingxi's expression remained calm, her smile graceful. The faint blush on her fair cheeks mirrored the delicate hues of the night spent in their shared bed, making her utterly endearing. Xiao Mochen swallowed hard, a dangerous glint of desire flickering in his deep-set eyes. He was usually a man of great self-control, but before Lu Lingxi, he found himself utterly undone. She truly was the remedy he needed. Xiao Mochen complied and washed his hands, the coldness of the well water calming his inner turmoil. It was simply too hot in summer. The lunch spread was laid out in a grass pavilion within the courtyard. Seeing Xiao Mochen return promptly, Lu Lingxi finally picked up her chopsticks. A mouthful of spicy rabbit meat ignited her appetite. After indulging for a while, she suddenly recalled Xiao Mochen's earlier declaration of not eating rabbit meat. If he didn't wish to eat it, then so be it. The hot weather was unsuitable for spicy food. A simple meal of vegetables would suffice to cool him down. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Lingxi found the rabbit meat all the more delectable. Observing her eat heartily, Xiao Mochen felt his own appetite surge. However, he felt a sense of disorientation. It seemed he had not seen such a vibrant Lu Lingxi in quite some time. The last image of her in his past life, her surrounded by crimson, burning his eyes and searing his heart, haunted him. He remembered cradling her frail body, her unwilling eyes wide open until he promised to avenge her. A pang of sorrow gripped Xiao Mochen, and he closed his eyes. Thankfully, the current Lu Lingxi was well. Yet, why did this incarnation of her feel so familiar, yet simultaneously seem to drift further away from him? Were they destined to share the same bed, yet dream different dreams? A term suddenly emerged in Xiao Mochen's mind, only to be promptly dismissed. No, he was not that kind of person. Lingxi would be even less so. In the past, Lingxi would always find time to be close to him, yet today, well past midday, she had not sought him out in the study. Nor had she made any excuses to see him. During mealtimes, he began to suspect that if he were to delay even a moment longer, Lingxi would not wait for him to dine together. However, in the past, no matter how late it was, Lingxi would always wait for him. The more Xiao Mochen pondered, the more uneasy he felt. Could it be that he had been too harsh on her last night? How could he explain to Lingxi that he had been reborn and that in this life, he would cherish her dearly? Yet, in the previous life, no member of the Lu family remained in this world. Though his hands were not stained, he could not escape the connection. If Lingxi were to find out, she would swiftly flee from him. Nonetheless, no matter the circumstances, he could not allow Lu Lingxi to leave his side. Such was his selfishness. In this life, in the next, forever, Lu Lingxi could only belong to him. Yet, it was evident that Lingxi was troubled. Chapter 17. A fateful encounter from afar in his previous life. He believed that by providing the best he could offer, Lu Lingxi would be happy. He overlooked the fact that her decision to marry him was entirely due to him as a person, rather than any external factors. It was his companionship, the simple act of speaking a few more words to her that brought her joy. At that time, Xiao Mochen truly could not comprehend how someone could be so pure and passionate, that fervor igniting a tumult within his heart, yet strangely filling him with a sense of delightful contentment. Thankfully, he had crossed paths with her. Now, Xiao Mochen finally understood that fiery and passionate feeling. Seeing her brought joy. A desire to converse endlessly as they journeyed through life together. Lingxi, are you unhappy? Are you angry? Xiao Mochen scrutinized Lingxi's expressions, not missing a single nuance, and continued to inquire. You pleaded for mercy last night, yet I did not relent. So, could you refrain from sending me to the study to sleep? He spoke with reason, his handsome, indifferent face displaying little emotion, though the tips of his ears betrayed a faint blush. With a splutter, Lingxi accidentally sprayed her egg flour soup, which landed squarely on Xiao Mochen's pitiful face. At that moment, he appeared even more wretched. Today's meal was now ruined. She had eaten some, but was beginning to feel queasy. Oh no! Lingxi covered her face, wishing the ground would split open, so she could hide. The youthful Xiao Mochen was overwhelming for the 30-year-old Lingxi residing within her. Regardless of the situation, she decided to flee first. Lingxi tossed aside her handkerchief and quickly retreated into the room, leaving behind a parting remark. I'm feeling a bit unwell. You eat first and go study. I'll come out later to tidy up. Xiao Mochen was perplexed. His usually impassive face flickered with life, once more at Lingxi's antics. When he smiled, the vibrant summer flowers blooming at the edge of the courtyard seemed to lose their radiance. After a swift bath, Xiao Mochen, fragrant and composed, entered the main chamber. Lingxi lay on the bed, pretending to be asleep, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Compelled by an impulse, Xiao Mochen pinched Lingxi's cheek. Her temperature was lower than average, providing a refreshing comfort in the sweltering heat. Lingxi could not deceive herself. She longed to be close to something cool. Clearly, Lingxi was fixated on Xiao Mochen, who was intent on getting to the bottom of her troubles. Your demeanor as a lofty flower, tainted by the mundane world, truly shatters your facade, she quipped inwardly. Under Xiao Mochen's intense gaze, Lingxi feigned indifference, providing an explanation she had no intention of fulfilling. I am not angry, nor will I send you to sleep in the study. Is it acceptable if I go there myself? However, what you said earlier outside startled me. If others overheard, they might accuse me of seducing you. You fox spirit. Indignant, Lingxi thought it was Xiao Mochen who should bear the label of fox spirit. Moreover, most of the time, she felt like a pitiful creature overpowered by him. In this world, men enjoyed privileges, wielding the authority and wealth of the state, while women faced a constricted existence. Why should women make things difficult for each other? Lingxi believed that once she finished speaking, Xiao Mochen would dismiss her. To her surprise, he did not leave, but instead sat on the bed, drawing her slender form against his chest. The distance between their hearts was so close that she could feel their synchronized heartbeats. Even their breaths were distinctly audible. Lingxi, while I excel in my studies, I am average in other aspects, perhaps even inferior to many. I am uncertain how you perceive me, or what version of me you cherish. If I have erred in any way, I hope you will enlighten me. When our names were inscribed together on the marriage contract, you became my one, and only for the rest of my life. Therefore, I seek your guidance in our future together. Xiao Mochen earnestly expressed his feelings, vowing to learn how to be a good husband. The many tender words he had failed to convey in his previous life now flowed naturally upon encountering Lingxi in this one. Lingxi was almost overwhelmed by Xiao Mochen's declarations, tears of emotion welling uncontrollably in her eyes. She was destined to part from him. While the one he loved resided in Xinjing, Xiao Mochen would undoubtedly journey to Xinjing, where he was fated to meet Bai Ruoshui. She could not afford to gamble, nor would she risk the lives of her loved ones for a fate of premature demise. In her past life, she had already paid a price she could never repay. In this life, she only wished to atone for her grievous sins, seeking inner peace. Fate, unbeknownst to her, had begun to shift. Those destined to reunite in Xinjing would once again find themselves entangled at a pivotal moment. In the bustling Xinjing, within an exquisite residence, the sun shone brightly, and summer cicadas nestled in the verdant shade, serenading life's final ode. In a modest courtyard of the estate, a woman clad in a blue, bamboo-embroidered garment lay soundly asleep. A tranquil smile graced her serene face, as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. A young maid, her face aglow with excitement, dashed through the sweltering sun towards the small courtyard. Miss. The master has requested the personal brush of Prime Minister Yan to name your courtyard Lingshui Garden. The woman on the bed jolted awake, a radiant smile illuminating her tranquil features. Has my father returned? The maid, Qinghe, breathless yet unable to conceal her joy, replied, before returning home. The news from the master arrived first, instructing you to move to a courtyard slightly smaller than the eldest young lady's. Plus, with Prime Minister Yan's personal inscription, even if your courtyard is smaller, it remains comparable to the eldest young lady's. After all, the eldest young lady is the legitimate daughter, while you are but a secondary daughter. Indeed, the woman nodded, her hands clenched in anticipation. She was born a concubine's daughter and never considered herself inferior to the so-called legitimate daughters. It was merely that her sister had a commendable mother. Had her own mother been the matriarch, she would have soared to greater heights. Nevertheless, this moment marks a promising beginning. The era of glory that belongs to her is on the horizon. Moreover, she possesses premonitions from her dreams, allowing her to evade danger time and time again. Yet, the figure that haunts her dreams, with a face etched in frost and a demeanor of utmost severity, clad in festive attire, remains a stranger to her. Each time she awakens, his visage grows increasingly blurred, to the point where she struggles to recall his identity. Who could he be? The only memory that lingers upon waking is that of his profound, indifferent gaze, laden with an unshakable, deep-seated affection. He gazes at her, striking her heart with an invisible arrow. Yet, who is this deeply affectionate man? Where could he be? Chapter 18. You've distracted my eyes. The one who is being thought of remains oblivious. He has never set foot in Xingjing, yet someone has begun to fixate on him from this moment forth. Lu Lingxi acknowledges that in this lifetime, the significance of Xiao Mochen in her heart pales in comparison to that of her family. Suddenly reminded of the entanglements and errors of her past life, a wave of sentiment washes over her. After all, this is her first marriage in this lifetime as well. The days following her marriage and her past life were a dismal failure, devoid of any experiences to share. At present, she cannot even inquire of Xiao Mochen whether he knows that his destined partner is not her. Furthermore, the years of mutual torment from their previous life weigh heavily on her. Indeed, it is a wretched debt, impossible to untangle or settle. How could she possibly confront the present Xiao Mochen with the mistakes of her former life? It would yield no answers and only serve to obstruct her path to freedom and separation. Since she is intent on leaving, it would be unwise to engage with another man. Moreover, Xiao Mochen's habit of touching her at will is quite intolerable. Given that he broached the subject of bedtime, Lu Lingxi decided to seize the opportunity. After all, she no longer wished to be held captive in a state of uncertainty until the late hours of the night. Since he has spoken, it would be impolite not to respond. Once the words were uttered, Xiao Mochen felt a jolt in his heart, an ominous sense of impending doom. This cursed intuition gnawed at him. In his embrace, the soft figure gazed at him with round, twinkling eyes, glistening with unshed tears. Her gaze seemed to draw him into submission. At that moment, Xiao Mochen was reluctant to engage, yet he found himself at a disadvantage under her moist, imploring gaze. As you wish, my wife, he relented, pausing briefly. I will agree to whatever you desire. Regrettably, Lu Lingxi attempted to push him away, but to no avail. She resolved to treat this as a final gift, especially since Xiao Mochen's coolness was rather comforting. For now, she would simply regard him as a stone. A playful smile graced Lu Lingxi's lips, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief. Xiao Mochen, however, could only think to himself, do not inquire. Regretting is inevitable. At last, Lu Lingxi seized the opportunity she had been contemplating since the previous night. Xiao Mochen, she confessed, my fall into the water that day was no accident. It was intentional. A ploy to ensnare you. Lu Lingxi was uncertain whether Xiao Mochen was aware of this fact, but she resolved to tell him herself rather than have it come from another. Moreover, she wished to prevent Lin Qingqing from using this knowledge to threaten her or harm her family. Words can inflict invisible wounds, and she knew all too well how deeply she had suffered. Xiao Mochen, I do have feelings for you. Marrying you brings me joy. In countless dreams, I have envisioned a life in which we walk hand in hand. Yet, reality differs from imagination, and we are both living, breathing individuals. We will experience joy, sorrow,
and pain.
I understand that you do not harbor affection for me. Our connection is something I have imposed upon you. I apologize for temporarily occupying the space of your destined partner. Please wait a moment, and I will soon return to my rightful place. Last night, I was the one who fell upon you first, and you have toppled me several times in return, so let us consider it even. Two individuals who are not fond of one another should not repeat the mistakes of yesterday. Please do not cling to me, nor insist that I follow your lead. Lu Lingxi had not intended to express herself this way. She had hoped to refuse Xiao Mochen gracefully. Yet, as she reached the critical point of her declaration, tears of grievance escaped her. At that moment, she felt utterly humiliated. Let me be. Do not restrain me. Warm tears soaked through her clothing, marking Xiao Mochen's skin. He had always believed that tears were a sign of weakness, yet they pierced his heart with an unexpected intensity. Last night, he had believed it to be a dream, fervently expressing his longing for Lu Lingxi since their first meeting, yet he had overlooked the fact that what should have been a beautiful, unforgettable memory had left her with shadows. The depth of that shadow compelled her to voice her disdain for him. Xiao Mochen hurriedly wiped away her tears, frantically coaxing her. Lingxi, it is all my fault. I should not have forced you. I promise I will not do so again. And when I said I liked you, I meant it. Before Xiao Mochen could finish a sentence, Lu Lingxi interrupted, her emotions suddenly soothed. It appeared that she was not merely acting. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she became. The moment had arrived, and she could not hold back. A gentleman's word is his bond. Would he indeed follow through? Xiao Mochen nodded. I will fulfill all my promises. He was not a man driven by lust. To him, women were divided into two categories, Lu Lingxi, and all others were merely men. Last night had been too wild, frightening Lu Lingxi in the process. Between men and women, love must be mutual for true connection to blossom, reaching the pinnacle of bliss. Since Lu Lingxi is his cherished one, he would never disregard her wishes and force her into anything. He resolved to regard his actions from last night as uncharacteristic. It was only at that moment that Xiao Mochen realized how poorly he had performed in their intimate moments, a true man's pain that he did not know how to articulate. In their previous life, Lu Lingxi had endured him for so long. She must have loved him deeply. Seeing that Xiao Mochen had acquiesced, Lu Lingxi hastily pushed him away. What are you still holding on for? It's sweltering in this summer heat. A rumble from her stomach interrupted the tense atmosphere, breaking the silence. A hint of embarrassment crossed Xiao Mochen's usually impassive face. Lingxi, take a rest. I will clean up the dishes. He stepped away with an uncharacteristically hurried pace, almost as if fleeing. Laughter erupted from Lu Lingxi. Ah, even a high and aloof figure like you gets hungry. Xiao Mochen's keen hearing caught her laughter, resonating in his ears like a delightful echo. His footsteps faltered, and he averted his gaze, his mind consumed with thoughts. Lu Lingxi, are you always this noisy? Your clamor is blinding. Chapter 19. Ah, my little sister is the best. No rebuttals accepted. The dishes on the table retain their vibrant colors and enticing aromas, undiminished by the temporary absence of their host. Fortunately, the soup that Lingxi had splattered was caught by his face and clothing, not to mention the sweetness exchanged between their lips during their intimate contact last night. The mere thought of it ignited a fervent anticipation within him. Suddenly, he realized that such affection was only permissible with Lingxi's consent. A frigid wave of realization washed over him. However, a kiss should be acceptable, right? Xiao Mochen chewed on a rabbit dumpling, savoring the fresh, spicy flavors dancing in his mouth. It was no wonder Lingxi enjoyed this dish. He found himself relishing it as well. Today, he discovered yet another shared affinity with Lingxi. Even the rice tasted sweeter than usual, truly a testament to Lingxi's culinary skills. That was cooked in a clay pot. Though Xiao Mochen ate faster than usual, his every movement exuded an innate elegance. Lu Lingxi estimated that it was almost time for Xiao Mochen to finish, so she emerged from the room. While he showed no reluctance to enter the kitchen, she understood that young masters like him were accustomed to a life of luxury, served by maids and attendants. Meals were served, and clothing was presented to them. The social hierarchy was distinctly defined, with nobility at the top. Those individuals were born into privilege. Xiao Mochen's hands, meant for crafting literature and shaping history, should not be confined to the kitchen. Just as she should not burden him with matters of marriage, trapping him in this small, impoverished mountain village. Generations had lived lives with predictable endings, yet he was not destined for such a fate. Lu Lingxi attempted to take the bowl and chopsticks from Xiao Mochen, only for him to deftly evade her. You worked hard last night, and cooked today. I'll take care of the rest. Also, don't forget to apply the ointment. Xiao Mochen spoke the last part softly, aware of Lu Lingxi's shyness. In Manta Village, the Lu family was disrupted by the sudden arrival of unexpected guests during their lunch. The meal was tasteless, and an uneasy air hung over them. Ultimately, Lu Nanqing, her third brother, stubbornly followed their mother out, while the others returned to the fields in the afternoon. Lu's mother was anxious and worried, particularly about her youngest daughter. She directed her frustration towards Lu Nanqing, who appeared ready for confrontation. "What is this behavior, third brother?" she exclaimed, slapping his back several times, causing her own hand to ache. Her irritation only intensified. "You weren't invited, yet you insisted on coming. Are you here to pick a fight?" Lu Nanqing quickly dodged, avoiding his mother's playful swats. It wasn't the pain he feared, but rather the distress it caused her. Upon returning home, their father would also be upset, and ultimately, he would bear the brunt of it. "Mother, I was anxious when I heard someone mistreated my sister. She has such a gentle temperament. If someone truly wrongs her, we must stand up for her. I had no intentions of fighting. I just wanted to see her. We have grown up together and have never been apart for this long. What do you expect? Do you want her to remain unmarried for life? Third brother, have you lost your senses? I genuinely wonder if you were unwanted and abandoned in my delivery room." Lu's mother yearned to be a loving mother. Yet every time she encountered her third son, she felt an overwhelming urge to send him back and reconsider his existence. His name, Lu Nanqing, was a mistake, akin to an indomitable pest, infuriating beyond measure. The resemblance between the mother and son was undeniable, leaving no doubt about their familial connection. As they approached the Xiao family, they found Xiao Mochen washing the dishes. Lu Nanqing was taken aback. While he washed dishes at home, it was a family tradition. His father cooked, albeit poorly, and he often received reprimands for his culinary attempts. Consequently, he was blacklisted from the kitchen. He dared to claim that he had never seen another man washing dishes outside of his family. He would assert that Xiao Mochen was the first man in Ban Dynasty to wash dishes. His experiences were limited, but he could boast grandly of his encounters. His little sister was remarkable, making Xiao Mochen submit to her will. One word: impressive. His sister was undoubtedly the best in the world, and no objections would be entertained. Lu's mother accidentally dropped the chicken she was holding. "Goodness, what is my daughter doing?" She felt a sense of pride, reminiscent of a commanding presence over her husband. Oh, but wait. What if her daughter's reputation was tarnished by those envious gossipers? If they were to catch wind of it, the rumors would proliferate. "Son-in-law, let me handle this." "You're a grown man." Lu's mother disregarded the fallen chicken, knowing it was tied up, and even if it got loose, third brother would ensure it remained. If he dared to let go of the chicken meant for her daughter, he would go 3 years without tasting meat. Rolling up her sleeves, Lu's mother hurried towards the kitchen. "What are you doing? Why is this here?" She began to reprimand Lu Lingxi, taking a moral high ground while anticipating Xiao Mochen's grievances. "I voiced what you were going to say, predicting your predictions. After all, my daughter is simply the best." Lu Nanqing firmly restrained the chicken, attempting to escape. Now standing behind Lu's mother, his robust figure poised, eyes wide and focused on Xiao Mochen, hands ready. The threat was palpable. "Speak wisely, kid. My fists are rather solid." Xiao Mochen was well aware of the Lu family's adoration for Lu Lingxi, a blind devotion he had experienced in his past life. It was within such a nurturing environment that Lingxi had learned to love him so wholeheartedly and innocently, having only known that kind of affection. "Mother, third brother, just call me Mochen." Lingxi prepared lunch. "I came to wash the dishes. Everything is just about done." It was fortunate that mother arrived in time. Lingxi, missing her mother, might find comfort in her presence, easing the shadows of unfamiliarity in her new home. Chapter 20. Third brother's powerful punch was thrown. The Lu family had been anxious upon hearing the commotion from next door. After all, they understood what their daughter was like. She was so enamored with Xiao Mochen, appearing as if she would marry no one but him, especially upon realizing that Lu Lingxi intentionally fell into the water to marry Xiao Mochen, imploring him to rescue her, merely to become his bride. It is truly infuriating. One wonders what enchantment Xiao Mochen has cast upon her that she is resolute in her choice. Lu Laosan is the only one aware of Lu Lingxi's adeptness in swimming, as they clandestinely fished together in the river since they were 4. Each time they caught a fish, Lu Laosan received a spanking, and the calluses on his backside now rival those on his hands. However, Lu Nanqing dared not utter a word, for his sister held the most sway in the Lu family, and he had always been perceptive enough to know whose favor to seek. He bore the burdens of his sister's choices, resting when exhausted before pursuing again. Since Lu Lingxi's rebirth last night, she has longed to see her family. Yet, having just married the day before, she could not return home for 3 days. Even though they lived in the same village, she could not go directly home, fearing the prying eyes and the worry it would bring to her family about her well-being. Thus, she endured and refrained from rushing back. After waiting for several years, 3 days felt but a fleeting moment. To her surprise, her mother and third brother came to see her directly. In the room, hearing the voices of her long-absent mother and brother rendered her previous self-soothing words meaningless. She flung open the door, her mind a-whirl, tears blurring her vision, her throat constricted. It was her mother, alive, still as youthful as ever, with lustrous black hair and barely a wrinkle on her face. While her mother had been pampered by several uncles at home and later by her father after marriage, she had not endured much hardship. After giving birth to her elder brothers, she was cherished by the entire family. However, after Lu Lingxi's birth, the love bestowed upon her mother was equally shared with her. Her mother once said, "In several villages, I chose your father at first glance. You see, my judgment has always been excellent. Indeed, my dear, you share my keen eye, and Xiao Mochen is an admirable choice." At that moment, her mother hesitated, leaving some words unspoken. The Lu Lingxi of the past was unaware. But the current Lu Lingxi comprehended that her mother's unfinished thought was that his virtues were ill-suited for her. Lu Nanxing had been glaring at Xiao Mochen in the kitchen, but his heart had already drifted towards his mother and sister. He knew that if he dared to disturb their tender reunion, a bleak future awaited him. Just as he was about to bond with Xiao Mochen, he heard his mother's voice, "My dear, do not cry. Your tears have shattered my heart." Upon seeing Lu Lingxi in distress, Lu Xiangxiang's eyes reddened, without her uttering a word. Lu Nanxing's mind raced, his world crumbling. He stormed out, only to find both precious family members weeping. With reddened eyes, Lu Nanxing's fist struck toward Xiao Mochen's face. "You scoundrel, come at me instead. Do not bully women." Simultaneously with Lu Nanxing's punch was his barrage of verbal assaults. Xiao Mochen, aware of his third brother's strength from the previous life, knew he would be severely injured by this blow. He swiftly stepped back, using his left arm to shield his face against Lu Nanxing's formidable strike. The commotion from the kitchen drew the attention of the two tearful women, who momentarily set aside their sorrow. "Third brother, you troublemaker, have you gotten restless again?" The two rushed towards the kitchen. The cries of the Lu family's two treasures halted Lu Nanxing in his tracks. Xiao Mochen maintained a cold demeanor. Yet upon seeing Lu Lingxi, he pitifully clutched his arms, his innocent gaze darting between Lu Nanxing and Lu Lingxi. "Mother Lingxi, he only helped me with my arm." At that moment, Lu Xiangxiang's gaze, reminiscent of one preparing to slay a pig, fixed upon Lu Nanxing. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that the Lu family upheld decorum. She must be a compassionate mother, refraining from violence and curses. However, the more she thought, the angrier she became. Xiao Mochen had clearly been wronged. Lu Xiangxiang clenched her fists, rising onto her toes, twisting Lu Nanxing's ear in a half-circle.
Lu Laosan, I am speaking to you.
Do you not hear? Think before you act. Do not be reckless or resort to violence. Do you not realize that your strength could be fatal? Oh, you troublemaker, always causing chaos. She warned, "I will return and inform your father to deal with you. Do not tell, for you are my mother." Lu Nanxing protested weakly. Good.
Good?
Good? Lu Xiangxiang's words hung in the air, causing an instant silence in the kitchen. "Son-in-law, do not take it to heart," she said softly to Xiao Mochen, her demeanor drastically contrasting with the fierce lioness she had been with Lu Nanxing. In that moment, Lu Lingxi rushed to Xiao Mochen's side, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a dark bruise on his fair arm. She gently examined the bruised area, relieved to find that it was merely a superficial injury. Fortunately,
it was just a surface wound.
In her previous life, Lu Lingxi had learned much during her free time, though she had mastered little. She had dabbled in simple medical knowledge. Lu Lingxi's soft touch seemed almost magical, as Xiao Mochen felt the pain dissipate. He wished for this moment to linger a little longer, relishing the benefits of being injured. "It's nothing, it doesn't hurt at all. Lingxi, do not worry. I'll apply the bruise ointment, and it will be fine," Xiao Mochen reassured Lu Lingxi, turning to comfort her. "My third brother is simply a reckless fool. I will tend to your wound while we watch my mother educate him." Lu Lingxi spoke softly, striving not to inflict more pain upon her brother's wounded pride. After all, her brother acted out of love for her. Chapter 21. The weighty love, whether in her past life or this one, Lu Lingxi has always been fortunate. Behind her stands a family that unconditionally supports her. Despite how poorly she may be perceived by outsiders, in the hearts of her loving family, their darling is the best of all. Now, after such a long separation from her mother and brothers, her tears flow uncontrollably. Her brother, so far away, has yet to inquire about the reasons for her tears. Lu Nanxing directly delivered a punch to Xiao Mochen. Fortunately, at present, Xiao Mochen was not yet the young and powerful minister he would become in the future. Otherwise, Lu Nanxing's blow could have landed him in the dungeons. His elder brother, endowed with exceptional strength and a fiery temperament, was easily provoked. The most crucial aspect was that Lu Nanxing bore a striking resemblance to their mother, inheriting not only her features but also her sharp tongue. He often found himself in trouble due to his incessant chatter. In the past, Lu Lingxi, much like their mother, believed that such a brother was quite beneficial, as he was less likely to be bullied in their village. However, after witnessing the outside world, where a mere signboard could crush a high-ranking official or a noble's offspring in Xinjiang, she realized that her brother's temperament could lead him into misfortune. Unbeknownst to her, in her previous life, her brother had been harmed, and in this life, she needed to cautiously guide Lu Nanxing to avoid the traps that had ensnared them in the past. Moreover, with their resilient mother still alive, who could be easily affected by the slightest matters concerning them, Lu Lingxi couldn't fathom the immense pain their mother endured in her previous life, waiting in vain for her daughter until her last breath. Merely contemplating this filled Lu Lingxi with heartache. "Oh, dear sister, is your husband all right? Hurry.
Tell mother to spare me.
I am already an adult. I do not care about face." Noticing that Xiao Mocheng's injury was not severe, Lu Nanxing shouted, attempting to draw his sister's attention away from the pretentious and duplicitous Xiao Mochen. What kind of man is he, with such delicate skin? Every man bears the marks of hardship. Even their scholarly second brother, when donned in his academic robes, appeared as a dashing gentleman. Yet he often had to spar with Lu Nanxing. It was only during such moments that Lu Nanxing dared to strike at their second brother. Lu Lingxi was indeed captivated by Lu Nanxing's antics. Yes, with their family still intact, she had the chance to prevent the tragedy of premature death that befell them in their past lives. She vigorously suppressed the bitterness welling in her eyes and managed to smile. "Mother, please let go of third brother. Mocheng's arm is bruised. A little ointment will suffice." Lu Nanxing nodded vigorously, casting an inquiring glance at their mother, urging her to release him. "Next time, if you continue to be brawny yet simple-minded and impulsive, I shall let you experience the taste of solitude." Liu Xiang, foreseeing trouble, issued a warning about Lu Nanxing's recklessness. "I understand, mother. I was wrong and shall not repeat my mistakes. Mother, third brother, I have never been apart from you for so long. Seeing both of you here is overwhelming. And that is why I cried," Lu Lingxi said warmly, holding on to Liu Xiang. "Dear child, you must choose a recent date for your marriage," Liu Xiang remarked. As she spoke, Lu Lingxi recalled her eagerness to select the soonest possible wedding date during the harvest season. She remembered having chosen 3 dates, with autumn being the one their family favored the most, as it was the latest option, allowing her to linger a little longer. Now, reflecting on it, she felt regret. Had she chosen that date, she would certainly not have married again. Now that you are wed and we are so close, if you miss mother, just send someone to convey your thoughts. Surely, she will come to see you. Why, my dear child, have you grown so much more composed as you mature? Liu Xiang was unperturbed by the gossip surrounding her, as she was merely envious of the comfort her life afforded. Lu's father had always indulged her. Although their family was not affluent, Liu Xiang had never suffered much hardship. The women around her who had married and borne children seemed to belong to a different generation, which naturally ignited jealousy. She cherished her only daughter, having nurtured her from a tiny bundle to the young woman she had become. Liu Xiang declared boldly that no girl in Manta village could rival her daughter. She brought in a basket from outside the kitchen, rummaging through its contents. "A few days ago, your second brother returned from his studies and ventured into the mountains with your third brother. You know how strong he is, and they gathered quite a haul. Before your wedding, they exchanged some goods in town for silver to buy these items for you. Make sure to keep them safe, as they are essentials for a woman. Once I am no longer living under the same roof as you, these items will be invaluable." Liu Xiang produced a bundle of cotton and a considerable amount of cotton wool. Women can often feel distressed during their new lives.
My daughter deserves the best.
She continued to unveil red sugar, ginger syrup, and the renowned He family's red date cakes from town, gradually piling an assortment of snacks on a small table. Finally, with a mysterious glance out the door, she carefully retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom, which evidently contained something special. "Keep this safe. Your second brother bought it for you. Do not give it away to anyone." Lingxian added anxiously, "I noticed your second brother has been saving for a long time to buy this. He spent all his savings on it. My dear, you are too naive, and that Lingxian is not a good influence. She clings to you like a leech, making it hard for you to break free." She had seen Lingxian wearing the new hairpin that their second brother had purchased for Lingxi. Lingxian had inherited her mother's cunning nature, and Lingxi only had that one friend. The more she spoke, the more it troubled her. Thus, Lingxian resolved to keep a closer eye on Lingxi to protect her from being bullied. As Lingxi opened the handkerchief, she discovered a silver hairpin nestled inside. It was a vividly crafted butterfly hairpin, its wings fluttering gently, exuding a sense of life. She had admired this pin when she accompanied her elder brother to town to deliver clothes to their second brother, but had not purchased it due to its considerable cost. For the Lu family, this hairpin was valuable enough to be regarded as a family heirloom, to be passed down through generations. Lingxi was unaware of how long Lu Chuanbai had toiled over his studies to save up enough to buy this pin for her, and the weight of such love filled her heart. It strengthened her resolve to protect her family, and this profound affection instilled in her a sense of fearlessness, dispelling her doubts. Lingxi understood her mother's unspoken concern. "Silly child, do not let Lingxian deceive you into giving away your belongings. Do not worry, mother. I am no longer friends with Lingxian, and I will not casually give her anything of mine," Lingxi stated firmly, aware of her mother's unease. Lingxian recognized that her daughter was sentimental. She had previously warned her several times that Lingxian was not a trustworthy person and advised her to distance herself from her. After all, what was old would inevitably repeat itself anew. Lingxian had inherited her mother's flawed nature. Several times it was mentioned, and despite Lingxi and Lu Xiangxiang having their disagreements, they did not prevent the two from becoming friends. Now, Lingxi has taken the initiative to declare she no longer wishes to be friends with Lingxian. Lu Xiangxiang, well aware of her daughter's nature, understands that the unrefined girl from the Lin family has revealed her true colors. When her daughter states she no longer wants to be friends, Lu Xiangxiang refrains from probing deeper into the unhappy events that transpired. It is indeed regrettable to lose the things that had been deceived from them, apart from her daughter. There are no other young ladies in the family, and retrieving those items would be awkward, wasting some good things. Lu Xiangxiang carefully arranged the eggs she had brought. The Xiao family's chickens were few, and many eggs had been used for various purposes. Her household consisted of men who did not eat eggs. She left some for Lingxi's grandmother and brought the rest along. The absence of Lingxi left the Lu household feeling empty. While packing, Lu's grandmother tiptoed into the vegetable garden and quietly picked several types of vegetables that Lingxi loved, stuffing them into Lu Xiangxiang's hands to take with her. If it weren't for Lu Nanqing accompanying them, Lu's grandmother would not have gathered so much. Lu Xiangxiang, unable to carry it all, found that Lu Nanqing could easily manage. Setting aside the matter of severing ties with Lingxian, Lu Xiangxiang finally inquired why Lingxi had cried upon seeing her. Wanting to understand what had occurred, as her own daughter, she knew her well. At her core, Lingxi was stubborn. While others might not turn back until they hit a wall, Lingxi would insist on breaking through it, even when she had once insisted on marrying Xiao Mochen. Throwing tantrums and crying, all of which were merely feigned. She could not have been ignorant of her own daughter's true nature. When she had insisted on marrying Xiao Mochen, there had been no tears. So, why was she crying so sorrowfully now upon seeing her mother? Lu Xiangxiang dismissed the possibility of her own demise, feeling quite well herself. Who could be more content than her? Even those who envied her dared not speak ill. No one in Manta village had the audacity to commit murder. In their home, Lingxi had never suffered grievances. Even after her marriage, she remained part of the family. If anyone dared to wrong her, her brothers and cousins would stand by her side. Lu Xiangxiang spoke these words without restraint, and thus, Xiao Mochen, who had been forced to accept the rough treatment of his elder brothers, understood her completely. Lu Nanqing also grasped the situation, inadvertently pressing on Xiao Mochen's bruise with an awkward gesture. Upon raising his head, he met the innocent gaze of Lingxi, whose round eyes were reminiscent of her mother's. I was frightened by my mother. It was not intentional. Do you believe me, brother-in-law? In truth, it had been deliberate. Xiao Mochen had nothing to say. Had he not been smiling too broadly, he might have considered believing his own fabricated excuse. In his previous life, when he married Lu Lingxi, he had experienced the protective nature of her brothers. Yet, each time, Lu Lingxi would stand in front of him, shielding him. He was not incapable of handling the challenges posed by her brothers. However, upon witnessing Lu Lingxi interact with them, he felt an unusual envy arise within him. He considered himself fortunate to have been drawn into such a family by Lu Lingxi. Yet, now that he had been reborn, this advantageous brother-in-law had become a stumbling block on his path to win her back. It was somewhat vexing. Just as the matter of him bullying his own wife was about to escalate, it was destined to reach his mother-in-law. He could foresee a long and arduous road ahead in his pursuit of Lu Lingxi, but he was grateful she remained by his side. Lu Lingxi had not anticipated that despite her mental age reaching 30, her mother could still see through her facade at a glance. Tears filled her round eyes, evoking sympathy. She had dreamt many times of the joyous reunions with her parents and brothers, who promised to always support her. Upon waking, everything felt empty, with only the dampness of tears staining her pillow. Lu Lingxi accepted the handkerchief Lu Xiangxiang offered and wiped her eyes. Mother, I know you will support me. However, truly, no one is bullying me. Lu Xiangxiang embraced Lu Lingxi, gently patting her back to soothe her. The tears today were truly abundant, as if threatening to flood Manta village. A girl's tears are precious, but if she cries too much, she becomes a pig. Once Lu Lingxi's sobs subsided, Lu Xiangxiang softly remarked, "Your father said that." Although Lu Xiangxiang said so, she firmly believed that the one who had bullied her daughter was Xiao Mochen. Since their marriage yesterday, Lu Lingxi had spent most of her time with him. However, Lu Lingxi clearly had no intention of revealing the truth, and Lu Xiangxiang resolved to inform Lu father about the matter upon her return. When the time came for the 3-day visit home, she would give her rather unrefined son-in-law a proper scolding. As for Lu San, he was no longer someone Lu Xiangxiang could rely on. In just a short time, he had managed to leave such a large bruise on her son-in-law's arm. If she were to tell him, he would likely press Xiao Mochen for the truth in a most forceful manner. Xiao Mochen instinctively listened to the commotion from the room, his heart racing at Lu Lingxi's cries. "Did you bully her?" Xiao Mochen was momentarily bewildered, then quickly realized that her referred to Lu Lingxi's nickname. It suited her well. He glanced at Lu Nanqing, hesitating to speak, unsure how to address the matters within the room to a brother-in-law who was not yet married. What could he say? "You know you bullied my sister, but you're not planning to tell me?" Lu Nanqing was confident, recognizing that his second brother always looked like this when he felt guilty. Goodness, these educated folks have such dirty hearts. Do they possess the convoluted nature of the mountains within them? Unable to comprehend, Lu Nanqing felt his fists itching just at the sight of Xiao Mochen's expression. "Brother, Lu Lingxi has married and you." Xiao Mochen cast a cool glance at Lu Nanqing, clearly indicating his thoughts. "And you, who is yet to find a wife, dare to inquire about such matters? Do you still wish to hit me?" Xiao Mochen opened the study door, suggesting that if he dared to strike, he would call Lu Lingxi over. Shameless. The heart of a scholar is truly dirty. Lu Nanqing thought, "Do you still want to call my sister? As if no one knows how to complain, I will go to Lu Chuanbai to tell on you." Chapter 23. The unruly daughter. Remember, if you bully Lu Lingxi, our entire family will not let you off easily. Especially my second brother, who is the most academically inclined. He will join in and crush you. Lu Nanqing promptly released his second brother. Xiao Mochen nodded helplessly, feeling warmth in his heart. This brother-in-law believed so much in his ability to participate in the imperial examination. Since he had become a Xiaocai at the age of 12, 8 years had passed, and everyone around him lamented his wasted potential. Suddenly, Xiao Mochen recalled that in his previous life, Lu Urge had been unable to take the imperial examination due to a leg injury, which had prevented him from continuing his studies. The Bayan dynasty stipulated that individuals with significant disabilities could not participate in the examinations. Xiao Mochen had read Lu Chuanai's past writings and could only sigh at the lost opportunity. Since he is now aware, he shall never again allow Lu Chuanbai to suffer injury to his leg, thus preventing him from participating in the imperial examination. Lingxi requires a brother of high rank to stand resolutely behind her, and he too requires someone to share the burdens of life. In his previous life, he had always believed he could protect Lingxi, resolutely withholding from her the dangers lurking beyond. Yet, He failed to foresee that chaos would erupt within his own household. Those familial bonds he yearned for, those pretentious relatives, inflicted grievous harm upon his beloved. Under the pretense of goodwill, they engaged in actions most repugnant. Xiao Mochen understood that he was born with weak familial ties, and that only the Lu family truly regarded him as kin. It was only after experiencing loss that he felt regret. In this life, he is determined to safeguard those he loves with unwavering resolve. Mother, I have words to share with my sister as well. Lu Mengxing felt overwhelmed by the books in the study. The sight of them unsettled him, and he found it hard to sit still, his head pounding. For the sake of his sister's happiness, he has lingered far longer than he intended, moved by his own emotions. From the courtyard, Lu Nanqing's voice intruded forcefully into the conversation between Lu Lingxi and Lu Xiangxiang. Lu Lingxi, Lu Xiangxiang, this troublesome child cannot be spared a beating. Whatever is to be said, you should be silent until the day our girl returns home. After hearing Lu Xiangxiang's response, Lu Nanqing felt utterly deflated. At that moment, he resembled a withered plant, beyond salvation. The conversation between the mother and daughter continued, with Lu Xiangxiang dominating the dialogue. Who could have imagined that the apple of their eye, Lu Kong'an's beloved, would marry so suddenly? The elderly couple had been bewildered throughout the night, hardly managing to sleep. There were many things left unsaid to their daughter, and now, with news from next door, their restlessness only grew. If you find it difficult to adjust here, just let us know. We have everything at home. Your room remains just as it was, kept tidy by your grandmother. Lu Lingxi felt tears welling up. Her mother's words pierced her heart. A daughter married is like water spilled. Yet, they never thought of it that way. Mother, I understand. How can you be so kind? My brothers will be envious. Envious? Our men have been raised on vinegar. They drink it as water. It matters not. Mother, what prompted your visit today? Lu Lingxi casually inquired, her mind flashing to Lin Qingqing's figure. Seeing that Lingxi truly intended to sever ties with Lin Qingqing, Lu Xiangxiang wasted no time in responding. The family next door makes far too much noise. The young ladies over there are like warm, cozy blankets. With 7 of them, they can change daily. How enviable! However, the old witch next door, Mrs. Lin, had nothing good to say about those 7 girls. Lu Xiangxiang believed that Mrs. Lin was merely bitter, but then came Lin Liebao, who was doted upon like a prized possession. At just 7 years old, he was already stout and unattractive. If you ask me, that family should be kicked out of Steamed Bun Village. It's a constant ruckus. When Lu Lingxi was rescued from the river, she had made physical contact with Xiao Mochen in plain view of the public. Mrs. Lin had not hesitated to conspire with gossipmongers to tarnish her daughter's reputation. The Lu family had often passed by her door, where Mrs. Lin would make veiled remarks, and during that time, Lu Xiangxiang had frequently clashed with her. Mother, if I hadn't deliberately fallen into the river, Lu Xiangxiang swiftly covered Lu Lingxi's mouth. How could her daughter speak so recklessly, akin to Lu Laosan? Such words should not be uttered. No, dear, mother understands, be quiet. Let us not speak of this again. Lu Lingxi nodded, and Lu Xiangxiang released her. Mother, please take back some brown sugar, ginger, and red dates to share with grandmother, and also some red date cake for her to eat. Grandmother's teeth are weak, and the cake is soft and perfect for her. Lu Lingxi gathered the precious items from the table, reluctant to let them go. These were rare commodities, mostly consumed by the village chief's family. Others could scarcely hope for such luxuries. Mother, I had some tremella soup this morning, so do not worry. The Xiao family is not so impoverished. Mother, just take some back. Simmer it with the red dates. Lu Lingxi retrieved an oiled paper bag from the dresser across from her, filled with tremella. After enjoying it that morning, she felt compelled to arrange it for her mother. In her past life, her heart had been solely devoted to Xiao Mochen, neglecting the well-being of her family. She had paid little attention to their struggles, often taking from her mother's home. Now, with a second chance, she recognized the dire poverty of Steamed Bun Village and the hardships faced by her family. Moreover, they were saving the eggs for consumption. I have plenty. My brothers and you all need to replenish yourselves, especially the second brother, who is growing thin from studying more than the eldest. And the eldest brother is to marry soon. Mother, since I am already married, my brothers must also be considered. Lu Lingxi handed back the silver coins her mother had thought well hidden. Your elder brother's allowance.
Do not give it back to me.
Lu Xiangxiang hastily refused. Very well. I shall leave it with you. Mother, please keep it safe for me. To speak the truth, sons are often a burden. Your elder brother can barely utter a word. When I asked, he said he would wait until your second brother finishes his exams. Suddenly, Lu Lingxi recalled that Lu Chuanbai was preparing for the upcoming examination, yet who could have predicted that he would fall ill with a severe cold just before the exam, rendering him bedridden? Ultimately, he was sent back from the academy, having missed this year's imperial examination. If Lu Chuanbai were to take the examination next time, success would be within reach. In the past, Lu Lingxi had secretly borrowed Lu Chuanbai's previous writings to impress Xiao Mochen. Even Xiao Mochen had praised them, but by then, Lu Chuanbai had already injured his leg and isolated himself in his room, unseen by anyone, much less able to write. Indeed, the second brother had faced numerous trials. Contemplating this, Lu Lingxi spoke. Mother, among our family, the second brother is the thinnest. Please keep an eye on him. He must not spend all his time studying and should go out with the third brother for a change of scenery. A sound body is necessary for the imperial examination. Look at Xiao Mochen, does he not? Lu Lingxi unreservedly cited a ready example for Lu Xiangxiang. Lu Xiangxiang again felt the urge to cover Lu Lingxi's mouth. Seeing that Lu Lingxi had not been mistreated, Lu Xiangxiang took Lu Nanqing back to gather their things before heading to the fields. The summer heat was intense, and the sheets hung out to dry in the morning were already crisp. Chapter 24. Deceiving oneself with overly good facade after changing the sheets. Lu Lingxi realized there was only one couch in the room, which left her feeling somewhat troubled. Since she had resolved to part ways with Xiao Mochen, he had consented to refrain from any intimacy without her permission. Yet, sharing the same room seemed inappropriate. Lu Lingxi pondered for a while. On the second day of their marriage, she would separate rooms. If word of this were to leak, it would reflect poorly on Xiao Mochen. A scholar's reputation is paramount, and any ill tidings could tarnish his future. Their family already bore an unfavorable reputation in the village, yet her second brother stood as their sole pure white flower, untouched by the muck. Her second brother, Lu Chuanbai, was cherished by a group of stern clan elders, leading them to scorn Lu Lingxi even more whenever they encountered her. The most promising seedling of our clan has such a hindrance of a sister. More critically, the promising seedling continued to care for Lu Lingxi, having repeated it so many times that in the end, she could only choose to ignore it. Within an exquisite residence in Shengjing, adorned with carved corridors and painted walls, the courtyard by the water was far cooler than the one she had initially inhabited during the sweltering summer days. A woman clad in ethereal purple mist leaned against the pavilion, engrossed in the book in her hands. On the table, a glass bowl held plump red fruits, lychees from the southern Jiangnan, specially expedited to the capital, totaling only 200 pounds. At the Lotus Appreciation Banquet hosted by the noble consort by Ruoshui's poem on the lotus stunned the audience, earning her first place.
Subsequently,
that poem somehow reached beyond the palace walls. Meanwhile, it became apparent that the much-admired scholar, Wan Feng, was none other than the third daughter of the Bai family, Bai Ruoshui. Those who had read Wan Feng's poetry recognized her exceptional talent and artistry. Each poem she crafted transcended mere words, imbued with a soulful essence. Life encompasses joy and sorrow, just as the moon experiences phases of brightness and obscurity. Gazing up at the bright moon, one reflects on their homeland. If life were but as it was upon first encounter, what sorrow would the autumn winds bring to the painted fan? Bai Ruoshui's innate brilliance led many to overlook her status as a concubine's daughter, and she was hailed as the foremost talented woman in Shengjing. The rumors circulating on the streets, alongside her title, were well understood by Bai Ruoshui within the confines of her residence. Those verses were memorized in her dreams. After a month of recurring dreams, she finally discerned the face of the man and the residence where they would wed, which belonged to the minister Lu. The woman in her dreams was none other than the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Xiao, Xiao Mochen. The man she was to marry not only had the backing of the Duke's household, but had also ascended to the position of minister at a young age. Their fates, however, began too late. She had waited alone for him for a long time. The book in Bai Ruoshui's hands had not been turned for quite some time. A day had already passed. The desolation and regret felt in her dreams lingered vividly. She pressed her hand against her heart, still feeling a twinge of discomfort. Everything from her dreams had manifested into reality, and the man she envisioned truly existed. Closing the book, Bai Ruoshui resolved to devise a plan to leave the minister's residence and seek him out. At that moment, Lu Lingxi, in Manta village, could not have anticipated that fate had granted her a second chance at life, compelling her to have prophetic dreams about the very person she wished to distance herself from. Unbeknownst to her, the individual she had encountered in Xingjing in her past life was making his way toward her from the capital. In the study, Xiao Mochen eavesdropped on the conversation between Lu Lingxi and her mother, reflecting for a considerable time. In his previous life, he had believed that keeping Lingxi under his protection was for her benefit, yet this approach was no different from that of the self-righteous members of the Xiao family. In the end, Lingxi's smiles diminished, and she met an untimely demise amid deceptions and machinations. A healthy relationship requires communication and mutual growth for longevity. With this realization, Xiao Mochen made a decisive choice. Lu Lingxi, still dazed and disoriented after being drawn into the study, only became aware of her surroundings when the cold touch of the brush handle registered in her hand. Xiao Mochen intended to teach her how to write. "This is your name, Lu Lingxi," he stated, pointing to the 3 large characters on the paper. Xiao Mochen's handwriting was exquisite, strong, and vigorous, with an understated elegance that awaited the opportune moment to shine. Lu Lingxi vividly recalled the day after Xiao Mochen recovered, when he achieved an unprecedented 6 successes in the imperial examination, marking a remarkable event in Xingjing. Since then, her life had been filled with the blossoms of Xiao Mochen. But that was a matter for Bai Ruoshui to fret over. Before heading to Xingjing, Lu Lingxi had disposed of her business affairs, careful not to let anyone discover that she was once the proprietor behind a network of private kitchens across the northern Han dynasty. In the days when Xiao Mochen was unaware, her primer was composed of his elegant script. She recognized characters and could write in a manner quite similar to him. Viewing Bai Ruoshui as a formidable rival, she had crafted numerous stories, sending them anonymously to bookstores. From those tales, she earned a considerable sum. At 16, Lu Lingxi was not yet adept at writing. "Lingxi, I will first teach you to write your name. Once you have mastered that, I will teach you the 1,000-character classic. After you learn to read, I will buy you novels from the town. You will surely enjoy them." Noticing Lu Lingxi hesitating and remaining stiffly beside him, Xiao Mochen endeavored to paint a grand vision of what learning to read could bring her. He had always known how intelligent and delicate Lingxi was. The things he taught her were quickly and firmly retained. They were well matched, indeed. "Will this delay your studies?" Lu Lingxi asked, determined to conceal her literacy from him. "No. Once the weather is more agreeable, I will visit my second brother to exchange literary critiques. Progress in writing requires dialogue. He has accumulated enough knowledge, yet his health cannot withstand the rigors of examinations. His medicine still required one crucial ingredient, the 7-star leaf, which would appear in the capital in 5 months, perfectly timed for next spring's examinations. In his previous life, he had participated in the spring examinations the following year and subsequently gained admission to Xingjing. For the sake of the imperial examination, after alleviating the poison in his system, he and Lingxi had refrained from having children. They had intended to wait until they were settled in Xingjing before starting a family. However, he had unexpectedly learned that Lingxi had also been poisoned. The absence of children weighed heavily on Lingxi's heart. In this life, he planned to delay his journey to the capital by a year to strategize thoroughly before bringing a child into the world with Lingxi. During this time, he would communicate extensively with his second brother, encouraging him to achieve success in the examinations. Observing Xiao Mochen's meticulous arrangements, Lu Lingxi stiffly put pen to paper. With a sudden rip, the paper tore, the brush broke, and ink spilled across the table. Xiao Mochen. Lu Lingxi's hands were stained with ink. Chapter 25. Unrestrained and free. Lu Lingxi stared in disbelief. "Oh no, I acted so well that I almost deceived myself." Recently, she had witnessed her third brother's strength. Xiao Mochen remarked that the world was indeed full of wonders. He folded the damaged paper, using the clean side to absorb the ink, and discarded the ruined brush. "Lingxi, have you activated your third brother's skills?" A faint smile graced Xiao Mochen's typically frosty, handsome face, bringing a healthy flush to his previously pallid complexion. Lu Lingxi widened her almond-shaped eyes, feeling exasperated at how infuriating this man was. "Xiao Mochen, you are laughing at me, and doing so quite unfairly." After cleaning the ink from her hands, Lu Lingxi was compelled to start anew. This time, she moderated her strength. As soon as she made her mark, her scalp tingled. The previous mishap had startled her, and she had been too smooth in her execution. That stroke on the paper appeared quite elegant, not at all like that of a novice. Lu Lingxi glanced at Xiao Mochen, reassured by his lack of reaction. Thus, she focused all her attention on each subsequent stroke. After completing her name, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her back felt sticky. The effort of writing had drained her as if she had just run a marathon. 3 plump characters fell onto the paper. If the paper were any smaller, the name Lu Lingxi could have taken flight. Each stroke on the paper seemed to harbor its own thoughts. Upon seeing her creation, Lu Lingxi marveled at how well she had written for the first time. Every character was complete, unrestrained, and free. With each of Xiao Mochen's words, her heart raced. There is no need to flatter so sarcastically. Lu Lingxi's delicate face puffed up with indignation. Before she could set down her brush, a pair of slender, powerful hands enveloped her own. Xiao Mochen leaned over the table, one hand holding her brush, encircling her petite figure with his presence. His voice, soothing and melodious, akin to the sweet whispers between lovers, erupted in her ear. "Lingxi, do not be angry. Let me teach you." His warm breath caressed her ear, sending shivers down her spine, intoxicating and alluring. Regardless of the past or present, Lu Lingxi had always been smitten with Xiao Mochen, particularly enamored by his handsome visage. She nodded slightly, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Internally, she screamed to hasten her departure. Xiao Mochen's seductive antics were reminiscent of her past experiences, and she felt dangerously vulnerable to his charm. Why must fate test her so? After being rejected by Xiao Mochen that morning, Yang Tao was in low spirits. At noon, she angrily devoured 3 large bowls of rice after preparing braised rabbit meat, leaving her utterly stuffed. The Yang family had moved to the village over a decade ago and relied on hunting for their livelihood, lacking farmland. Each year during the busy farming season, her brother Yang Shu would assist with the clan's fields while Yang Tao remained at home, her thoughts drifting towards the house diagonally opposite. She chanced upon Lu Lingxi entering Xiao Mochen's study. Lu Lingxi, who could not recognize a single character, was indeed hindering Brother Mochen's studies. Clearly, she was a vixen. Fueled by anger, Yang Tao contemplated confronting Lu Lingxi, remembering she hadn't delivered the meat. After being reprimanded by Yang Shu, she reflected on how someone already married should not be the focus of her attention. If only she had been a bit bolder. Would she have been the one to marry Xiao Mochen yesterday? Their families were frequently in contact, and they lived in close proximity. Yang Tao conceded that her brother was right. However, Lu Lingxi was hardly a person of virtuous character. She would soon be cast aside by Xiao Mochen. The sun blazed down upon the earth, and in the fields, people sweated profusely under its rays. Lu Chuanbai exchanged his scholarly robe for practical work attire, yet his noble demeanor remained unmasked. The members of the Lu family were all strikingly handsome, though Lu Old Man and Lu Tiandong were rather taciturn, preferring to toil in silence. Lu Chuanbai, with a charming smile for those he encountered, was a favored youth among the clan elders, known for his academic prowess. Were it not for a troublesome younger sister and the family's impoverished state, coupled with Lu Chuanbai's vow to achieve academic success before considering marriage, the threshold of the Lu household would likely have been crossed long ago. Lu Chuanbai was slightly frail, having been born prematurely after his mother, Lu Xiangxiang, fell during pregnancy. It took years for him to grow to his current stature. He worked deftly, his every movement pleasing to the eye, far surpassing the rough farmers in the fields. Lu Nanjing was nearby, observing, "Brother, if you grow tired, take a break. Don't collapse in the field. I brought some mint water for you to cool off." A deliberately soft voice interrupted Lu Chuanbai's concentration. He turned to see Lin Qingqing, a flicker of disdain flashing in his narrow eyes as he replied with a polite smile. "No need, Miss Lin. I've taken medicine today. It would not bode well to mix it with mint water." Lu Nanjing felt nauseated by Lin Qingqing's affected tone. Having learned at noon that Lu Lingxi would no longer be friends with Lin Qingqing, all the misfortunes brought on by her presence seemed to dissipate. At that moment, Lin Qingqing approached him, seeking reprimand, and he could no longer restrain himself. "Are you imitating a duck with that voice?" "Quack, quack." Returning from the riverside, Lin Qingqing was promptly dragged into the fields by old lady Lin, who stood beside her, urging her to work faster. After a grueling afternoon of cutting wheat, she seized the opportunity to ingratiate herself with Lu Chuanbai, only to encounter Lu Old Three, a man more loquacious than any village gossip. Lin Qingqing's ire flared, but upon noticing Lu Nanjing's eager expression, it extinguished instantly. Alas, Lu Old Three was rumored to be a man who struck women, mimicking Lu Lingxi's coy demeanor. Lin Qingqing's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, casting a pitiful glance at Lu Chuanbai. Chapter 26. You haven't discovered Lu Chuanbai turned his head to drink some water before resuming his work. Before Lu Lingxi's marriage, Lin Qingqing would often visit under the pretense of seeking her out, constantly lingering around him. Given the Lin family's preference for male offspring, Lin Qingqing had been exchanged for a higher price. Over time, Lu Chuanbai discerned her intentions towards him. Henceforth, he would ensure that Lin Qingqing had no opportunity to corner him alone, fearing being entangled. Seeing her mimic the coyness of a child made him feel utterly repulsed, especially since he knew that Lin Qingqing had instigated Lu Lingxi's deliberate fall into the water, seeking to implicate Xiao Mochen. Lu Chuanbai resolved to achieve academic success and become Lu Lingxi's protector, harboring a deep aversion towards the instigator of the mischief. He had never laid a hand on a woman, but now he felt compelled to break that rule. Lu Nanjing increasingly recognized the familiarity of Lin Qingqing's demeanor and signaled to Lu Chuanbai, who merely quickened his pace in cutting wheat. With a puzzled scratch of his head, Lu Nanjing remarked, "All right, I've acknowledged your ridiculous display of cross-eyed theatrics. It's hideous enough to blind me. I must return to work. You, on the other hand, should refrain from disturbing me. I will have a word with your grandmother when I return." Lin Qingqing's eyes brimmed with tears as she felt the sting of annoyance. Lu Lingxi and Lu Nanjing shared a mutual distaste for her, fueling her frustration. What else can you do besides complain? A grown man with a sharper tongue than a woman. I will tell Lingxi how you bully me when I return. Lin Qingqing stormed back to her own fields, feeling as though she had stepped into a pile of dog excrement that day, with everything going awry. Her fourth sister had gone through the trouble of making mint water, yet she hadn't even managed to deliver it personally. Lin Lulu relished her misfortune. Her fourth sister, forever trailing after Lu Lingxi like a shadow, truly believed she possessed the same allure. Just as Lin Qingqing prepared to retort, she spotted old lady Lin approaching in the distance and promptly fell silent. Returning to her work, Lin Lulu too kept quiet, recognizing that her sister was all talk without the courage to stand firm, often subtly inciting trouble from the shadows. Lin Lulu had suffered greatly because of this. The villagers had been deceived by Lin Qingqing, who maintained a good reputation while causing mischief behind their backs. Especially that foolish Lu Lingxi, who showered Lin Qingqing with so many gifts. Each time Lin Qingqing returned with her spoils, Lin Lvlv would face the punishment of being deprived of her meals that day. Lin Lvlv was left to scavenge for food in the mountains. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the heat of the day began to wane. Lu Chuanbai found the Xiao family and walked alongside them back to the village. He harbored no belief in Lin Qingqing's words, yet he remained concerned for Lu Lingxi. With the 3-day visit approaching, as a scholar, he was bound by decorum. Even though Lu Lingxi was wed in Lu village, he could not visit her. After such a long time, he had finally procured a hairpin for her. Uncertain if she still bore resentment, Lu Chuanbai walked behind Zhao Ping, who sensed that Lu Chuanbai had something to discuss and thus matched his pace, deliberately slowing down. Zhao Ping had grown up alongside Xiao Mochen and had known his status since childhood as the heir to the Duke of Xiao. Their family had traveled from Shengjing to Manta village with the sole mission of caring for their young master. In Zhao Ping's eyes, Lu Lingxi was utterly unworthy to be a concubine to their young master. While she was beautiful, she did not possess the qualities befitting a proper wife. Zhao Ping dared not intrude upon matters concerning the heir. A letter from Zhao's father had been sent to Shengjing, yet no response had arrived. Amidst the escalating rumors, Xiao Mochen had directly taken Lu Lingxi as his wife. "Zhao brothers, your midday meal smells delightful. My younger brother is quite envious. He has been pestering me all afternoon to inquire about it." Lu Chuanbai smiled warmly, albeit with a hint of exasperation, for he was merely a brother indulging his younger sibling. Zhao Ping was astonished by the extent of the Lu family's affection for Lu Lingxi. It was common knowledge in the village. Everyone recognized that Lu Chuanbai was the most amiable among the 3 brothers and that he doted on Lu Lingxi. Lu Chuanbai had come specifically to walk with him. Initially, Zhao Ping feared it was a matter of grievance. Had they wronged Lu Lingxi? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Ping realized that the heir was always astute. How could he not resolve the Lu family's insistence on marriage, regardless of compatibility? Lu Lingxi was the one whom the heir willingly married. She was their master. Having been acquainted with Xiao Mochen for over a decade, Zhao Ping understood him, to some extent. "It was the dishes prepared by my cousin's wife. They are more delectable than those made by my mother," Zhao Ping mused, recalling the flavors of the midday meal, the rice perfectly cooked to a sweet tenderness. His cousin had lost his parents at a young age and lived with them. Xiao Ping, now adept at embodying the identity assigned by their young master, no longer stuttered as he once had. Were it not for the regular financial support from Sheng Jing, he might have believed that the duke's household had only the heir remaining as their sole descendant. His cousin was somewhat reserved, with a cool demeanor, yet possessed a kind heart. "Do not worry, my cousin will not suffer any injustices," Xiao Ping instinctively defended Xiao Mochen in front of Lu Chuanbai. The commotion from the previous night had been rather loud. He had tried to feign ignorance, but found it impossible. "My younger sister has been cherished since childhood, and her temperament is somewhat delicate. If Mochen has been wronged, please inform us. We will ensure Lu Lingxi is properly educated." Xiao Ping listened without taking it to heart. Matters concerning their master were beyond his concern. As a companion reader to Xiao Mochen, he too was a scholar. The two continued to discuss their recent writings, sharing a mutual respect that had deepened significantly since their initial meeting. When it was time to part, Xiao Ping felt a tinge of reluctance. Being in Xiao Mochen's presence often felt overwhelming due to his sharp intellect. While conversing with Lu Chuanbai about literature, Xiao Ping inadvertently recalled the critiques Xiao Mochen had once given him, and their conversation grew increasingly harmonious. To a certain extent, Lu Chuanbai and Xiao Mochen shared many viewpoints. In the afternoon, after practicing writing her name, Xiao Mochen continued to engage Lu Lingxi, reading numerous texts to her. Overwhelmed by the information, she eventually excused herself to prepare a meal, finally earning her release. The fragrant smoke curled upwards, and surrounded by her beloved, the warmth of domesticity stirred her heart. Xiao Mochen gazed at Lu Lingxi's silhouette, his smile tender. Time passed quietly, and the present warmth lingered in Xiao Mochen's memory for many years. Before long, the day of the 3-day visit arrived. Chapter 27. The Journey of the Heart, and its beginning on this day. Lu Lingxi awoke early, having been unable to sleep the previous night due to excitement. The thought of reuniting with her family after 2 lifetimes banished any trace of drowsiness. She was not the only one sleepless. Xiao Mochen also found rest elusive. Who would have guessed that, apart from their wedding night, he had spent the last 2 nights alone in the study? Finally, the day of the visit had arrived. Would Lu Lingxi's return to her family change her mind and prompt her to return home? Ever since that day, they had spoken frankly. Lu Lingxi had resolutely sent Xiao Mochen to the study, claiming the east wing for herself. As dawn broke, Lu Lingxi surveyed the gifts she had prepared for her family and promptly rose to head to the kitchen. Having not slept the previous night, she had soaked mung beans in water. After a night of soaking, the beans had swelled considerably, some even shedding their green skins to reveal their plump white bodies. A sight that brought her joy. With gentle persistence, Lu Lingxi removed the skins from the soaked beans. At home, she often made pastries to supplement the household income. However, due to the family's meager means, she could only forage for materials in Manta Mountain. Last autumn, she had gathered 2 baskets of wild pears, which she eventually turned into a jar of autumn pear syrup, just in time for Lu Chuanbai to drink when he caught a cold during the change of seasons. Making the pear syrup required quite a bit of sugar, and she had sneaked away to the depths of Manta Mountain to gather ingredients, which had caught the attention of Lu Xiangxiang. For days, Lu Xiangxiang had kept a close watch on her, her round apricot eyes glistening with unshed tears, red like a rabbit's. After calming the older men in the household, Lu Lingxi abandoned her plan to venture deep into Manta Mountain. Not long after, she set her sights on the mung beans. Stealthily avoiding her family, she prepared mung bean cakes, even exchanging them for money to bring home, which eventually led to her being discovered. Lu Lingxi's beauty worried Lu Xiangxiang, who feared she might encounter trouble on her own. Yet this girl was quite resourceful. That one time she had ventured into town alone, she had spotted Xiao Mochen and immediately fixated on him. Lu Xiangxiang, still uneasy about Lu Lingxi's penchant for pilfering from their food supplies, began another round of concern. The sweet aroma of mung beans wafted from the kitchen, drawing Zhao's mother into the room, where she paused in surprise. "Are you making mung bean cakes?" "Yes, Aunt Xiao." "Are you preparing a meal?" "I will have it steamed shortly, so it won't delay lunch." Inhaling the fragrant scent, Lu Lingxi calculated the time. The Xiao family possessed 2 large iron pots, and she had prepared mung bean porridge in one, perfect for the warm weather. "It's fine. Xiao Ping and his father returned late yesterday, having harvested all the wheat. They will likely wake up late today." Attracted by the enticing aroma, I made my way here, a scent I had not encountered in many years, reflected Lin Dongmei, Zhao's mother, with a touch of nostalgia. It reminded her of her time at Zhao's residence, where she served in the kitchen. crafting delightful pastries under the skilled hands of Xiaofen. After her young mistress married into the duke's manor, she accompanied her as a dowry servant. Time has flown, and now she has followed the young master to this place. All memories of Shengjing lay buried deep within her heart as she endeavored to integrate into Manta village. Lu Lingxi recalled that Jin province was abundant in mung beans, while Manta village cultivated wheat. Every household paid taxes, leading to a tight supply of grain. It was rare for anyone to waste food on impractical pastries. Lu Xiangxiang and Lu Qinggan possessed only average culinary skills, managing merely to cook things through. Lu Lingxi found their efforts unsatisfactory, as a portion of Lu Chuanbai's earnings from copying books was spent on her culinary experiments. She often experimented with food at home, creating delicious dishes, albeit at a considerable expense. My endeavors were rather haphazard. I merely wished to transform the husked wheat into fine flour, capable of steaming buns and crafting various delicacies. Mung beans followed a similar principle. Lu Lingxi had no intention of revealing Xiao Mochen's lineage. After all, there are no secrets that remain hidden forever. Should the word escape her, it would be known that Xiao Mochen was the heir of the Shengjing Marquis, a figure of high standing often found only in theatrical scripts. Holding the position of Xiao Mochen's legitimate wife, she was the one in danger. Currently, she lacked the ability to secure her and her family's safety. Her only desire was to earn some money to alleviate the burden on her parents and support her second brother in his examinations in the capital. Lin Dongmei pondered this notion and realized that Lu Lingxi, despite lacking formal instruction, displayed remarkable ingenuity. Lin Dongmei herself had learned to make mung bean cakes, taught by others. The fragrance of mung beans intensified as Lu Lingxi retrieved the steamed beans and placed them into a small stone mill crafted by Lu Tiandong, grinding them into a paste. Lin Dongmei generously contributed the wild honey harvested by Zhao Ping and Yang Shu from the mountains last year. Lu Lingxi immersed herself in the culinary process, producing one flower-shaped mung bean cake after another, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. She made a considerable quantity, keeping half and wrapping the other half in oiled paper. Anticipating that her parents would likely be working in the fields today, Lu Lingxi planned to return home early. At this hour, everyone was busy preparing breakfast, and the roads were relatively empty. In her previous life, Xiao Mochen had not accompanied her on her return visit. As soon as she returned, the news of her solitary visit spread throughout the village, leaving her heartbroken and confined her home for several days, reluctant to step outside. Lu Nanxing had fought several times over this matter, only to find himself caught in a sack for half a month. However, in this lifetime, things would be different. Lu Lingxi resolved not to be saddened by those irrelevant to her. She prepared gifts for her visit, placing them carefully in a basket, and glanced at the study's closed door through the window. With a gentle push, she opened the door. A sense of guilt washed over her, inexplicable yet persistent. Though she was aware that the candles in the study had burned for quite a while the previous night, Xiao Mochen had yet to rise. Lingxi, are you going to return alone? Xiao Mochen queried, entering through the main door, his hands laden with items. Curse it. I finally grasped the feeling of guilt that comes with secrecy, Lu Lingxi thought. How come you returned so early? She asked, nervously diverting the topic.
Today.
For her return visit, Zhao Ping had ventured into the mountains and managed to hunt a wild boar, bringing it to town. Xiao Mochen revealed the contents of his hands, which included 2 wild chickens and a considerable number of eggs. Did you also go to the mountains? Is your body holding up? You're not injured, are you? Lu Lingxi scrutinized him, concerned that he might have been hurt while assisting her parents. She would feel guilty and be unable to part from Xiao Mochen if that were the case. It's fine. Zhao Ping did the hunting. I just waited on the outskirts, Xiao Mochen instinctively lied, sensing Lu Lingxi's worried gaze. Strangely enough, upon his rebirth, his body felt stronger than in his previous life, and he discovered that a hidden inner strength safeguarded his heart. When Zhao Ping returned from the town with the pork, Xiao Mochen and Lu Lingxi set off together for her visit. At that moment, both were carrying an abundance of items to bring back. As they prepared to leave, Lu Lingxi noticed her hands were full, while Xiao Mochen's were even more so. Are we emptying the house? Lu Lingxi exclaimed in disbelief. Not at all. Father and mother entrusted their treasures to me. These items, easily obtainable, could never express my gratitude, he replied. In her previous life, Xiao Mochen had missed her return visit, leaving her heartbroken for days. In the time spent without Lu Lingxi, he had reflected on every moment related to her and regretted his inaction. Now, He was determined not to miss anything concerning her. He wanted the world to know how significant Lu Lingxi was to him. Lu Lingxi's face flushed with warmth, her heart swelling with sweetness. Yet, as the heat faded, she recognized it as a perilous signal. Wake up, Lu Lingxi. Handsome men are often toxic, and Xiao Mochen is the most dangerous of all. The two made their way toward Lu's family home at the other end of the village. Along the route, they encountered numerous villagers, causing Lu Lingxi to smile stiffly. In that moment, she found herself envious of Xiao Mochen, whose countenance was as cold as ice, chilling the air around him. Just a glance from him could freeze one's heart. Lu Lingxi admired those who boldly approached Xiao Mochen. She herself had once been a fearless warrior. Lu's father, Lu Qinggan, and Lu Xiangxiang had 3 sons and a daughter. During Lu Xiangxiang's fall while giving birth to Lu Chuanbai, he was born prematurely, resulting in her being bedridden for an extended period. The family's savings were depleted on medical expenses. They had not intended to have more children, yet unexpectedly, another pregnancy occurred. The doctor revealed it would be twins. But Lu Xiangxiang insisted on keeping one, resulting in the birth of the only daughter of the Lu and Lu families in this generation. With Lu Chuanbai preparing for the imperial examination, the family struggled to make ends meet, still residing in a mud house. As the familiar sight of the Lu residence came into view, Lu Lingxi slowed her pace, a wave of emotion washing over her. Standing before the well-known wooden door, she took a deep breath, unsure of what she feared. Her hands, which had grown stiff by her sides, were suddenly taken by Xiao Mochen, who stood beside her. Lingxi, I will always be here. Can you rely on me a little more? Xiao Mochen's voice was hoarse. And it was his first time accompanying Lu Lingxi on her return visit after 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he had taken several cold baths on their wedding night, falling ill the next day and fainting after taking medicine. By the 3rd day, Lu Lingxi had already returned from her visit. Lingxi, come in quickly. Mother has been waiting for you, called a slender man in a deep blue robe, his features striking. Upon catching sight of the familiar face by the door, his eyes softened with warmth. He moved quickly, weaving through the people in the courtyard until he stood before Lu Lingxi, a smile gracing his lips. His words imbued with familiarity and tenderness. Second brother. Lu Lingxi exclaimed, her excitement bubbling forth. That call, echoing through 2 lifetimes, signified her return home at last. The heart that has drifted for 2 lifetimes has finally found a place to rest. Inside the door are all her beloved family members. Lu Lingxi strides forward, blissfully unaware of the silent clash of glances exchanged by the 2 men behind her. Chapter 28. They are feasting on my flesh. Those waiting inside the courtyard, upon hearing the sounds from outside, rushed over in a flurry. Little sister, are you tired? Let me tell you, today, your 3rd brother has had a stroke of good luck, catching a wild chicken and stumbling upon a tree laden with red fruits. I've tasted the sweetness and have cleaned them all for you. Lu heir, you lack chivalry. Little sister has arrived. Yet you ran off so quickly. Are you no longer my good second brother? Girl, you're back. Wonderful. Oh my heavens, you're carrying so much. How will you manage? Lu Nanqing, taking advantage of his frequent wanderings across the mountains, easily pushed aside the frail scholar Lu Chuanbai to occupy the spot closest to Lu Lingxi. He also pulled Lu Xiangxiang to sit right beside her. Thus, Lu Lingxi found herself encircled by Lu Nanqing and Lu Xiangxiang, their incessant concern leaving no room for anyone else to interject. Lu Qinggan felt a twinge of envy and admiration. His obedient daughter seemed to have matured, becoming more understanding. This old father felt somewhat redundant. The honest and few-spoken Lu Tiandong stood beside Lu Qinggan, casting a similar hopeful glance at his little sister, who was now surrounded. After a while, the father and son finally acknowledged their new son-in-law, Xiao Mochen. Lu Qinggan swallowed hard, for his son-in-law's happiness was tied to his daughter's well-being. Young Master Xiao, you've arrived. I apologize if you've been made to feel uncomfortable. My daughter is not as accommodating as her 3rd brother or the wives. She is gentle and virtuous, having received an education. Lu Qinggan spoke, his voice dwindling as he endeavored to shield Lu Lingxi from any negativity. She is indeed gentle and virtuous, often chasing after Lu Nanqing through the mountains, catching fish and chasing chickens, while valiantly confronting the village gossips and widows. She has studied well, requesting Lu Chuanbai to read to her until she falls asleep, often complaining that he does not read properly. Xiao Mochen gazed at the vibrant and charming Lu Lingxi, bantering with Lu Nanqing and playfully teasing Lu Xiangxiang, a smile never leaving his face. amidst the bustling crowd. She shone like a beacon, a source of tranquility for his heart. Xiao Mochen chuckled sincerely. Father, just call me Mochen. Indeed, my daughter is skillful, kind, and virtuous. I am aware that the words of outsiders are rarely true. I have never believed them. To marry my daughter is my greatest fortune. The Aloof family radiated warmth, while the atmosphere in Manta village grew increasingly restless. On the other side of the wall, the Lin family's ambience turned frosty, plunging into a state of icy stillness. The 7-year-old Lin Liebao remained unaffected, as he was the little tyrant of the household, indulged with the freedom to navigate the perilous territory of Granny Lin. Granny, I want a big chicken leg and egg custard. It smells so good. After a day of wild adventures, Lin Liebao spotted Lu Lingxi returning home, laden with bags. He knew that the food she carried would ultimately be his. His grandmother had declared that Lin Qingqing was the family's disgrace, and everything belonged to him. He was the root of the Lin family. All right, Granny will make it for you at noon. Granny Lin regarded her chubby grandson with kind eyes. Spotting Lin Qingqing still frozen in place, she grew irritated. Granny, I want it now. Hurry and make that disgraceful girl fetch it. Lin Liebao tugged at Granny Lin's clothing, glaring fiercely at Lin Qingqing. What's wrong with that disgrace? Why is she dawdling? If she doesn't hurry, my meat will be eaten by Lu Lingxi. Lin Qingqing shot a glance at Lin Liebao's plump form, silently cursing. Eat, eat, eat. You'll eat yourself to death, you glutton.
Granny.
Everyone from the Lu family is there. It's not a good time. I'll wait until Lu Lingxi is alone before I go ask. Lin Qingqing pressed her lips together, shrinking back. She genuinely feared that Granny Lin might lash out at her without warning. When she struck, it truly hurt. The bruise on her waist from the last incident still throbbed, and she had avoided bathing for days to prevent further discomfort. Before she could finish her thought, Lin Liebao heard Lin Qingqing's refusal. His world crumbled. No, Granny, I'm hungry. If I don't hurry, that disgrace will eat my chicken leg. And there's also pork. The aroma of pork wafted through the air, and he released his grip on Granny Lin, throwing himself onto the ground in a fit. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. I will not survive without meat. Lin Liebao imitated Granny Lin's tantrums perfectly. Watching her grandson roll on the ground, Granny Lin's heart ached for him. The air was filled with the scent of meat. His meat. My dear grandson, stop rolling. My heart aches for you, my precious grandson. Do not speak of death. You are the root of our Lin family. Lin Liebao tuned out Granny Lin's words, dismissing her lengthy discourse as irrelevant. The sorrow of not being able to consume meat drowned him. Granny Lin acted swiftly, reaching for Lin Qingqing's still healing waist. Lin Qingqing cried out in pain. I kept you home today to avoid work just to hear you claim that you're incapable? Granny Lin's fury surged, her heart racing. Lin Qingqing's refusal to work was like throwing away her silver. The sound of Lin Qingqing's cries echoed clearly through the wall into the Lu home. Lu Lingxi nearly dropped her dish in shock, while Lu Xiangxiang almost got burned while tending the fire. What is the purpose of my existence if I cannot even have meat? Chapter 29, Deliberate Third Brother. Close the door, Lu Chuanbai said softly to Lu Nanxing. Second brother. Could you refrain from interrupting my moment with my brother-in-law to ask me to close the door? You've disrupted my momentum. After sending away the simple-minded Lu Nanxing, Lu Chuanbai's warm gaze turned scrupulously toward Xiao Mochen. The villagers all knew Lu Chuanbai, the second son of the Lu family, as a refined gentleman. Gentle as the wind, yet few realized that it was merely a facade. His smile had vanished, and his demeanor had turned sharp.
Given time,
he would surely soar to great heights. Xiao Mochen met his gaze without fear, even seeming to gain the upper hand. Lu Chuanbai suddenly smiled. Brother Mochen, how is your health? Will you be participating next year? In his memory, within the green-bricked house on the eastern edge of Manta village lived a family, and among them, a frail young man. Those who had seen him remarked upon his remarkable beauty, with eyes reflecting an icy demeanor akin to that of a mountain top, emanating an air of aloofness that was both captivating and forbidding. Upon this meeting, Lu Chuanbai found himself in agreement with their observations. With my darling, I have recovered considerably. I will not participate next year. Xiao Mochen replied, pulling out a book by Master Ouyang. I've read it. I'll lend it to you. I wish you success in your endeavors. Upon seeing the name Ouyang, excitement shone through Lu Chuanbai's typically warm gaze. That was Master Ouyang, the esteemed chief minister of the realm, whose disciples were all pillars of society. I will hasten to peruse it and return it to you. Lu Chuanbai, maintaining his composure, added, you and my darling differ, but no matter what others say, in our hearts, she is the best. On that fateful day, Lu Chuanbai's words were abruptly interrupted by Xiao Mochen. That day will never come. I cherish Nuan. Xiao Mochen replied resolutely. The sound of a call for meals echoed from outside, accompanied by the delightful aroma of food and the laughter of Lu Lingxi. The icy demeanor on Xiao Mochen's face melted away, and he hurriedly made his way outside. Did you know that Nuan fell into the water on purpose that day? Lu Chuanbai's voice trailed behind, seemingly directed at himself, yet also at Xiao Mochen. Even after Xiao Mochen had disappeared from sight, he never paused in his stride. Xiao Mochen had known all along that Lu Lingxi had intentionally fallen into the water. What if he had orchestrated an opportunity for Lu Lingxi to fall? In a long and desolate life, the arrival of a vibrant soul might just offer a chance for salvation. Such thoughts had become rare for Xiao Mochen. Regardless of his frail familial bonds, he had finally found that pure-hearted individual who loved him unconditionally. He would reclaim every bit of what belonged to him in Xingjing. The wind swept up the deep crimson edges of his robe, leaving behind a question to which he would not provide an answer. High-end hunters often emerge in the guise of their prey. Who is the hunter?
Who is the prey?
The midday meal was lavish, with Lu Lingxi bringing an array of meats that she had cooked. Lu Xiangxiang had prepared an even more abundant feast for Lu Lingxi's return. Before the meal, Grandmother Lu instructed Father Lu to unearth the jar of daughter's red buried beneath the tree. After several rounds of drinking with Lu Tiandong and Lu Nanqing, Lu Chuanbai and Xiao Mochen opted for tea in lieu of wine, mindful of their frail health. By this time, they had reached a pleasant state of inebriation. Sister Lu, please open the door. Sister Lu, I have something to discuss with you. The weak voice of Lu Tsuehua, accompanied by a gentle knock, resonated from next door. Not far behind her, old Lady Lin's piercing gaze followed her every move. Lu Tsuehua had no choice but to continue, as several neighboring households were drawn out by the knocking. Naturally, the enticing aroma of the meat was the primary lure. No one dared to knock until someone took the initiative. Now that someone had stepped forward, they felt compelled to show their faces. The Xiao family truly had an eye for the coarse Lu Lingxi, given the lavish gifts presented. The Lu family was indeed cunning. Humph. They claimed to dote on their daughter, yet they raised such a shameless child. Had they known, they would have encouraged their own daughters to pursue her. Those with nimble thoughts had already turned their minds several times. Tsuehua, what brings you here? Lu Xiangxiang inquired upon opening the door, casting a disdainful glance at old Lady Lin, who lurked at the entrance. Lu Tsuehua, with red-rimmed eyes, lowered her head, clutching the hem of her clothing nervously. Despite being from the same village, their lives were worlds apart. Lu Tsuehua felt too ashamed to utter a word. Tsuehua, speak up. Why are you silent at the door? Money Widow chimed in, relishing the spectacle. Make it a ruckus. The louder, the better. Lu Lingxi was no better than her. Sister Sun, straightforward and blunt, could not abide such provocations.
Bah.
I can't say today has gone well. Seeing you is just bad luck. Sister Sun's family was in the pig business, living quite comfortably and maintaining a good rapport with Lu Xiangxiang. She frequently clashed with Money Widow, who always ended up at a disadvantage. Upon seeing Sister Sun, Money Widow quickly slinked away. Tsuehua, you're from the same village. She'll surely help you. With that hasty remark, Money Widow vanished without a trace. Lu Tsuehua, trembling, asked Xiangxiang, could you lend me some meat? Chapter 30. Who isn't a little flower? I know that Lingxi has returned today, bringing quite a few things, Lu Tsuehua said shyly, her hopeful gaze revealing deep lines around her eyes. She had married into the Lin family and bore 7 daughters, only to finally have a son after much difficulty. Lu Tsuehua felt guilt for not providing a son and dared not oppose any of old Lady Lin's decisions. She has such a hard life. Surely Xiangxiang will agree. Lost in her own world, Lu Tsuehua played the victim. As Lu Tsuehua continued to speak increasingly outlandish tales, Lu Xiangxiang's expression darkened. Lu Tsuehua remained oblivious, engrossed in her monologue until she sensed something was amiss. Lu Xiangxiang sneered, disappointment evident in her eyes. Are you done? A mother's instinct is to protect her child. She held a deep affection for Lu Lingxi, understanding that life was inherently more challenging for women. What was even more tragic was that they often submitted to being trampled upon. Is your hardship my doing? Lu Tsuehua felt a mix of sadness and confusion. Xiang, we're discussing meat here, is that not enough? Who is this Liebao that requires meat? I owe you nothing, Lu Tsuehua. Today, I'm in a good mood. Just stay as far away from me as possible. Lu Xiang snapped, grabbing the door latch and calling out Lin Dazhu, take your people home. Liebao is my eldest grandson. From the Lu family. Why the rush? Old Lady Lin suddenly emerged from behind the door. The Lu family merely seeks to borrow some meat. Why such a fuss? They're just children. Let them have a bite. Besides, your daughter is involved with Scholar Xiao, who is quite well off. Those large bundles must be plentiful. It's no wonder you've pampered your daughter while neglecting your son. You have foresight indeed. One daughter is worth several from the Lin family. Acidic remarks punctuated her words. Emerging sporadically. With so many personal troubles, who is she to meddle in others' affairs? Old Lady Lin perked up upon finding someone to support her, her murky eyes filled with scheming. Lin Liebao had informed her that Lu Lingxi returned with several large packages. Goodness! The Xiao family's elders treat a cousin so well. Only that foolish Lin Qingqing would suggest such an excellent idea for Lu Lingxi to ensnare Xiao Mochen. If she had pursued it herself, everything the Lu family received today would have been delivered to her home. How delightful it is to have a sickly spouse. Once Scholar Xiao passes, Qingqing can remarry and collect another bride price. Old Lady Lin slapped her thigh, realizing she had been duped by Lin Qingqing, missing out on a fortune. The Lu family is heartless, bullying us poor in-laws. If you ask me, you owe me a matchmaking gift. We live so close, always bumping into each other. Just give me 5 pounds of pork. With that clever mind of your daughter. She could think of such an idea as falling into the water to enact a heroic rescue. Old Lady Lin's words left everyone present utterly stunned. No one expected that the long-pursued daughter of the Lu family, forced into marriage with the sickly Xiao family, had such a twist to the story. This was quite a revelation. Lu Xiang was incensed. As she gripped the latch, she burst out, I'll put an end to your nonsense, you old hag spouting lies. How dare you tarnish my Lingxi's reputation? As Lu Xiang swung a wooden stick with fervor, Old Lady Lin let out a startled cry. Caught off guard by the first strike. Murder! Murder! Lu Tsuehua, are you blind? Can't you see I'm being attacked? Why are you hiding? Old Lady Lin darted behind Lu Tsuehua, cursing her misfortune for not being able to bear a son. In the same village, Lu Xiang had nearly met her end, only to bear a pair of twins. Now, as she stood there being assaulted, Lu Tsuehua couldn't even muster the courage to intervene. Lu Tsuehua was forced to dodge left and right, yet still suffered several blows, her tears streaming down her cheeks. Stop hitting me, please. As Old Lady Lin evaded, she did not forget to strike at Lu Tsuehua, her movements deft, revealing her experience. Lu Tsuehua, do you not know how to avoid a beating? Besides eating. What else can you do? You deserve this. Oh, dear. Being bullied right at your doorstep. After tidying up the table, Lu Nanxing finally realized that while he had been sending Lu Tsuehua's mother away, a battle had already erupted outside. It had been ages since he had witnessed his mother in a fight, and he missed it dearly. With a loud cry, he rushed out. Aunt Lin, Old Lady Lin. You both are bullying my mother. Lu Nanxing skillfully shielded Lu Xiang. Each time Lu Xiang found herself at a disadvantage, she inadvertently collided with Lu Tsuehua and Old Lady Lin. The force of Lu Xiang's strikes was far inferior to the strength she directed towards Old Lady Lin's flabby waist. Having long targeted the women of the Lin family, Old Lady Lin found herself outmatched by Lu Xiang here. Lu Tsuehua was in agony from Old Lady Lin's grip. It was only upon close contact with Lu Xiang that she realized how young Lu Xiang was, her skin so taut, unlike her own many wrinkles. They were of the same age. Lu Tsuehua, with tears in her eyes, felt the wicked hand strike her face multiple times. She didn't want this. It was all Old Lady Lin's doing. She's already so pitiful. Can't you give her a break? Lu Lingxi had long wanted to join, but was held back by her third brother. Lu Nanxing sincerely pointed out that his sister was already married and should avoid fighting. Her husband was still around. Don't scare away my brother-in-law. For her sister's happiness, she could endure. Stop hitting my mother, please. Lu Lingxi dashed into the fray, her nimble hands frequently twisting Old Lady Lin's flesh in unnoticed places. Her voice cried out in distress, while her hands were relentless. Stop hitting my mother. We've finished the meat. My elder brother went to town to buy more. You can keep the cotton cloth and summer shirts. We don't want them anymore. Lu Lingxi cried pitifully, her heart resolute. Old Lady Lin was just right for a sacrifice. If Xiao Mochen were to despise her because of this, a smooth divorce would be even better. Chapter 31. You are still a man, alas. No wonder the Lu family was so poor. 3 young men, and they couldn't even speak up. No wonder the Lin family frequently enjoyed white flour. It turned out they were taking it from the old Lu family. The old Lu family was truly pitiable. They had been wronged. Lu's second son was so thin. It was a sight to behold. Old Lady Lin truly disgraced the people of Manta Village. Seeing the typically fierce Lu Lingxi crying like a flower in the rain, she appeared as fragile as a willow in the wind, as if she might leave this beautiful world at any moment. A beautiful woman in tears is a sight to behold. Most people tend to favor beauty and goodness. Her words swayed the onlookers, who unintentionally sided with Lu Lingxi. She was merely a young girl, and old Lady Lin was too detestable, taking advantage of her age to bully others and tarnish their reputation. With the price of pork skyrocketing, 20 coins a pound, and during the harvest season, only those with a bit of extra money dared to buy 2 pounds for the men working at home to replenish their strength. Old Lady Lin, shamelessly disparaging others, opened her mouth to demand 5 pounds of pork. That was 100 coins. How could she even say such a thing? Old Lady Lin, in pain, was further enraged by these words. What nonsense! You think I'm blind? I saw you and Lu Xiangxiang attacking people. Oh dear, I'm dying. The crowd observed that old Lady Lin appeared quite well, only her hair slightly disheveled. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangxiang bore marks of conflict upon her face. It was absurd. Even with Lu's third son joining, they could not overpower old Lady Lin and her daughter-in-law. Tears began to well in Lu Lingxi's eyes, yet she silently pinched her thigh. In her previous life, she had fallen victim to various innocent-looking girls far too many times. It must be said that occasionally walking the path of the innocent flowers, leaving them with no escape, felt rather satisfying. At least she wasn't at a loss. It was just that the tears were somewhat taxing. Old Lady Lin, what are you causing a ruckus about now? Let go, let go. Everyone let go. The patriarch's authoritative voice echoed even before his arrival, instantly parting the crowd. Upon seeing the familiar blue attire come into view, Lu Lingxi's eyes brimmed with tears. Dear second brother, dependable second brother, your timing is impeccable. Lu Chuanbai stood beside the patriarch, sending a knowing glance to Lu Lingxi. Oh heavens, you all bully my wife. I no longer wish to live. Old Lady Lin, in a fit of rage, picked up a wooden stick that had fallen to the ground at some point and swung it towards Lu Lingxi's back. Sister. Wan. Lingxi. The 3 different calls mingled with fear and worry. Lu Lingxi froze. With a thud, old Lady Lin fell to the ground, the stick rolling to the patriarch's feet. The instigator, Xiao Mochen, withdrew his foot and coughed several times, hiding his lips in his sleeve. In the whirl of events, Lu Lingxi was shielded behind Xiao Mochen. His face was cold, radiating an icy aura, while Lu Lingxi lowered her head behind him. Lu Lingxi felt quite puzzled. What was Xiao Mochen angry about? He disrupted her rhythm. She had intentionally exposed her back, and even the position of her fall had been carefully planned. Yet, Patriarch, did you see that? He kicked me. I demand compensation, 1 tael. No, 5 taels of silver. Old Lady Lin cried out, banging her bamboo pole, accusing Xiao Mochen of kicking her before the Patriarch. They must pay dearly. Old Lady Lin felt triumphant at the thought of silver, momentarily forgetting her pain. Old Lady Lin, have you lost your mind? 1 tael? How much have you borrowed from the Lu family? Besides, you struck first. The aggressor is the scoundrel. Before the Lu family could speak, the onlookers chimed in with their accusations. Old Lady Lin turned and spat fiercely. You are simply envious. Patriarch, you must speak up. Don't think that just because Lu's second son sought you out, you can be biased. Just because he has studied for so many years, he still ends up farming. Our family will surely rise to greatness in the future. Old Lady Lin's threats and insults flowed freely. Silence. Lu Deju barked, cutting off Old Lady Lin's words. He stood honestly beside her. The patriarch snorted coldly. Lu Deju, are you still a man? I thought you were dead, allowing a woman to ride on your back. Chapter 32. The Malevolent Neighbor Patriarch, I. Lu Deju stood there, enduring the patriarch's reprimands. For many years, he had been a docile ox. Old Lady Lin was a whirlwind of chaos. The patriarch waved his hand, impatiently stating, You need not speak. I witnessed your wife strike someone with a stick in front of me. I am not blind. Look at Lu Xiangxiang and her children. They are all injured. And old Lady Lin stands there, completely unscathed. What more is there to discuss? Enough. 300 coins and a chicken. Compensate the Lu family. The clan leader is succinct and clear, with a distinct sense of reward and punishment. Day after day, he is occupied with the troubles of the Lin family, serving as a clan leader solely to address their myriad issues. It seems to him that this group is overly indulgent. 300 coins. That is a matter of life and death for me. I have endured beatings and I refuse to submit. The old woman Lin wailed, claiming that demanding her money was tantamount to demanding her life. All the uncles witnessed this, had it not been for my husband's timely intervention. I might not be standing here now. I merely wish to inquire what grievances the old woman Lin holds against me, tarnishing my reputation while taking advantage of my return home to create chaos. Lu Lingxi spoke, noting that the old woman's foul reputation was partly due to her own actions. You little wretch, you dare to involve me. Oh, my body aches terribly. The old woman Lin attempted to display her injuries, only to realize that the most painful areas were her waist and the tops of her thighs, areas that were not for public view. The consequence of her incessant scheming would inevitably lead to her own downfall. The old woman Lin reached out to grab Lu Tsuehua, who stood by like a ghost. You worthless troublemaker, this is all you're doing. She struck mercilessly, demanding 300 coins and her plum chicken. Stop. How dare you strike someone in my presence? The clan leader commanded coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Dazhu.
Disappointment. Pure disappointment.
He could not believe that Lin Dazhu, being the old woman Lin's confidant, was truly oblivious to her actions over the years. The clan leader's gaze landed on Lin Dazhu's somewhat new shoes, contrasting sharply with his own patched-up, worn footwear. Lin Dazhu was indeed the one inciting these troubles. His innocence was but a facade. The clan leader scoffed. Hurry up, settle this, and return to your homes. Lin Dazhu, a man who could not even stand up for himself, dared not take responsibility for his actions. Under the clan leader's penetrating gaze, Lin Dazhu felt as though his secrets were laid bare. His honest face revealed a hint of confusion as he rubbed his hands together, finally rummaging through a disarray of belongings to produce the 300 coins and a plump chicken. The old woman Lin rushed forward, crying, "My chicken! Don't give it away! Quickly now!" The clan leader allowed them no further chance for protest. If you continue to stir trouble, get back to your maternal home, Lin Dazhu shouted, his innocent visage morphing into one of rage. That old hag, if only she were dead. I would not have to part with 300 coins and a chicken. My heart bleeds. The old woman Lin was taken aback, silencing her cries. At her age, with brothers who had become grandfathers, she had no place in her maternal home. Lin Qingqing, who had not even eaten lunch, was completely unaware of the storm she had unwittingly stirred. Even if she were present, she would merely serve as a punching bag for the old woman Lin. While foraging for wild vegetables, Lin Qingqing's thoughts were consumed by meat, the aroma from the Lu family's kitchen nearly intoxicating her. A luxurious carriage sped along the winding mountain road, arriving at Mantu village. Chapter 33. Grasping that glimpse suddenly, the swiftly moving carriage came to a halt, forced to stop by a person who appeared out of nowhere. The driver, panic-stricken, pulled on the reins with all his might. "Young master, hold on tight," Xiao Mochen exclaimed anxiously, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "You nearly ran someone over. Are you seeking death? Can't you see such a large carriage coming at you?" After regaining control of the horse, Xiao Mochen directed his ire at the culprit who had obstructed their path. Thankfully, his father had instilled strict driving lessons in him. Otherwise, they might have been facing a disastrous accident. His life would not suffice to compensate the master's family. Lin Qingqing, shaken, dropped the wild vegetables she had gathered. "I wasn't paying attention." "And you weren't paying attention? I nearly lost my life because of you," Xiao Mochen grumbled, his palms stinging with pain. Inside the carriage, things tumbled around as Li Zi struggled to steady himself. He did not notice that the portrait he had sketched had slipped out of the carriage. "Enough, be quiet. There are important matters at hand today. Do not waste any more time," Li Zi interrupted Xiao Mochen, who was about to continue. The memory of the girl he had seen at the pastry shop lingered in his mind, haunting him with an unforgettable impression. He had waited at the shop for a considerable time, yet she had not returned. As the heat of summer approached, business at the pastry shop, already mediocre, suffered further under the competition from his renowned establishment. Particularly, his newly launched summer mung bean cake had quickly gained popularity in town. After much inquiry, Li Zi discovered that the seller of the cake recipe was none other than the girl who had captivated his thoughts. After searching several villages, he finally learned of Manta Village. "Miss, we didn't hit you. You fell on your own. We were the ones who were frightened," Xiao Sheng said, pulling out a piece of silver and tossing it to her. "Our young master is kind-hearted. Take this and disperse." Lingxian took a few steps forward to pick up the silver, only to catch sight of the partially unfurled portrait nearby. The face depicted was unmistakably Lu Lingxi's. "Young master, is this your possession?" She handed it to the handsome young man in the dark blue silk attire, with an expensive white jade pendant at his waist. Just as Xiao Sheng reached to take the painting, a delicate hand from behind snatched it away. Li Zi carefully took the cloth to wipe the painting. His eyes filled with concern. It had almost been lost.
Thank you, miss.
Li Zi inclined his head, signaling Xiao Sheng. The latter's motions of retrieving money were so practiced they were almost painful to watch. Lin Qingqing politely declined. After much inner turmoil, she finally spoke. "This young master. The person in your portrait is my dear friend. She was just married a few days ago. I have not met you. You cannot be Lingxi's friend." Li Zi felt a wave of frustration rise within him at the girl's words. The one he had been longing for was now married.
Suddenly,
Learning the name of his beloved stirred excitement within him. "Lingxi, you say her name is Lingxi. What a beautiful name, fitting for her. It is none of your concern. Best to destroy that painting, and I will pretend not to have seen it." Lin Qingqing's grip on her vegetable basket tightened. This man was evidently wealthy, likely from the town, and she could not allow him to seek out Lu Lingxi. Why should all the good fortune belong to Lu Lingxi? She should be rotting away in this Manta village instead. Lingxi and her husband share a deep bond. "I kindly ask you not to engage in any behavior that could tarnish Lingxi's reputation," Lin Qingqing declared firmly. Li Zi felt his secret affections exposed, causing a flush to rise to his cheeks. His pursuit of Lu Lingxi was driven more by his heart's desire than by business. His father and brother cared little about the wealth he could bring home, as long as he refrained from spending excessively on paintings. "Today I forgot to bring a gift. I shall return another day," Li Zi said, his spirits dimmed. "Xiao Sheng, let us depart." "Young master, do you not remember you came to discuss business? What does it matter to you if the girl marries?" Xiao Sheng replied. "Do not try to guess the young master's thoughts." The unexpected visitor to Manta Village, Lu Lingxi, remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding. Her pastry business was set to resume. As night fell, Lu Lingxi wrestled with the decision of whether to allow Xiao Mochen to return and sleep. He had reported to her mother about her sending him to the study. And while her mother had not scolded her at the time, once they were alone, she had nearly berated her thoroughly. She could not reveal that she had dreamt of a future life with Xiao Mochen, for that would surely lead to their family's early demise. It is hard to believe, yet Lu Xiangxiang would be filled with worry. The foot-soaking water in the basin had already turned cold. Lu Lingxi remained troubled, dawdling with time, reluctant to go to sleep. When Xiao Mochen returned, he organized a few books he had recently been reading and placed them on the small couch by the window. The candlelight flickered. His books had not been turned for quite some time. His thoughts had long been drawn away by Lu Lingxi. The water had cooled. Xiao Mochen spoke, his tall and slender figure blocking the light before Lu Lingxi as he squatted down in front of her. His long fingers dipped into the basin, grasping her delicate foot submerged in the water. Chapter 34. Why is Lingxi so stern? Xiao Mochen's hands were not as one would imagine, pampered and delicate, but rather bore a thin layer of calluses on his fingertips and palms. That thin callus seemed to graze her soul, sending ripples of sensation through her heart. He was, in fact, holding her foot, for the first time in both their past and present lives. Lu Lingxi was astounded. How could he touch her foot? What was he trying to do? That was a hand meant for writing. "I've prepared the water. Let go of me, Xiao Mochen." Lu Lingxi gritted her teeth and subtly moved her other foot, which had not been captured. To her astonishment, that foot also fell into the grasp of his large hand. Embarrassment and anger flared within her as she glared at Xiao Mochen. "The water is cold. I can't soak anymore." Her gaze collided with Xiao Mochen's deep yet tender eyes, his affection nearly overwhelming her. "All right, I'll release you, but don't move," Xiao Mochen said, loosening his grip on Lu Lingxi. Yet her heart, still racing, had not settled when she found herself lifted into a warm embrace, filled with the scent of bamboo. Xiao Mochen's body was cool, even in summer, devoid of sweat. Surrounded by the fragrance of his bath and the warmth of their closeness, their hearts drew nearer. Is it heavy? Lu Lingxi's intended complaint morphed into the question of weight. She recalled Xiao Mochen's frail constitution in The Princess Carrie. She feared not only for his well-being, but also for her own safety should she fall. Not at all. My body is not as fragile as you think. Xiao Mochen reassured her, adding, you won't fall. It seemed vital to expedite the detoxification process. In this rebirth, she learned that his frail body was not a result of innate weakness, but rather the lingering effects of poison affecting his health. To hasten the cleansing was imperative, otherwise, the woman in his arms would always resist him, fearing his poor health might lead to an early demise, leaving her a widow. Lu Nanxing's words surfaced in his mind. Xiao Mochen, with meticulous care, gently placed Lu Lingxi on the bed and fetched a soft cloth, crouching by her feet to tenderly wipe them. Lu Lingxi froze at his actions. Those hands, accustomed to holding books and writing, now cradled her foot with such careful tenderness, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world. His deep, cool gaze transformed into something gentle, drawing her into a dream from which she wished never to awaken. This was the future young chancellor, a favored child of destiny. Lu Lingxi sighed softly. If she were truly a young maiden of marriageable age, faced with such an exceptional husband, she would undoubtedly be devoted wholeheartedly. For him, she would live. For him, she would die. She would even dash headlong into walls for him. Alas, beneath her 16-year-old alluring visage lay a heart burdened with the scars of 30 years. Xiao Mochen's gentleness was reserved for another. Lu Lingxi, go perish, echoed a sharp, mocking voice in her ears. Lu Lingxi sighed softly, then resolutely adopted a stern expression. Just this once. Don't do it again. Your hands are meant for reading and writing, not for such things. Do not let your mind dwell on romantic nonsense. You are to become the remarkable Chancellor of Baian. She nearly lectured Xiao Mochen with a heartfelt admonition. A flicker of confusion crossed his deep-set eyes. Lingxi had initially not rejected him. Why was she suddenly angry, presenting him with such a stern face? Chapter 35. I think I hold a grudge against you. That indifferent little face was quite striking. Why is Lingxi behaving this way? Did I hurt her? Xiao Mochen, ever the eager learner, recalled how he had struggled to express his feelings in his past life. He had missed countless opportunities to speak with her, and in this life, he was determined to avoid repeating those mistakes. Lingxi, did I hurt you? Her skin was so delicate, he dared not apply too much pressure. If Lingxi was angry, it must be because he had caused her pain. Lu Lingxi lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, remaining silent. She felt grateful for this second chance. Perhaps fate had shown mercy, unable to bear the tragic fate that awaited the entire Lu family. It could not bear to see its favored son, Xiao Mochen, unable to be with the one he loved, and thus allowed her to return with her memories intact, to rectify past wrongs, to amend mistakes. Yet, what was Xiao Mochen's issue? She had resolved to lock her heart away, to avoid stealing his love, yet he was behaving erratically, constantly teasing her. Did he not understand that the distance between them was not merely a matter of love or indifference, but also involved family? Lu Lingxi had told herself to keep her distance from them in this lifetime. Xiao Mochen and Bai Ruoshui were likely the protagonists of a story, while she was merely the villainous supporting character. Now, this once villainous character had foreseen the future and decided to step back. She did not wish to engage in their lives, nor did she seek vengeance. Lu Lingxi yearned for a simple life, to exist alongside her family and create a remarkable life for them. She believed she could forget the grievances of her past life, yet she had never truly been able to. The so-called escape was merely a guise to bide her time until she could seek revenge. The more tender Xiao Mochen was towards her, the more her hardened heart began to grow fierce, roaring within her. She longed for vengeance, and she felt resentment towards Xiao Mochen. The lives lost, drenched in blood and tears, due to her selfishness. How could she ever find happiness? Between her and Xiao Mochen, this life would be one of no peace, no respite. Love? Ha! It was but a jest. Such a pure soul falling for her, only to be cast aside. The flower upon a lofty peak trampled into the mud. Let all rot together in the dust. Was that not a better fate? It turned out that even someone like Xiao Mochen was not so different from ordinary folk. When loved, he took it for granted. When unloved, he succumbed to self-deprecation. Xiao Mochen was indeed consistent in his ways. Reflecting on this, Lu Lingxi eased her expression, primarily concerned that she might lose control. I am not that delicate. It's not as exaggerated as you think. I was merely startled. Aside from the men of the Lu family, you are the first I have encountered who does not shy away from such things. Lu Lingxi's explanation only darkened Xiao Mochen's countenance further. Lingxi, what other men have you met? A cold, dangerous voice resonated, its implications unmistakable. Xiao Mochen grasped Lu Lingxi's arm, tightening his hold involuntarily. A strong desire surged within him to confine the charming woman before him, to imprison her in a place known only to him, shielded from the gaze of others. Pain shot through her wrist, prompting Lu Lingxi to cry out, Xiao Mochen, you're hurting me. I've encountered many men in Manta village, Lin Qingqing's father, the clan leader's elder brother, Yang Tao's sibling, and Uncle Sunday. What madness is this? This wretched man. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Mochen quickly released his grip. The pale skin of her wrist bore several distinct finger marks, a vivid red testament to his strength. Tears welled at the corners of Lu Lingxi's eyes, her nose reddening. You hit me, she weakly accused, flinging herself onto the bed, pulling the thin blanket over her head. I want to go home. I cannot endure this life any longer. Just kill me, Xiao Mochen. I apologize, Lingxi. It is my fault, Xiao Mochen stammered, his dark thoughts dissipating in an instant. He retrieved a medicinal ointment for bruises and sat on the edge of the bed, reaching out to draw her closer. Let me apply the medicine first, all right? Once you feel better, you can hit or scold me as you wish. How could I ever best you? I want to go home. Lu Lingxi sniffled, cocooning herself in the blanket, feeling slightly warm. Going home is impossible. Xiao Mochen sighed deeply, a sense of helplessness washing over him. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, Lingxi, you should give up on the idea of returning home. Now that you are married to me, do not entertain the notion of leaving. Lu Lingxi found herself powerless against his strength, yielding to his ministrations as he applied the ointment. Lingxi, you seem a bit peculiar, Xiao Mochen remarked, not expecting a reply, and continued, after our marriage, I cannot shake the feeling that although you are physically near me, emotionally you drift further away. For reasons unknown, you appear to resist me. Your body language and words both convey a refusal.
Yet why?
Xiao Mochen pondered, voicing the questions that had lingered in his mind over the past few days. He was filled with joy, yet he was not truly mad. Only Lu Lingxi could provide answers to these questions that haunted him. Confronted with the current version of Lu Lingxi, he felt a sense of impotent frustration. Despite being the prime minister, astute and intelligent, he was clumsy in matters of the heart, aware that he had much to learn. His gaze, intense, remained fixed on Lu Lingxi's eyes, capturing every fluctuation of her emotions. Chapter 36. You provoked me first. Lu Lingxi felt a jolt in her heart as she rapidly considered how to respond to Xiao Mochen. His piercing gaze felt as if it were that of a formidable predator. In her previous life, her demeanor upon marrying Xiao Mochen had been entirely different from now. But Xiao Mochen had also changed. He would never have broached such questions before. You saved me from drowning on my way to school. We shared an intimate moment in public, and later, my mother and brothers forced you to marry someone of ill repute like me. These past days, as you taught me to read, I finally understood the true meaning of social standing. Thus, I have regretted it. Let us return to the beginning. Lu Lingxi spoke with determination, despite the increasingly dark expression on Xiao Mochen's face. The truth is often difficult to accept. In truth, she had begun to regret her choices upon realizing Xiao Mochen's differing feelings for Bai Ruoxue in her previous life. The facade she maintained was merely a veil for her insecurities, leading her further astray. Xiao Mochen exclaimed, I've been divorced. He smiled faintly, wondering if he should refrain from asking further, lest his wife decide to leave in a few days. Lu Lingxi observed his forced smile and instinctively edged further into the bed, feeling a sense of fear. As for Lu Lingxi's suggestion of returning to the beginning, he had never entertained such thoughts. Lingxi's happiness could only be provided by him. The mere thought of other men ignited a tempest of fury within him. Xiao Mochen seized the opportunity to pull Lu Lingxi closer, and in an instant, she found herself beneath him. His arms encircled her, leaving her no avenue of escape. Xiao Mochen gazed down at her, stating, Let us converse. Lu Lingxi's breath quickened, her body tensed, unsure if this was a suitable posture for discussion. Lingxi, you are quite mischievous, he murmured, burying his head in the crook of her neck. What must I do to make this right? His voice bore a tinge of grievance and anxiety, his warm breath against her exposed skin causing her to involuntarily shiver. Lingxi, you were the one who provoked me first. On our wedding night, you initiated our closeness. You say it begins and ends at your whim. How can you treat me this way? Xiao Mochen accused, and Lu Lingxi felt nothing but guilt. She would have preferred if he had simply stormed out and engaged in a cold war, rather than this. Even though her heart should have been filled with joy, every encounter with this side of Xiao Mochen left her feeling guilty and wanting to flee. Yes, it was me. Lu Lingxi replied dryly. You stirred my heart, intruding upon my life, and now you wish to depart without a care. What am I to do? If we cannot be husband and wife, we can at least be friends. Xiao Mochen shook his head, his eyes reflecting a sense of betrayal. Moreover, such matters would ultimately disadvantage women. Lu Lingxi had thought that the many relatives in Manta village were sufficient, but upon arriving in Shengjing, she discovered that a single man could possess numerous women. Multiple partners for a woman were intolerable within the clan. Xiao Mochen mused, has she unlocked the skills of a heartless woman? How could she be so transparently unfaithful? Do not overthink things now. Focus on recuperating and prepare for the upcoming examination. Shengjing is more vibrant and holds better prospects for you. Once you experience it, you will realize that what you have faced thus far is trivial. Life is a series of challenges. You traverse your sunny path, and I shall navigate my solitary bridge. You have been to Shengjing? Only in dreams. I will take you to Shengjing, Lingxi. Lu Lingxi envisioned going to Shengjing for her brother Lu Chuanbai's entrance into the capital. An occasion she and her parents would not miss. Lingxi, I love you. You will be the only one I marry in this lifetime. Let us live well together. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Lingxi's sleepwear had become disheveled, leaving her skin exposed. The ties of her garment trembled and fell away, revealing her alluring form. Xiao Mochen's body was aflame with desire, and Lu Lingxi sensed this clearly. Their nights together were harmonious. Even amidst his busyness, he would stay in her room, forcefully silencing her every whimper, and when she awoke, sore and aching, he would be absent from the bed. Lu Lingxi nudged Xiao Mochen, fearing he might enact his will upon her at any moment. Xiao Mochen, too, felt discomfort, determined to uphold his promise to Lingxi. Their relationship hung by a thread, and he pondered how to convey his affection so that she might truly believe in his love for her. Are we not living together? He does not grant her the divorce decree, and she truly cannot leave. The law stipulates that those without household registration are deemed as vagrants. Vagrants are recorded by the local magistrate and relocated to the northern Sandy City for settlement. Xiao Mochen embraced Lu Lingxi for a while before calming down. He obediently dressed her before finally releasing her from his grasp. Lingxi, what I desire is your heart. Xiao Mochen sighed. Time will provide you with answers. As it will for me. Lingxi, it is enough for you to stay by my side. A conversation ended on a sour note, and he seemed to grasp Lingxi's feelings from a previous life. With Xiao Mochen beside her, Lu Lingxi felt a wave of drowsiness. There is plenty of time ahead. And ultimately, time will reveal that the wrong people are indeed wrong. Chapter 37. The knot of thousands once more. It remains the same. Half asleep, Lu Lingxi found herself enveloped in a comfortable embrace. The cool sensation jolted her awake. What you have lost is love. What I have lost is my life. Everything transpired in Shengjing, and before going there, it was imperative to obtain a divorce. Is living with someone who does not love you truly joyful? It is no different from moving oneself while exhausting others. Numerous issues loomed between them, difficult to resolve. Lu Lingxi tentatively tugged at Xiao Mochen's arm. But her efforts ended in failure. A flurry of kisses fell upon her neck, and she found herself held tighter. Xiao Mochen, your embrace is uncomfortable, Lu Lingxi whispered. Yet the rhythmic sound of his breathing behind her remained steady and calm. The heat pressing against her back felt as if it could scorch her. Lu Lingxi was no longer a young girl. She understood what it meant. How infuriating! Even in sleep, Xiao Mochen did not forget to take advantage of her. Was this his punishment? With her eyes closed, Lu Lingxi counted an unknown number of sheep, finally succumbing to a deep, sweet slumber. After she fell asleep, the person behind her opened his eyes in the darkness, his clear gaze devoid of sleepiness. It seemed that, from the second day of their marriage, Lingxi had been somewhat off. Xiao Mochen speculated whether Lingxi had been replaced, but he could not fathom that the person beside him had similarly undergone a transformation. He gently caressed Lingxi's cheek, which was soft and smooth, unmasked. He remembered every detail of her, no matter how similar their faces might be. Two individuals could not share the same figure. As long as he could confirm it was her, even if they shared the same bed but different dreams, it was worth it. When Lu Lingxi awoke, Xiao Mochen's figure was absent from the bed. The dawn had just broken. Without a doubt, Xiao Mochen was in his study. His diligence was well known. He possessed both talent and effort. No wonder his future achievements would be so remarkable. Lu Lingxi could only admire him. She wished to motivate her three elder brothers to become pillars of society while she held onto their coattails. Look, her thoughts were entirely different from Xiao Mochen's. Their worldviews diverged so greatly. How could they possibly traverse the rest of their lives together? After washing her face, Lu Lingxi sat at her vanity. Lamenting the late hour, she had slept. She had dark circles under her eyes. Even natural beauty cannot withstand late nights. Quickly, she applied a thin layer of powder to conceal her fatigue. Her hair was casually styled. Upon entering the room, Xiao Mochen saw Lu Lingxi's unruly hair, resembling her character, each stroke inscribed with her desire for freedom and divorce. He pulled Lu Lingxi down to sit and took a comb, loosening her hair. Lingxi, I learned how to style hair from Xiao Ma. Please wait a moment. Does my style look ugly? The styles for women's hair were numerous and complex, and Lu Lingxi had only learned the simplest one in her previous life. Afterward, someone else always did her hair. The thick, dark strands twined around Xiao Mochen's fingers, obediently presenting their beauty at his command. His hands moved with practiced ease, as if he had done this many times before. Lu Lingxi's heart ached. Despite her many attempts, she still struggled, while Xiao Mochen had mastered it effortlessly. Did he treat other women with such tenderness when styling their hair? The man in the mirror stood tall like a pine or bamboo, his exquisite features focused entirely on the woman before him. Chapter 38. A beautiful thought. Xiao Mochen. Have you styled hair for others? How can you be more skilled than I, a woman? Lu Lingxi huffed, unable to think further. Other men were irrelevant to her. Xiao Mochen chuckled, shaking his head, finding her anger endearing. You're the first. After seeing Xiao Ma style so many variations, I guarantee you won't repeat a style for 10 days. Lu Lingxi replied, Is it that simple to learn? Then why did it take me so many attempts to master just one? Xiao Mochen was puzzled. He believed that having hands was sufficient. He wisely fell silent, sensing that speaking further might not be appropriate. The agile hairdo soon took shape under Xiao Mochen's skilled hands. Lu Lingxi was momentarily taken aback.
So,
clever individuals are exceptionally gifted even in hairstyling? The person in the mirror had eyebrows like distant mountains, bright apricot eyes with slightly upturned corners, a delicate, high nose, and skin as smooth and tender as the finest silk. The blend of innocence and allure captivated the onlooker. Xiao Mochen had always known Lu Lingxi was beautiful. At that moment, he wished to hide her away from the world. However, he understood that he could not confine Lingxi. Moreover, he recognized her talents. She had never been a mere girl reliant on him. She existed in a broader realm, and he must strive to ascend, always being her steadfast support. In the morning, Xiao Ma prepared pumpkin and grain porridge, accompanied by refreshing shredded cucumber and freshly steamed white buns. After breakfast, Lu Lingxi went to feed the chickens in the yard, pondering her little savings. The recipe for green bean cakes sold for 20 taels. She gave 10 taels to her mother, leaving her with 11 taels and 101 coins. The money was insufficient, and she needed to earn more. Gazing at the distant mountains, she thought, yes, we eat from the mountains. I should explore them. Was there anything there that could help her earn a bit of money? Her second brother had injured his leg last year, and she had no idea how much it would cost to treat it. Regardless of the amount, it needed to be done. For some reason, Lu Lingxi felt that her second brother's leg injury was not a simple matter. It was as if some invisible hand was manipulating events behind her. She was uncertain whether her second brother's injury had any direct connection to her. With the wheat harvest break over, Lu Chuanbai had returned to the town's academy. Lu Lingxi pondered visiting the town to check on the sales of her green bean cakes. Perhaps she could sell some more recipes. The pastries she contemplated were not limited to just green bean cakes. As for why she did not buy a shop herself, it was because she lacked funds, and her family had yet to gain strength. Besides, in the eyes of outsiders, Xiao Mochen seemed less promising than her second brother. With Xiao Mochen's precarious situation, should she expect him to succeed in the imperial examination, or would it be better to have children early and start over? She could not safeguard those recipes. It would be wiser to sell them outright to someone capable of protecting them. Lu Lingxi initially intended to improve her family's living conditions, not to invite misfortune upon them. Xiao Ma, embroidering a handkerchief, noticed Lu Lingxi lost in thought as she fed the chickens. The fluffy yellow chicks pecked at their feed, obviously well-fed and still eager for more. Lingxi, shall we take a stroll up the mountain tomorrow? Xiao Ma inquired, setting aside her embroidery. Zhao Jian had gone to the town as the second manager of the pawn shop yesterday, while Zhao Pinji had returned to school.
Now,
Only 3 members remained in the Xiao household, with Xiao Mochen choosing to disregard them. He only felt a sense of existence when he was with Lu Lingxi. Seeing Lu Lingxi's discomfort, Zhao Ma, Lin Dongmei, kindly suggested a walk. It's unbearable to be cooped up all day, especially in this summer heat.
sure.
I have a craving for chicken stewed with hazelnuts. Lu Lingxi reminisced about that flavor. For some reason, she longed for it at that moment. The chicks, feeling singled out, trembled in fear at the sudden ferocity of their 2-legged feeder. Xiao Mochen burned the latest news he had received from the town.
Ah,
The second son of the Duke of Xiao had rescued the young lady of the Feng family from drowning yesterday. What a fortunate coincidence. Considering the Feng family had military connections, that good younger brother of his never ceased to excel, while he himself should focus on recovering. Merely clinging to life and the hollow title of heir to the Duke of Xiao. Once the rightful heir to the Duke's estate proved sufficiently remarkable, he would relinquish his position. After all, he was merely a shield. This was the familial bond he had safeguarded in his previous life. How naive these people were in their lofty aspirations. Why should he willingly yield his place? Before the pig was slaughtered, it would still be fattened. At that moment, the air in the study was so heavy that even Lu Lingxi, outside, could feel it. Xiao Mochen was unhappy and not to be trifled with. Chapter 39. The Fool Was Me. The Duke of Zhao's residence was filled with trivial matters. After the old duke's passing, it had lost its former grandeur. Xiao Mochen, the legitimate son of the main branch, was sent away from Shengjing at birth, while his mother, after regaining her health, gave birth to the legitimate children of the first branch. While the old duke was still alive, he often reminded that couple of their child who had been separated from them since birth. Now, amidst the struggle for power, who remembered a child destined for a short life. What a glimmer of hope. It was merely a death sentence. Resources must be invested in promising ventures with potential returns. Lu Lingxi informed Zhao Ma of her intent to find Lu Nanqing, hoping he would accompany her up the mountain. The back mountain behind the village. As Lu Xiangxiang often said, was Lu Nanqing's second home. He spent all his time there, yet had never found any ginseng. Lu Nanqing often remarked that his mother was attacking him personally. Ginseng was not a large radish, otherwise Dr. Zhou would have made a fortune and moved to town instead of remaining in the village, daily harassed by old Lady Lin for medicine money. Lu Lingxi had no intention of becoming entangled in the affairs of the Xiao family. Those people had minds as devious as dice, while she was merely a simpleton. Her well-laid plans were interrupted by Xiao Mochen. That day, while teaching her to recognize characters, he discovered Lu Lingxi was indeed a promising student. Lingxi, I've received a letter from home, Xiao Mochen suddenly declared, standing beside her and observing her for a moment before dropping a bombshell. Lu Lingxi paused in her inking, turning to him with a bewildered expression. She was well aware of his status and knew that his legitimate sister favored her sister-in-law by Ruoshui. Aren't you an orphan living with your cousin? After his grandfather's death, he could indeed be considered an orphan. His so-called biological parents had completely forgotten their son, leaving him in a foreign land. Xiao Mochen chuckled softly, a flicker of light in his deep eyes. He ruffled Lu Lingxi's hair. Wherever Lingxi is, that is my home. My birth parents are in Shengjing. Just remember, do not trust anyone claiming to be my family. Xiao Mochen seemed to envision that day when the crimson blood stained the ground. Since then, he had no home. Lu Lingxi nodded. If you wish. My parents will always be your parents. After all, if they could not be husband and wife, they could at least be friends. Securing a strong connection with her parents could prove beneficial. As soon as she said this, she regretted it, realizing her parents should not be associated with Xiao Mochen, lest misfortune befall them. Your family is my family, he asserted, for they were his only family, and he would protect them fiercely. Xiao Mochen withdrew a simple brocade box from the bookshelf and placed it in Lu Lingxi's hands. After savoring the taste of mung bean cake, that was the same as that from the He family's old brand, he discovered that Lu Lingxi possessed a remarkable talent for pastry making. Having tasted numerous dishes she prepared, made from simple ingredients, yet bursting with flavor, he found that the tastes he remembered could never be replicated. This is for home use, Lingxi. Take it and pursue what you love. Xiao Mochen opened the box, revealing silver notes, loose change, and several land deeds. These are the deeds for the shop and the courtyard. One is in town, while the others are in Xingjing. Knowing Lu Lingxi could not read, he read the deeds aloud. No, 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 keep it. If you leave it with me, I won't be able to sleep for worrying. Lu Lingxi insisted, pushing all the family assets back to him. This was nothing but a hot potato. The pitiable heir of the Duke of Xiao possessed such wealth. The fool was me. The deeds were her grandfather's private property, while the silver was given by those people. In the end, Lu Lingxi accepted only 100 taels of silver, mentally noting an IOU, promising to repay it when the time came for the divorce. The next day, after breakfast, Xiao Ma took Lu Lingxi up the mountain. The summer foliage was lush and vibrant, with wild greens sprawling across the hills. Just outside Manta Mountain, they could unearth plenty of seasonal wild vegetables. It will be better after it rains. We can go mushroom picking then. Following Lu Lingxi's instructions, Lin Dongmei dug up mustard greens for lunch, planning to make pork dumplings. Those yellow mushrooms are delicious when stewed with chicken. Your mother sent us some mushroom meat sauce last year. Xiao Ma still recalled the enticing aroma, perfect for dipping steamed buns, mixing with rice and noodles or stir-frying. We should make mushroom meat sauce again this year. Lu Lingxi, without looking up, responded, her mind already racing with various wild vegetable recipes, mustard green and pork dumplings, egg and shepherd's purse, cold-dressed goji tops. She was ready. Yang Tao wandered around the courtyard for quite some time before finally emerging with a basket on her back. This mountain belonged to the village, and she had every right to forage for wild vegetables. She was not following Lu Lingxi. Seeing Lu Lingxi and Lin Dongmei chatting amiably, she felt a rush of jealousy. Yang Tao exploded with indignation. Lu Lingxi, that lazy woman, knew how to charm the older folks. She squeezed herself between the two and closely followed in Lu Lingxi's footsteps. As Lu Lingxi dug up a wild vegetable, Yang Tao yanked out all the plants next to it, leaving no trace behind. Then, she smugly glanced at Lu Lingxi, who naturally ignored her. Lu Lingxi, are you only feeding wild vegetables to Brother Xiao? Yang Tao finally confronted her when Lu Lingxi continued to disregard her. Brother Xiao studies so hard while you spend silver on fine clothes. Don't you have any conscience? As I gazed upon Lu Lingxi, clad in her verdant attire, she exuded an air of simplicity and tranquility, her bright eyes and pearly smile prompting Yang Tao to needle her. Lu Lingxi's garments were perpetually exquisite, and with her own peach-pink ensemble, standing beside Lu Lingxi made Yang Tao feel like little more than a maid. Contemplating this, Yang Tao positioned herself in front of Lu Lingxi, blocking her path. Do you reside by the sea? Lu Lingxi arched an eyebrow and spoke coolly. Yang Tao shook her head, thinking Lu Lingxi must have lost her senses. My home is directly opposite Brother Xiao's. You pass by my door daily. And why do you concern yourself so deeply? Yang Tao was well aware that she frequently gazed toward the Xiao residence from her own home. Little did Yang Tao know, Brother Xiao, a paragon of virtue and excellence, risked his life to save Lu Lingxi, only to be burdened with marrying a woman of ill repute from Mantu village. Their family repaid kindness with malice, brazenly so, solely based on her looks. Lu Lingxi's fair cheeks seemed to glow under the sun, and in the crowd, she was the focal point. Brother Xiao was not a man of lechery. He himself was quite handsome. Lu Lingxi, unaware of her tarnished reputation, claimed, My brother is the closest friend of Brother Xiao. Naturally, I must ensure he is not mistreated by you. If she hadn't come to see for herself, she would not have realized that Lu Lingxi had indeed bullied Brother Xiao. Oh my, your family is truly ungrateful. Initially, Lu Lingxi had no intention of engaging with Yang Tao. In her memories, she had never encountered this girl in her previous life. Much less had she appeared so persistently before her. Your brother is a good friend of Xiao Mochen, yet I have not heard him voice any complaints. Why should an unmarried woman like you meddle? Lu Lingxi's expression grew cold. You know well what intentions you harbor. I shall not speak further. Your brother toils for your family's livelihood, and you are of an age where I was already married. And what of you? Suddenly, Lu Lingxi recalled a significant event that had transpired after the harvest in her previous life, wherein Lu Xiangxiang had barred Lu Nanxing from entering the mountains. Preoccupied with thoughts of Xiao Mochen, she had paid little attention to the outside world. It was only during a casual conversation with her mother that she learned of a hunting incident involving a bear, from which the hunter had not returned. In the village, Aside from Lingxian, no other girls played with her, and she had dismissed the matter without further thought. In hindsight, it was likely Yang Shu. Yang Tao had always harbored aspirations of gaining Brother Xiao's favor through proximity. Whenever Yang Shu delivered game to the Xiao residence, she either followed or went herself. With no other women around Brother Xiao, her frequent visits would surely imprint her presence in his memory. Who could have foreseen Lu Lingxi's unexpected intrusion? Yang Tao's intentions were laid bare, and her face flushed crimson. If it weren't for you, I might still be unmarried. I would care for Brother Xiao far better than you. At that moment, Lin Dongmei, stretching her back, realized she had inadvertently walked past Lu Lingxi. Turning around to find her, she overheard Yang Tao's remarks. Miss Yang, do refrain from such talk. You, as a young lady, ought to consider marriage. Our elder brother is to wed as well. We are but an ordinary family, devoid of any grandiose expectations. The implication was clear. Xiao Mochen would not take a concubine, for they lacked the means. Yang Tao felt her face burn with embarrassment at Aunt Xiao's statement. She hastily bid farewell, shouldered her basket, and departed. Aunt Xiao quickly turned to Lu Lingxi, explaining, Lingxi, our boy is not of a fickle nature. Do not overthink it. Aunt Xiao had watched Xiao Mochen grow up, aware of his peculiar temperament. As a child, he would hide under the covers and weep. After taking to his studies, he became distant, taciturn, and as frigid as ice. Now, having matured into this quirky individual, marriage had seemingly restored some of his childhood demeanor. Lu Lingxi smiled gently. Aunt, I am well aware. Xiao Mochen remains steadfastly enamored with his white moonlight, does he not? It will not be long before she makes her exit. Zhao Ping returned home after a midday escort mission, bringing back 2 cuts of pork. He delivered one to the Lu family and kept the other for himself, conveniently resolving their meat shortage. Lu Lingxi, having gathered wild vegetables, suddenly recalled that the fresh meat dumplings she had longed for lacked meat. Only vegetables remained. She had intended to substitute with eggs, but now the dumplings filled with mustard greens and meat would be perfect. Aunt Zhao prepared the dough, while Lu Lingxi seasoned the filling. Upon completion, Aunt Zhao remarked on the delightful aroma. As the plump dumplings boiled in the pot, the fragrance intensified. This is exquisite, Aunt Zhao exclaimed, recalling that during her time at the Zhao residence, the master seldom indulged in pork, and she had never heard of mustard green and pork dumplings. She had tasted mustard greens before, prepared cold, but found their bitterness unpalatable. Hence she had never eaten them again. Zhao Ping's recent escort mission had taken him to Shengjing, and he couldn't fathom why his master had inexplicably instructed him to pay attention to the 4th miss by a female. Was his master experiencing a late-blooming infatuation? After marriage, would he still be concerned with other women? Xiao Mochen was not the type. The 4th Miss Spy was a concubine and had recently gained fame for her poetry at the Imperial Concubines' Flower Banquet. It was later revealed that the esteemed poet, known as Wanfeng Jusher, was none other than the 4th Miss Spy, whose numerous works circulated among the scholarly circles of Xinjiang. Many hailed her as the foremost talented woman of Xinjiang. Zhao Ping shared the intelligence he had gathered, producing a carefully compiled volume of Wanfeng Jusher's poetry. I endured wear and tear on 2 pairs of cowhide boots just to acquire this collection, spending 10 taels of silver. He held the poetry book toward Xiao Mochen, his eyes conveying urgency. Xiao Mochen brusquely pushed the book aside, not even glancing at the compilation of Bai Ruoshui's poetry. Such pretentious verses, and you find them palatable? Your recent taste and appreciation has me quite concerned. Entrusting you with the dealings of the Yuming building was clearly a miscalculation. You ought to return to the academy for a refresher. All due respect to Wanfeng Jusher. In a previous life, Lu Lingxi had unearthed a collection of his pretentious poetry from some corner of his study, creating quite the uproar at the spring festival banquet. They both suffered repercussions, receiving a reprimand from the Empress Dowager, while Lu Lingxi faced confinement within the estate. Subsequently, all events unfolded unexpectedly. He had believed he could safeguard Lu Lingxi, ensuring her a life of tranquility, only to end up feigning marriage to another, leading to a deepening misunderstanding and their eventual separation. Zhao Ping was left aghast. He had suffered greatly. He had spent money only to invite trouble upon himself, and Wanfeng Jusher had caused him considerable distress. 6 essays awaited completion. Xiao Mochen remained silent, placing the book back in its rightful spot. You have 2 days to deliver it to me. Xiao Mochen nodded. That is acceptable. The enticing aroma wafting from outside signaled that Lu Lingxi was preparing another meal. His spirits soared at the thought of her cooking. By the way, the third miss and the fourth miss by have been growing quite close of late. It appears they were forming a bond even then. Xiao Mochen pondered, recalling how Xiao Meihuan often sent invitations to Bai Ruoshui. He frequently encountered matters within the manor, particularly in his study, where the saying homegrown thieves are the hardest to guard against rang true. At noon, he prepared a feast of sauerkraut fish, scrambled eggs with dandelion greens, loofah soup, and fresh pork dumplings. The plump dumplings, nestled within the bowl, evoked a sense of affection. Zhao Ping indulged heartily, his thoughts drifting far from the esteemed first female scholar or the refined poems of the recluse, Lan Feng, which had long since been forgotten in a corner of his study. Zhao Ping admitted he could not recall them at all. The amalgamation of mustard greens and pork was surprisingly tender and fragrant. Had he previously been eating mere swill? A glance at Aunt Zhao revealed her immersed in the delightful blend of meat, wild greens, and mushrooms, completely disregarding Zhao Ping. Her culinary skills had been hindered by her troublesome son. If he hadn't been around, she could have devoted more time to honing her craft. Managing 2 children while preparing daily meals, with her husband away in town, was no easy feat. The mere fact that she managed to raise Zhao Ping was commendable. He had never been part of her original plans. He was merely an encumbrance. Lu Lingxi's culinary prowess, utilizing simple ingredients and unpretentious methods, garnered unanimous acclaim from the Xiao family. In the days that followed, Lu Lingxi became engrossed in the kitchen, experimenting with new dishes to the point of obsession. The enticing aromas wafting from the Xiao household finally reached the ears of the villagers in Mantu village. Lu Lingxi's reputation for being both gluttonous and lazy began to resurface. The villagers eagerly awaited the spectacle of Xiao Mochen's well-constructed home being transformed into a mere earthen dwelling by Lu Lingxi's whims. After a few quarrels between Lu Xiangxiang and Old Lady Lin, a visit was finally made. Chapter 42. A New Journey. When Lu Xiangxiang arrived, Lu Lingxi was busy preparing fruit tea. On the day Zhao Ping departed, Xiao Mochen had accompanied him to the capital city. The following day, he returned with a small basket of lychees, still remarkably fresh, when they reached Lu Lingxi. Her first encounter with lychees had been during her time as the Prime Minister's wife, brought by Yan Hen, who was beside Xiao Mochen. Lu Lingxi adored them, consuming half a bowl in one sitting, only to develop a sore on her lip the next day, necessitating a visit to the physician. After that summer, lychees were no longer available in the manor, and she could only partake of them during palace banquets. Lychees are difficult to preserve. Once harvested, they are swiftly sent to the economic hub of the northern dynasty, Xingjing. Xiao Mochen did not disclose how he acquired them, nor did Lu Lingxi inquire further. In reciprocation, Lu Lingxi brewed a refreshing drink of bayberries and lychees, chilled with well water. A sip on a hot summer day could alleviate much of the internal heat, an excellent remedy for the sweltering season. This summer treat was particularly beneficial for Xiao Mochen, who had recently been more irritable and restless, making Lu Lingxi uneasy in her sleep. She hoped to confront Lin Qingqing about the debts owed, praying that Lin Qingqing would reveal her true face before Xiao Mochen. The cumulative disappointments from these trivial matters ultimately led her to receive a divorce decree. In her past life, that was how her heart had gradually grown cold. Lu Chuanbai, carrying his latest manuscript and some books to return, followed Lu Xiangxiang to the study to find Xiao Mochen. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangxiang and Lu Lingxi stayed in the room, sipping drinks and enjoying snacks. Lingxi, have you revealed your true self lately? With the way you eat, are you truly planning to turn the green brick house into an earthen dwelling? Lu Xiangxiang knew her daughter was prone to fleeting interests, so she had allowed her to keep the money earned from her past endeavors in pastry making. Lu Lingxi sighed. Mother, it's not that exaggerated. I'm merely considering that if Xiao Mochen recovers from his illness, he will soon have to take an examination. With our marriage, I must prepare for his needs in terms of food and shelter. Lu Chuanbai will take the county examination next February, and he is sure to pass. She did not wish for him to be forced to abandon his studies due to financial constraints, ultimately leading to a life of despair and injury. Mother, and what of second brother? If he passes this time, would you have him stop pursuing his studies? Lu Xiangxiang murmured, feeling somewhat guilty, continuing to sip her lychee and bayberry drink. To be honest, this is quite refreshing. The bayberries were sourced from third brother's adventures in the mountains, while the lychees were brought by Xiao Mochen. Lu Lingxi urged, Mother, do try these skewers. She primarily aimed to sell these skewers, which later became quite trendy in Xingjing. In the summer heat, she would offer dry tossed skewers, while in winter, she would serve them in broth.
for those who could handle spice.
A fragrant chili broth would be available. For those who could not, a chicken or mushroom broth would be provided. I mainly wish to sell these skewers.
Imagine.
When one's appetite wanes, enjoying a skewer or two, spicy and savory, would be delightful. She had even devised a pricing scheme: 3 skewers of vegetables for a penny, and 1 skewer of meat for the same price. Her second aunt made excellent pancakes, which would pair perfectly with the skewers. A purchase of 2 pennies worth of skewers alongside a penny's worth of pancakes would not only fill one up but also be quite enjoyable. After some contemplation, Lu Xiangxiang found herself persuaded by Lu Lingxi. Her brothers had always treated both Lu Lingxi and her well, and her maternal family frequently supported her. Yet she had never repaid that kindness. Very well, I shall accompany you, and if all goes well, I will send word to your grandmother in Shirtu Ridge. Lu Xiangxiang wiped her hands and began to unpack the bundle she had brought along. This is a garment made for you and Xiao Mochen by your second and third aunts. Lu Xiangxiang, lacking skill in needlework, had only learned to make simple repairs while living with the Lu family. Crafting garments was beyond her. Lu Lingxi had never even held a needle in her life, as her clothes were always made by her aunts. The hurried marriage between Lu Lingxi and Xiao Mochen meant that the garments were completed just in time, but missed the wedding day. The dress sewn by third aunt was particularly beautiful, and Lu Lingxi recognized it as her handiwork immediately, leaving her somewhat helpless. Third aunt's eyesight is poor, yet she still spends her days stitching and sewing for me. I should take her to the doctor in a few days. She is still so young. In the days to come, Lu Lingxi focused on enhancing the flavors of her fried skewers, as seasoning was paramount. She continually reminisced about the various tastes of skewers she had savored in her previous life. Recently, anyone passing by the Xiao residence was engulfed by a spicy and aromatic scent, tantalizing their senses. Particularly tormented was Yang Tao, who resided across the street. Xiao Mochen wholeheartedly supported Lu Lingxi's culinary venture. During her tasting sessions, he generously shared her creations with a clan leader and elders. In the following days, both Lu Lingxi and Xiao Mochen were preoccupied with designing a cart for her business. The future prime minister found himself stumped by a simple design. Indeed, each individual shines in their respective roles. He had previously overlooked many things, forgetting his original intentions amidst the shifting tides of power and losing sight of those he held dear. After several iterations of back-and-forth discussions between them, Lu Lingxi's specially designed cart for her skewers finally came to fruition. Lu Chuanbai had observed for quite some time, watching as Lu Lingxi committed to selling skewers, experimenting with flavors, perfecting her cart, and enlisting Lu Kanghan to prepare the bamboo skewers. His unspoken concerns finally found voice as Lu Lingxi prepared for her grand opening. Chapter 43. Xiao Mochen is not a common man. Xiao Mochen is no ordinary figure. After conversing with him, Lu Chuanbai felt a surge of excitement and determination. Xiao Mochen could serve as his mentor, providing invaluable insights. Lu Lingxi nodded in agreement, fully aware that in the future, Xiao Mochen would excel, passing all 6 exams and becoming the youngest prime minister of the Northern Dynasty. The future is undeniably bright, and the guidance of Xiao Mochen will be a lifelong benefit. During Lu Lingxi's lifetime, Xiao Mochen did not accept any disciples, and what transpired afterward remains unknown. Indeed, I am aware. My second brother is no ordinary person either. Lu Lingxi presumed that Lu Chuanbai had faced setbacks in his academic exchanges with Xiao Mochen, and hurriedly offered her encouragement. In her previous life, the rapport between her second brother and Xiao Mochen was far from harmonious, and she had never witnessed any academic exchanges between them. She hoped that this opportunity would not cause her brother to miss out on a significant connection. A subtle smile graced Lu Chuanbai's lips, and his eyes radiated warmth. Lingxi, my second brother did not suffer a setback. Rather, he has gained immensely. In the future, Xiao Mochen will ascend to a prominent position. Yes, my second brother will also hold a high office, Lu Lingxi chimed in. Lu Chuanbai chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Lu Lingxi's hair. He candidly continued, among the scholars, farmers, and merchants are ranked 4th. The societal hierarchy in Shengjing is clear. Lingxi, you will accompany Xiao Mochen to Shengjing. Madam's social engagements will inevitably lead to discussions about your background and experiences, which could be used against you. One cannot choose their origins, but with diligent effort, life can still be splendid. Lu Chuanbai harbored reservations about this unequal marriage. The noble aura that Xiao Mochen exuded was not characteristic of someone from an ordinary background. He had asked a teacher to investigate in the capital but found no news. Lingxi's affections for Xiao Mochen had led to close encounters in public, a reality that could not be altered. Lu Chuanbai could only offer his blessings. Resolving to support Lu Lingxi wholeheartedly as she prepared for her examinations, ensuring that her background would align with Xiao Mochen's stature. Lu Lingxi momentarily paused in her tasks. What relevance does Xiao Mochen's official career have to me? They are destined to part ways. People will only mock Bai Ruoshui, the illegitimate daughter. I, Lu Lingxi, will thrive independently, with silver notes in one hand and handsome men in the other. Moreover, I have heard that many prominent officials in Shengjing maintain several concubines, engaging in a daily struggle among women for one man, a veritable nightmare. Even Xiao Mochen, with his seemingly pristine household, faced dire circumstances. Therefore, is it so wrong to enjoy solitude? Is the food not delectable? Is the silver not inviting? Furthermore, I have the affection of uncles, aunts, cousins, and brothers. The prospect of separation is delightfully appealing. I eagerly anticipate independence. A splendid life beckons me. Lu Chuanbai waited for a while but received no response. Only observing Lu Lingxi lost in blissful reverie. Lingxi, he called gently, placing his hand on her forehead. You don't have a fever. What dream are you having in broad daylight? Lu Lingxi snapped back to reality, smiling at her brother. My second brother will also become an official. Would he think that I am hindering you? Lu Chuanbai shook his head firmly. My purpose in business is to provide a better life for our family, to confidently reject temptation, uphold righteousness, and be a good official in the hearts of the people. You are mistaken, dear sister. Your endeavors parallel my own efforts in the imperial examinations, and there is no distinction between nobility and commonality. If Xiao Mochen truly dares to disdain, then we shall cherish our own sister. Sun the carpenter was introduced to Xiao Mochen by the clan elder. Had the elder not mentioned him, Lu Lingxi would have never believed that this man, who was physically challenged, could craft such fine woodwork. Lu Lingxi felt an inexplicable sense of hidden talent in Manta Village. There are marvels aplenty. Dr. Zhou's ointment for bruising and swelling is also quite effective. Recently, Aunt Zhao has been preparing meals, and those who have enjoyed the skewers have reciprocated with gifts. By chance, Aunt Lu cheerfully brought 2 fish. At noon, Aunt Zhao prepared a dish of fishball soup with a distinct Xinjiang flavor. The plump, round fish balls mingled with vibrant greens. The milky broth adorned with a hint of golden oil. One bowl was utterly satisfying, the freshness of the fish balls delighting the palate. Lu Lingxi then realized how could there be skewers without fish balls? Such exquisite flavors should not be overlooked. Furthermore, these fish are unique to Manta Village. The river in front has a constant flow, teeming with rich and delicious fish, albeit difficult to catch. Lu Lingxi was unperturbed, knowing that Lu Nanxing would handle it. When the time came to collect the goods from Sun the carpenter, Xiao Mochen accompanied Lu Lingxi to his home. Chapter 44. What she seeks is companionship. Their departure together quelled many rumors about their strained relationship. The village elders were aware of Xiao Mochen's frail health in his youth. They believed Aunt Zhao would struggle to keep him alive. Yet, he has thrived and even married. Many speculated that since his marriage, Xiao Mochen's health had improved significantly, allowing him to accompany Lu Lingxi on outings. Is that possible? The design for the handrail you provided is excellent. It can be pushed or used with a donkey cart. Sun the carpenter awaited Lu Lingxi's inspection of the wheelchair he had built. The road from Manta Village to the town was challenging, and he had also worked on the suspension. Sun the carpenter was quite intrigued by the design plans. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to undertake the woodworking project after the clan elder's recommendation. The moment Lu Lingxi laid eyes on the cart, satisfaction washed over her. No wonder the clan elder had specifically mentioned Sun the carpenter. She joyfully inspected the cart and took it for a few laps around the yard. It's perfect. Seeing Lu Lingxi's delight, Xiao Mochen knew his design was a success, transforming blueprints into a practical cart. The man pushing the cart behind Sun looked anxious, but remained silent. Young Master Xiao, there's something I would like to discuss with you. Sun the carpenter had no intention of continuing his woodworking career, but he still needed to feed his apprentice. Having seen the cart's design, he broke his previous vow. After all these years, no one would have expected him to create a small cart. With Lu Lingxi's consent, Xiao Mochen continued his conversation with Sun the carpenter. The prospect of finalizing their first business deal left Lu Lingxi feeling somewhat bewildered. Brother Sun, let us discuss this inside. Sun the carpenter's apprentice happily pushed the wheelchair as they followed Xiao Mochen into the house. At that moment, Sun the carpenter wished he could cover his face. His foolish apprentice had unwittingly spoiled the deal. All his cards were laid bare, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. The cart was surprisingly light. Lu Lingxi contemplated the additional weight of the stove and oil pot, knowing it was manageable. At the very least, she could attach it to a donkey cart. Donkeys in town generally weighed between 2 to 400 jin, and Lu Lingxi currently possessed 108 taels, which afforded her ample opportunities. She did not intend to rely too heavily on Xiao Mochen's funds, once news of her earning silver from her stall in town reached the village. Lin Qingqing would likely take action. Time was of the essence. Lin Qingqing had failed to deceive her out of anything. Old Lady Lin would only grow increasingly harsh towards Lin Qingqing, who had grown accustomed to a comfortable life. How long could she endure? Lin Qingqing, believing she held leverage over Lu Lingxi, would undoubtedly continue to pursue her. As Lu Lingxi pushed the cart, her thoughts wandered far and wide. It must be said that Sun the carpenter possesses remarkable skills. Had he not been confined to a wheelchair, his talents would undoubtedly be even more impressive. He managed to recreate 90% of the small cart she had envisioned, along with the drawings by Xiao Mochen, which she found satisfactory in its initial version. It was Xiao Mochen's pursuit of perfection that led him to engage her in discussions during her leisure time, refining the blueprints until they realized the final product. Lu Lingxi circled around Sun the carpenter's yard several times before walking along the village road. The path in Manta village was rather rough, however. Pulling the small cart was not overly strenuous for her. Regrettably, she had not brought anything along to place in the cart, which would have allowed her to observe the shock-absorbing feature that Sun had specifically highlighted. On her way out from Sun's home, she encountered numerous villagers, many of whom expressed curiosity about the oddly shaped cart. Upon learning that it was crafted by Sun, several individuals discreetly took note, intent on ordering one for themselves, as it appeared quite practical. Moreover, Sun's craftsmanship was indeed exceptional. The wooden cabinet he had made for her years ago remained in excellent condition. Even the daughter of the clan leader, who had married into the town, had her dowry made by Sun. One could only wonder why Sun did not venture to the town for carpentry work, where he could earn more silver. Perhaps it was the eccentric nature of skilled artisans? Fortunately, Sun had taken a keen interest in the design of the small cart. Lu Lingxi found herself filled with anticipation regarding the price Xiao Mochen would propose during their business negotiations with Sunday. The initial idea was hers. Surely, Xiao Mochen would share half the profits with her. After meandering through half the village, she returned to Sun's home to fetch Xiao Mochen. As she arrived at the doorstep, Xiao Mochen emerged from Sun's house with a gentle smile. Lu Lingxi's eyes sparkled with expectation, and Xiao Mochen, sensing her subtle dependence, felt a deeper smile form at the corners of his lips. You'll be setting up a stall in town for the next few days, right? Do let me know if there's anything that needs improvement. The journey from Manta village to the town was not short, and Xiao Mochen wished to spare Lu Lingxi the toil. Clearly, he could not restrain her. It was good that she had her own passions, preventing her from idling away her days in the backyard, lost in thought. After giving Lu Lingxi his final instructions, Xiao Mochen turned to bid farewell to Sun and his apprentice. Brother Sun, brotherly, we shall take our leave for now. We can discuss the specifics of our collaboration in a few days. Li the carpenter beamed as he looked at his master, envisioning the prosperous business they would have selling the small cart in town. He was grateful he had visited Sun a few days prior, otherwise, he might have missed out. Sun nodded with a smile, acknowledging that having apprentices was a form of debt. Throughout her return journey, Lu Lingxi's excitement had yet to subside. Xiao Mochen's smile lingered, reflecting the joy that had settled in. Perhaps what Lu Lingxi longed for was simply his companionship. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Mochen had already forgotten that Sun's apprentice had opened a shop in town, specializing in carpentry. Sun intended to purchase their design to sell in town. Chapter 45. Will Xiao Mochen's health improve? Our small cart has gained a competitive edge. Crafting the wooden components is not overly difficult. Yet the ingenuity involved is challenging to replicate. For instance, the agility required for turning and the shock-absorbing features would lead one astray without Sun's guidance. Thus, the materials used for our cart will offset the cost of the blueprints for Sun's apprentice. I recommend that brotherly collaborate with a carpenter he knows well to produce a batch of goods, simultaneously sending them to the prefecture city to capture the market and earn a quick profit. I have also invested some funds. Xiao Mochen detailed the terms of his transaction with Sun to Lu Lingxi. ISN T Xiao Mochen too audacious, dragging Li the carpenter along in this venture? The seemingly mature and composed Sun did not deter him. Xiao Mochen must have immense confidence in himself and in her. The prefecture city was far more prosperous than the town, presenting an unprecedented market opportunity. Lu Lingxi merely wished to introduce the Sham, a popular skewered dish that would later sweep through Xinjiang, promoting the village's vegetables and unique local products. Xiao Mochen had seized the opportunity to make a quick profit, but why was there such a disparity between people? Furthermore, she yearned to experience the ease of earning income from a shop. At that moment, Lu Lingxi felt a pang of envy for Xiao Mochen. The starting point of his success was her ultimate dream. Aunt Xiao, seated by the window embroidering a handkerchief, observed the two as they joyfully departed and returned. At that moment, she felt she should be in town with her husband rather than lingering in the courtyard. Despite the unpleasant events that had transpired before Lu Lingxi's arrival, the outcome had been favorable. Xiao Mochen's typically frosty demeanor was now vibrant with emotion. Having rarely ventured out, he had often accompanied Lu Lingxi in recent days. Their relationship seemed to be flourishing. Before long, she anticipated the arrival of their small heir. Aunt Xiao wiped a tear from her eye, reflecting on how she had never imagined the heir would have an opportunity for marriage and children after coming to Manta village. Those in Xinjiang would surely rejoice upon hearing the news. When would the heir return to the capital? Aunt Xiao, why are you crying on such a joyous occasion? Lu Lingxi offered her handkerchief. In a few days, I plan to sell Shang in town and will bring you back fabric to make new clothes. Aunt Xiao quickly dried her tears with her own handkerchief, her gaze filled with astonishment as she examined the small cart. In recent days, they had collaborated on the design, and this was the remarkable result. The craftsmanship resembled that of skilled artisans from the Ministry of Works, though she, a simple villager, could hardly fathom such things. She quickly corrected herself, declaring it the work of extraordinarily talented craftsmen. Lingxi, you truly are remarkable. How did you conceive such a unique little cart? Aunt Xiao's attention shifted entirely to the cart, showering it with praise, while her earlier worries faded into oblivion. The heir would eventually return, and he was mindful of his family's needs. Whether she returned or not was of little consequence. When the time came that the heir required their assistance, she would gladly accompany them, continuing to serve him. As the cart was positioned, on a beautiful day, Lu Lingxi planned to purchase an ox once she earned enough money. Brother Lu Tiandong, brought the ox directly to her. Eventually, she learned that it was her uncles from the Lu family who had pooled their resources to buy the ox, supporting their niece's venture in town. How could they expect her to walk such a long distance? It would be exhausting. If she isn't setting up a stall, the ox can still be useful. Not a waste at all. Lu Lingxi was taken aback by this delightful surprise, feeling both touched and bittersweet. She silently vowed to earn enough money, determined not to let everyone down. Time continued to march forward, the sweltering heat beginning to wane. Lu Lingxi's entrepreneurial journey quietly commenced on an ordinary day. Lingxi, how long do you think it will take for us to earn back the money for the ox cart, the small cart, the iron pot, the oil, and the expenses for the seasonings and kanchan? Mother Lu Xiangxiang, sat atop the ox cart, unable to contain her smile, though her heart brimmed with worry. Oh my, I didn't realize it would add up to so much. The vegetables were sourced from their own garden, costing nothing. The fish were caught by Lu Nanxing in the river, also incurring no expense for the time being. The prices of oil and salt have surged. Recently, the young lady purchased a variety of herbal ingredients from the pharmacy, claiming they were for seasoning the skewers. Goodness, the items at the pharmacy are indeed quite pricey. Lu Lingxi pondered. If all the skewers sell today, we could earn over 200 coins. The small cart, which Xiao Mochen had sold the blueprints for, also yielded no immediate profits. He even teamed up with the carpenter's apprentice to sell the cart. If this continues until next year, she would surely have at least 30 taels of silver in hand, alleviating any worries for her second brother's upcoming examination. Business in winter would be even better. The warm and spicy skewers would make one feel entirely relaxed. She offered both meat and vegetables. In winter, she would cultivate crops in a greenhouse, which she planned to construct. In her previous life, she was the sole occupant of the Prime Minister's residence, with Xiao Mochen being an exception as he only returned at night to sleep. During his days off and on business trips, she rarely saw him, spending most of her time alone in the manor. Over that long stretch of time, she learned much to pass the time. Now, it seems to have been a worthwhile endeavor. The knowledge she acquired proved invaluable. She had a premonition that she and Xiao Mochen would part ways within the month. This realization reignited her urgency to earn money. The Lu family was impoverished, and she was undeniably a gold sink. with more than half of the family's finances spent on her. Reflecting on it, she truly had a knack for extravagance. Lu Xiangxiang observed her daughter's changing expressions and couldn't help but sigh. Her son-in-law was an ailing man. There was no hope for him. Living in the same village and nearby, they could support each other, yet they were far from matching Lu Lingxi's earnings. Lu Kangong and Lu Tiandong worked at the dock, hauling heavy loads, earning merely 26 coins a day. Lingxi, when do you think Xiao Mochen's health will improve? Chapter 46. The undying desire to serve. Lu Lingxi nodded, assuring, he will surely recover. Mother, do not worry. She longed to say, Mother, we should be more concerned about ourselves. Xiao Mochen has lived longer than us. He was a man blessed with great fortune, while they were merely fleeting lives. I heard he coughed up blood recently, Lu Xiangxiang admitted, somewhat apprehensive. The day after their quarrel, she heard villagers mention Xiao Mochen's condition, leaving her too frightened to venture outside for days, fearing that joy would turn to sorrow and that her daughter might earn the ominous title of a harbinger of misfortune. It's nothing serious. Xiao Mochen is taking medicine. Dr. Zhou assured us he is fine. Mother, do you truly believe I can become a widow? Becoming a widow was out of the question. She was already counting down to separation. Xiao Mochen's future gleamed promisingly ahead. By next spring, or whenever, his health would be fully restored. The autumn examination loomed, where he would become the top scholar, continuing the legend of a prodigy, triumphantly returning to Xingjing. He would become the only genius in the history of the Baiyan dynasty to achieve 6 top ranks. Her second brother, a fellow fleeting spirit, had his only moment of glory in February, lacking even an entrance ticket to sit for the examination alongside Xiao Mochen. In the Baiyan dynasty, individuals with disabilities were barred from the imperial examinations. She vividly remembered that during her stay in Manta village, her brother's leg was broken during the transition from summer to autumn. Until her death, she never learned why he had ventured into the depths of Manta Mountain, a place even seasoned hunters dared not tread. In this life, she had become a seer, destined to prevent Lu Chuanbai from wandering off. He would obediently stay put for the next examination. Earning money was the true path. Once the family was no longer impoverished, her brother would not waste his thoughts on trivial matters. Lu Nanqing followed closely behind the donkey cart, his pace swift, occasionally overtaking Lu Lingxi and Lu Xiangxiang's cart. In the distance, the town began to come into view. Third brother, you should take the afternoon off and return to the private school. Lu Nanqing felt disheartened. He was merely discarded when no longer needed. He had no desire to return to the private school, where the benches seemed to have nails, making him restless. Moreover, the teacher's constant use of archaic language left his head buzzing. Admiring his second brother, Lu Nanqing often contemplated telling his parents that he no longer wished to study and would rather let his brother take his place. He aspired to be a soldier. He believed he was destined to be a great general. No one in the village could outrun him, nor match his strength. Even the donkey couldn't keep pace with him. Alas, he dared not voice this ambition. After much hesitation, Lu Nanqing finally managed to say, Mother, I fear for my little sister on her first day selling. I worry she might be taken advantage of. She is so beautiful. He felt reassured knowing he would be by her side. I am strong, quick on my feet, and can help carry things. Counting his merits, he appeared fierce and was well acquainted with the town, having frequently traveled between the town and the dock. If only his sister and mother were alone. He feared something might happen to them, for both his mother and sister were exceptionally beautiful. Hearing his concerns, Lu Lingxi couldn't help but laugh. We have paid the stall fee, and the county officials are patrolling the market. Third brother, besides, I'm not weak either. Father and elder brother are at the dock, not far from our market. Second brother's academy is also nearby. Sending someone for help will be swift. Lu Nanqing dismissed Lu Chuanbai entirely, considering him the weakest member of the family. However, he had been mercilessly bullied by Lu Chuanbai on multiple occasions. Fine, he just wants to skip school. Were it not for sitting on the donkey cart, Lu Xiangxiang would have twisted Lu Nanqing's ear, as his desire to escape school was too apparent. She had heard about it even in town. Receiving the reproachful glances from Lu Xiangxiang and Lu Lingxi, Lu Nanqing obediently quieted down. Lu Xiangxiang watched as Lu Nanqing hurried away, raising a cloud of dust behind him, feeling somewhat speechless. Her second and third sons were indeed two extremes. Mother, does third brother still harbor dreams of becoming a soldier? Lu Xiangxiang exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 47. The smoke of humanity. Lu Xiangxiang had long forgotten Lu Nanqing's childhood declaration at 6 years old about wanting to become a general. Over the years, the Lu family's life had been far from easy, and like many children, they were raised with a sense of freedom. Only her mother was adamant about ensuring all the children could read and write. The family's struggles meant that Lu Nanqing's education began late. Mother. Third brother wishes to join the army. Perhaps he might truly become a great general one day. Yet, even generals must be literate. One day, third brother would come to understand that even as a general, he would still need to read and write. Lu Xiangxiang felt much relieved after hearing Lu Lingxi's words. Lingxi had always been fortunate, a trait she had carried since childhood. She had only confided in Lu Qinggan that when she was pregnant with Lu Nanqing and Lu Lingxi, her dream had been of 2 beautiful celestial children, 1 boy and 1 girl. Indeed, they were born a pair of twins. When Lingxi and Nanqing were 3 months old, on a winter night, the whole family was fast asleep when Lingxi suddenly cried, awakening everyone. They could only stay outside, for they could not even enter the house, as the snow had collapsed the east wing where they lived. The market, enclosed in the west of the town, was bustling when they arrived. Lu Lingxi and her companions found their rented spot slightly deeper within, not the best location. Navigating through the throng of people, they reached their designated area, where Lu Lingxi detached the movable wooden board connecting the cart's body to its handle. She lifted the oil pot from the cart and placed it on the makeshift stove at their rented stall. The cart was well stocked with both charcoal and coal. Upon observing the neatly arranged charcoal and firewood, Lu Lingxi couldn't help but marvel at how commendable Xiao Mochen was. However, this admiration was strictly limited to their friendship. Any further considerations were out of the question. The convenience of bringing charcoal from Manta village to town was undeniable, especially during the initial phase of her stall's business, where she did not plan to utilize charcoal. Given the current mild weather, the price of charcoal had already reached 150 won per catty, and in winter, it often soared to 201. The costs were simply too high. She often envied Xiao Mochen, who seemed to come from a lineage of hidden wealth, which perhaps was indicative of the depth of a scholarly family. Lu Xiangxiang had observed and learned the technique of pouring oil and igniting the fire alongside Lu Lingxi for several days, becoming quite adept at it. A series of well-prepared, vibrant vegetables and uniformly sliced pork and chicken pieces danced and twirled in the boiling oil, displaying an elegant choreography. The fresh ingredients were evenly immersed in the scalding oil, harmonizing beautifully with their inherent flavors, the enticing aroma gradually wafting through the air. Lu Xiangxiang felt a rush of nervous energy as she silently counted, her entire being focused solely on the ingredients in the oil, oblivious to the surrounding environment. As the moment arrived, she swiftly scooped out the fragrant vegetables and placed them in a sieve in front of Lu Lingxi to drain. Before Lu Lingxi lay several specially prepared and ground spices. She took the fried vegetable skewers, set them on a plate, and prepared 2 types of sauce, one slightly spicy and the other mild yet fragrant with cumin, intended for tasting. As Lu Lingxi mixed the skewers, the mouth-watering flavors intensified, drawing in numerous passers-by who followed the tantalizing scent. Skewers, spicy and fragrant, simply delightful. Free tastings. If it's not good, there's no charge. First come, first served. Lu Lingxi's crisp voice rang out, warmly inviting customers to sample. In her previous life, she had built a budget fast food chain from scratch, and the memories buried deep in her mind surfaced. The skills she had acquired were now employed with remarkable finesse. Lu Xiangxiang continued to fry the skewers, having established their respective roles long ago. She had no time to worry about Lingxi now. Free tastings? My dear girl tends to be rather generous. Who knows how much she will give away? Those are all meant to be sold. How can they be free? Miss. Free tastings? What are skewers? Yours smells incredible. I've never seen anything like it, nor do I know if it tastes good. The sign read 1 won for 3 vegetable skewers and 1 won for a meat skewer. Such fragrant skewers could hardly be free, yet they were indeed a bargain. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and before long, Lu Lingxi's stall was surrounded. Yes, it's our first day setting up, and we've specially prepared 2 plates of skewers for everyone to taste. The left plate is spicy, and the right plate is for those who prefer mild. Lu Lingxi's voice exuded a reassuring quality, quickly attracting the first taster. Old Master Zhao, a connoisseur residing in Dongfu Alley, was known for his discerning palate. With 2 passions in life, gourmet food and raising parrots, he had recently fallen ill from the heat and had been bedridden for days. The bland food prescribed for his recovery left him feeling as though he might need to see a doctor again. This morning, his rebellious son had finally left him alone, providing him the opportunity to venture out for a meal. With a stern expression, old Master Xiao speared a slice of spicy potato. The moment it touched his tongue, he squinted in delight, savoring the exquisite flavor and the delightful spice. "How delicious this potato slice is!" he exclaimed, quickly grabbing more spicy and non-spicy pieces to devour. "Well, what do you think, old master? Is it good?" Came the eager inquiries from those surrounding him. "Why isn't he speaking? What's wrong with him?" The crowd murmured, puzzled by the well-dressed elder's silence. Suddenly, a parrot's shrill cry pierced the air, overpowering the chatter and drawing everyone's attention. "That's old Master Xiao. The skewers must be so good they're making him forget to talk." Recognizing him, someone chimed in, "Old Master Xiao, your son is searching for you all over the alley." Having consumed half of both the spicy and non-spicy skewers, old Master Zhao's identity was inadvertently revealed. His face flushed slightly with embarrassment as he realized his plate was half empty. He remembered his appetite hadn't been so robust. Upon arriving at the market, Zhao Xiaozhong spotted his father's familiar plump figure at the front of a small stall. "Father, you sneaked out again?" Zhao Xiaozhong exclaimed, out of breath and wiping sweat from his brow, relief flooding his eyes. Old Master Zhao puffed up in indignation. "What do you mean? Rebellious son? Just staying home would starve me. They didn't even give me food. Give me 3 meat skewers and 5 of those fish balls, and for the vegetables, just a 5-1 assortment, but make it all a bit spicy." Without hesitation, old Master Zhao ordered, leaving half of the sampling plate for the onlookers, his eagerness palpable. "These fools, if it weren't good, would I still be eating?" His eyes fixated on the skewers, he swallowed hard in anticipation. The tasting was rapidly devoured. And following old Master Zhao's enthusiastic endorsement, Lingxi's skewer business experienced a booming success. A caddy of pork belly cost 10 when at the market, and they could produce approximately 25 skewers. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, making the newly sampled skewers even more irresistible. Realizing the potential, many decided they would rather purchase than miss out on the deliciousness. As Lu Xiangxiang continued to fry the skewers, Lu Lingxi expertly managed the oil, preparing for the final step of brushing on the sauce. "Wait, miss, my father's skewers should be non-spicy," Zhao Xiaozhong interjected, concerned for his father's health after his recent heatstroke. Old Master Zhao, irate, stomped his foot, yet he refrained from countering his son, knowing well the joy of indulging in skewers. "This sauce is our unique, secret recipe. Even the non-spicy version is delightful. You've already tasted it, old master, and enjoyed it quite a bit." Lu Lingxi smiled, recognizing the success of their venture. What a profitable day. Initially frustrated, old Master Zhao's demeanor brightened upon receiving his skewers. "Rebellious son, pay up, it's 15 when in total." Once Zhao Xiaozhong settled the bill, old Master Zhao hurried away, his parrot cage left forgotten.
Rebellious son. Rebellious son.
The parrot's shrill cries erupted in front of the skewer stand. Zhao Xiaozhong rushed after his father, anxious that he might not have left him any skewers, as he was indeed his own flesh and blood. "Don't push. Don't push." Some patrons began to maintain order in the queue, as the crowd jostled for a taste. "1 win for the vegetable skewers, this one, and this one. 1 win for the pork skewers. Make sure they're spicy." The gentleman behind them began to order just as swiftly as old Master Zhao had. He had eaten pork at home, but it could not compare to the delightful aroma of the skewered meat from the nearby stall. The fragrance was simply irresistible. After placing his order, the gentleman swiftly moved to the other side to await his meal. Lu Xiangxiang had anticipated that Lingxi's business would flourish, yet she never imagined it would be this prosperous. She was so engrossed in her tasks that she hardly had time to lift her head, fearing that any delay in frying would affect their sales. Lu Lingxi worked briskly, taking orders, collecting payments, and serving sauces to previous customers, all while finding moments to assist Lu Xiangxiang with frying the skewers. It felt as though she could split herself in two to manage the workload. She thought of Aunt Zhao and resolved to ask her upon returning if she would like to come help with the cash, offering her a wage in return. After finishing 2 copper coins worth of fried skewers, the gentleman found himself questioning his life choices, as the deliciousness only intensified his hunger. "Oh dear, young lady, your skewers are simply too fragrant. After spending these 2 coins, I find myself even hungrier." He hesitated, torn between leaving and staying. unable to take a step away from the enticing aroma of the skewers. Lingxi, I think we need to have your aunt come over quickly, Lu Xiangxiang interjected, aware that there were others nearby who might be tempted to sell pancakes next to them, which could distract customers from their skewers. Thank you for supporting our skewers. Dear sir, all our sauces are exclusive to us. In a couple of days, we will introduce freshly made pancakes to accompany the skewers, all for just 3 coins. Enough to satisfy 2 people. The gentleman nodded vigorously in response. The skewers prepared by Lu Lingxi were rapidly diminishing. She took a moment to count the remaining skewers before quickly managing the line of customers. After such a long wait, who would be pleased to leave empty-handed? Once she spoke, the contrast between the delighted and disappointed expressions in the queue was striking. Such is life, filled with extremes of joy and sorrow. After being tantalized by the aroma for so long, to end up without a taste was truly disheartening. Dear lady, please bring more tomorrow. With such a meager supply, do you think I am to be treated lightly? I've waited so long, only to be left empty-handed. The crowd echoed in agreement. Thank you all for your support. Today marks our first day of business, and we were unfortunately underprepared. We promise to ensure that everyone can buy tomorrow. Lu Lingxi sincerely apologized, realizing she had underestimated the purchasing power of the town. As noon passed, all of Lu Lingxi's skewers had sold out. In just over an hour, the two had worked tirelessly, their focus razor-sharp, but now that they could relax, they felt as though they had emerged from the depths of a river. Lingxi,
We've sold out.
Lu Xiangxiang could hardly believe it as she glanced around, cautiously tucking the coins into her pocket. With so much money in her hands for just one day, she felt as though someone might snatch it away. Mother, take this. I will earn more in the future, Lu Lingxi said with newfound confidence about life after separation. Lu Xiangxiang reluctantly touched her purse before finally returning it to Lu Lingxi. Mother cannot accept your money. Your father will provide for me. Seeing her daughter so organized and determined in managing her life brought Lu Xiangxiang comfort. After deducting the 10 skewers for the initial taste test, they had earned a total of 212 copper coins for the day. Soon, Lu Lingxi would head to the shop to sell Aunt Zhao's cloth. She planned to bring Aunt Zhao to the town to sell skewers, deciding against bringing her new embroidery work, as prolonged embroidery could strain the eyes. Lu Lingxi counted the money for Lu Xiangxiang and instructed her to purchase pork belly, as the heat would spoil the meat quickly. It needed to be fresh daily. She kept the remaining coins for herself, pondering whether to split the earnings with her mother or pay Aunt Zhao a wage instead. As they left the market, Lu Lingxi caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in a bamboo green outfit from the corner of her eye. Could it be him? He shouldn't be here. The next moment, she felt a cool touch on her hand. Xiao Mochen, who should not have appeared at this moment, stood before her. What brings you here? You seldom visit the town. I came to fetch you and your mother to take you home. Xiao Mochen had arrived shortly after Lu Lingxi. Having never engaged in business before, he was quite anxious, unable to remain at home, and decided to accompany her. The person he had initially arranged to help had yet to arrive, but Lingxi's business had already taken off splendidly. Fortunately, he had managed to enjoy the spicy skewers himself. They were delicious, explaining the throng of customers. He would wager they would sell just as well in Shengjing. Seeing Lingxi's stock sold out, he finally made his appearance at the market entrance. The distance between Manta village and the town was considerable, and with 2 women and a donkey cart, Xiao Mochen could not help but worry. He understood Lingxi was quite passionate about her business and provided her with 100 taels to purchase a shop in town, leaving her with extra funds. There was no need to venture into such a bustling market. It seemed Lingxi did not wish to use her own money. All his funds were hers, and she utilized them as if it were her right. The clarity with which she divided their finances made Xiao Mochen uneasy. Was she planning to distance herself from him? Otherwise, why not use her own money? His heart felt heavy, and he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. Where are we going? This isn't the way home. To the general store. I need to deliver Aunt's cloth. How did business go today? Quite well. Everything sold out. I must be a natural in the kitchen. If women could become chefs, I would surely be the head chef at a restaurant. Lu Lingxi beamed with pride, having earned over 200 coins in a single day. She was one step closer to supporting her 3 brothers in achieving greatness. Once her brothers and uncles became formidable, she could enjoy life while pursuing her passions. Then I shall buy a shop and open a private kitchen, with my 3 brothers as my support. I will cook the dishes I love. As Lu Lingxi envisioned a bright future, a gentle smile graced her face. In contrast, Xiao Mochen's lips tightened, and he suddenly felt a surge of frustration. And what of me? Lu Lingxi, have you considered my place in your future? Or is it that I have never existed in your dreams? Xiao Mochen halted the pushcart abruptly. Lu Lingxi, you have returned. Lingxi, Mochen has come too. Lu Xiangxiang, having rushed back after buying pork, interrupted just in time, cutting off Xiao Mochen's impending words. Lu Lingxi felt a pang of anxiety. Thankfully, her mother returned just in time. She had been about to deceive Xiao Mochen with words about the future, but now found herself at a loss for words. What were you saying just now? I didn't catch that. Mother is back. Xiao Mochen's interrupted words hung in the air. A gentle breeze swept by, clearing his mind somewhat. He felt uncertain whether to be relieved or anxious. What if Lingxi had truly returned to him? Would she still wish to be with him? The thought of an answer he did not want to hear loomed over him. Lingxi was his wife, and would remain so. Lu Xiangxiang noted that Xiao Mochen had come specifically to escort Lingxi home, contrasting sharply with the village gossip. It appeared that their relationship was indeed strong. After delivering the cloth at the general store, Lu Lingxi decided against taking on new embroidery work, opting instead for 2 pieces of fabric. Tomorrow, she would ask her third aunt to bring them back. Life at her maternal grandmother's home was not easy, with 4 uncles, each having several sons. Lu Lingxi's cousins had already reached a total of 10. The young lads were truly a financial burden. Under the shade of the trees, Xiao Mochen awaited Lu Lingxi. Observing her bustling about in the shop, his suspicions deepened. At 16, Lingxi exuded such warmth and vitality, yet each time she rebuffed him, darkness crept into his heart. Though she was near, she felt increasingly distant. He longed to hide her away, a fleeting cold glimmer passing through his profound gaze. If she dared to flee. Indeed, spending money brought joy, as Lu Lingxi delightedly indulged in shopping. Today, she had spent nearly all her earnings, even dipping into her personal savings. Upon exiting the shop, her expression remained blissful. Faced with her radiant smile, Xiao Mochen's earlier dark thoughts vanished without a trace. He could never allow Lingxi's smile to fade again. The thought of her later forced cheerfulness caused a pang in his heart. What troubles you? Lu Lingxi emerged to find Xiao Mochen's face pale, hastily placing her fabric down and grasping his arm with concern. Please, do not succumb to illness now. Do not worry, I merely studied too late last night. The genuine care in Lu Lingxi's eyes was unmistakable, and Xiao Mochen found himself wishing to preserve this moment forever. Next time, let us visit the capital together. Seeing Xiao Mochen's familiar malaise, Lu Lingxi tenderly picked up the newly purchased fabric from the ground, diligently brushing off the dust. She began to doubt the town's doctor. Otherwise, how could Xiao Mochen remain unchanged after all these years? She had not heard of Dr. Zhou's name in the years to come. It was essential to visit the capital for a thorough examination. Her heart felt a bit more at ease with that thought. Lu Lingxi resolved to accompany Xiao Mochen to the capital next time. The capital has many fine fabrics, she assured him. Xiao Mochen's gaze lingered on the dark and light pieces of fabric in Lu Lingxi's arms. That light fabric does not suit you. The materials from the capital are exquisite. I shall buy you whatever you desire. Furthermore, I will excel in the upcoming examinations, ensuring you become the wife of the top scholar. The position of the heir's wife is rather unappealing. However, if Lingxi desires it, I shall make it happen, Xiao Mochen mused inwardly. Lu Lingxi chuckled awkwardly. None of the fabric she purchased was intended for Xiao Mochen, nor for herself. It was meant for her elder brother, who had excelled in his academy tests. Recalling Lu Chuanbai's words that Xiao Mochen was worthy of being his mentor, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude to him. Of course, that is also due to your earnest guidance. I know you will be the top scholar. However, your health comes first. In the future, not only would he be the top scholar, but also the only one to achieve the unprecedented 6 successes. The arduous 8 years of delay had caused the prodigy Xiao Mochen's name to fade into obscurity. Yet, in his early 20s, he delivered a flawless performance in the imperial examinations that would alter destinies. On the day of the top scholars parade, the grand spectacle in Shengjing was unparalleled, with the spirited man atop his steed becoming the dream of many eligible young women. Achieving 6 successes, he became renowned across the land overnight. In silence, they sat in the donkey cart heading back to Manta village, so close that Lu Lingxi found herself breathing more softly. Since returning to 16, she had resolved to sever ties with Xiao Mochen, avoiding entanglements. Yet, each encounter with him evoked an inexplicable sense of guilt. Though he harbored affections for another, he still consented to marry her. Lu Lingxi understood that Xiao Mochen had firmly decided against marrying her, leaving them with no recourse. After all, he was the heir of the Duke of Xiao, and even the county magistrate dared not offend him. His status as a scholar further shielded him from any reproach from the villagers.
Yet,
The rumors had escalated to a point where he still took her as his rightful wife. He brought her back to Shengjing, where she encountered his beloved, suffering greatly in that man's presence, ultimately losing her life. Surely, they would end up together, for Bai Ruoshui had yearned for Xiao Mochen for so many years. As for Lu Lingxi, a single glance at Xiao Mochen had doomed her for life. Her heart remained cold, never warmed by another's affection. Xiao Mochen's love was unwaveringly devoted to one person, not a shred to be shared with her, a truth she had learned through bitter experience. The animosity between her and Bai Ruoshui was unending, an insurmountable hatred. And Xiao Mochen belonged to Bai Ruoshui. By the way, I have saved the silver you gave me. All my expenses come from my own earnings. Once we reach the capital, regardless of the cost, we must ensure your health is restored. My skewer delicacies business is thriving. So, do not fret. Even if medical expenses are steep, you still have the funds for the imperial examinations. At worst, I can lend you some. Lu Lingxi almost uttered those last words, but in truth, only a few coins remained in her purse. Feeling uneasy, she rambled on about many things. It was better when she remained silent. Once she spoke, Xiao Mochen's previously pale face darkened instantly. Chapter 51. Incompatibility. Lu Lingxi possessed an uncanny ability to infuriate him. Xiao Mochen found himself powerless. The money he had given her was meant for her use, yet she saved it. He was frustrated that Lingxi refused to utilize his funds, insisting on earning and spending her own. His woman should be cared for by him. The ambition that drove him forward had always been for her. Even amidst gatherings of his peers' wives, he wished for her to never bow to anyone. But why would she not spend the money he provided? That money is mine. Earned honestly. Lu Lingxi thought it was an inopportune moment to mention separation, as it seemed Xiao Mochen held her dearly in his heart. What more could she desire? If she dared to speak of separation, the flood of persuasion could drown her. With a smile, Lu Lingxi replied, "This is the first time I've encountered such a sum. I am reluctant to part with it before truly enjoying it. And what of the jade pendant? Why do you not wear it?"
today,
Xiao Mochen seemed determined to confront Lu Lingxi, his demeanor somewhat aggressive. Lu Lingxi mused that she should not be in the cart, she ought to be at the dock, welcoming her father and elder brother, then returning on an ox cart. Xiao Mochen's incessant chatter was becoming wearisome. He even dredged up old grievances. In the courtyard, Aunt Zhao sat beneath the shade, contentedly stringing together the freshly prepared vegetables into skewers. Neatly arranged in a small basket, they were a sight to behold, bringing joy. She wondered how Lingxi and Aunt Lu's business fared today. Would the townsfolk be willing to pay for the skewers? Usually confident in her culinary skills, Aunt Zhao felt a twinge of self-doubt at that moment. The thought of the spicy and flavorful skewers made her mouth water. Surely, the townsfolk would not lack discernment. While Aunt Zhao enjoyed a tranquil scene, Lu Lingxi yearned to escape the donkey cart. Under the oppressive gaze of Xiao Mochen, they finally arrived home. Lu Lingxi quickly leaped from the cart, only to be swept up in his arms. "Aunt, please tend to the donkey cart." Xiao Mochen coldly uttered this command, carrying Lu Lingxi directly into the east wing. Aunt Zhao secured the donkey and looked curiously at the closed door, which slammed shut with a resounding thud.
moment latte.
The open window was swiftly closed as well. It is still broad daylight. Is the young master in such a hurry? It seems that the little grandchild is on the way. Aunt Zhao chuckled, yet she hadn't had the chance to inquire about the business of the skewers. However, compared to the little grandchild, it was not worth mentioning. With a contented smile, Aunt Zhao secured the gate of the courtyard and headed towards the other end of the village. If she couldn't find Lingxi, she could still ask Sister Lu and conveniently find Brother Lu to catch some fish. She could bring it back herself, saving Brother Lu from making a special trip. The two young individuals, however, found themselves in a scene vastly different from Aunt Zhao's cheerful thoughts. Today, Xiao Mochen was particularly difficult to deal with. Ever since she was placed upon the bed, Xiao Mochen had enveloped her with his presence. His face remained expressionless. Yet the calmness in his elongated phoenix eyes rendered Lu Lingxi nearly breathless. Encircled by him, Lu Lingxi struggled to breathe, desperately trying to shrink her presence. Yet, Xiao Mochen pressed closer, encroaching upon her space. The sun shone brightly, casting ample light within the room. The two youthful bodies lay tightly entwined on the bed. Lu Lingxi thought, Xiao Mochen is so terrifying. The young Xiao Mochen, who had not yet attained the heights of power, emanated the same overwhelming aura as the Prime Minister Xiao Mochen from her memories. Lu Lingxi exclaimed, Xiao Mochen, you promised me that you wouldn't touch me without my consent. Observing his every move, she felt as if he were about to devour her entirely. At that moment, Lu Lingxi chose to follow her heart. Aunt Zhao was still in the courtyard. How could she face anyone in broad daylight? She and Xiao Mochen were not suited to continue their relationship. Chapter 52. Let's have a child. Xiao Mochen pressed tightly against her yet made no further moves. He hovered above her, quietly observing her, while his mind replayed the moments spent with Lingxi over the past days. It was entirely different from their previous life together after marriage. Perhaps it was because he had been reborn that everything felt so different. He openly expressed his affection for her, unabashedly revealing his fondness for Lu Lingxi.
Consequently,
She too had transformed. In his memories, Lu Lingxi was bright and innocent yet stubborn, unreserved in expressing her love for him. He had been captivated by her from their very first meeting, and he was well aware that Lu Lingxi had been attracted to him from the outset. In this era, it was rare for women to be so proactive. The women he had encountered, even those who harbored feelings for him, tended to conceal their thoughts.
yet,
She was different from all of them. Now, Lu Lingxi was even more vibrant and lively than he remembered. After years of solitude, his heart, which had been calm and unperturbed by trivial matters, had been set ablaze by her presence. He had lost control too many times since meeting her. The tactics he employed to elicit her affection had only left him flustered. He could discern her every lie, yet he remained uncontrollably enamored by her. Lu Lingxi, you little deceiver. Why do you always lie to me? Lu Lingxi widened her eyes and hurriedly adjusted her emotions. She was the one who had been deceived. Yet Xiao Mochen chose to believe her, only to dredge up past grievances today. She had long known that Xiao Mochen was rather petty. Lu Lingxi sighed, closing her eyes. Feeling the strain in her back, she wished to lie down right there. Let the world perish. Some things are better left unknown. This world is not merely black and white. There exists a shade of gray. Even lies can carry a semblance of goodwill. Besides, my heart is pure towards you. The great river in front of the village bears witness to our love. Xiao Mochen, you are so exceptional. The first in Mantu village to pass the scholar's examination at the tender age of 12. Who else could I possibly admire? Who could elevate me to the status of a top scholar's wife? Lu Lingxi attempted to appeal to his sentiments, reasoning with him while providing examples, hoping to persuade the man atop her. Was this a threat? Xiao Mochen fixed his gaze on her, and when she averted her eyes, he suddenly spoke, Lingxi. Shall we have a child? Knowing her fondness for children, he thought that even if Lingxi learned about their past life, she would not abandon their child. Lu Lingxi exclaimed, Xiao Mochen, how can you leap from past grievances to the topic of children? Is this truly your intent? Were you merely testing me before? She indeed desired children and had contemplated having her own, yet not with Xiao Mochen. After all, Xiao Mochen belonged to Bairuoshui. What did it matter to her? They had no children together. Lu Lingxi was determined not to return to the life of her previous existence. Contemplating further, she tightened her body. Xiao Mochen, you plan to take the exam next year, right? In the autumn, you'll compete again, aiming for the top. In her past life, he had indeed planned to take the exam in the upcoming autumn. However, in this lifetime, he intended to wait until their child was older before participating. Xingjing and Mantu village were too distant. He did not wish to journey alone to Xingjing. Since his rebirth, he wished to remain by her side every moment. Their relationship had been tumultuous, leaving him apprehensive. He had yet to discuss the possibility of delaying the exam with Lingxi, yet her intuition was remarkably sharp. So, Lingxi truly had returned. In that instant, Xiao Mochen was engulfed by a whirlwind of regret, shock, and sorrow. He was too timid to seek out Lu Lingxi for confirmation of the truth. Was she truly the one who had returned? Yet, he had experienced a sudden leap from 40 back to their wedding night. Was Lingxi's body that of a 30-year-old, or was it occupied by another spirit? Otherwise, how could she seem to have lost her affection for him? Chapter 53. Why don't you acknowledge me as your adopted sister? Lu Lingxi gently pushed Xiao Mochen, knowing well that he would not budge. The words she was about to speak were not ones he would relish. She hoped he would remain calm. Xiao Mochen, We are currently not suited to have a child. Your health is one concern, and you also need to travel to the capital for the exam. With your talents, you will undoubtedly excel in Shengjing and become the top scholar. Shengjing is bustling and populous. Our beginning, or rather the circumstances surrounding my marriage to you, may well become the sole blemish on your otherwise illustrious life. These days, as I have learned to read and write, I have come to appreciate the wisdom of compatibility. I believe you should carefully consider our relationship. Upon waking on their wedding night, she had already contemplated the possibility of separating from Xiao Mochen. The former version of herself, who had been consumed by love, had only eyes for Xiao Mochen, disregarding the opinions of those around her as long as they ended up together. Back then, she could even have sacrificed her life for him. How could Lingxian, who had loved Xiao Mochen so deeply, contemplate separation immediately after their wedding night? Upon her return, she could only gradually cool their relationship and allow it to unfold naturally before Xiao Mochen departed from Mantu village. Moreover, Xiao Mochen had not informed his family about their marriage, had he? Will your family allow you to marry a rustic girl from a mountain village? Throughout her life, she has never gained the approval of the Duke of Zhao's household. Her relationship with Xiao Meihuan is akin to water and fire. Xiao Meihuan desires dearly for Bai Ruoxue to become her sister-in-law, yet harbors an equal aversion towards the one occupying that position. Xiao Mochen stands as the filling in the sandwich between her and his parents, striving to balance both sides. She is acutely aware of how much the seemingly indifferent Xiao Mochen values familial bonds. Even after all this time, Lingxian remains unable to forget the Duchess. That noble and exquisite woman. Her haughty and aloof gaze never directly insults her. Instead, it dismisses her presence in countless instances as if she were inconsequential. Such subtle cold violence is unbearable for her, yet she cannot voice it to Xiao Mochen. The Duchess does not acknowledge her existence, allowing others to mistreat her. Consequently, Lingxian reflects that perhaps she does not cherish Xiao Mochen as deeply as she had imagined. A pang of unspoken pain surged within Xiao Mochen, and an unnamed emotion flickered in his eyes. Lingxian, I shall take charge of my own marriage. You are wonderful, and I hold great affection for you. My grandparents and father will also appreciate you upon meeting. Once we reach Shengjing, I will establish a residence of my own, where you will be the sole master, free from the scrutiny of others. That's unnecessary, Lingxian replied firmly. She could already envision how the censors would react to the heir of the Duke of Xiao moving out to live independently. When would Xiao Mochen understand that a union between two families is not merely a matter of two individuals, but involves entire clans? There exist simpler paths to tread. Why must he insist on traversing this road fraught with obstacles, dragging her along with him? Perhaps influenced by memories of the past. Lingxian consistently felt that extricating herself from this narrative required severing ties with Xiao Mochen. However, his relentless grip only reminded her of how she had previously attempted to eliminate his romantic prospects, meddling irrationally. In hindsight, Xiao Mochen must have felt powerless and frustrated, much like she does now. As she hesitated to articulate her thoughts, Xiao Mochen's expression grew colder. His restraint tightened around her, yet he avoided grasping her delicate wrist. Lingxian, feeling powerless, remarked, Actually, I believe that the bonds of kinship are the most steadfast in this world. If we cannot be lifelong companions, you may consider me your sworn sister. Being Xiao Mochen's sworn sister seemed rather appealing. Alas, Lingxian regretted her decision to marry him, realizing she had narrowed her own path. As her words hung in the air, Xiao Mochen's face darkened. Lingxian, have you ever seen siblings like this? He seemed to be infuriated, pressing his lips against hers with fervor. Had he granted her too much freedom? What thoughts occupied her mind? He ruffled her hair in frustration, feeling slightly relieved when he saw it tousled. If he had provided her with sufficient security, she would not contemplate abandoning their bond.
Indeed.
It was his inadequacies that rendered her insecure, and now he lamented his shortcomings, knowing relinquishment was not an option. I have not done well enough for you to feel secure. Presently, I am merely a scholar, not even assured of my position as heir. They have produced another exceptional legitimate son. Therefore, Lingxian, could you wait for me? As he concluded, his voice diminished significantly. Had they not been so close, Lingxian might have missed it entirely. The usually proud and aloof Xiao Mochen exhibited traces of melancholy. His life had been smooth sailing, marked by brilliance, swift learning, and a prosperous career. He had garnered the favor of the former chief minister and became a teacher to the princes, attaining high rank at a tender age. His life was one of success, save for the complications introduced by her, the impulsive girl from the mountains. Lu Lingxi had never encountered such a side of Xiao Mochen before. After a brief moment of distraction, she realized she had been taken advantage of again. Was it only through external pressure that she could compel Xiao Mochen to marry her, or would she need to resort to similar means to dissolve their union? Following a fleeting sense of despondency, Xiao Mochen regained his usual warmth in front of Lu Lingxi. Lingxi, I have already claimed you, regardless of your thoughts. A flower taken home cannot thrive if returned to the earth. I have informed my grandfather of our marriage before it spreads throughout the village, and have inscribed your name in the family registry. Therefore, we cannot be siblings. You should abandon any notions of being my sworn sister. Chapter 54. Have you ever seen siblings like this? Given my insufficient provision of security, you have developed such thoughts about us being siblings. I believe it is best that we return to our normal married life. A slight smile graced Xiao Mochen's lips, and in the depths of his serene eyes, desire surged, his ears still tinged with pink. He lowered his head and tenderly kissed Lu Lingxi's lips, as if to convey that refusal would not be tolerated. Stop taking contraceptive medicine. I have taken contraceptive pills. Xiao Mochen's gentle voice offered another unexpected revelation. Lu Lingxi, taken aback, nodded eagerly. Today had reached this juncture, marking a promising beginning, and she resolved to continue striving forward. She awaited Lin Qingqing, hoping not to disappoint her. After all, she was the one who could skillfully elevate herself from the village to become a woman of status in the northern official's household. Xiao Mochen produced a pair of peach-pink jade bracelets, intricately carved with pomegranate blossoms, and handed Lu Lingxi 2,000 tael silver notes. These are the betrothal gifts from my grandparents. Your maternal uncle is stationed at the border, and the gifts await you in Shengjing, where I will take you to collect them. If you prefer not to use the Duke's household funds, you may use my own. The tea house in town belongs to me, unbeknownst to the Duke. Lu Lingxi was astonished. The welcoming tea house was Xiao Mochen's. It had expanded throughout Bayan, and the owner was none other than him, unbeknownst to the Duke. She wondered if the Shengjing of today still had welcoming tea houses. At this moment, Xiao Mochen had begun to establish his own influence. Lingxi, why must we maintain such distance between us? My name is Yunping. You may call me husband or more affectionately, my dear. Lingxi, I like you more today than I did yesterday. Xiao Mochen's handsome visage radiated warmth as he smiled. Lu Lingxi had initially been attracted by his looks, but now she was utterly captivated. Xiao Mochen adjusted her slightly loosened clothing, having completed their private financial arrangements, before turning to open the door. Outside, Lu Xiangxiang and Aunt Zhao were caught off guard and nearly strained their backs. Both women blushed, having eavesdropped on the young couple. Lu Xiangxiang quipped, "Do you believe me if I say I was just passing by?" Aunt Zhao added, "I was passing by with Lu's sister. That being said, Mochen, my third aunt has arrived, and I came to inform Lingxi." Lu Xiangxiang, her face flushed, recalled how her third aunt and her husband had made a special trip in a carriage. Lu Xiangxiang relished the fortune her daughter had brought, as her daughter had secured a livelihood for her family. She felt immense satisfaction with her new life and even greater pride in her son-in-law, Xiao Mochen. Since marrying him, Lingxi had matured, filling Lu Xiangxiang with both happiness and a tinge of sadness. Her daughter had grown up. As the diligent mother made a special trip, Lingxi quickly tidied herself before emerging. Xiao Mochen turned to close the door and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the fish that Aunt Zhao had brought back. Aunt Zhao was busy sorting through the pork she had purchased from the market. Lingxi glanced at her tousled hair and inwardly criticized Xiao Mochen's peculiar sense of humor, deeming it quite unbecoming. She hastily gathered her things and set off home with Lu Xiangxiang. On the way, Lu Xiangxiang whispered to Lingxi, expressing concern about the newlyweds' exhausting routine, wondering if she could endure the demands of early mornings and late nights. Women age quickly, while men, regardless of their age, can always marry younger, more beautiful women. We must cherish ourselves, she advised. Recently, Lu Xiangxiang had noticed that Lu Chuanbai was studying with renewed vigor, often seen burning the midnight oil. She pondered that Xiao Mochen might indeed be extraordinary, possessing a commanding presence reminiscent of Lu Kanggen's mother. With a beautiful daughter, it seemed Xiao Mochen was fond of Lingxi. Yet she couldn't shake the fear that one day he might not treat her well. Lingxi, wholly focused on Xiao Mochen, would suffer doubly if that were to happen. She was content with Xiao Mochen, provided that Lingxi loved him and remained unharmed. A girl as precious as a pearl, raised with care, should not endure any grievances. Lingxi's face flushed crimson as she hurried her steps, exclaiming, "Mother, what are you thinking? We merely exchanged whispers, nothing more. I value myself greatly." Lu Xiangxiang cast a lingering glance at Lingxi, remarking, "If your lips weren't so red, I might believe you." And as for her changed hairstyle, who among them wasn't familiar with such matters? Aunt San and Uncle San had arrived together. The unexpected reunion nearly brought tears to Lingxi's eyes. "Uncle, Aunt," she greeted.
Oh,
"Lingxi, your marriage was so sudden, we were unprepared. We haven't saved enough for you. Your uncles have agreed that your New Year's red envelope should be a generous one. And if he mistreats you, just tell us. Don't suffer in silence. Our family's daughters deserve no grievances. Uncle, Aunt, I understand. Besides, who could possibly bully me?" Chapter 55. Only you are favored. Lingxi playfully responded, feeling reassured that this lifetime her family remained, and all was still salvageable. It would not be like her past life. In that moment, her restless heart finally found some solace. One's destiny is in their hands, and she was determined to forge a different path from her previous existence. There were countless aspirations she wished to pursue, and she acknowledged feeling somewhat anxious and impatient lately. "By the way, Aunt, Mother has informed you that we are now selling skewers in town. Your pancakes are excellent. Why not join us?" After hearing Lu Xiangxiang's suggestion, Aunt San was still incredulous that they could truly sell pancakes together. Is it really possible? She retrieved some pre-made pancakes from her basket, indulgently brought over by cart. Lifting the cloth covering, the still warm pancakes greeted her. While eating at home was acceptable, the idea of selling pancakes was unfathomable for her. A woman who spent her days in the kitchen, yet she yearned to earn money. With her children growing, she dreamed of sending them to a private school. And perhaps one day, she could even manage a shop in town. That thought alone brought her fulfillment. The slightly yellow pancakes exuded warmth, their crispy exterior encasing a soft interior. Each round, plump pancake shimmered with a delightful golden hue. With each bite, the fragrance of wheat mingled with the skewers, enhancing the flavor. Aunt San and Uncle San savored the pancakes filled with skewers, nearly shedding tears. "Lingxi, is this really the pancake I made? It's simply exquisite."
no.
"It's the skewers you prepared that are truly delicious." Lingxi has always possessed a deft touch. Aunt San wiped away her tears and relished the pancakes, paired with cool, boiled water brought by Lu Xiangxiang. Lingxi and Lu Xiangxiang haggled over the terms, finally settling on a monthly wage of 800 wen for Lu Xiangxiang, who agreed. Lingxi had long intended to pass the skewer business to Lu Xiangxiang. Suddenly inspired, she envisioned specializing in skewer sauces, believing even beef with sauce would be delectable. Though, as a point of clarification, consuming beef was illegal in this era. Deceased draft animals must be reported to the county office before they could be sold publicly, which was largely unattainable for commoners. The sunset painted the sky beautifully as the temperature dropped, a gentle breeze occasionally wafting through. The golden rays bathed the courtyard in warmth. That evening, Lingxi prepared a sour fish head soup, using the pickled vegetables that Aunt San had brought. The fish head was reserved for fish balls, while the remaining portions were perfect for the soup. Instead of using an iron pot, Lingxi opted for a clay pot and simmered it slowly over a low flame. She discovered that food cooked in a clay pot possessed a unique flavor. As the bubbling sound resonated, she lifted the lid of the pot, and the kitchen filled with an enticing aroma. It smelled utterly delectable. Aunt Xiao had quietly taken a step back in the kitchen these days. As Lingxi displayed remarkable culinary talent, her approach diverging from traditional methods yet establishing its own distinctive style. The dishes were vibrant in color, aroma, and taste, encompassing various cuisines. Aunt Xiao noted that Lingxi favored bold flavors, and indeed, she herself enjoyed stronger tastes. "Lingxi, this sour fish is simply divine. It has none of the usual fishy odor. How did you conceive this?" "Oh, I'm famished." Aunt Xiao gazed intently at the clay pot, reflecting on the abundant life in Manta Village, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her husband and son laboring outside. As the last flicker of the fire extinguished, Lingxi ladled the sour fish head soup into bowls, the fragrance even more pronounced. "Brother, look at Lingxi, feasting on meat daily. Is Xiao Degu still planning to take the imperial examination? You should be quiet if you can't speak properly. Tomorrow I will seek a matchmaker." The bickering gradually faded into silence, leaving only Yang Shu angrily dragging Yang Tao into the house. Lingxi playfully teased Xiao Mochen, "You've attracted quite the attention. Xiao Mochen replied coolly. I've only drawn you in. I can hardly fend off your allure. They are of no concern to me. I harbor no intentions towards her. Nor have I ever acted in any way that could be misconstrued. Chapter 56. Transformation. As the conversation turned to romantic entanglements, Aunt Zhao discreetly retreated to the kitchen. She employed Lingxi's methods to prepare a dish of soy-glazed eggplant, the rich aroma and glistening appearance making it quite appetizing. Most of the villagers in Manta lacked sufficient oil, but the Xiao family was not deprived. The cuisine in Shengjing leaned toward a lighter palate, emphasizing refinement over quantity, with aroma and flavor as mere complements. Before Lingxi's arrival, their household's meals had also been quite bland. Aunt Zhao concluded the meal with a plate of honey-glazed tomatoes for dessert. The three gathered around the stone table beneath a large tree, with Aunt Zhao joining them. Congratulations, Lingxi, on your prosperous venture. May you achieve even greater success. Aunt Zhao exclaimed joyfully. Indeed. Let us strive together. Lu Lingxi wore a smile on her face. The 200 when she earned today marked a splendid beginning. Despite having spent it all, Aunt Zhao had long been captivated by Lu Lingxi's culinary skills, and once she began, her chopsticks danced swiftly across the plate. It was Lu Lingxi's first time savoring the sauerkraut fish head pot since returning. The sauerkraut prepared by her third aunt was rich in flavor, and the spiciness of the peppers compelled one to take bite after bite, making it hard to stop.
Ah!
How wonderful life is, and how abundant the delicacies. As the sun set, the little courtyard was filled with the simple essence of happiness. Aunt Zhao relished the sautéed eggplant she had prepared. So delicious it felt as if her tongue might fall off. It was hard to believe that this was her own culinary creation, though she had relied entirely on Lingxi's guidance. After all, she vowed never to cook dishes laden with excessive oil and sauce. Yet this was simply too delectable. She deeply felt that culinary traditions were profound and vast, and that various cuisines should flourish rather than remain stagnant. If only there were a culinary examination in Bayan like the imperial and military examinations. Swiftly devouring the food on her plate, she even mixed the fragrant broth from the two dishes with rice, finding it delightful. As expected, Aunt Zhao overindulged and, feeling embarrassed, let out a hearty burp. Today, she felt as if she had shed most of her life's burdens. First, she had overheard the heir and Lingxi's whispered conversation, only to be caught red-handed. Then, she quickly devoured the dishes Lingxi had prepared, completely forgetting about Xiao Mochen. As predicted, she overate and embarrassed herself with a loud burp. Lingxi had already prepared the fish paste for the fish balls for the next day, just awaiting her seasoning. The pork had been cut by Mochen, and it looked identical to how she had cut it. All that remained was for her to prepare the marinade. Aunt Zhao knew well that the secret to delicious skewers lay primarily in the sauce. What others did not realize was that these ordinary pork, chicken, and fish balls had been marinated in specially crafted sauces before hitting the hot oil, resulting in skewers that burst with flavor upon biting. Unforgettable. That day, the two had shared a unique, secretive conversation in which Lu Lingxi had timidly retreated, while Xiao Mochen had taken a step back, achieving a peculiar harmony. Nowadays, it was rare to see the traces of the old Xiao Mochen. If it weren't for her memories from her past life, Lu Lingxi would doubt that this was the same person who later rose to the position of prime minister. Since that day, Xiao Mochen had taken to sleeping in the study, occasionally seeking closeness with her, and always wearing a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze when he faced her. Lu Lingxi was increasingly attuned to her own feelings. The next day, her third aunt brought her baked pancakes to Lu Lingxi's skewer stall. That day, the revenue reached an unprecedented peak, and for 3 consecutive days, business thrived remarkably. A week later, business gradually tapered off. Lu Lingxi felt quite content. Her third aunt's pancakes sold for 2 in each, and on the first day, they had astonishingly brought in 101 in revenue. After confirming the earnings 3 times, her third aunt fainted from excitement. It was only after Lu Xiangxiang pinched her that she regained consciousness. Lu Lingxi felt a mix of emotions, a bittersweet ache in her heart. In this world, all the tranquil moments were merely the result of someone else carrying the burdens forward. The skewer business stabilized at the market, and Lu Lingxi earned 10 taels of silver in a month. After settling the accounts, she splurged at the market, personally cooking to reward those who had contributed to her success. Following the celebratory feast, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 57. Have you considered collaborating with the military? Her usually composed and taciturn elder brother, Lu Tiandong, approached Lu Lingxi. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Little sister, I wish to procure skewers from you to sell at the dock. What do you think? To gain Lu Lingxi's support, Lu Tiandong presented his case with data. It takes less than a quarter of an hour to transport goods from the market to the dock. I plan to rent a space the size of a tea stall to sell skewers, thereby boosting tea stall sales while benefiting both parties. My target audience consists of merchants passing through the dock. Sister, have you ever considered how your meticulously crafted sauce, when combined with bone broth and skewers, cooked for the appropriate time, would taste? In the summer heat, eating skewers cold is fine, but in winter, if they are still cool and fried, they cannot compare to a bowl of hot, spicy food that makes one sweat, a dish that is truly favored. As Lu Tiandong spoke, his eyes shone brighter, and his face flushed with shyness. He longed to be among the merchants who came and went at the dock, briefly resting at the tea stall. They carried southern rice back to their hometowns and brought wheat collected from who knows where, tomatoes, cold melons from the north, and vibrant red peppers. Lu Tiandong was aware of much, and yet so much more remained unknown. Through the exchanges of commerce, cultures and stories from afar were disseminated. He aspired to be such a person, though they belonged to the lower echelons of society, labeled as merchants with a smell of copper. Lu Tiandong understood that his second brother desired to pursue an official career, while his third brother had always dreamed of becoming a great general. He was their elder brother, the one who would always stand behind his siblings. Having never spoken so much before, he felt a surge of impulse and excitement as he finished speaking, only to regret it afterward. He was the eldest, and bore the responsibility of caring for their parents and siblings. Yet he was the first to yearn to leave home and venture into the unknown. Sister, please forget what I just said. Lu Tiandong wiped his face and prepared to leave, feeling too ashamed to meet Lu Lingxi's gaze. However, he was stopped by a tug on his sleeve, and upon opening his eyes, he saw a beaming face, the round, dark almond-shaped eyes that mirrored those of the four siblings, brimming with encouragement. Elder brother thinks, just like I do, we are indeed siblings, connected in spirit. I have been solidifying the sauce into a solid form, and once it's ready, I will let you know. You can also rent a spot at the tea stall and seek a craftsman to build a stove that can burn both firewood and charcoal. All right, I will heed my sister's advice. Lu Tiandong nodded, fully in agreement. Listening to the counsel of those with experience can often prevent one from taking unnecessary detours. Elder brother, begin at the dock. Once mother sees your success, she will naturally support you, and I will always stand by you. Lu Lingxi had never imagined that her usually calm and somewhat dull elder brother would aspire to venture into commerce. Yet, when he spoke of his preparations, he radiated a dazzling light. Lu Tiandong received Lu Lingxi's unwavering support, not only in words but also in generous financial backing, which made Lu Xiangxiang feel both pained and relieved. Lu Nanxing's eyes sparkled with desire. He longed to join the army. Lu Kangong advised him to merely dream about it, as even dreaming of being a general was a form of experience. A sudden rain arrived, swiftly transitioning summer into autumn, replacing the heat in the air with a chill. This autumn rain fell gently and intermittently for several days. The mountain road from Manta village to the town was muddy and riddled with potholes. And after a single trip by the donkey cart, the wheels were coated in muck, nearly exhausting the donkey. Lu Lingxi had completely abandoned the thought of setting up her stall on this rainy day. Instead, she devoted her full attention to transforming the sauce for her skewers into solid blocks. She believed that the best base could be achieved with beef tallow. Yet that was merely a fanciful thought, as beef was far too expensive for her. If she dared to lay hands on the cattle today, she would surely find herself imprisoned by tomorrow. Ultimately, she resorted to using mushrooms and chicken bones to create a more affordable version of her portable solid sauce. The days that followed were persistently drenched in rain, an unending downpour. Transitioning suddenly from a state of busyness to idleness left Lu Lingxi feeling somewhat lost. As she sipped on the sweet pear syrup she had brewed, she sat on the porch watching the rain, pondering how long it had been since she last visited the town. Were her loyal customers still waiting for her? With a heavy sigh, she felt the incessant patter of the rain was rather disconcerting. Do not fret, competition in business is entirely normal. Your sauce is irreplaceable. Those customers who have sampled offerings from others during this period will naturally discern that ours remains the finest, said Xiao Mochen. As he emerged from his study to find Lu Lingxi fidgeting on the porch, he pulled a chair over and sat opposite her, pouring himself a glass of sweet pear water, which he found quite delightful. A few days ago, I taught you how to write your name. Now that it's raining, shall we continue with your literacy lessons? Lu Lingxi, feeling a mix of emotions, surveyed Xiao Mochen's face, weighing her thoughts. Once your business flourishes, you will need to keep accounts, she acknowledged with a nod as he led her into the study. The door closed behind them, blocking out the incessant, irritating sound of the rain. Inside, Xiao Mochen reviewed what Lu Lingxi had learned about her name, those 3 characters. She took the brush with a sense of complexity. She was uncertain whether she had truly mastered the art of writing, or if she had merely feigned learning. After all, she had been so preoccupied with earning a living that it was understandable she had forgotten how to write her own name. As Xiao Mochen's words faded, he stood behind her, encircling her delicate form, his fingers gracefully guiding hers as she held the brush. This time, you must remember. Next time, you shall not suffer penalties for mistakes. Watching the characters of her name morph into yet another style on the paper, her heart swelled with confusion. As it seemed, Xiao Mochen was determined not to let her truly learn. If she remained illiterate, perhaps she would be easily deceived.
Yet,
Lu Lingxi felt a newfound clarity as she held the brush this time. She had genuinely learned. A master begets an exceptional pupil. As Lu Lingxi not only possessed discernment, but also progressed rapidly in her literacy. You need not flatter yourself alongside me, she responded, her heart heavy with regret for not showcasing her innate talent for reading and writing previously. Have you considered having your elder brother sell the sauces you create? Xiao Mochen suggested. So soon? Lu Lingxi gasped, feeling apprehensive about the potential for envy from others. The spicy variant was particularly invigorating during winter, complementing any dish perfectly. In military campaigns, even a single portion of the sauce could enhance any food. Have you thought about collaborating with the military? Chapter 58. Prospects collaborate with the military? Lu Lingxi exclaimed in disbelief. The military was an entirely foreign realm to her. She had never even considered it. Selling her sauces to them seemed like an enchanting fantasy. Snow had already blanketed the northern regions, reaching heights that could engulf a person up to their waist. She glanced at herself, realizing that at her height, only her neck might remain above the snow. How do you know so much? She inquired, puzzled. Xiao Mochen had never been to the north, and if her memory served her correctly, she had been the one to visit in her past life. Her journey had occurred in spring, where the winds were fierce, stirring up dust and dirt, leaving one dazed. After the windy season, spring blossomed into a landscape of vibrant flowers. Xiao Mochen's maternal grandfather had been stationed in the north, unable to return even for the death of his daughter. A general stationed at the border could not return to the capital without orders. When Xiao Mochen was born, his mother, Zhao Lan, perished during childbirth, and after his father remarried, the young Xiao Mochen was sent away to Mantu village. The Zhao family could not return, hastily dispatching their offspring to hide alongside Xiao Mochen in the small mountain village. His grandfather had spent his life guarding the north, and the Zhao family had been sent by him. I often correspond with my grandfather, Xiao Mochen remarked. The situation in the north was grim, but his letters rarely conveyed despair, opting instead to share good news while withholding the hardships. Having memories from a past life, he was acutely aware that the following winter would bring the harshest snowfall in history. On New Year's Eve, the entire nation celebrated, only to be confronted with an invasion by the Xiongnu, resulting in the fall of Yanmen Pass. General Zhao Hong, with his 3 sons, was called to duty. The second son executed a night raid on the enemy's supplies, leading to the Xiongnu's defeat. Yet, following the cheers of victory, the second son mysteriously vanished along with 100 elite soldiers. Though the Zhao family emerged victorious, they bore the burden of loss and disgrace, culminating in a stalemate where achievements and failures were weighed equally. Lu Lingxi had heard tales of the Zhao family's military exploits, and now, the prospect of collaborating with them seemed more advantageous than otherwise. She had always admired those soldiers who left their homes and families, driven by a sense of righteousness. This partnership was one she was eager to facilitate. I will first communicate with my grandfather. If third brother wishes to enlist, he might consider the Zhao army. They are disciplined and operate in the most perilous battlegrounds, where he can grow swiftly. Grandfather will also look out for him. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi instinctively wanted to refuse. In warfare, danger was ever present. With his temperament, Lu Nanqing could easily become cannon fodder. Having been granted a second chance at life, she yearned for her family to live safely and peacefully. Noticing her unease, Xiao Mochen spoke gently. Lingxi, we are all individuals. What you deem beneficial for third brother may not align with his desires. I know you care for him, and I would never wish him harm. Lu Lingxi felt conflicted, her vision clouded by concern. Third brother had always expressed his ambition to become a general, a dream he had never wavered from.
Now,
It seemed both of her brothers were charting their own paths. A wave of reluctance washed over her. Do not fret, there is ample time for interaction. Once we receive news from my grandfather, we shall inform third brother, to avoid any disappointment. Xiao Mochen unfurled a sheet of paper, composed a letter, and retrieved a brush from the shelf. As he broke it open, a whistle of jade, matching the color of the brush, emerged. The melodious sound filled the air, causing the closed windows to flutter. Chapter 59. Together Lu Lingxi opened the window and was greeted by a formidable sea eagle. Upon seeing her, it exhibited a mix of pride and a hint of grievance, softly calling as it approached Xiao Mochen's desk. Lu Lingxi had never anticipated that the majestic bird she had only seen in books would appear before her. The affectionate manner in which it approached Xiao Mochen indicated that it was indeed his companion. Lingxi, it craves dried meat. It has developed a liking for the rabbit jerky you made a while ago. Lu Lingxi acknowledged, there's been an abundance of meat at home lately. Thanks to Zhao Ping and Lu Nanqing. Yang Shu had visited several times, apologizing for the wild chickens he had hunted due to Yang Tao's influence. He was astonished to learn that Yang Tao had feelings for Xiao Mochen. Was she truly worthy of someone like him? At least Lu Lingxi matched Xiao Mochen in appearance, and if it were up to him, he would choose Lu Lingxi as well. Old Yang had suffered a leg injury from a wild boar many years ago, narrowly escaping with his life, and since then, he had lost his ability to work. The burden of providing for the family fell squarely on Yang Shu's shoulders. Years passed, and Yang Tao grew up, a fact Yang Shu had overlooked. Fortunately, it was not too late to mend fences. With the money he had received for the wild chickens from Aunt Zhao, he headed to the matchmaker's home in town. Lu Lingxi carefully approached the sea eagle, holding out some jerky. The bird's sharp gaze turned towards her before shifting away. Its eyes were filled with longing, yet its small head refrained from overthinking, halting its movements. After all, humans were known to eat anything, and she was trying to lure the bird with its favorite treat. Xiao Mochen's cold eyes fell upon the sea eagle as he spoke indifferently. Li Feng, if you do not wish to eat, then there shall be nothing for you. Lu Lingxi has married me, and she represents me now. The eagle obediently accepted the jerky from Lu Lingxi, finding the two-legged creature to be rather feeble, and thus, it would not heed the words of such a delicate being. However, the jerky made by the two-legged creatures was indeed delicious, so it begrudgingly agreed to assist her. Lu Lingxi remarked, Li Feng is merely a bird. How could it comprehend the intricacies of human relationships? Unable to restrain herself, she defended the sea eagle, aware that it often criticized her. She could swiftly retract the jerky and feed it nothing. Confident in the potential success of her business with the Zhao family in the north, she had previously sourced various seasonings from the apothecary and general store.
now,
Intending to pursue this venture, she could not rely on those places for her ingredients. After 9 consecutive days of autumn rain, the skies finally cleared. The Manta Mountain was not a solitary peak, but part of a vast range, encircling Manta Village on 3 sides. The villagers were accustomed to a limited area for their activities in the mountains. Following her brother's reminder, she discovered abundant Sichuan pepper, black pepper, ginger, and the small, vividly red fruit she had been using, which was far spicier than the market variety. A single bite would set her tongue ablaze and cause beads of sweat to form on her forehead. Nevertheless, it was perfect for making sauces, especially when paired with meat, enhancing the flavor immensely. Lu Lingxi planned to cultivate this pepper, considering it one of the sole ingredients of her sauce. Upon learning that Lu Lingxi intended to visit the village head's home, Xiao Mochen accompanied her. As Aunt Ma emerged from the kitchen, having just finished cooking, she spotted Xiao Mochen and Lu Lingxi together. In her mind, she mused that the two were extraordinarily well matched, both resembling celestial beings, though she could not fathom how that came to be. However, suspicion arose within her regarding Lu Lingxi's visit. Lu Lingxi was far from a straightforward person. She had committed numerous indiscretions in her pursuit of marrying Xiao Mochen, causing quite the uproar. The fear lingered that if not handled properly, it might affect the marriage prospects of the village's eligible young men and women. Manta Village was already impoverished, surrounded by mountains with little arable land, and the soil was not fertile. Without the treasure of the mountain, many would have perished from hunger. Aunt Ma felt a headache coming on at the sight of Lu Lingxi, wondering what trouble she might stir up this time. Chapter 60. Do not be headstrong, mother. Are they here again to make Grandpa clean up after them? The eldest daughter-in-law of the village had scoffed, looking down on Lu Lingxi, who was as enchanting as a fairy, but had made a good match. How could a scholar like Xiao Mochen tolerate such disgraceful behavior? A true man would not endure such humiliation. The eldest daughter-in-law snapped, urging her to return to her room and mind her own business. The village head, weary, emerged from the latrine upon hearing Xiao Mochen's voice, eager to distance himself from the two troublesome women in his life, whose ignorance was staggering. Had they forgotten that Xiao Mochen had not participated in the imperial examinations for years, yet was still recognized as a scholar, having passed at the tender age of 12? He was a talented individual, and once he entered the fray, he would undoubtedly secure a prominent position. Years of absence were merely due to health issues.
Now,
With Lu Lingxi marrying into the family, Xiao Mochen was busier than ever, no longer the sickly figure who could barely leave his home. Perhaps he would soon take part in the examinations again. Xiao Mochen, Lu Lingxi, have you both eaten? If not, why not have a meal here before discussing matters? The village head welcomed them into the house, noticing that Xiao Mochen had no intention of sending Lu Lingxi away. He would not play the villain in this situation. We will not blame Aunt Ma, he added. We have a business proposal we wish to discuss with you, Uncle Village Head, Lu Lingxi began, recounting their recent success selling skewers in town, something he was already aware of as the villagers had been talking. It was said that Lu San had brought back an impressive amount of meat from the mountains, treating Man to Mountain as his personal vegetable garden. They had not encountered even a single feather from a wild chicken while in the mountains, yet they expected Lu San to provide meat. Upon hearing this, the village head had scolded the visitors, pointing out that one could not expect to enjoy meat without putting in the effort. It was unthinkable for someone in his position to entertain such notions. Those with the means could indulge in meat, those without had to settle for wild vegetable cakes. The flavor of the meat was indeed exceptional. The night before Lu Lingxi returned home, Lu Nanxing had brought a plump rabbit. Uncle Village Head, to be honest, the success of our skewers hinges on the savory sauce. The quality of the skewers is greatly dependent on it, Lu Lingxi candidly explained, asserting that the sauce was the key to their success, the recipe of which she would never disclose. My brother discovered several large patches of Sichuan pepper, black pepper, and ginger in the mountains, and I would like to inquire if anyone in the village could dig them up and sell them to us at a price of 7 won per pound. In town, the damp ones were priced at 6 won per pound, and Lu Lingxi generously offered an extra one, ensuring she would not incur a loss. Historically, villagers had gathered some Sichuan pepper and black pepper to sell in town, but the prices had never been favorable. They had never stumbled upon such abundant patches before. Lu Lingxi, harboring her own intentions, refrained from revealing the location of the peppers. As for the peppers' whereabouts, she had already arranged for her parents and brothers to assist in gathering them. Additionally, she wished to test whether the mountain peppers could thrive outside the mountains. Her ambition was to sustain her business in base ingredients indefinitely. Li Zheng was aware of the 2 varieties of wild fruit that Lu Lingxi mentioned, the kind that could cause unbearable toothaches. Not only could they be utilized in pharmacies for medicinal purposes, but they could also serve as exquisite seasonings. These fruits, either unbearably pungent or overwhelmingly spicy, could even be transformed into fragrant skewers. Lingxi, are you truly certain you desire so many? Through Lu Lingxi's vivid descriptions, Li Zheng grasped the considerable quantity of wild fruits in question. He cast a questioning glance toward Xiao Mochen, who stood beside Lu Lingxi as a mere background figure. Scholar Xiao, will you allow Lingxi to act so recklessly? This is not a trivial sum of silver. Acquiring them all would cost no less than 10 taels. Xiao Mochen nodded, then replied earnestly, Lingxi is not being reckless. We need to gather those peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. Uncle Li, do not forget to inform the villagers. Take as much as is available. With Scholar Xiao's assertion, Li Zheng ceased his persuasion, knowing they had sufficient funds. Scholar Xiao, let us not forget your status as a scholar. The position of a scholar is held in high esteem. As the poem states, all pursuits are of lesser value, but learning is exalted. Li Zheng held great hopes for Xiao Mochen, confident that he would become a source of pride for their Mantu village. However, he urged him not to neglect his studies. What business could surpass the importance of a promising future? Xiao Mochen was always self-assured, especially now that he possessed memories from a former life, that of the Prime Minister. He planned to enter the examination next year, aiming to achieve the highest honors in the shortest time possible. with the memories of his past life, strategic foresight, and the wisdom from many predecessors. He was determined to protect those he cherished. Upon leaving Li Zheng's residence, Lu Lingxi pondered his words for quite some time. If you assist me in establishing a connection with the northern territories, could it potentially affect you? He had no obligation to help her connect with the north, as Lu Lingxi had never intended to pursue that path. It will not. Your maternal grandfather is also my grandfather. I am merely sending a letter home. If your grandfather disapproves, do not be disheartened. Rest assured, if he does not consent, no one else will be aware. Chapter 61. Autumn farewell. On that day, Xiao Mochen had mentioned sending her third brother to the Xiao family's army in the north. Initially, Lu Lingxi was worried for her brother, but now she genuinely considered sending Lu Nanqing there. She wholeheartedly supported Xiao Mochen's suggestion that Lu Nanqing serve as her uncle's personal guard. Xiao Mochen's second uncle was a legendary figure, and among the Zhao family's 3 sons, the second was the most promising to succeed in the Zhao army. A refined and perceptive Confucian general. Such a person would serve as a perfect foil for Lu Nanqing. Lu Lingxi aimed to help him fulfill his aspirations, not to throw him into danger. She knew that Xiao Mochen must have exerted considerable effort in this arrangement. Xiao Mochen, thank you. At that moment, Lu Lingxi felt genuine happiness for Lu Nanqing. With her brothers finding their paths, she could return to her rightful position. She and Xiao Mochen were destined to part ways. What I ought to do, my third brother is still my brother. A sense of unease surfaced within Xiao Mochen. The person beside him was physically present, yet he felt an ungraspable distance. The helplessness and solitude of losing Lu Lingxi became an indelible pain in his heart. He reached out and held Lu Lingxi's delicate wrist, feeling the warmth radiating from her. This was the real Lu Lingxi, existing right beside him. The temperature had dropped, becoming pleasantly cool, but it was not yet the biting cold of winter. The skewer business thrived, and Aunt San's stall, in addition to pancakes, now offered a sweet autumn pear and goji berry syrup. The recipe was shared by Lu Lingxi, priced at a mere coin for a large bamboo tube. Autumn pears and goji berries were not expensive, but the syrup made from them was. Sugar was a luxury ordinary families could seldom afford, yet now, for just 1 coin, they could purchase a bamboo tube filled with syrup and delicious pear flesh. Many townsfolk came to buy it, bringing it home so their children could share in the delight. A wonderful thing indeed. 1 coin brought joy to several children at home, preventing them from clamoring for candied hawthorns. Autumn was a season of harvest, with an abundance of ripe produce. Everyone would gather supplies like little squirrels, stockpiling food and firewood to ensure a comfortable winter. Lu Lingxi and Aunt Zhao joined the ranks of those stockpiling provisions. It was during this time that Heidongking brought back news from the northern territories. Cousin San had been in Huai Prefecture lately, and as soon as the eldest brother arrived at the dock, Cousin San would escort him north. Xiao Mochen handed Lu Lingxi the note he had brought back. Is my third brother set to depart as well? The weight that had hung over her heart finally eased, and Lu Lingxi began to contemplate how to persuade Lu Xiangxiang. New recruits would arrive in spring, but Xiao Mochen suggested they leave immediately, accompanying Lu Tiandong into the northern territories. The winter in the north arrived earlier than in other regions, and Lu Nanqing needed to arrive before the snow fell. Otherwise, the roads would become treacherous. Arriving early would allow for better adaptation to the northern winter, paving the way for future accomplishments. In his previous life, he had never uncovered the mystery surrounding the disappearance of his second uncle in the north. The time had passed, and he was not present at the scene. Furthermore, matters concerning the north had been deliberately obscured. The individuals he suspected numbered several, but the truth remained elusive. No one believed that General Zhao could have committed such an act of betrayal against his brothers. Chapter 62. Virtuous as the heir to the Zhao army. A bright future lay ahead. How could he forsake his brothers and become a reviled figure? Such a consideration was utterly illogical. The true beneficiaries behind these events harbored nefarious intentions. Lu Lingxi's obsession upon returning centered entirely on her family. From Bai Ruoshui, she learned of her family members' unexpected departures, not due to unforeseen circumstances, but rather as a result of calculated malice. Deep down, she wished to dismiss Bai Ruoshui's words. Yet the reality of her beloved kin departing this world one by one felt increasingly abnormal. It seemed as though misfortune sought out her family, which could hardly be coincidental. Now, witnessing her elder brother and third brother on the brink of embarking on a path entirely different from their past life, Lu Lingxi truly felt that this was a new existence, completely distinct from the tragedies of the previous one. However, She found it somewhat strange that Xiao Mochen so boldly employed the influence of her maternal family for her kin. What is the matter? Meeting Lu Lingxi's contemplative gaze, Xiao Mochen smiled lightly. His smile was captivating, complemented by his naturally handsome features. Coupled with an innate air of nobility and aloofness, he was utterly mesmerizing. Despite knowing she should not harbor such thoughts, she could not help but entertain them. The cold, distant elegance of his deep-set eyes was softened by his gentle smile, revealing a warmth that was almost imperceptible. Your connections with the northern generals and the Duchess, is everything in order?
Ah?
Xiao Mochen raised an eyebrow, teasingly. Do not be silly. She is eager to present herself as a virtuous woman, keen for everyone in Shengjing to take notice. After all, she is merely a second wife. With all her thoughts focused on her exceptional legitimate son, the short-lived official consort left behind a legitimate son, who was exiled to a remote village during his childhood, leading to a life path entirely different from others. Now, that person yearns for his titular position as the heir of the Duke's residence, hoping to wed a wife devoid of any familial support. In this way, their child, bolstered by the Yu family, could potentially supplant him, the unfortunate heir. Xiao Mochen gently ruffled Lu Lingxi's hair, and as expected, he caught her gaze filled with sympathy and concern. He sighed inwardly, realizing that Lingxi still fell for his tragic tales. He could only hope that when she eventually uncovered his secret, she would still regard him with such kindness. Lu Lingxi pushed his hand away, casting him an exasperated glare, wondering when he had picked up the bad habit of ruffling her hair from her second brother. Blood may flow, but hairstyles must remain untarnished. Recently, there had been a fervent rush to procure seasoning materials, and they had swiftly commenced the production of sauces. The orders from the Zhao family army amounted to 2,300 taels, with half the payment made up front, while the remaining balance would be brought back by Lu Tiandong. 3 carts were filled to capacity with products. Lu Lingxi and Xiao Mochen accompanied the Lu family to bid farewell to Lu Dage and Lu Sange at the village entrance. Lu Xiangxiang learned that her eldest son was venturing out into the world and that her third son was enlisting in the army, following in the footsteps of Xiao Mochen's grandfather. The initial sorrow and reluctance transformed into numbness within 3 days. Perhaps Lu Sange was born solely to collect debts. She worried more about this debt collector than about the impending military camp he would be joining. Lu Nanxing, while you're out there, speak less and work more, Lu Xiangxiang urged, her face a mixture of concern. Those formidable generals are often ruthless and terse. The key is, I fear for my third son. I worry that his tongue might get him into trouble. Lu Nanxing nodded, feeling touched. Indeed, his mother was reluctant to part with him. Yet this sentiment was fleeting, disrupted by Lu Xiangxiang's next words. Oh, my dear third son, you're not destined to become a general, and your mother doesn't mind. You can still return and lean on your second brother. Lu Nanxing felt a flicker of emotion. It was somewhat touching, though not overwhelmingly so. He blinked back tears, wiping them away. Mother, don't miss me too much while I'm gone. After all, I am your most convenient little assistant. He added with a grin, just wait. I will earn you the title of a noble lady. Then I'll make my second brother support me. Lu Xiangxiang handed Lu Nanxing a large bundle prepared by his father. This is from your father. If you miss home, remember to write. If you can't write, just draw pictures. She continued, safety first. Your father and I will be waiting for you at home. If anything happens on the road, let your brother shield you. Lu Nanxing retorted, if he's here, I won't be worth much. He was probably picked up off the street. He sought solace from Lu Lingxi, realizing that he and his mother, Lu Xiangxiang, shared an incompatible aura. They were too alike to coexist harmoniously. Lu Tiandong had earned a considerable sum selling skewers at the dock, and the tea shop business was thriving as well. After leaving the tea shop, despite the owner's attempts to keep him, he decided to approach Lu Lingxi for additional income. Naturally, Lu Lingxi agreed. Lu Tiandong had become more talkative, and his eyes sparkled with vigor, emanating a restrained yet palpable presence. After bidding farewell to Lu Kong'an amidst the shouts of the caravan, he set off on his journey. Little sister, by the next time I return, I shall be a great general. If Xiao Mochen dares to bully you, tell your third brother, don't suffer in silence. Lu Nanxing shouted from the moving cart. Third brother, I know no one would dare bully me. Lu Lingxi was curious about what her third brother was thinking, making bold statements while on someone else's territory. Had he forgotten that he had requested to serve as a personal guard for Xiao Mochen? She harbored some doubts. Xiao Mochen coldly watched Lu Nanxing's cart diminish into a speck in the distance, an aura of chill radiating from him that Lu Lingxi could sense. She was accustomed to her third brother's occasional provocations toward Xiao Mochen, which never ended well for him. The red chili peppers from the mountains had been harvested, and after drying, Lu Lingxi began to extract the seeds. She intended to cultivate her own peppers, while relying on the mountains was one approach. It was essential to cultivate her own resources for profit. The upgraded sauce for the skewers was set to be dispatched to the northern military camps, while the remaining stock would be available at the tea shop where her elder brother once worked, following a successful collaboration. The fiery chili peppers were pungent and somewhat prickly to the touch. Recently, Aunt Xiao had been assisting Lu Lingxi tirelessly. After preparing the base for the skewers and working with the peppers, the aroma of chili permeated the courtyard, lingering stubbornly. Xiao Mochen had only begun to enjoy spicy food since following Lu Lingxi, but his body struggled to tolerate the heat. Each time she prepared spicy dishes, she would send him back to the study. That evening, Lu Lingxi, feeling a pang of conscience, prepared a light meal. Beneath the stove, she simmered chestnuts and mountain walnuts brought from the hills. The enticing aroma of chestnuts filled the air, and Lu Lingxi's mind raced with various ways to prepare them. Sugar-coated chestnuts topped her list. What could rival the experience of holding warm chestnuts in such a season, with their sweet, sticky texture? There were also chestnut cakes and steamed chestnuts, as well as a clever mix of crushed chestnuts and walnuts with flour to create steamed buns. And let us not forget about chicken braised with chestnuts. In the kitchen, Lu Lingxi shared her ideas for preparing chestnuts with Aunt Zhao, who smiled at the prospect. Recently, 2 of the chickens in the coop had laid fewer eggs, and she had been contemplating cooking one. Having been busy during the previous days, now was the perfect time to do so. The thought of chicken braised with chestnuts was just right. The 3 of them shared the cooked chestnuts while sipping on hawthorn water. However, as autumn arrived, the vegetable garden yielded fewer crops, and by winter, only cabbages and radishes would remain. The skewers Lu Lingxi sold included both vegetarian and meat options, with the vegetable harvest already completed in the village. Before leaving, Lu Nanxing had asked the carpenter's son to make him several cages. These cages, placed in the river overnight, yielded a good catch of fish, snails, loaches, and shrimp. He entrusted both the cages and Lu Lingxi's fishing endeavors to his good friend. Lu Lingxi noticed Aunt Zhao hesitating to speak, clearly holding back some words. Having experienced the stark differences between Shengjing and the village, Lu Lingxi understood that during the winter months, when vegetables were scarce in the village, the grand households would find ways to transport fresh produce from the eternally spring-like Yezhou. Yezhou, with its temperate climate, could produce rice and wheat twice a year, with farmland and seawater in equal measure. Each year, during the windy season, massive waves would sweep across the land, destroying crops and homes. When Lu Lingxi first arrived in Shengjing, she was puzzled as to why the grand households, which could cultivate flowers year-round in greenhouses, would still source vegetables from distant Yezhou. Why not vegetables? Lingxi, have you ever considered growing vegetables indoors during winter? Xiao Mochen inquired with a knowing look, concealing an enigmatic glimmer in his eyes. Lingxi was well aware of this, so why had she returned without sharing such knowledge with him? Moreover, she seemed so engrossed in making money. Indeed, Xiao Mochen had discerned Lingxi's fondness for silver. Had it not been for his concern for the donkey during those rainy days, she would have already set up a stall. I read in a book about firewalls. When heated during winter, they can raise the indoor temperature to resemble that of spring, allowing seeds to sprout and grow into vegetables. I have heard from my maternal grandfather that in the northern regions, they have heated kangs, which provide considerable comfort in winter. Sun Mu, the carpenter, should be familiar with this. Xiao Mochen, with his long and delicate fingers, skillfully peeled the somewhat tough shell of a chestnut, extracting the pale yellow, sweet flesh and placing it onto the plate beside Lu Lingxi. His deft movements made the chestnuts appear as if they were exquisite works of art. How could someone be so beautiful in every aspect? If Lu Lingxi lived in a future era, she might have described Xiao Mochen as flawless, as if he were someone favored by the heavens. Before long, the plate beside Lu Lingxi was filled with a considerable number of chestnut halves, while Xiao Mochen faced a pile of shells. Aunt Zhao looked up at the sky, realizing perhaps she should not be present. Lu Lingxi was aware of firewalls. Having seen how flowers were nurtured in grand courtyards during the winter, she had contemplated doing the same in her vegetable garden, but before she could begin, her elder brother's decision interrupted her, followed by her involvement in making sauces, and then her third brother's matters. After sending off her elder and third brothers, the thought suddenly occurred to her. Lingxi picked up a chestnut half peeled by Xiao Mochen, finding it somewhat tasteless. The scene before her felt oddly familiar, as if it had transpired before. She hastily dismissed this absurd notion from her mind. She had intentionally fallen into the water, creating a scandal with Xiao Mochen, which forced him to marry her through public opinion. Surely, he would despise her, yet could he coexist peacefully with her? The very idea of this scene seeming familiar was ludicrous. Do you not enjoy eating chestnuts? Lingxi suddenly asked, and upon finishing her question, she took a sip of hawthorn water as if to cover her curiosity. Why should she care whether he liked them? Chapter 64. In town I like everything you make, Xiao Mochen replied, causing Lingxi to choke slightly on her drink. She shouldn't have spoken out of turn. The thought of a heated greenhouse led her to ponder how much money would be spent on heating throughout the long winter. As she calculated, it seemed somewhat impractical. There was no possibility of price increases. The number of vegetables that could be grown in a single room was limited. It would be acceptable for personal consumption, but selling them would be rather extravagant, especially considering winter lasts for 3 months. Have you ever thought about how much silver a heated greenhouse would require for an entire winter? Xiao Mochen shook his head, glancing at Lingxi. His salary and the family business were all entrusted to her after the establishment of their household, and he truly had no idea. Aunt Zhao was also lost in thought, realizing she had made some assumptions. Even if they could use firewood from the mountains to save some costs, who would venture into the mountains during heavy snowfall? It was perilous. Xiao Mochen, do you think I could sell sauces at the Xiangmenlan town? Spicy potato hot pot and spicy shredded chicken are also quite good. I could develop some recipes. What do you think? Xiao Mochen pondered. How does Lingxi possess so many recipes? Selling sauces to Xiangmenlan sounded promising. He had contemplated it himself. However, Lingxi's skewers in town all utilized the same sauce, and he worried it might affect her business, so he refrained from mentioning it. Traveling daily from Mantu village to town, he observed how hard Lingxi truly worked. In the cold winter, just the thought of her braving the chilly winds outside made him uneasy. Will it affect her business in town? It won't affect it. The flavors may be somewhat similar, but they won't be identical. Moreover, a plate of vegetables at Xiangmenlan costs around 50 won, while a plate of meat is about 500 won. My skewers are 1 won for 1 skewer, or 3 for a won. Opening a tavern could be quite good. Aunt San had gone to town to sell pancakes, and it wasn't long before Lingxi brought Aunt Er along as well. After accompanying the 4 of them to the market several times and witnessing their smooth collaboration, she decided not to interfere. The reason she started selling skewers was to find a means of livelihood for her family and her maternal grandmother. Her cousins couldn't toil endlessly at the docks and mines, exchanging their youth for silver, only to trade silver for health in their old age. Tomorrow, I will go to town with you, and we can visit the academy to see second brother. That sounds good. I'll bring some sauces for him. He might be tired of the food at the academy and could use a change in flavor. We should also bring some candied chestnuts. Lu Chuanbai enjoys them. Lu Chuanbai was studying at the academy in town, consistently bringing home rewards from the yearly examinations. He would buy household necessities for Lu Xiangxiang and occasionally some treats for Lingxi. Although he could earn money from copying books, he never spent it on himself. His clothes, though faded, were still cherished as if they were new. The next day, the weather was splendid and suitable for going out. Lingxi had prepared a large bundle of food intended for Lu Chuanbai. Upon arriving in town, she also bought a set of clothes for Lu Chuanbai tailored to his size. Xiao Mochen felt a twinge of envy. When would Lingxi buy him clothes as well? Finally, that clingy Lu Nanqing had left, leaving only this solitary sprout to bask in Lingxi's affection. When would her gaze fall upon him? Xiangmenlan was the largest tavern in town, reputed to have a powerful backer and branches in surrounding counties. Successfully establishing a sauce business with Xiangmenlan would undoubtedly be advantageous. The tavern's manager, Mao, was quite amiable, known for his kindness and integrity. Each year, he sponsored several underprivileged students. He had approached Xiao Mochen before, but he had declined. You even know this? Chapter 65. Manager Mao of Xiangmenlan. Yes, Zhao Ping is quite the gossip. Thanks to Xiao Mochen's enlightening remarks, Lingxi learned that manager Mao had a penchant for gourmet food and shared a good rapport with Xiao Laotao. As Lingxi listened to Xiao Mochen unveil new bits of gossip, her perception of him continually shifted. In her mind, Lingxi pondered what dishes would best suit her skewer sauce. The base of the sauce was the size of a palm and could be used to create 9 dishes. Spicy potato hot pot was a must. It was a classic among vegetarian dishes, appealing to all age groups. For the meat dishes, spicy shrimp hot pot would be a safe choice. As she mulled over these thoughts, the carriage arrived at Xiangmenlu. The bustling atmosphere had just subsided, and there were not many patrons dining at that moment. Xiao Mochen stepped down from the carriage with long strides and stood beside it, extending his hand to assist Lu Lingxi down. "Not here, in front of everyone," she protested. "Lingxi, I will catch you," Xiao Mochen assured her when he noticed her hesitation. The doorman greeted them warmly, noticing Xiao Mochen assisting Lu Lingxi from the carriage. Although they were not dressed extravagantly, their innate grace rendered them an exquisite pair. "Two esteemed guests, we are delighted to announce that we have recently introduced a new dish, spicy shredded chicken. You might like to give it a try. During our new dish promotion, everything is offered at a delightful discount of 20%, which is both delicious and economical." Spicy shredded chicken, that certainly merits a taste. Lu Lingxi, contemplating the information conveyed to her by Xiao Mochen, conceived a new idea. She intended to lure the shopkeeper, Mao. The emergence of spicy shredded chicken was inspired by a popular stall in town known for its skewered delicacies. Zhao Laotao, a frequent patron of Xiangmenlu, often indulged in their dishes, entrusting them with his meals even when unwell. On a certain day, Zhao Laotao visited Xiangmenlu again. But midway through his meal, he lost his appetite as his little ancestor persistently clamored to go outside, exclaiming that the food was unsatisfactory. Zhao Laotao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had known the shopkeeper for over a decade. During their casual conversation about their favorite stalls, he expressed his desire to eat skewers 3 times a day. Young Zhao, however, was the first to refuse, arguing that their father was no longer a child and that even the most delectable food could not be consumed thrice a day. Frustrated by his rebellious offspring, Zhao Laotao lamented to himself about the trials of parenthood. As for shopkeeper Mao, a genuinely good-natured man, he pondered Zhao Laotao's words, considering whether it was time for a change in the offerings of Xiangmenlu. Subsequently, a new chef from afar had prepared a dish of spicy shredded chicken. The clever waiter ushered the two into the main hall, seating them in a quiet corner and promptly serving the dishes. The centerpiece was, of course, the spicy shredded chicken, presented in a white dish adorned with blue flowers, showcasing vibrant, glistening strands of chicken, garnished with scallions. The presentation adhered to the esteemed reputation of Xiangmenlu. Yet the taste was rather ordinary. Seeing this, Xiao Mochen also sampled the dish, his expression neutral, lacking the delight that Lu Lingxi's cooking usually elicited. At that moment, the prevalent spicy flavor in Bayan was typically enhanced with fragrant spices, and the wild peppers she discovered in Manta Mountain were exceedingly pungent. Even Xiao Mochen, with his stoic demeanor, found himself guzzling tea after tasting the fiery wild peppers. When used to replace the fragrant spice in various spicy dishes, the flavor was undeniably superior. It was not yet mealtime at Xiangmenlu. Shopkeeper Mao quietly calculated accounts at the counter while occasionally observing the patrons' responses to the new dish. His gaze frequently landed on Xiao Mochen and Lu Lingxi, both strikingly beautiful and a pleasure to watch as they dined. However, their reaction to the spicy shredded chicken was quite unremarkable. Noticing Lu Lingxi summoning the waiter for 2 bowls of hot water and an empty bowl, shopkeeper Mao ceased his calculations and decided to watch her actions. Lu Lingxi first submerged the spicy shredded chicken in the hot water to wash away its original seasoning. Then, she retrieved a portion of her carefully prepared skewer base from her sleeve, dissolving it in just the right amount of hot water, releasing a rich aroma into the air. Before she could take her first bite, a voice interrupted her. "Madam, what is this? Is there something wrong with our spicy shredded chicken?" Shopkeeper Mao, drawn by the enticing fragrance, rushed to their table and settled down eagerly. Imitating Lu Lingxi, he could not resist sampling the spicy shredded chicken, taking several bites before finally pausing. "I apologize for interrupting your meal. Today, I shall treat you both," he said, hastily recovering his composure and donning an earnest demeanor. "It is of no consequence," Xiao Mochen replied coolly, well aware that Lu Lingxi was intent on ensnaring shopkeeper Mao. "Dear young friends, why not join me in a private room for some tea and snacks?" Shopkeeper Mao suggested, noting the allure of the fragrance attracting onlookers. He extended the invitation to Lu Lingxi and Xiao Mochen. Stroking his beard, he realized he had been ensnared by this young lady's charm. Since this was a business discussion, it was only fitting to find a quiet place to converse. With mutual sincerity, the trio proceeded to the private room. Shopkeeper Mao, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. May I inquire if you have had the pleasure of tasting the skewered delicacies in town? This is the latest upgraded base for the skewers, retaining the same flavor, but far more convenient to transport. Shopkeeper Mao's initial astonishment quickly turned to disbelief as he learned that this young lady was indeed the mastermind behind the skewered delicacies. He had heard much about them from patrons and even sent his servants to procure them several times. They were undeniably delicious, though more suited for a light snack than for elaborate dishes. Familiar with the workings of Xiao he was keen to discuss her sauce, as he believed that the flavor of the new spicy shredded chicken would be greatly enhanced by her concoction. Shopkeeper Mao's mind raced with calculations, yet his demeanor remained affable. Shopkeeper Mao, might you have heard of fragrant pot potatoes, shrimp, 8 treasures, or noodle pots? This base can be used for cold dishes, enjoyed in hot pots during winter, or utilized for cooking hot meals. The tea house at the dock employs our latest upgraded base. Shopkeeper Mao, well-traveled and experienced in various cuisines, felt a surge of excitement. How about we taste the fragrant pot today to see how it fares? Lingxian elaborated on the versatility of her base, igniting Shopkeeper Mao's interest. Winter was a slow season for restaurants. The cold temperatures caused dishes to cool rapidly, resulting in greasy and unpalatable meals, which even a grand establishment like his could not withstand. Upon hearing Lingxian's vivid description of the delightful experience of enjoying a hot pot during winter, he felt an insatiable craving arise. The thought of savoring steaming hot food accompanied by a couple of drinks made him ponder the possibility of relocating to the capital. With a hearty laugh, Shopkeeper Mao called for a waiter to guide Lingxian to the kitchen, instructing Chef Lin to provide her with a cooking station. The same nimble waiter who had initially greeted them swiftly understood the situation. It seemed this lady was indeed here for business, and it appeared promising. His attitude towards Lingxian became even more enthusiastic, displaying a warmth that was genuine beneath the surface. Xiao Mochen watched as Lingxian followed the waiter, continuing to sip his tea with Shopkeeper Mao. Their conversation remained light, with few dishes ordered. As the mealtime passed, the kitchen staff began to tidy up the remnants of the lunch rush. Chef Lin, having delegated tasks, dozed off in a chair. When he noticed the waiter leading someone into the kitchen, he immediately woke up, squinting at the unexpected visitor. Upon recognizing the young and beautiful woman, his expression soured. What business does such a delicate creature have in the kitchen? He thought. Could she even manage the heavy iron pots? The waiter hastily explained the purpose of her visit, emphasizing that it was at Shopkeeper Mao's request. With a frown, Chef Lin instructed his apprentice to take Lingxian to the furthest cooking station. Madam, over here, please. My master means no harm. Do not take his demeanor to heart, the young boy said, busily peeling potatoes in front of a large basket, swiftly setting aside the finished ones. His master possesses exceptional culinary skills, yet his overly rigid demeanor often entangles him in the trivialities of the kitchen. As the master's devoted apprentice, it falls upon me to provide explanations to mitigate any potential misunderstandings. Upon hearing my rationale, Chef Lin let out a cold snort, perceiving that this young lad perhaps lacks sufficient experience in the kitchen, burdening everyone with his incessant chatter. What business do women have in the kitchen? What if they get burned? In a state of frustration, Chef Lin fetched a basin of cold water and set it aside. The kitchen of Xiao was immaculate and illuminated, with items meticulously organized. It was no wonder that it maintained its esteemed position in town. Reflecting on the previous potatoes, I inquired of the young attendant beside me. May I borrow 2 of those potatoes? Young Fugue nodded in agreement, stating that potatoes were indeed available for use, as he peeled a large basket daily. Recently, he had been peeling fewer due to the introduction of a new dish, spicy shredded chicken. Young Fugue relished this dish, particularly when nestled within a steamed bun. Observing me take 2 potatoes, he was filled with curiosity. What new dish could potatoes possibly contribute? Having grown weary of steamed, stir-fried, boiled, and roasted preparations, he felt he might soon transform into a potato himself. Madame Ma continued tidying up and preparing ingredients for the evening service. Upon hearing my request for potatoes, she momentarily ceased her focus. After years of eating, she had truly run out of creative ideas for potatoes. A wooden basin contained leftover scraps from lunch, a mishmash of unusable bits that could not even be salvaged for a single dish without compromising the overall flavor. At Xiao such remnants were typically discarded and accounted for as waste. Just as Madame Ma was about to dispose of them in the compost bin, a melodious voice interrupted. Madam, may I make use of what you hold? Madame Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. The kitchen fell silent as Chef Lin turned his gaze in our direction. Young Fugue quickly added, "Madam, you may select from other ingredients. The master has permitted it. Please do not use what is intended for disposal." Young Fugue wanted to bury his face in his hands. Did the madam not understand the nuances of business? Could this truly be a viable enterprise? Chapter 67. Turmoil in the kitchen. The kitchen is a sacred space, not a playground. Every dish should be treated with utmost seriousness, rather than using haphazard ingredients. Chef Lin's expression darkened as he approached me, speaking sternly. Has the kitchen succumbed to misfortune? First, a new chef introduced a chaotic spicy shredded chicken and convinced manager Mao to launch it as a new item. Having tasted the skewered delicacies, I can assert that the spicy shredded chicken is gravely lacking. Most critically, it lacks the essence that defines it. Why the rush? They should experiment further before releasing it to the public. Chef Wan, with a slightly protruding belly, sauntered into the kitchen.
Ah, Chef Lin.
Are you worried about losing your position? Fear not. I shall recommend to the manager that, considering your years of hard work for the restaurant, you deserve a suitable role. Chef Wan was riding high on the success of the spicy shredded chicken, which had left a mark on manager Mao.
To him.
Chef Lin was merely an obstacle on his path to becoming head chef. Narrowing his eyes, he thought, Chef Lin is simply bothersome. His seniority means nothing. In this field, talent outweighs experience. Chef Lin, his face flushed, retorted, "You needn't concern yourself. Focus instead on your spicy shredded chicken. As the weather grows colder, how many of those dishes will you sell? Master Wan, do not overthink it. My master is merely worried about your winter sales of spicy shredded chicken and is urging you to innovate and achieve further brilliance." Young Fugue interjected, scratching his head. Is it my place to challenge the entire kitchen? He felt immense pressure, sighing inwardly. Silence. This is not a place for your commentary.
Chef Wanuft.
Angrily waving his sleeves, directing his ire at young Fugue. You think you can bully me just because I have no apprentice? The kitchen felt like a microcosm of society, and I instinctively disliked Chef Wan, whose petty demeanor was increasingly disconcerting. One must always remember that craftsmanship reveals itself through skill and practice. Grateful for the concern shown by both chefs, I had no desire to engage in the power struggles of Xiangminlu. I was merely here to sell my goods. If Xiangminlu faltered, I would seek another establishment. Besides, my elder brother was out in the world of commerce, which filled me with anticipation. Glancing at the assortment of scraps in the wooden basin, I had already devised a plan for my 8 treasure pot. Chicken wings, cut and marinated thoroughly.
Fish.
With its numerous bones, also underwent marination. The pork was transformed into minced meat, which I deftly shaped into meatballs. The vegetables included lotus slices, cabbage, eggplant, and several others. There were also various bean skins. I had to admit that Xiangminlu's ingredients were quite abundant, a source of genuine envy. Once I had prepared the ingredients for the 8 treasure pot, I quickly turned to the dry pot potatoes. With practiced hands, I sliced the potatoes to the desired thickness before submerging them in water to remove the excess starch. After heating oil, I fried the meatballs first, followed by the potato slices until they achieved a golden hue. Leaving a small amount of oil in the pan, I stir-fried the prepared scallions, ginger, and garlic at high heat before adding the potato slices for a quick toss. A touch of hot water and the signature sauce completed the dish, which I garnished with sesame seeds and a sprinkle of scallions. Not long after I introduced the signature sauce into the pot, a rich and spicy aroma wafted through the kitchen. Chef Lin, upon witnessing the vibrant red ingredient I had added, initially intended to criticize me for taking a dubious approach akin to Chef Wan's. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he was overwhelmed by the enticing fragrance that filled the air. Young Fugue, standing beside Chef Lin, was unable to contain his salivation, craning his neck to catch a glimpse of my cooking station. Chapter 68. Ambition. Chef Lin could scarcely bear to watch, yet he had to admit, it truly smells delightful. At that moment, he brushed aside his earlier disdain for me and approached directly. Those once overlooked scraps had transformed remarkably under the influence of the vibrant red ingredient. Having spent years in the culinary field, Chef Lin had never encountered anything quite like it. What is that vibrant red component you used? It is a seasoning we concocted, modified for convenience, allowing even novice cooks to replicate the flavors of a master chef's dish. I refrained from elaborating further. Having prepared numerous dishes, I noticed young Fugue's eager gaze and decided to set aside a portion for him. In the kitchen, Both young Fugue and Chef Lin had generously allowed me to utilize various ingredients. Ultimately, I created 2 dishes and a simple pot. Manager Mao surveyed the table before him, now brimming with offerings. First came the assault on the senses with an aromatic wave, followed by a visual feast of vibrant reds, utterly enticing. He swallowed hard. Hunger was beginning to take hold. "Is this a pot?" he asked, gazing at the steaming vessel before him, which floated with a layer of red oil and an array of crimson fruits, reminiscent of, but not quite resembling, Chinese bayberries. It was a spicy pot, perfect for combating the cold, promoting circulation, dispelling dampness, and warming the body. In front of him, the 2 pots bore no broth at all. Instead, the gaze of the innkeeper, Mao, drifted to a plate of dishes on his right. Within it lay an assortment of potatoes, lotus slices, chicken, and fish. With a sense of wonder, he gingerly stirred the contents with his chopsticks, only to discover that this dish contained more than 8 different ingredients. It was the first time Mao had encountered such a diverse melange in a single dish, eliciting feelings of astonishment and admiration. He marveled at the audacity of combining so many varieties, pondering how the flavors might harmonize. This method of preparation was typically reserved for hot pot, yet the aroma wafting from this particular dish was utterly enticing. Could this be potato slices? After tasting a piece, he realized it indeed was. To his surprise, potatoes could be prepared in such a delightful manner, spicy and refreshing. Without hesitation, he helped himself to several more bites. Honestly, he had grown a bit weary of potatoes. Shanlan, located in the eastern part of Bayan, is characterized by its mountainous terrain in the center, flat lowlands to the southwest and northwest, and gentle hills to the east. The geography primarily consists of mountains and hills, interspersed with plains and basins that create a diverse landscape of various types including mountains, hills, basins, plains, and lakes. The climate is classified as a warm temperate monsoon climate, with precipitation that is concentrated and unevenly distributed throughout the seasons, significantly impacting crop yields. Hence, potatoes are the most widely cultivated and consumed crop in Shanlan, and as a native of this region, Mao often felt a sense of dread at the mere sight of them. Yet, at that moment, he felt a rekindled affection for potatoes that could last for decades. After savoring a couple of bites, he remembered to invite Xiao Mochen and Lingxian, considering that he had disrupted their lunch. He relished each of the 3 dishes, indulging them all, and with increasing satisfaction, he confirmed to himself that this business venture was indeed viable. Content. Mao finished his meal and discreetly took out a handkerchief to dab at his mouth. "Are you planning to sell sauces at the tavern? May I inquire about these recipes?" Mao glanced over, uncertain if the taverness chef could replicate such flavors. The deliciousness of a dish largely hinges on its sauce. The chef at Xiangmenlu truly possessed remarkable skills, and for them, with my meticulously crafted sauces, reproducing the same delightful taste would be a simple task. Mao's resolve to purchase the sauces was further solidified by this thought. "Madam, please rest for a moment. Young Master Xiao, follow me." Xiao Mochen's questioning gaze fell upon Lingxian, and upon receiving her nod, he rose to accompany the innkeeper. It must be said that Xiao Mochen proved useful in many instances. This prompted Lingxian to contemplate whether she ought to seek a business partner, for there were many occasions when it was inconvenient for her to act alone. Her endeavors were always aimed at improving her family's living conditions. As for everything else, she would do as much as her capabilities allowed. Upon reflection, she realized a pressing need for a business partner. From starting a small stall selling skewers to collaborating with the northern military camps, her enterprise seemed to have expanded significantly. Soon, Xiao Mochen would be busy preparing for the imperial examination. He was destined to become a high-ranking official, making it difficult for him to involve himself in her business. In the kitchen, Chef Lin was the first to take up his chopsticks for the fragrant hot pot medley, curious about how such disparate ingredients would culminate in flavor. Cautiously, he lifted a piece of chicken, quickly discovering what true deliciousness meant. Swiftly, his chopsticks began to dance, leaving no opportunity for his apprentice, little Fugue, to partake. "Master, could you slow down a bit? Did you not say that each dish is meticulously crafted by us chefs and deserves to be savored with sincerity? Shouldn't you eat chew slowly? Don't you think you're eating too quickly? What flavor can you truly discern at such speed? Master, could you leave me a little? It's what the beautiful lady set aside for me." Little Fugue chattered incessantly, his chopsticks trailing closely behind Chef Lin's movements.
Chef Lin,
unwilling to engage with the bothersome apprentice, found his resolve crumbling under little Fugue's relentless pestering. It was this same persistence that had led him to take on the boy as a disciple in the first place. As he noted that only 2 slices of potato remained in the dish, Chef Lin pondered for a moment before setting down his chopsticks. Alas, as a master, one must show some care for their apprentices. Fugue, you're becoming a bit bothersome. What's wrong with me sampling a couple of your dishes?
Sigh.
Will I ever enjoy the fruits of my disciple's labor again? Chef Lin sighed, thinking of his troublesome apprentice who seemed intent on pushing him to his limits. Little Fugue pointed at the 3 empty plates. Master, you only had 2 bites of the dish. I promise to be dutiful to you in the future. Little Fugue was at a loss for words. His master was not the type to play the victim, and such theatrics would ruin his reputation.
Sigh.
What else could he do? He had no other family to rely on. Mao, with a complex expression, regarded the man opposite him, who appeared almost ethereal, as if he had been nurtured by dew. Yet, how adept he was at manipulating the situation. Wasn't it simply to prevent him from being burdened by the stench of copper and to allow Xiao to profit a little more? Xiao Mochen set down his teacup, paused momentarily, and continued. Innkeeper Mao, Xiao has establishments in various prefectures and towns, and has already earned a reputation as a distinguished tavern in the town. At your young age, having lived in Dahua town for over a decade, do you truly have no plans to visit the prefectural city or even Shengjing? Mao replied. Is this person a worm in my stomach? Who wouldn't he want to stay in the prefectural city? As for Shengjing, I hardly dare to dream. On the day he grew weary of potatoes, he had set his sights on the prefectural city, but opportunities had eluded him. Each year, during the year-end accounts, he consistently found himself among the bottom 3 innkeepers, suffering considerable psychological distress. If it weren't for his mother's lingering connections with the local lord, he would have long since relocated his family to the countryside. Xiao Mochen's gaze remained fixed on Mao's face, and upon noticing that he had momentarily lost his train of thought, he understood that Mao was intrigued. The principal benefactor behind Xiao hailed from Shengjing and in Dahua town. Mao had already become a marginal figure. Yet, marginal figures possess their own advantages, and he was eager to board the Xiao train. More importantly, his wife was exceedingly eager to earn money. Sigh. Though we are not in need of funds, why must she make herself toil so? He would always be her support. Innkeeper Mao, if you choose our sauces, and in the upcoming 4 months leading to the year-end accounting, your performance exceeds that of the taverns in the prefectural city, then. Mao envisioned the astonished expressions of all the other innkeepers and couldn't help but chuckle. He had long wished to shift from his position among the bottom 3, particularly eyeing the spot of that fellow in the prefectural city.
Ha!
Always mocking him as if he dwells in a mountain hollow. You see, your sauces are indeed unique. However, your wife mentioned that with sauces, any tavern could recreate the same delightful flavors. If another tavern develops a similar sauce, we would gain no advantage. Xiao is a long-standing establishment. Even if surrounding taverns engage in price wars, we never participate. Furthermore, should you collaborate with other taverns, we must secure exclusive rights to the recipe. Only by keeping the recipe in our hands can we avoid being undermined. In the tumultuous realm of business, he has yet to fully savor life. His ambitions still drive him to seize the position of steward in the capital. Xiao Mochen's demeanor exuded warmth as he recognized that the crux of the recipe lay in a particular wild mountain pepper. In his previous life, it had never appeared in Bayan. Uncertain of how the fates had diverted, this time, serendipity led Lingxi to discover it, culminating in this exquisite sauce. Manager Mao, even if I were to provide you with the recipe, you would struggle to source the few essential ingredients. A slight deviation in any element would result in a drastically different flavor. I trust you understand the nuances better than I do. While I am inclined to sell the recipe, my family's business is managed by my wife, allowing me to devote my focus to the imperial examination. I am deeply concerned for her well-being. Clearly, Lingxi intended to pursue her business endeavors, and he could only offer his unwavering support. As long as she shone brightly in her chosen path, he would protect her. She should engage in endeavors that brought her joy. As long as she remained by his side, our sauces will be supplied to other establishments. But we pledge exclusivity to 1 restaurant per capital to safeguard the interests of both parties. As long as the sauces remain undisclosed by Manager Mao, the market potential remains vast. Thus, the decision rests solely with you. With plans to accompany his wife for a shopping excursion, Xiao Mochen took his leave. Maintaining a respectful demeanor amidst Manager Mao's indecision, he clasped his hands and prepared to descend to find Lingxi. After much effort to secure a moment alone with her, He wished to purchase hairpins and beautiful fabrics, for Lingxi tended to forget her own needs while buying materials for others' new garments. Had she forgotten her own femininity? What use were new clothes for men when none desired to behold them? Lu Chuanbai, why not just provide me with your name? The cousins of the Lu family remarked. It seems we have been subtly referenced. Young Master Xiao, please wait. Everything is negotiable. Chapter 70. Compatibility. How many blocks of sauce do you currently possess? 1,000 blocks. Each block can be divided into 9 portions, sufficient for 9 dishes at Xiangmenlu. The previous price was 100 won per block, with a cost of 11 when allocated for the sauce per dish. The average price for vegetarian dishes at Xiangmenlu is around 150 won. The pricing for the Fragrant Pot series will undoubtedly differ from the standard offerings. Acquiring all 1,000 blocks would amount to 100 taels of silver. Manager Mao's monthly salary is 8 taels, with a year-end bonus, leaving him with 500 taels of disposable silver. We will take the 1,000 blocks first. 1 restaurant per capita at 100 won per block, and the sauce provided to the tea shop at the dock can no longer be supplied. However, you may continue to offer them skewers. If agreeable, we can sign the contract now. Manager Mao gritted his teeth. If this venture resulted in a loss, he would simply work for a year without profit, covering the deficit with his own silver. Despite Xiangmenlu's long-standing reputation, its performance had been rather mediocre. He was reluctant to be cast aside by his patrons, so he committed 100 taels, willing to gamble everything on this venture. Moreover, as their conversation deepened, he recalled that the person before him was the prodigious scholar he had known 8 years prior. Had it not been for his mother's constant reminders about her studious grandson, he might have forgotten entirely. Engaging in this business would not only yield a connection with a promising scholar, but also rekindle the camaraderie from their modest beginnings, a worthwhile gain indeed. In her room, Lu Lingxi nibbled on pastries from a renowned establishment, yet found little pleasure in them. Xiao Mochen had been gone for too long, leaving her uncertain of their discussion's outcome. Given Xiao Mochen's inscrutable nature, it seemed only Manager Mao could suffer losses in this scenario. Yet, it was Xiao Mochen's later persona that was truly unfathomable. The current Xiao Mochen was merely 20 years old, yet to embark on an official career, unfamiliar with the labors of life. Lu Lingxi pondered momentarily, questioning how she had once been so easily swayed into believing in Xiao Mochen's potential. Reflecting on the initial decision to set up a stall, design a small cart, and sell the blueprints, she realized how reliant she had become on him without even realizing it. This was not a healthy dependence. The one person she could least trust was Xiao Mochen. Their paths were destined to diverge, and she wished to avoid reliving the past. Internally, she reminded herself, Lu Lingxi, you must hasten your divorce. Otherwise, you shall perish. The door to her room swung open, revealing a familiar figure. All done? Lu Lingxi instinctively approached with anticipation. For this was a matter concerning Xiangmenlu. Its headquarters resided in Shengjing. Xiao Mochen met her hopeful gaze, feeling a softening in his heart. He swiftly approached her, gently brushing crumbs from her cheek. How many pastries have you eaten? About 2. Lu Lingxi held up 2 fingers, then, in a moment of silent communication, indicated 8. Perhaps it was around 8 or 9 pastries. Do you recall our agreement from the previous night? No more than 2 at a time. In her past life, Lingxi had suffered from prolonged toothaches due to excessive consumption of sweets, leading her to consult a physician who revealed her cavities were caused by her indulgence. Fortunately, it had been a wisdom tooth, eventually extracted, but the pain lingered. Recently, he had taken the opportunity to inspect her teeth and found them to be in good condition. Thus, he strictly regulated her intake of sweets to prevent future dental issues. In such a short span, she had devoured 8 or 9 pastries. Xiao Mochen felt a surge of suffocating emotion. I will be returning home tonight, he murmured, just loud enough for Lu Lingxi to hear. What are you saying? Once you finish, hurry home. It will be late, and Aunt will worry. Lu Lingxi deflected, shifting the topic. Manager Mao produced a 50-tael silver note, and following Xiao Mochen's request, instructed his assistant to exchange another 50 taels for coins, trailing behind Xiao Mochen by a few steps. Madame Xiao is truly wise and talented. A perfect match for young Master Xiao. Lu Lingxi thought. A perfect match sounds rather ominous. Such praise is unwelcome. Chapter 71. She has arrived. Noticing Manager Mao's demeanor had shifted to one of increased warmth. Lu Lingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Had their collaboration with Xiangmenlu been finalized? Xiao Mochen met her gaze with a subtle smile. Were it not for the presence of others, he would have been unable to resist ruffling her hair. Lingxi's hair was thick and silky, akin to the finest satin, utterly enchanting. He could now understand why Lu Chuanbai often tousled Lingxi's hair. However, a fleeting shadow crossed Xiao Mochen's eyes, realizing his second brother's studies were still insufficient. Now that he was capable of leaving the village, he would take Lingxi to visit their mentor. Manager Mao had resolved to go all in on this venture, exercising utmost caution as he inquired about the dishes that could be developed within the Fragrant Pot series. He also spent an additional 15 taels to acquire 2 representative recipes.
Patient li awaiting Chef Lin et sa rival.
Madam Xiao, please teach these 2 dishes to Chef Lin. In the back kitchen, Manager Mao, as the head of the establishment, received daily reports from his staff. His utmost trust lay in Chef Lin, who dedicated himself to culinary arts, despite his overly forthright nature, which often led to misfortune. Currently, little Fugue appeared promising. If he continued to excel, he could eventually assume Chef Lin's role, should the need arise. As he awaited Chef Lin, Manager Mao's thoughts were already shifting towards the kitchen's operations. Chef Lin entered the front hall and, upon seeing the gathered patrons, realized he had new recipes to impart. His face flushed with excitement as he recalled the exquisite taste of the fragrant potato dish he had savored in the kitchen. The sauce contained a myriad of ingredients, and he discerned several flavors, though he felt there were still 2 or 3 that eluded him, ingredients he had never encountered in his life. It was quite absurd, indeed. The journey of culinary mastery knows no bounds. The contract was drafted swiftly in triplicate, 1 copy to be filed with the authorities. Manager Mao dispatched a servant to the county office to store the contract. Once the servant returned, Lu Lingxi accompanied Chef Lin to the kitchen. Madame Xiao was just in the kitchen. I bear no ill will towards you, Chef Lin expressed with a hint of embarrassment. There's no need to take it to heart. The renowned Kung Fu Feast and the 9-turn large intestine, along with the 4 happiness meatballs, are classics of Xiangmon building. I am merely a novice seeking a meal. The market-esque pig intestines were quite affordable, much cheaper than pork, yet they bore a strong odor. It remained a mystery how Xiangmon building managed to prepare them so deliciously, leaving patrons yearning for more after a single taste. In the kitchen, the young assistant had returned to his designated spot, peeling potatoes. The first dish to be presented to Chef Lin was fragrant potato slices, followed by fragrant pig intestines. These selections were fortuitous, as the ingredients were readily available and Manager Mao readily consented to Lu Lingxi's suggestion of utilizing more pig intestines. The most critical step in preparing fragrant potatoes was to soak them in clean water beforehand, allowing the white powder within the potatoes to leach out. As Lu Lingxi demonstrated, she explained the nuances of the process. Noticing the piles of cabbage and cauliflower in the kitchen, she casually mentioned that fragrant cauliflower and fragrant cabbage could also be prepared. She felt confident in her sauce, especially considering that few were aware of the culinary potential of wild mountain peppers. The sauce also contained several medicinal herbs, cardamom, cinnamon, cloves, and fennel, blended into the oil, with the residue ultimately incinerated in the cooking fire. Lu Lingxi shook her head slightly, puzzled by her understanding of these cooking methods. Perhaps a sign of innate talent. Once Chef Lin immersed himself in the craft, he became humble, posing numerous questions, all of which Lu Lingxi answered diligently, inquiring in return about the proper cleaning of pig intestines. Their exchange resulted in a fruitful dialogue regarding culinary insights. There is a saying, teach a disciple, and the master may starve, a sentiment particularly palpable in the culinary world. While at home, Lu Lingxi frequently engaged in unreserved discussions about cooking with Aunt Zhao, not expecting that Chef Lin would also be so open in sharing. For reasons unknown, she felt a surge of emotion. The enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen were utterly irresistible. Lu Lingxi could foresee that this venture would yield substantial profits for Xiangmon building, provided Manager Mao remained vigilant and prudent, especially regarding potential treachery in the kitchen. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for him. Lu Lingxi's sauce business would remain unaffected, as the contract stipulated clearly that for the coming year, she would supply Manager Mao's Xiangmon building with 30% of all base ingredients. The penalty for breach of contract was quite steep. Manager Mao was steadfast in his commitment to the fragrant dish series, ensuring a remarkable turnaround this winter. Under Lu Lingxi's guidance, Chef Lin had begun to practice hands-on. Having trained in culinary arts since childhood, his knife skills were foundational. He could slice ingredients to the specified size and thickness with ease, a feat Lu Lingxi greatly admired, as she found herself lacking in that regard. The sauce was to be stored in a dry, well-ventilated, cool place. Besides the fragrant 8 treasures she had prepared today, Other culinary styles could also be explored. Lu Lingxi shared a few more thoughts, opting not to delve into further details, as Chef Lin would soon uncover the intricacies on his own, being a professional, while she was merely an amateur who had stumbled upon luck. After tidying the stove, Lu Lingxi set off to meet Xiao Mochen. Manager Mao, with keen eyes, reluctantly bid farewell to Lu Lingxi. Reports from the kitchen indicated that she had suggested several additional dishes that could be created, which excited him. This is splendid. She must be a divine fortune bringer. I must hold on to her tightly. Young Master Xiao, Madam Xiao, do come to town for a visit. I would be delighted to treat you to a meal. You must come and enjoy yourselves. Manager Mao's honest face beamed with joy. Xiao Mochen nodded in acknowledgement. Manager Mao had escorted them to the foot of Xiangman building, exuding a desire to accompany them home. Lu Lingxi felt a shiver run down her spine. Manager Mao's enthusiasm was overwhelming and somewhat intimidating. A substantial sum was on the horizon, filling her with a sense of euphoria. The speed at which this money was earned felt surreal. With her business with Xiangman building secured, Lu Lingxi intended to deliver goods to Lu Chuanbai. Her route to the West Tea Academy would pass by the stall of Lu Xiangxiang and others, allowing her to bring some skewers for Lu Chuanbai's classmates. Skewers were not particularly expensive, yet Lu Chuanbai was too frugal to indulge in them. Although Lu Chuanbai was admirable in many respects, he was excessively stingy with himself. The market buzzed with activity, and the skewer stall was orderly. Look, isn't that Lu Lingxi's mother? A voice filled with envy exclaimed, as a hand grasped the arm of an elderly woman who was about to rush toward the pork stall. Old Lady Lin stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. She angrily pinched Lin Qingqing, her eyes filled with irritation. You foolish girl. Why are you pulling me? Speak if you have something to say.
Ah, Baor.
Wants to eat meat, don't you know? Old Lady Lin's gaze was fixated on the pork stall, eager to seize the fattest piece of meat. Believing only the best would suffice for her precious bear. Lin Qingqing gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes radiating resentment as she watched the skewer stall. It's all Lu Lingxi's fault. If she hadn't shown me that a woman could live such a good life, how could I bear my current circumstances? And that greedy old woman's appetite has been spoiled by that wretched Lu Lingxi. Since Lu Lingxi had rescued her from the start, how could she abandon her mid-journey? And why did Lu Lingxi, such a lowly person, deserve so much affection? Mother, Lu Lingxi's mother is setting up a stall in town. Lin Qingqing reiterated, finally breaking through to old Lady Lin. Following her daughter's gaze, she indeed spotted Lu Xiangxiang, Aunt Zhao, and Lu Xiangxiang's sister-in-law. Why are relatives of Lu Xiangxiang here? They are merely outsiders. My daughter-in-law still lives next to Lu Xiangxiang. There's a clear distinction between close and distant. Lu Xiangxiang is a fool. She doesn't even understand that. Watching the long queue, and Aunt Zhao collecting a multitude of coins. Old Lady Lin's eyes blazed with jealousy. Goodness, that must be half of what my daughter-in-law earns. Just imagine how much meat that could buy for bear, and surely, she could find a daughter-in-law 100 times prettier than that vixen Lu Lingxi. Old Lady Lin swallowed hard, her anger propelling her toward Lu Xiangxiang's skewer stall. Mother, wait a moment before we go. Lin Qingqing hurriedly spoke up, concerned for the old woman Lin, fearing she might be harmed amidst the crowd. Ultimately taking out her frustrations on Lin Qingqing. The old woman was not without wit. My dear, have you seen how much they have collected? No wonder the savory aroma wafts from next door. They used to live in poverty, with the second son spending all his money on education, barely affording meals. Otherwise, why would Lu Laosan, that little rascal, run to the mountains every day? And that shameless Lu Lingxi, only after marrying into the Xiao family did she find fortune. The grand blue brick house of the Xiao family is something to envy. You're foolish. If you had married Scholar Xiao back then, you would have been the scholar's wife. This skewered delicacy is ours. Once that sickly wretch dies, that splendid blue-tiled house will belong to our bower. The old woman grew increasingly agitated, comparing Lin Qingqing to her own barren hen of a daughter. Utterly dim-witted. She emphatically tapped Lin Qingqing's forehead, leaving a red mark. Lin Qingqing cautiously dodged, defiantly retorting, Grandma, that sickly Scholar Xiao only has a blue brick house left. If he had money, he would have moved to town, not live in this remote place. If you had wealth, would you still be here, in this mountain hollow? The old woman rolled her eyes. Why wouldn't I move? My bower deserves a life of luxury. Lu Xiangxiang, deep-frying skewers, wore a gentle smile. Life was increasingly promising. Once the weather turned cold, She would have enough to rent a shop, providing a stable income whether by renting it out or running a business. And is this your stall? Lin Qingqing smiled brightly, asking if Lingxi was around. Ever since they started their stall, Lingxi had ignored her once friendship seemingly forgotten. This thought saddened Lin Qingqing. She spat. What a pathetic friend. Earning so much money, yet still asking me for money, 6 taels at that. It's as if they want to drive me to my grave. Upon seeing Lin Qingqing, Lu Xiangxiang hardly recognized her. The girl was so different from before, lacking the support of her simple-minded friend. She appeared aged by several years, her sharp triangular eyes resembling those of the old woman even more now. The skewers meant for Lu Chuanbai were the only ones left to be packed. The rest had all been sold. Lu Xiangxiang wholeheartedly supported her daughter, ignoring Lin Qingqing. Qingqing, what brings you to town? You should get busy. The market is nearly over. We need to head back. The implication was clear. She should find somewhere else to cool off. I came to see my aunt. I wanted to greet you. Lin Qingqing peeked into the oil vat, mesmerized by the fragrant aroma wafting from the hot oil. No wonder so many were buying. Her third aunt was straightforward. What are you staring at? That oil is scalding. Aren't you afraid you'll fall in and get burned? Lin Qingqing stammered. Aunt, I just wanted to take a look. I've never seen such food before. What's it like? It must be delicious. If I could taste it, it would be the happiest moment of my life. If only Lingxi were here. She's my best friend. Lingxi is kind-hearted. It's just that the villagers misunderstand her. If she were here, she would definitely let me taste it, right, Aunt? Lin Qingqing blinked her large eyes, appearing rather unsightly. Her hand trembled around the spoon,
Itching to strike.
how lowly she had sunk. Lu Xiangxiang scoffed. This girl has such thick skin. Lu Xiangxiang mocked. You, an unmarried young lady, older than my Lingxi, should be learning embroidery at home instead of gallivanting outside. How will you manage when you marry? Blushing furiously, Lin Qingqing gripped her hands tightly. She intended to marry someone from town, not from the village filled with uncouth folk. And if you want to discuss this, we have much to say. Who doesn't he know how Lingxi was forced into marriage? A loud slap interrupted Lin Qingqing's impending retort. Lu Lingxi, having struck blue on her hand, she hadn't hit anyone in a while, and it stung. A sudden blow left Lin Qingqing dazed. Upon realizing it was Lu Lingxi, she noticed Xiao Mochen standing behind her, exuding a chilling aura. His deep, calm gaze revealed no emotions. Indeed, Scholar Xiao would never care for a woman like Lu Lingxi. They were not deserving of each other. When Scholar Xiao became a high-ranking official, he would surely discard Lu Lingxi. That uncouth woman dared to strike her. Lin Qingqing's eyes reddened with anger. Lu Lingxi, you uncouth lunatic. Why did you hit me? We are friends. I merely wish to prevent you from straying further down the wrong path. Lu Lingxi let out a cold laugh. To call Lin Qingqing a friend was an insult to the very concept. She was unaware of the sacrifices Lin Qingqing had made in her previous life to gain a future in the official courtyard. This woman harbored malice, akin to a venomous snake lying in wait, ready to strike. She was no good. Lu Lingxi, favored by her entire family, enjoyed fine food and, being inherently stronger, dealt Lin Qingqing a stinging slap, leaving a vivid mark upon her cheek. However, Lu Lingxi had no intention of letting it end there. With her back to Xiao Mochen, her eyes narrowed. She had been waiting for Lin Qingqing for quite some time. This marked the beginning of her fate with Xiao Mochen, with Lin Qingqing woven into every step. Now that their true animosity had surfaced, Lin Qingqing better muster the courage to tear off her mask before Xiao Mochen. This would naturally lead to her separation from him. Lu Lingxi ignored Lin Qingqing's tirade. The more Lin Qingqing cursed, the harder Lu Lingxi struck. You conspired against me behind my back. All the kindness I showed you was wasted on a white-eyed wolf. You come to town with money, but expect me to pay you back? Lin Qingqing, for every tael you owe me, I will slap you once. Lu Lingxi moderated her strength, ensuring she did not truly harm Lin Qingqing.
What?
My granddaughter owes you money? The old woman Lin interrupted. Lu Lingxi was adept in water and valued money above all. It was the essence of her life. You worthless wretch. Where did you get the money? The old woman Lin rushed forward, intending to grab Lu Lingxi, startling Lu Xiangxiang. She truly believed she could act without consequence. The third aunt was quicker, stepping in to restrain the old woman. Sister, let me handle this. Don't panic. The old woman Lin and the third aunt were from the same village and lived next door, and given her age, it was inappropriate for Lu Xiangxiang to intervene. After all, she wasn't tea from this village, so her involvement would be justified. Moreover, she had never seen the delicate little sister act out. She instinctively felt the need to protect her. Aunt Lin, let us keep this civil. Let the young ones resolve their own matters. The third aunt, strong and imposing, effectively blocked the old woman Lin. At your age, if something were to happen, who would your precious child rely upon? The tales of the 7 fairies of Mantu village had spread to the neighboring villages, and the Lu family was envious beyond measure, struggling to raise even one daughter, with their only niece and granddaughter being doted on. In a household with 7 sons, one cannot help but marvel at the sheer absurdity of such a blatant preference for male offspring. The soft and endearing nature of daughters is often overlooked. Aunt Hua has long dreamt of having a daughter, yet fate has denied her this wish, leaving her with 3 sons and a firm resolve to cease further attempts. For the toll has been too great. Old Lady Lin finds herself reluctantly drawn into the fray, unable to contend with the youthful vigor and strength of Hua, which ignites her simmering fury. Release me, you wretched bully,
she exclaims.
In a swift motion, Hua silences her by stuffing a coarse cloth into Old Lady Lin's gaping mouth, leaving her with nothing but wide, furious eyes. Lingxian is the first to encounter Old Lady Lin, instantly suspecting that Lin Qingqing is also present. The two of them, a grandmother and granddaughter, are akin to rats lurking in a murky drain, always scheming together. Taking the initiative, Lingxian strikes Lin Qingqing first, deliberately provoking her to reveal her true self to Xiao Mochen, thereby forcing a confrontation. Lin Qingqing, though unable to see her own reflection, can sense her dire predicament. The sharp pain at the corner of her mouth is excruciating. How can Lingxian possess such strength? She wonders, recalling how delicately she had appeared before Scholar Xiao. Enraged, jealousy and fury consume her rationality. Lingxian's infatuation with Scholar Xiao seems so profound that she would forsake her very life for him. Scholar Xiao must see through her selfish and malicious nature, yet will he truly abandon her? Facing the chilling, murderous glare from Scholar Xiao, Lin Qingqing manages a sinister smile, whispering just loud enough for Lingxian to hear. Lingxian, what right do you have to live so well? Your end is near. Lingxian understands that Lin Qingqing has always wielded Xiao Mochen's affection as a weapon against her. Yet she remains blissfully unaware that the Lingxian who once pined for Xiao Mochen has long since vanished. She has awaited this moment for far too long. Scholar Xiao, are you witnessing this? Lin Qingqing's eyes widen as tears spill down her cheeks, blood trickling from her lips, creating a most pitiful sight. Lingxian releases her grip on Lin Qingqing and turns to face Xiao Mochen, who stands just behind her. Aunt Xiao wishes to interject on Lingxian's behalf, but is struck by the sight of Xiao Mochen's fury, which she has never witnessed before. Lu Xiangxiang, relieved that Lingxian has not suffered, begins to worry again. Heavens, my son-in-law has seen this side of my daughter. As Xiao Mochen approaches, Lingxian clenches her concealed hand in excitement, sensing that his anger may lead to a parting of ways. With her head bowed, she adopts an expression of remorse, appearing as if she has done wrong. Unbeknownst to her, the joy in her eyes is a secret she fears will be discovered, potentially derailing her path to freedom. Lin Qingqing's wicked glee is nearly palpable, though her mouth aches. Scholar Xiao, Lingxian is my sister. Please do not let this cause a rift between you two. Lingxian once risked everything for you. The waters are deep, yet she swims with grace. Lin Qingqing's feigned gentleness is abruptly silenced as the cold, unyielding Xiao Mochen disregards her entirely. Striding directly to Lingxian's side, she didn't even retaliate. How can you not see that? A shadow envelopes Lingxian, the air around her infused with the refreshing scent of bamboo. Xiao Mochen recalls the fragrance of incense that has lingered longest in his memory. Lingxian, does your hand hurt? Why didn't you wait for me? He remembers how she had gracefully leapt from the carriage as soon as it halted, disappearing in the time it took him to pay. Fortunately, he knows where to find her. He witnessed her swift and decisive actions in confronting Lin Qingqing. As he notices her reddened hand, a chill passes through his gaze. Lingxian's delicate skin has always been a source of his restraint. He cannot bear the thought of inflicting pain upon her. The sight of her hand, now marred, stirs something deep within him. He recalls how Lin Qingqing, this woman whom Lingxian considered a friend, would come weeping to manipulate her. Yet, he does not mind as long as it brings a smile to Lingxian's face. A woman's worth is not defined by her actions. and the ensuing events have filled him with regret for nearly forgetting her. An all-too-familiar voice interrupts his thoughts, and Lu Lingxi wonders why Xiao Mochen is reacting this way. She had anticipated a different response from him. Xiao Mochen, I struck first. Lin Qingqing did not lay a hand on me. If anyone is to feel pain, it is she. The forces of action and reaction are reciprocal. Fortunately, her own pain is minimal, thanks to her great strength, a fact known only to a select few. I am an excellent swimmer, she asserts. It was she who provoked you, Xiao Mochen replies, still holding onto Lu Lingxi's hand, unwilling to let go. His icy demeanor begins to thaw, reassured by the knowledge that Lu Lingxi has not suffered unduly. Lu Lingxi gazes up at him, startled.
Ah.
The future chief advisor has the makings of a foolish judge. He hears only one side of the story and hastily deems Lin Qingqing at fault. Lin Qingqing is infuriated. It is she who has been left in a disheveled state. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would have fought back instead of allowing Lu Lingxi to strike her. Suppressing her resentment, she cannot let her efforts go to waste. With a pitiful demeanor, she laments. Scholar Xiao, Lingxi is my sister, the only daughter in the Lu family, raised with utmost care. Her temperament may be a bit spoiled. If you and Lingxi have quarreled, you should address it, do not take it out on her. We are good friends, and I bear no grudge. If she strikes someone she shouldn't, that would truly be a disaster. Lin Qingqing grits her teeth, nearly biting through her silver tooth, her resentment boiling beneath the surface. She wishes for nothing more than for Lu Lingxi to face calamity. Infatuated with a sickly man, she envisions herself as a widow once he is gone. A beautiful widow with a tarnished reputation, she doubts that the Lu family can shield her from the ensuing scrutiny. Feigning innocence, Lin Qingqing aims to malign Lu Lingxi, her every word laced with venom. Scholar Xiao, a learned man, would surely never fall for a mere peasant girl like Lu Lingxi, who only possesses a pretty exterior. Were it not for her guidance, Lu Lingxi would not have gained such notoriety. Now, with Scholar Xiao privy to Lu Lingxi's true nature, he will undoubtedly harbor doubts. Without him, Lu Lingxi would be easily manipulated once more. Initially stunned by Lu Lingxi's slap, Lin Qingqing quickly spotted Xiao Mochen nearby and hastily devised a plan, though it deviated from her expectations. Xiao Xiaocai, do you still remember that you're a scholar? She is the victim, yet Xiao Xiaocai does not even glance at her. Instead showing concern for Lu Lingxi's hand, Lu Lingxi attempts to retract her hand but fails. Xiao Mochen, did you hear someone speaking to you? Lin Qingqing exclaimed, realizing she had been too gentle. Lingxi, with her pure and kind nature, must have provoked you, driving you to act out. It is my fault for failing to fulfill my duties as a husband, leaving Lingxi to face these troubles alone. The moment those words escaped, the air around them seemed to freeze. Everyone present was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Lu Lingxi and Xiao Mochen's marriage. Lu Lingxi fell into the water, and Xiao Mochen saved her, leading to an intimate encounter in public, igniting rumors within the village. The Lu family pressured Xiao Mochen to marry Lu Lingxi amidst a flurry of embellished tales, portraying Lu Lingxi as deeply infatuated and unrelenting. Even Lu Xiangxiang was concerned, fearing her daughter's affection for the cold-hearted Xiao Xiaocai would lead to heartbreak. Yet, in the current situation, Xiao Mochen seemed utterly oblivious to Lin Qingqing's swollen face. Lu Xiangxiang could not help but cover her face, thinking her daughter had not suffered too much and that it was better not to witness the scene. Aunt Zhao smiled, patting Lu Xiangxiang's hand. At that moment, Lu Lingxi's emotions were tumultuous, her mind was a blank, and she stared dumbfounded at Xiao Mochen. If not for the brightness in his eyes, she would have believed he was blind. Was Xiao Mochen truly blind to Lin Qingqing's pitiable state? She yearned to ask him, "Are you blind? She is violent, unreasonable, and crude, yet you failed to see it?" How could she continue to create chaos? Chapter 76. Lingxi's kind heart. Xiao Mochen was behaving unusually. Did he not feel embarrassed by his actions? In her memory, he should have pulled her away directly. How could such warmth appear on his cold, frosty visage, so contrary to her recollection? She could even feel his tenderness toward her. How absurd! Between them, it was always a chase, with her as the pursuer, fueled by genuine sincerity and passion, solely devoted to him. To someone of his stature, her affections were worthless, merely a burden and a shackle. Xiao Mochen, the future prime minister, could easily marry a woman from a prominent family who would aid him, rather than her, who would only serve as a hindrance. Lin Qingqing observed the affectionate exchange with a deep breath, fearing she might be overwhelmed by rage. Xiao Xiuzai, while I do not mind, you are a scholar. How can you be so indiscriminate in your judgments? Lu Lingxi, I demand an explanation. Enough with the patience. Xiao Xiuzai, you are a scholar. Lu Lingxi has reduced me to this pig-like state. Before Lu Lingxi could respond, Xiao Mochen shielded her behind him and raised his head to coldly regard Lin Qingqing from a distance. In that instant, Lin Qingqing felt as though a predatory beast had fixed its gaze upon her, her scalp prickled, and beads of sweat formed on her brow. If you do not mind, what are you still doing here, prattling on? Lin Qingqing's face turned pale, and her veins throbbed at her temples. She had spoken carelessly. Yet, he truly used her words against her. Xiao Xiuzai, you clearly witnessed Lingxi's unruly behavior. That is her true nature. I merely pointed out that she does not care for you. She is only interested in your ailing body and eagerly awaits your demise. Lin Qingqing exaggerated, feeling vindictive. Why should she remain silent when Lu Lingxi refused to pay her off? Xiao Mochen understood clearly whether Lu Lingxi liked him or not. Even if she did not harbor feelings for him, she remained by his side, unable to escape. She was his, and in this lifetime, he would not lose her again. Xiao Mochen sneered, so, what does that have to do with you? Miss Lin, it seems you are meddling too much. No wonder Lingxi struck you. It was overdue. My Lingxi is kind-hearted. She felt pity for you and offered you countless gifts, only to raise a white-eyed wolf in return. Truly, those who are pitiful often possess qualities that are loathsome. Life is long. Take care not to perish too soon. In the last life, Lingxi suffered poisoning, rendering her unable to bear children. I shall repay that debt slowly. None of your ilk shall escape. Ha, she is kind-hearted, yet no one plays with her. And I am her sole friend. How could you forget my kindness to you, Lingxi? I am your only friend. Lin Qingqing panicked, realizing that Lu Lingxi had lost control after marriage, all because of what Xiao Mochen had whispered in her ear. A grown man gossiping, otherwise, why would Lu Lingxi dismiss her? Her only friend, when she had always listened to her in the past. If she did not threaten her with the loss of their friendship, Lu Lingxi would have even gifted her the new cotton coat. Lingxi was the kindest. Yet it seemed her misfortune led to her being wronged while I simply happened to witness it. Every word uttered caused an uproar among those present. Lu Xiangxiang, no longer concerned with delivering skewers to Lu Chuanbai, seized Lin Qingqing and marched back to the village. She intended to confront Lin Qingqing about her wickedness. Lingxi had been friends with her since they were 6. How could such a young girl harbor such malice? Is she even human? She is nothing short of a viper. Lu Xiangxiang, usually so amiable, was now a force of fury that none could restrain. Third Aunt Hua did not intervene, instead returning home to summon her family for support. As a group of young men surrounded the village chief's courtyard, where Lu Lingxi's uncles and cousins gathered, Lu Lingxi was left bewildered. The situation had escalated dramatically. Chapter 77. Is this the scene of debt collection? At that moment, the village chief wished he were anywhere but home, cornered by the unfolding drama. Observing Lu Xiangxiang's furious grip on the pitiful Lin Qingqing, surrounded by so many onlookers, he truly wished to remain uninvolved in the disputes between the Lu and Lin families. The second son of the Lu family was on the brink of becoming a scholar. Years ago, when wild boars attacked the village, the Lin family's elder had been at the forefront, saving much public property and leaving behind orphans and widows. What is happening here? Look at how you are dragging her about. If there are issues, let us discuss them calmly. Qingqing and Lingxi have always had a good relationship. Let Dr. Zhou come and check on them to avoid any complications. The village chief instinctively assumed there was a disagreement between Lu Lingxi and Lin Qingqing. The Lu family indulged Lu Lingxi greatly. It was likely Lin Qingqing bore the brunt of Lu Lingxi's anger. To resolve the matter between the children, it seemed excessive for him, as village chief, to intervene. He had no desire to involve himself in the affairs of the Lin and Lu families, even contemplating covering the costs for Lin Qingqing's injuries. You have fought, vented your anger, and now it's time for the Lu family to send your family members home. It appears to be a brawl. The village chief suppressed his fear, unwilling to resist. The village chief glanced over the crowd and finally spotted Xiao Mochen and Lu Lingxi at the back. In that moment, the two of them appeared exceptionally grand in his mind. Xiao scholar, your health is frail. You should take your family and return home. Lu Lingxi, The cherished jewel of both the Liu and Lu families, was particularly obedient to Xiao scholar's words, so it was entirely reasonable for him to lead everyone away. Xiao Mochen rarely interacted with the village chief, and upon hearing him elevate the matter to a dispute among young ladies, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. He knew well that Lingxi was not the type to resort to violence over mere words. Even when Yang Tao criticized her for being lazy and greedy, Lingxi remained unfazed. This indicated that whatever Lin Qingqing was doing behind the scenes must be something that truly bothered Lingxi. A subtle, indescribable emotion stirred within Xiao Mochen. Could the matter troubling Lingxi somehow be related to him? The thought of Lingxi contemplating leaving him brought back the familiar sting of heartache. If Lingxi was determined to confront Lin Qingqing, he would undoubtedly support her without reservation. With a smile that spoke volumes, he chose silence and instead stood resolutely behind the uncles of the Liu family. Only then did the village chief turn his gaze towards Lu Lingxi, realizing that persuading her to intervene might indeed sever relations with the Lin family. Lingxi, your families live next door. Distant relatives are no match for close neighbors. Is it wise to let a trivial matter escalate into a public spectacle? Village chief, we are not at odds. We merely invite you to be a witness. Lin Qingqing owes a debt. It is time for her to repay. Lingxi continued, since you have not regarded me as a friend, despite lending you so much, and have spoken ill of me behind my back, today you shall repay your debts, and we shall cease to be friends henceforth. Old Lady Lin held money dearer than life itself, with a substantial debt Lin Qingqing owed. She would not part with it even if she could. The inevitable outcome was that Old Lady Lin would arrange for Lin Qingqing to be married off. Lin Qingqing was not young anymore, and Lu Lingxi had gained clarity in recent days, realizing that it was peculiar for Lin Qingqing, of such an age, to remain unmarried while Old Lady Lin, who would barter her granddaughter for silver, had not taken action. Moreover, whenever Lin Qingqing sought her out, she would go to Lu Chuan Bai. And what was more perplexing was that Lu Lingxi had once entertained the notion of having her second brother marry Lin Qingqing. Reflecting on these matters now nearly made her feel nauseous. Lin Qingqing must be distanced as soon as possible. After all, only a thief could avoid being caught for 1,000 days. The village chief did not anticipate that what he thought was merely a quarrel between the two would devolve into financial disputes. He believed Lu Lingxi's words. In this village, who did not know that the Lu family lived on meager rations while their daughter feasted on fine flour and rice. The village chief thought it better to provide such delicacies to the second son of the Lu family, for if he thrived, he might one day ascend to great office. Eventually, a daughter would become someone else's wife. As the situation escalated beyond control, the village chief quietly summoned the elders of both families. He could not bear to face the panic alone. If trouble arose, they would face it together. None could hide away in their homes. When someone went to summon them, the elders from both families arrived swiftly. Upon seeing the heads of the families, Old Lady Lin grew emboldened. Compensation was out of the question. Absolutely impossible. She lamented, "Oh, my late husband, look at this family. Are we to perish, all alone? You left too soon, and now we are but orphans. How can my only offspring survive this torment?" Old Lady Lin wailed, collapsing to the ground, showing no intention of ceasing her cries. Those who had previously clashed with Old Lady Lin found her antics all too familiar. This was how she exploited others, a thought that brought a pang of sorrow.
Today,
The Liu and Lin families finally faced off. The time for retribution had arrived. Chapter 78. How dare she? The head of the Lin family transitioned from anger to a throbbing headache as he searched the crowd for Old Lady Lin's son, feeling increasingly disheartened. That boy had been raised ineffectively. Compassion for his tender age only compounded his disappointment, as his father had perished while protecting the village's public property. As a young widow, Old Lady Lin could have remarried, ensuring the continuation of the Lin family lineage through community support. Though they could not send him to school, he could learn a trade and make a living. However, Old Lady Lin chose to remain single, raising her son alone, prompting the villagers to extend their care over the years. The head of the Lin family was aware of Old Lady Lin's petty gains, yet had turned a blind eye until now. What he could not have anticipated was that the situation would escalate to this point, with Lin Qingqing proving just as ineffectual as her grandmother. Exhausted, the head of the Lin family returned to the village chief's home to address the matter with Old Lady Lin. "Silence. If you continue to wail, this is not the place for your tantrums," he admonished sternly. "If you are unsatisfied, We shall report to the authorities and have the county magistrate imprison you. Old Lady Lin looked incredulously at the elder, her cries momentarily silenced. Isn't he here to support our family? Grandfather elder, I merely miss my grandfather terribly, which has caused this misunderstanding. Lingxi has gifted me many things in the past. We were once good friends. I do not know why Lingxi suddenly assaulted me today. My face is bruised from her blows. I was only worried about her when she seemed enamored with Xiao's scholar, and I suggested she fall into the water so that he might rescue her. I admit my fault lies in my excessive concern for Lingxi. Thankfully, she is now thriving with Xiao's scholar. Lin Qingqing, having suffered from her grandmother's preference for boys, had not enjoyed a proper upbringing and was now feigning distress, her frail frame trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. She acknowledged that Lu Lingxi had given her gifts, but denied any debt. The notion of offering advice and even tarnishing Lu Lingxi's reputation was merely an expression of her concern for a friend. Who could blame one who would stab others in the back for the sake of a friend? Besides, look at how well Lingxi is doing now. Even the Lu family has prospered due to Xiao's scholar. The elder of the Lu family, hearing these words, pointed an accusing finger. Ever since Lu Lingxi married, she has flourished. We have enjoyed her generous gifts several times, and I have heard they are quite expensive in town. Our second son can now focus on his studies. Perhaps he will even gain admission to Shengjing, bringing honor to our family. What is it that the Lin family is attempting to achieve? Every word he heard felt so discordant.
Bah.
Gifts meant for you, who sends new clothes to others while wearing tattered ones. Lin Qingqing, you ungrateful wretch. Your every utterance sounds increasingly absurd. How much do you owe? Come, brothers, let us pay a visit to the Lin family. This is how our niece is treated? Humph. The elder of the Lu family, upon hearing this, turned ashen and slammed his hand on the table. Lu Lingxi, you shall speak. Our family does not require outsiders to tarnish our name. Such a fine maiden has been reduced to this by village gossip. The past is best left unspoken. Presently, Scholar Xiao holds the promise of success in his upcoming examinations, and by autumn, the outcome will be revealed for Lu heir. There exists a sister-in-law of rather questionable reputation, and the Lu family has long contemplated how to cleanse Lu Lingxi's tarnished name, particularly in light of her recent shameless pursuit of suitors. I first met Lin Qingqing at the tender age of 6, when her grandmother withheld food from her. Ever since, I have brought her meals during her grandmother's punishments, introducing her to the latest delicacies from town and gifting her trinkets. Later, when my second brother went to town for his studies, he often earned money by copying texts, sharing half of his earnings with me. I am also blessed with 4 uncles, 4 aunts, and 3 elder brothers, all of whom frequently bestowed upon me their hard-earned money. I understood that while sharing food with Lin Qingqing was inconsequential, after all, we are friends. My uncles' and brothers' earnings were to be saved. Lin Qingqing, however, insisted on borrowing money, clothing, and hairpins under the pretext of her coming of age, and I was resolute in my refusal. Yet she persisted, even requesting a promissory note, which my second brother composed for her. Lu Lingxi paused momentarily, then added, by the way, both Qingqing and I can write our names. I learned from my brother and taught her. Upon hearing about the promissory note, Lin Qingqing's face turned pale. Memories surfaced in her mind, recalling how she had once sought to entangle Lu Chuanbai by coaxing him into writing a note for her. The Lu family dispatched someone to follow Lu Kong'an to Lu Chuanbai's study, where they eventually unearthed the note after much searching. With the promissory note in hand, the elder Lu and the village had consulted literate members of the clan, passing the note around to confirm its authenticity. The elder Lu, upon examining its contents, calculated that it amounted to 5 taels of silver, his face flushed with rage. 5 taels of silver. Enough to sustain a family of 3 for 2 years. How dare she? Chapter 79. Who possesses the body of this wraith before me? Grinding his teeth, the elder Lu managed to stave off fainting. Quickly, bring it here. His countenance darkened, and those around him recognized his genuine fury. After a moment's contemplation, the elder Lu attempted to soothe himself. Our descendants will find their own fortunes. In our old age, we cannot micromanage the younger generation. Life must be lived on one's own terms. One must experience its bittersweet flavors firsthand. Assisting someone momentarily does not equate to supporting them for a lifetime. One risks merely fostering dependency. His implication was clear, as he alluded to the elder Lin's favoritism towards his wife's family, resulting in their current predicament. As individuals with children and grandchildren, How could they possibly continue to raise someone else's son only to later care for their grandchildren? After several attempts at persuasion, he finally seemed to grasp the truth. With a sigh, the elder Lu turned away, unwilling to engage with the elder Lu. What a nuisance. He only serves to provide me with amusement. The Lu family is the only one with any sense. I shall return to the clan and advise them to study diligently.
No.
He must ensure that his grandchildren also achieve scholarly success. After all, Lu Chuanbai is the elder Lu's own grandson, and he ought not to take such pride in his current state. Reluctantly, Mrs. Lu had no choice but to hand over 5 taels of silver to Lu Xiangxiang. Should she refuse, the elder Lu would threaten to expel her from the clan. Her precious child was destined for greatness. How could they become a family without lineage? This farce at the village head's home, though not widely publicized, was known to those who mattered. In no time, gossip swirled through the village, with opinions sharply divided. Many remarked on the Lu family's evident favoritism towards their daughter, as even those scraping by could muster 5 taels for Lu Lingxi. Lu Xiangxiang later handed over that sum to Lu Lingxi, who graciously declined, insisting it be saved for her brother's future examinations. Here, Lingxi, save this for yourself. Xiao Mochen presented her with a silver ingot worth 10 taels. The money she had declined was now offered again by him. Lu Lingxi met his gentle gaze, her internal confusion deepening. She had, without provocation, struck Lin Xingqing and now insisted on claiming 5 taels, severing ties with her completely. In her previous life, she and Lin Xingqing had remained steadfast friends. Until now, she had not shown any signs of discord in Xiao Mochen's presence. This sudden rift was unusual, especially with Xiao Mochen standing by her side, remaining silent and uncurious. It felt out of character. The Xiao Mochen she remembered was not like this. Days passed without any sign of Xiao Mochen seeking a divorce, and Lu Lingxi could no longer contain herself. She tentatively asked Xiao Mochen, "Do you believe that a person's nature can change dramatically due to possession by a ghost?" Gripping a dried peach branch tightly, she scrutinized the man before her. What she truly wished to ask was whether the Xiao Mochen before her was possessed by some wild spirit. Xiao Mochen's demeanor was strangely unsettling. Reflecting on the past few days, it seemed he had channeled his remarkable intellect into seeking ways to take advantage of her, often demanding kisses and affection. Lu Lingxi could not suppress a shudder. The Xiao Mochen she remembered was aloof and proud, his profound gaze seemingly indifferent to all people and matters. She had never grasped the nature of his world, only learning of his noble status after arriving in Xingjing. The events that transpired thereafter illuminated the truth. Xiao Mochen's feelings for her had never been love, but rather a habit. She had clung to him, claiming the role of his wife. Had she not initiated their acquaintance, they would never have crossed paths. The chasm between them was as vast as the sky and the earth. She had imagined a lifetime of mutual respect with Xiao Mochen, believing that being by his side would eventually warm his heart. Yet in the end, he married another. The notion of Xiao Mochen accompanying her to collect debts and witnessing the village women's antics was entirely out of character for him. She had the ability to return to her 16-year-old self, so which wandering spirit had seized this current vessel? Chapter 80. The little deceiver, the air around her felt as though it had solidified. Lu Lingxi could hear the irregular thumping of her own heart, her mouth dry, and the peach branch in her hand gripped so tightly that it pierced her delicate skin, yet the pain was entirely lost on her. The sun blazed brightly in the clear sky. Surely, a ghost would have nowhere to hide. Lu Lingxi's mind was blank, her bright almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on the figure not far away. Xiao Mochen, are you human or ghost? Or have you returned as well? Xiao Mochen, do you believe that a person's temperament can shift dramatically due to possession by a ghost? Her gentle voice echoed in Xiao Mochen's ears like a tsunami crashing ashore. Since learning that Lingxi was a reincarnated soul, he had longed to ask her, yet felt too timid to do so. Now, a sense of resolution washed over him. Lingxi had finally noticed his peculiar behavior. In their previous life, their love had culminated in a tragic end. Had Lingxi returned carrying those heavy memories? Her detachment, indifference, and occasional aloofness now made sense. In his presence, she no longer felt the need to disguise her true self. And this unguarded side of Lu Lingxi stirred his heart even more. What was the motive behind Lingxi's dramatic fallout with Lin Xingqing? Xiao Mochen found himself troubled, as Lingxi no longer shared many things with him. He had painstakingly taught her, yet at that moment, he could not fathom what Lingxi intended to do. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, pulling Xiao Mochen back to reality, where Lingxi awaited his response. Her demeanor was one of trepidation directed at him, a sight that pained him deeply. He yearned to be the sole individual in this world whom Lingxi could trust unreservedly. Yet, she desired to part ways with him. Indeed, everything fell into place. Lingxi wished to leave him, doing precisely what he disapproved of at every turn. Little did she know, in this vast world, he harbored affection solely for her. How could he allow her to depart? She had returned first, yet she refrained from informing him. That little deceiver, who had once vowed to find him in this life and the next, seemed to have forgotten her own promise. Oh, little trickster, Xiao Mochen thought, lowering his gaze. Suppressing the turmoil within him, yet a gentle smile graced his lips. Lingxi, you are bleeding. Only upon his reminder did Lingxi realize that her hand, clutching a peach branch, had been injured. However, Xiao Mochen's clumsy attempt to shift the topic was painfully evident. Xiao Mochen, why do you not answer my question? What are you hiding? Lingxi confronted him, determined to obtain the divorce papers and return home. Regardless of who Xiao Mochen truly was, she was resolute in her departure. What do you think, Lingxi? Do you believe in ghosts? Xiao Mochen chuckled, tossing the question back at her. If you believe in ghosts, then I shall believe in them too. But every ghost is simply someone longed for by another. Lingxi, are you frightened? Are you afraid of me? I have traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood to reach your side. My hands are stained with the blood of others. I am no longer the version you adore. Whatever Lingxi wished him to be, he would become that very Xiao Mochen. As for their past life, if she chose not to speak of it, he would pretend it did not exist. After all, in her memories, he had not loved her. What of this lifetime? Had she sensed his love for her? They were destined to endure together, to find happiness. Gently, Xiao Mochen took Lingxi's hand, concealed within her sleeve, and delicately opened her palm to reveal a withered peachwood branch. He smiled. It seems Lingxi believes in ghosts. Peachwood wards off evil spirits. He discarded the branch and led Lingxi into the room to tend to her wound. Upon seeing Xiao Mochen with the peachwood branch, Lingxi visibly relaxed. It bore no power over him. In that moment, Xiao Mochen embodied the harmonious partner she had envisioned post-marriage. A coolness washed over her back. The earlier tension had caused her to perspire. Xiao Mochen was meticulous. As he cleaned her wound, Lingxi felt no pain. Even when he applied the powder and wrapped her hand, she only returned to reality from her reverie when her hand was encased like a dumpling. My hand is not broken. It is not broken, yet it serves to remind you how easily your skin can be injured. Do you not realize this? When your hand hurts, my heart aches. Seeing her obstinacy yield no results, Lingxi, having bandaged her hand for several days, dreaded her mother's teasing gaze so much that she did not wish to step outside. Thus, she chose to remain at home, experimenting with culinary delights while discreetly observing Xiao Mochen. Madame Lin, having lost 5 taels of silver, fell ill upon returning home. After several days of scolding, her temper finally began to subside, allowing her to rise from bed. The first order of business upon recovery was to arrange for Lin Qingqing's marriage. Upon hearing the news, Lingxi felt a wave of joy. As a fellow woman, she did not wish for Lin Qingqing to suffer such an outcome. Yet, the jealousy that women harbor against one another seemed inherent, magnifying malice in unseen ways. Women know best how to attack each other's vulnerabilities, reputation, children, and the love of the desired Xiao Mochen. All of these were meticulously orchestrated by Lin Qingqing and by Ruoshui, leading her to despair. Lin Qingqing's current predicament was, after all, self-inflicted. The suffering she endured was merely a taste of the consequences she had wrought. A sudden, urgent knock shattered the silence. Chapter 81. Lin Qingqing jumped into the river. Lingxi opened the door and, after a moment's thought, recalled the connection between this visitor and the elder of the Lin clan. On that day at the village chief's home, this young man had stood behind the elder, soothing him. I am Lin Hisu, the grandson of the Lin elder. My grandfather sent me to fetch you. Lin Qingqing is to be married off, but she has jumped into the river. My grandfather wishes for you to see her. Noticing Lingxi's hesitance, Lin Hisu quickly reassured her, do not worry. My grandfather merely requests your presence. This matter does not concern you. After all, Lin Qingqing had caused a ruckus, insisting on seeing Lingxi. Lin Hisu found this situation rather unseemly, sensing that it implied Lin Qingqing's demise was somehow Lingxi's fault. If she wished to die, She ought to do so without dragging others into her turmoil. Her refusal to repent was truly embarrassing for the Lin family. He hoped his grandfather would not act foolishly this time. Should he do so, Lin Hisu would have to seek the elder of the Lu clan. He also desired to consult Lu Chuanbai regarding his writings. Last time, Lu Chuanbai had ranked among the top 3 in the provincial examination. The disparity in intellect among individuals was indeed striking. All he could feel was envy, with no room for jealousy. Lin Qingqing jumped into the river? This was an occurrence that had never transpired in her memories. Lu Lingxi suddenly realized that her current reality deviated from her past life's recollections. It seemed that since her rebirth, everything and everyone had shifted from what she remembered. Upon hearing the commotion regarding Lin Qingqing, Xiao Mochen emerged from the study. Setting aside his book. "Is she dead?" he asked coolly, instinctively grasping Lu Lingxi's wrist. The mention of Lin Qingqing ignited an uncontrollable aversion within him. He wished to prevent Lingxi from having any contact with her. He had disdained her from the very first glance. Yet, she was a friend of Lingxi's. It was splendid that Lingxi had severed ties with her. Lin Hisu stood in stunned silence, encountering Xiao Mochen once more. To receive guidance from him was beyond his wildest dreams. He even found himself conversing with Xiao Mochen. He shook his head in disbelief. "She is not dead. My sister-in-law saved her. However, her condition is quite dire, and she refuses to take any medicine, insisting on seeing you, madam. Thus, my grandfather sent me here. If you prefer, you can visit her. Rest assured, my grandfather will not act foolishly, or else the clan elders will discipline him." Lin Hisu was quick to sell out his grandfather, believing that if his grandfather stepped down from his position, Lin's matriarch would no longer be so overbearing, having no one to shield her from her troubles. "Yes, I have heard you, but do you truly believe that my grandfather would send me over?" Confident that Lin Qingqing would take her medicine and not be driven to death by anger, Lu Lingxi pondered why Lin Qingqing wished to see her. Was it to use her life as leverage? She was not her mother, and did not care whether Lin Qingqing lived or died. Lin Hisu involuntarily nodded, agreeing that Lin Qingqing would likely be incensed upon seeing Lu Lingxi. News traveled swiftly in the village, especially with Lin Qingqing's reputation now in tatters. It was even more exaggerated than Lu Lingxi's former status as a prominent figure in the village. Would it truly be wise for them to meet? Lin Hisu scratched his head, hesitating. Lu Lingxi's reasoning was sound, yet he also felt compelled to heed his grandfather's wishes. Madam Lu Xiao. I am equally perplexed by Lin Qingqing's thoughts. Observing the demeanor of these two individuals, it is evident that Lu Lingxi will not be at a disadvantage. Moreover, it seems that Scholar Xiao, contrary to rumors claiming he looked down upon Lu Lingxi, is quite protective of her. TSK. It was Lin Qingqing's idea for Lu Lingxi to jump into the water. She does not regard Scholar Xiao highly, and Lin Hisu is at a loss for words in response to this situation. Indeed, her standards are rather elevated. Scholar Xiao is clearly reluctant to let her go. As he firmly holds her wrist, Lu Lingxi gently pats his shoulder, assuring him that Lin Qingqing poses no threat to her. "Release me for now." In broad daylight, holding hands in front of others, Scholar Xiao casts a meaningful glance at Lu Lingxi, but does not let go. If Lingxi is to go, then I shall accompany her. With everyone else preparing the stage for a performance, if they do not attend, it would be quite disrespectful. Yet another plunge into the water. Why doesn't Tishi drown? Lin Hisu leads the way, contemplating and quickly offering a few words on behalf of his grandfather. Scholar Zhao's health has improved significantly. Ever since Lu Lingxi married into the family, he is frequently seen outside. Perhaps Lu Lingxi truly brings good fortune to her husband, a notion Lin Hisu cannot dismiss. At the tender age of 12, he achieved the title of scholar, and as a prodigy, the prospects ahead of him were vast, though he cannot fathom them now. In any case, his grandfather faces misfortune, and he suffers greatly. Such a person should neither be befriended nor antagonized. Scholar Xiao, my grandfather is aging and exceptionally soft-hearted. He has made numerous foolish decisions over the years. He is particularly lenient towards Lin Lawazi's family, often turning a blind eye to many matters. After the last incident came to light, many have spoken ill of him behind his back. Lin Lawazi's family is indeed pitiable, but it is of no concern to you. It is all self-inflicted. If she makes any demands, you need not heed them. She does not cherish her own life. So, who else would value it? Indeed, Lin Qingqing is Lin Qingqing. Lingxi possesses a kind heart. Scholar Xiao responds mildly, yet his gaze lingers on Lu Lingxi, pondering when she might show him kindness, when she might forgive him. They have missed each other for so long. When will he be able to mend her shattered heart? Lin Hushu's face flushes with embarrassment, having had his discomfort pointed out. Lu Lingxi is indeed kind-hearted. Could she not extend some mercy towards Lin Qingqing? Hasn't he grandfather entertained similar thoughts? Yes, he too feels ashamed. Lin Hushu knows that the Chanchangsheng business of the Lu family in town is thriving. His classmates from the academy have treated him to meals. 5 taels of silver could secure Lin Qingqing. It would be easy for Lu Lingxi and Scholar Xiao to earn that much. Which family could possibly offer a betrothal gift of 5 taels of silver? Chapter 82. She wants you to redeem her? The brothel. Lin Hushu silently arrives at this conclusion. In recent days, Scholar Xiao has noticed that Lu Lingxi often gazes at him with a curious expression, her silence more pronounced than before. Now, with the chaos stirred up by Lin Qingqing, her attention has finally shifted away from him. Lingxi has been reborn, and so has he. Since heaven has granted them a second chance, he shall not harm Lingxi as hard again, nor shall he allow her to leave his side. They are destined to be together. Currently, Scholar Xiao evokes an unsettling sense of unreality in Lu Lingxi. She feels a wave of panic, fearing that everything might merely be a dream. Her parents are alive. Her loved ones are still with her. This reality is overwhelmingly vivid, and she is reluctant to awaken. Can someone truly be reborn with memories intact? Lu Lingxi questions herself, pondering whether the heart-wrenching sorrows of the past genuinely occurred or were merely a fleeting dream. The line between reality and illusion blurs. She yearns for answers, yet dreads that they may not align with her desires. What if this serene life, reminiscent of the dreams she once had, is merely a facade? This turmoil leaves Lu Lingxi in a state of profound conflict. The doubts she had just quelled resurface, threatening to drive her to madness. As the trio advances halfway, they are abruptly intercepted by the exuberant Lu Xiangxiang and Lu Qinggan, who come rushing towards them. Lu Xiangxiang is acutely aware of the commotion next door, as their reclusive matriarch has given her a host of instructions. Lu Xiangxiang believes that her mother is determined to prevent the young lady from meeting Lin Qingqing, even resorting to threats against her own daughter.
Bah!
Why doesn't she drown? If she did, Lu Xiangxiang would still admire her as a fierce woman. Their mother's stance is clear. Let Lingxi go boldly and see what antics the neighbors are up to. Lingxi, what do you think of that scheming Lin Qingqing? How can she be so cunning? Jumping into the river. Why doesn't she drown? After taking a breath, Lu Xiangxiang begins to vent her frustrations. You've gotten yourself entangled with her. It's truly unfortunate. My good daughter, just as her reputation was recovering, is now being sullied again. Lu Xiangxiang is on the verge of exasperation. After hearing Lin Luozi's incessant tirades these past few days, she has contemplated tearing her mouth apart. Once some time passes, she intends to seek the village chief for a new plot of land, vowing never to be neighbors with the Lin family again. Father, mother, what brings you here? Lu Lingxi inquires, seizing the moment to extricate herself from Scholar Zhao's grasp and linking arms with Lu Xiangxiang. Mother, you and father ran over? Aren't you afraid of falling? If you do, I'll return to take care of you. She wishes to create some distance from Scholar Xiao, allowing them both a moment to regain composure. You'll take care of me? I don't need your service. Why does Lin Qingqing insist on seeing you? Lingxi, you must be aware, Lin Luozi is utterly devoid of conscience. She even intends to sell her own granddaughter to a brothel. Lu Xiangxiang frequently traverses between the village and town, which is how she learned that Lin Luozi is seeking someone who can afford a betrothal gift of 5 taels of silver. Indeed, it is for a brothel. Is Lin Qingqing actually planning to have you pay her redemption price for the brothel? Lu Xiangxiang suddenly entertains this notion. It must be said, she has hit the nail on the head. Xiangxiang, don't lose your temper. Lu Qinggan interjects, attempting to soothe her, his gaze now fiercely directed at Scholar Xiao. He is the root cause of the trouble. Lingxi has done no wrong. A handsome man like you, causing such a stir. What are you doing attracting all the bees? Scholar Xiao feels the wrath of his future father-in-law directed towards him. Father, I assure you Lingxi is under my watch. She will not suffer any harm. I do not believe a word Lin Qingqing says. I have seen the tricks she plays on Lingxi before. Scholar Xiao quickly reassures them, for it is clear that his in-laws genuinely dote on Lingxi. Should she choose to leave him, her parents would be the first to support her. Yet the mere thought brings him sorrow. In this life, although some things remain the same as the last, many have changed. The The grievances endured in the past will not be repeated in this life. Lingxi cares deeply for her family, a sentiment tied to the tragedies of the previous existence. He must rally those whom Lingxi cherishes around him. Only then will she be less inclined to abandon him. He has always been such a wretched man. Rest assured. If the Lin family dares to make any outrageous demands, our Lu family will not shy away from confrontation. Lu Kanggan's greatest concerns, apart from Lu Xiangxiang, lie with Lu Lingxi. If it comes to it, he will cry at the doorstep of the clan elder. It is not as if he hasn't done so before. Chapter 83. You are wise. Cherish your blessings. Even Lu Kanggan, who seldom pays attention to village gossip, has pieced together the full story of Lingxi's marriage to Scholar Xiao from various whispers. Lin Qingqing, the girl who has grown up before my eyes, possesses an exceptionally agile mind, even resorting to leveraging her reputation as a woman to forge this coerced union.
Now,
She has taken the drastic step of jumping into the river, using her life as leverage to compel Lingxi to visit her. Lingxi's reputation had only just begun to recover, and now she risks being the subject of gossip among the village's meddlesome women once more. Lin Qingqing is astutely aware of how to manipulate public opinion to fulfill her own selfish desires. As for Xiao Mochen, they do not perceive any wrongdoing on his part. The only discussions revolve around how Lingxi, with her discerning eye, has set her sights on the promising Scholar Xiao, who is deemed worthy even by daughters of high officials. Why should he marry a village girl, someone so mismatched? Lu Kanggan has long ceased to care about reputation. In the village, he has faced enough criticism for allowing a woman to dominate him, lacking any semblance of masculinity. He has also endured remarks about his pampering of Lingxi, with people suggesting that she should not be treated so indulgently. Lu Kanggan remains indifferent to such talk, but Lingxi is different. He cannot bear to speak ill of her. Why should he allow those who have nothing better to do to voice their opinions? He believes that Xiao Mochen is destined for great things beyond Manta Village, a place where he can no longer protect Lingxi. Yet within Manta Village, he feels capable of safeguarding her. Lu Xiangxiang, upon hearing this, raised her gaze to Lu Kanggan. In an instant, she recalled the time when Lingxi was to marry Xiao Mochen, and Lu Kanggan had wept in the elder's house, a grown man reduced to tears. A sight too unbecoming to behold. All right, you should say less. Our girl knows her own mind, Lu Xiangxiang responded. At the Lin household, Granny Lin sat at the entrance of Lin Qingqing's room, preventing anyone from entering. Granny Lin, what are you trying to accomplish? After all these years, we both know what kind of person you are. The Lin family does not force their daughters into such disgrace, even if it is our own granddaughter. Sun Yang, the wife of the clan elder, arrived with several hardworking women, pushing Granny Lin aside and entering the house. In her desperation to appear convincingly near starvation, Lin Qingqing had not eaten a single grain of rice for 2 days, resorting to secretly drinking a couple of ladles of cold water at night. Her once vibrant hair now lay in disarray, her pallid complexion tinged with yellow, her lips devoid of color, leaving only her bright eyes to glance toward the door at the sound of movement. Seeing that it was not Lingxi who had arrived, her heart sank a little, her grip tightening on the quilt. Where was Lingxi? She had resorted to such extremes. If she did not come soon, she would surely starve. Sun Yang, having been through her share of trials, had witnessed countless situations alongside the clan elder and saw through Lin Qingqing's schemes. Qingqing, what are you disappointed about? I have been your age too. I understand the thoughts of young girls. But why do you think Lingxi should give you 5 taels of silver? You are no longer a child. It is time for you to marry. Use your head a bit more. One should cherish their blessings and take their medicine. The Lin family will not allow their innocent daughter to be sullied in such a manner. Your grandmother is of that ilk. Listen to me, and I will find you a suitor from a respectable family. Forget about your grandmother, and focus on living well. Sun Yang exuded a calm demeanor, her kindly eyes reflecting wisdom earned through time as her once lustrous black hair had turned to silver. Lin Qingqing, feeling her thoughts exposed, lowered her head, biting her lip in distress. Yet, she stubbornly replied, Aunt, if I could just see Lingxi, I will obediently heed your arrangements. I have no friends, only Lingxi as my closest confidant. I just want to see her. How can she resort to such despicable methods to ensnare Scholar Xiao, who treats her so well? What does Lingxi have besides her looks? She lacks the resilience to work hard or possess any intellect. She is foolish and cunningly alluring. Why does she deserve such a good life? Why do those around her dote on her? while I was born to a weak father, a submissive mother, and a grandmother intent on trading me for money? Lingxi has been coddled from childhood to marriage. I despise myself for being so soft-hearted. I should have pushed her into the river the last time we were alone by the water. What face does a woman who has lost her purity have left to live? As soon as Lingxi entered the courtyard, Granny Lin's sharp eyes caught sight of her. She was like a walking 5 tails of silver. Lingxi, how dare you come here? Look at the trouble you have caused for my Qingqing. Granny Lin's shrill voice was cut short. Chapter 84. The handkerchief. Before Lingxi could fully confront the situation, a tall figure loomed before her, shielding her petite frame entirely. The pleasant fragrance emanating from him calmed her previously agitated emotions. It was the clan elder. Xiao Mochen's gaze was cold as he softly called out, "If Lingxi is to come here only to be scolded by Granny Lin, then let this visit serve as a mere formality." Granny Lin sensed the icy aura surrounding Xiao Mochen, recognizing him as someone not to be trifled with. She quickly adjusted her demeanor, realizing that provoking him would yield no benefit. "My dear elder, I acted out of desperation. Surely you can understand? My precious granddaughter is half dead," she lamented, clutching her chest in anguish over the 30 copper coins needed for medicine, fearing she would end up with nothing. The thought of those 30 copper coins intensified her sorrow. Seeing Granny Lin's change in attitude, Lingxi proceeded to Lin Qingqing's room, curious to discover what scheme Lin Qingqing was concocting. Upon entering, the atmosphere of the room transformed, becoming noticeably more vibrant. The flicker of excitement and calculating glances in Lin Qingqing's eyes quickly vanished, replaced by a facade of calm. Lingxi's radiant appearance filled the room with brightness. Lin Qingqing's envy threatened to overwhelm her. Before departing, Sun Dinyang cast a lingering glance at Lin Qingqing on the bed. Sighing softly, Lingxi positioned herself near the door, remaining still. "Speak, Lin Qingqing. Do you truly need to see me before you will take your medicine? What is it? Do you believe that your death is solely my fault? Did I force you to jump into the river? On what grounds do you think you can use your life to coerce me? Am I your father or mother?" Lingxi's smile bore no warmth, her inquiry sharp and commanding, nearly overwhelming Lin Qingqing. Doubt crept into Lin Qingqing's mind. Was this the Lingxi she remembered? Lin Qingqing's vision blurred, a result of both hunger and Lingxi's provocations. "Lingxi, as sisters, how can you think so poorly of me?" Tears dampened Lin Qingqing's face, her voice hoarse and pitiful. Yet, Lingxi had suffered enough at Lin Qingqing's hands to be immune to her tactics. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Qingqing, eyes brimming with the excitement of an onlooker. "Lingxi, I know you cannot fathom my recent actions, but I assure you, it is all for your own good. You are my only friend. I have returned your silver. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Lin Qingqing's tone was one of sorrow, her face a mask of sincere pleading. Lu Lingxi was so naive. If she agreed to forgive her, it would pave the way for Lin Qingqing to exchange this for her final gift before marriage. The memory of that day, riding in a luxurious carriage with a refined and handsome man, ignited a fire within Lin Qingqing's heart. She intended to venture into town, using Lu Lingxi's name to draw closer to that individual. In doing so, she would ensure Lu Lingxi tasted the bitterness of betraying their friendship. It was not merely through selling vegetables at a stall that she had altered her reputation. She aimed to ascend to new heights by aligning herself with that man, thereby undermining Lu Lingxi's business. "Lingxi, do you not wish to see me? Rest assured, once I recover, I shall marry. The second lady has promised to help me find a family far removed from ours," Lin Qingqing said, casting a timid glance at the window and lowering her voice. She knew that if the old woman discovered her intentions of leaving, it would surely ruin her plans. "This may be our last meeting. Consider this my parting gift to you." With that, Lin Qingqing propped herself up and rummaged for some time before producing a peach-colored handkerchief, embroidered with a pattern of flying butterflies. "This is my belated wedding gift to you." The simple act drained her of much energy, and she rested on the bed for a while. Lu Lingxi's expression was one of disappointment. Is this it? Lin Qingqing had gone to great lengths to summon her, only to present a belated wedding gift. Is this really all? Lu Lingxi felt somewhat dazed as she stepped forward to take the handkerchief, her heart still guarded. Lin Qingqing was behaving oddly. Seeing Lu Lingxi accept the handkerchief, Lin Qingqing suppressed her inner glee. "Lingxi, as sisters, I too am soon to be wed. Do you have any gift for me?" Fearing Lu Lingxi would overthink, Lin Qingqing hurriedly added, "A handkerchief would suffice, or if not, let me see your embroidery pattern, and I shall create one myself." I know I have wounded your heart, and do not deserve your forgiveness, Lin Qingqing lamented. Lu Lingxi found it hard to resist Lin Qingqing's pitiful demeanor. She allowed her a glimpse of the handkerchief before reclaiming it.
Outside.
Lu Xiangxiang anxiously awaited Lin Qingqing's antics, but by the time Lu Lingxi emerged, she had not arrived. As the hour grew late, Lu Xiangxiang invited Xiao Mochen and Lu Lingxi to stay for dinner. The Lu family circumstances had improved considerably, and as twilight fell, Lu Chuanbai returned home from the academy, bringing letters from Lu Tiandong and Lu Nanqing. Chapter 85. Family letters. Lu Tiandong and Lu Nanqing had successfully reunited with Xiao Mochen's cousin, and the letter contained only good news, omitting any mention of troubles. They had encountered fierce winds and waves on their journey, nearly capsizing the entire boat. Yet both Lu Tiandong and Lu Nanqing chose not to disclose these perils in their correspondence. The vastness of the outside world was overwhelming. Once they ventured forth, they could truly appreciate the adage that there is always someone greater. Despite their near brush with death, Lu Tiandong remained unwavering in his initial resolve, bolstered by his sister's unwavering support. At that moment, both brothers resolutely disembarked and boarded a carriage bound for the northern regions. The harsh climate of the north was becoming increasingly apparent as the sands whipped through the air, stinging their faces. Lu Nanqing lamented that his fair visage might be ruined by the northern winds, hoping that upon returning home, his sister would still recognize him as her third brother. In his letter, Lu Nanqing rambled quite a bit, his large handwriting filling a thick stack of paper with trivialities. When Lu Chuanbai read the letter aloud to the family, the typically sentimental Lu Xiangxiang could not help but feel tears prick her eyes. Yet, seeing the mountain of paper filled with so little meaningful content, she chastised Lu Nanqing for being wasteful, frustrated that he could still incite her anger from such a distance. The reclusive grandmother Lu emerged from her quarters. Having listened to the family letter, after hearing the news, she retreated back inside. Grandmother Lu appeared well-preserved, looking a decade younger than her contemporaries. With an air of grace, Xiao Mochen felt a fleeting sense of familiarity upon seeing her. It was as if he had encountered her before, though he could not place when or where. In the kitchen, the smoke curled gently, creating a warm and tranquil atmosphere. Lu Lingxi felt a deep sense of peace. She was fortunate to once again experience the simple happiness she had known before. Mother, what delicious meal shall we have tonight? Allow me to assist you. My culinary skills have vastly improved. She followed Lu Xiangxiang closely, never straying far. Your second brother brought back some pig offal. The signature dish of Xiangmenlo is the 9-turned intestines, so have your father clean it well. We'll prepare that tonight. Lu Xiangxiang recalled Lu Lingxi's previous visit to Xiangmenlo, which inspired her choice. She typically avoided cooking such dishes due to their pungent odor and complexity. She felt sympathy for Lu Kong'an, who would have to clean the intestines, knowing that Lu Lingxi might not tolerate the smell either. Upon hearing about the 9-turned intestines, Lu Lingxi's eyes sparkled. She had never tasted it before, and now, with the prospect of pig offal in the house, her culinary curiosity was piqued. Lu Xiangxiang relinquished the cooking duties to Lu Lingxi, recalling how their family had once struggled. And allowing Lu Lingxi to experiment in the kitchen felt less wasteful now that their circumstances had improved. Before long, the aroma of the intestines, enhanced by spices, filled the kitchen. Had one not known it was awful, Lu Kong'an might have believed something entirely different was being prepared. The atmosphere in the kitchen was warm and inviting, while the three individuals in the other room felt a growing awkwardness. A heavy silence descended. Lu Kong'an pondered his own disconnection, realizing he could hardly follow the conversations about literature and essays the children discussed, which left his head spinning. Thank you for your guidance. The teacher said I have made significant progress, Lu Chuanbai said softly. I appreciate your kindness, but if you harm Lingxi, that is another matter. Chapter 86. Do not fear. Xiao Mochen gazed toward the kitchen before turning back to Lu Chuanbai. So, brother, you are this kind of person, he remarked. Now aware of Lu Chuanbai's unwavering protection of Lingxi, with a readiness to sever ties with anyone else. My plan to win over the benevolent second brother has faltered before it even began. He decided that winning Lingxi and their parents' favor was the best course of action. Regardless of whether it was the former or present Lingxi, he believed that the feelings she once held for him would reignite. Lu Lingxi worked swiftly in the kitchen. Her deft hand scooping pig fat drew a habitual frown from Lu Xiangxiang. The meal comprised 4 dishes and a soup, served generously. After sharing dinner with the family, Lu Lingxi and Xiao Mochen returned home. The early autumn night was cool, with the moon and stars shimmering brightly above, distinct yet distant. The rural path was occasionally filled with the harmonious sounds of insects, creating a serene ambience. All was still, illuminated by the moonlight, casting intricate shadows. In Lingxi's mind, a void lingered, filled only with memories of solitary days spent guarding the Prime Minister's residence and the harrowing scenes of her forced departure from Shengjing. The mere thought of Bairuoshui, far away in Shengjing, sent waves of dread coursing through her being. What can one see before death? Lingxi could not recall, leaving only a heart brimming with vengeance and boundless desires for retribution. Her heart found no solace as long as hatred remained unresolved. She longed to return to Shengjing, to repay grievances and exact revenge. "Do not fear, for I am here," echoed the husky voice of Xiao Mochen above her, shattering the illusions that threatened to engulf her. His long fingers clasped her hand, forcefully intertwining with her tightly clenched fist. He had just felt her absence beside him. The days without Lingxi were a torment he could no longer endure. "Do not fear. I am here," Xiao Mochen reiterated stubbornly, in the stillness of the night. Unsure whether he was comforting Lingxi or himself. They had embarked on a new life, with Lingxi by his side. That night, as they slept, Lingxi was abruptly awakened by a cool sensation. Had her mouth not been covered, she might have cried out in alarm. The familiar scent of bamboo wafted through her senses, soothing her racing heart. "It's me," Xiao Mochen whispered softly as he climbed onto the bed, drawing Lingxi into his embrace. "I understand that being awakened in the dead of night can provoke anyone's temper. I thought you were an intruder," Lingxi exclaimed, her small face taut with tension, pushing away in an attempt to distance herself from his hold. Yet, her feeble resistance was negligible in Xiao Mochen's eyes. He remained resolute. "Lingxi, I did not come to steal a kiss. It is autumn now. Can I not return to sleep? It is so cold to be alone. I apologize. I did not mean to frighten you. Do not ignore me just because you are upset." He gently caressed her back. "Come back, Lingxi." Though Lingxi could not see his face clearly, she sensed the hint of grievance in his demeanor. Acknowledging his plight, she found herself unable to bear his discomfort, even when she had placed him in opposition. "Why can't I embrace you? You have pushed me to my limits," Xiao Mochen murmured, drawing her soft hand, which had been resting on his chest, into his own. At his words, Lingxi froze. They were close, and she was acutely aware of Xiao Mochen's physical changes. Their impending separation rendered any intimacy inappropriate. She found herself reminiscing about the once aloof and indifferent Xiao Mochen, now seemingly unraveling. "Lingxi, I am uncontrollable in my affection for you. The moonlight tonight is as beautiful as you. I cannot forget the nights we spent under the moon together. Lingxi, I wish to retract my previous promise. I desire to be closer to you." His excessive requests were met with Lingxi's hand, which swiftly covered his mouth.
"No."
"You don't wish that," she retorted. Xiao Mochen pressed a gentle kiss upon her fingertips. "Lingxi, do you no longer love what you have gained? You are not the same as before. People change, including you. This is the true me, the version of myself I wished for you to see. If you dislike this, we should part ways." Following his words, Lingxi continued to struggle with the confusion of her own identity, uncertain of what the real her truly was. Abruptly, she withdrew her fingers, disdainfully rubbing them against Xiao Mochen's nightgown. As the weather turned cooler, she had recently exchanged her bedding for a lighter quilt. Xiao Mochen's body temperature was lower than hers, making summer embraces comfortable, yet now, in the chill of autumn, it felt cold. Reflecting on the past, when she would sleep beside Xiao Mochen even in the depths of winter, she admired her own courage, for who would willingly embrace an ice-cold figure in the frigid air? Just as she attempted to pull away, Xiao Mochen captured her lips in a gentle yet precise kiss. The warmth of that tender connection was far more agreeable than the cold words she had uttered. He knew every sensitive spot on Lingxi's body, and as she softened in his embrace, he held on, having long been deprived of such intimate contact. Despite her verbal deceits, her heart never lied to him. Lingxi's mind was clouded, lost in the tenderness of Xiao Mochen's embrace, as an ambiguous atmosphere enveloped them. Chapter 87. Closeness? Her delicate face flushed a charming pink in the night, while Xiao Mochen's vision remained sharp in the dark. The coolness enveloping him reminded Lingxi of reality. "Xiao Mochen, let me enjoy my little life," she murmured. "Yes, I know. I simply wish to sleep beside you." "You initiated this," she retorted, revealing her smooth shoulders. While Xiao Mochen appeared equally disheveled, his night attire loosely draped open. In the dimness, Lu Lingxi could not perceive the chill in his demeanor. Yet his eyes reflected a blend of affection and sorrow. The corners of his eyes glowed with a hint of color, exuding an air of charm. In the night, his silent sigh was a torment, both for Lingxi and himself. Today is not just a trivial day for Lingxi. I can sense it, and there is no trace of blood. Xiao Mochen shut his eyes, realizing that Lu Lingxi was employing such trivial lies to deceive him once more. He understood her intention to cool their relationship, to distance herself from him. Yet, why was it that she would reclaim everyone from her past, but not him? He had come for her. How could she dismiss him so easily? Lu Lingxi, the little deceiver, how could she be so heartless? She could laugh with those who had wronged her, yet she insisted on drawing a line with him. She had once cherished him deeply. He had lost the love of his life, yet he only desired her, even if it meant entangling himself in her resentment. Xiao Mochen, I still prefer the way you used to be. The current you feel so foreign to me. At times, I even doubt if you are truly you. Lu Lingxi nestled against his chest, her voice muffled with despair. Exhausted from countless attempts to voice her desire for separation, her words felt trapped within her. At her words, Xiao Mochen's gaze flickered with surprise. Did Lingxi intend to reveal her true feelings, to condemn him? Lingxi, look back. I have always been the one you adored. You are the one who has chosen not to love me anymore. He thought she would speak of their past, but instead, she offered him a reprieve. You were once the bright moon, aloof and proud, impervious to any emotion or circumstance. With unwavering resolve, you tread a path starkly different from my own. Yet now, you resemble a foolish son of a capricious heart, akin to a greasy pork vendor. Have you descended from the heavens? How can a person undergo such a drastic transformation? Appearing as if they are an entirely different being? Ask yourself, are you still Xiao Mochen? Lu Lingxi's final words were uttered softly. Indeed, she contemplated testing Xiao Mochen once more. In comparison to him, she felt clumsy and unaware that her probing tendrils had long been ensnared by his grasp. The messages she received were a blend of truth and deception, all carefully curated by Xiao Mochen for her perception. Positioned close to his chest, she could feel the fervent rise and fall of his heartbeat, resonating with her own. They shared the same bed, yet dreamt separate dreams, their hearts beating in synchrony. Did Xiao Mochen love her in their previous lifetime? Lu Lingxi yearned to inquire, but what would it matter if she did? The answer she sought, whether desired or not, seemed irrelevant. She had never witnessed a shattered mirror mend itself. Could two scarred hearts ever draw close again? She was uncertain of the answer. Perhaps the answer itself had lost its significance. At this moment, Xiao Mochen bore little resemblance to the man he had been in his past life. Lu Lingxi struggled to recall how he had once been. The image of that man in her memories had gradually merged with the figure beside her. Xiao Mochen fell silent for a moment before speaking softly. People change. Lingxi, I embody all the forms you cherish. The only one I love is Lu Lingxi. Being with you is not a matter of coercion. It is my heartfelt desire. Regardless of which version of Xiao Mochen it is, I willingly choose to be with Lu Lingxi. I never considered with whom I would traverse this fleeting yet eternal journey until you forcefully entered my tranquil life, stirring the waters, Lingxi, marking our beginning. From the very outset, it was you who first enticed me. Perhaps I fell deeply for you first. Thus, you cannot be so fickle. Xiao Mochen's words were fierce yet devoid of any real threat. Is it my fault then? Lu Lingxi replied, surrendering to her circumstances, choosing to revel in them. It's cold. Holding you feels a bit chilly, she remarked, genuinely feeling the chill. Lingxi, I will be fine. I have been taking my medicine. I do not wish to be cold either. Just give me a little more time and warmth will return. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi found herself at a loss for words. The thought that Xiao Mochen might also have been reborn hovered on the tip of her tongue, but ultimately went unvoiced. She dared not reveal the truth of her rebirth, a bizarre reality born of past memories, yet it existed. Such a significant secret. She could not even share with Xiao Mochen. He was far too astute. What was the true nature of the person beside her? She pondered. Having spent 14 years by his side without truly knowing him, Xiao Mochen exhaled, adjusting Lu Lingxi's garments, his gaze filled with a passionate glimmer. His movements were gentle as he arranged her clothes and pulled her tightly into his embrace. He would hasten Zhao Ping to locate the missing antidote. With the memories of his previous life, He must find it before winter's arrival. Indeed, what he had once believed to be a natural frailty, with a temperature lower than others, ultimately revealed itself to be a poison. The calculations he made regarding fate were intertwined with both truth and falsehood, blurring his understanding. His destiny had been overly influenced from the very beginning. Xingjing would be the final battleground, and he intended to return. Lu Lingxi closed her eyes, counting sheep. The difference between having slept once or twice was negligible. In her wandering thoughts, the absurd notion of abducting Xiao Mochen's child resurfaced. She possessed poison, yet contemplated fleeing with a child. How ridiculous! She almost wanted to slap herself. The breath of the person in her arms transitioned from erratic to serene slumber. Xiao Mochen's tightly shut eyes finally opened, revealing a depth filled with overflowing tenderness and affection. He gently kissed the top of Lu Lingxi's head, murmuring, "Lingxi, we shall always be together. I will not let you go, little deceiver." In the stillness of the night, lovers exchanged tender glances. Some minds raced with thoughts, while the night cloaked all evils in protective shadows. After everyone had succumbed to slumber, a petite figure, burdened with a heavy package, swiftly vanished into the dark embrace of the night. As dawn broke, the once quiet Mantu village erupted into life. The entire village was awakened, with the clamor of chickens and ducks echoing and the sounds of shouting and cursing permeating the air. Lu Lingxi, nestled in Xiao Mochen's embrace, trembled, cold sweat beading on her forehead, finally opening her eyes. She had endured another nightmare, this time filled with the bloodied imagery of her brother's leg torn by a wild beast. Xiao Mochen sensed her shiver distinctly. He adeptly patted her back, producing a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from her brow, speaking softly, "Dreams are mere illusions. Lingxi, sleep a little longer. I will step outside to take a look. There is quite a commotion outside. Something has happened in the village. I will accompany you. It seems significant," Lu Lingxi replied, her expression growing grave as memories of the bloody dream flooded back, prompting her to act with greater urgency. Manta Village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with limited arable land, and reaching the town takes considerable time, making it less than ideal for settlement. The villagers rely on the mountains for sustenance, rich in resources yet fraught with danger. Over 30 years ago, wild boars descended from the mountains, invading the village. Following that bloody lesson, the village sought to train hunters, and the surrounding villages banded together for spring and autumn hunts to maintain ecological balance. Lu Lingxi took the damp handkerchief from Xiao Mochen, cleansing her face until she felt more alert. It was not her brother, Lu Chuanbai, who had long since gone to the academy in town. The Lu family had improved their living conditions by selling skewers in town, and with Lu Nanqing absent, Lu Chuanbai would not venture into the mountains lightly. At this hour, he should be at the academy. Xiao Mochen and Lu Lingxi exchanged a knowing glance, their thoughts already converging. Not my brother. Then it must be Yangshu. A few days ago, he came to sell game. I had instructed Xiao Mochen to ensure he refrained from entering the mountains alone. He should wait until the surrounding villages unite for the autumn hunt before venturing out. It appears he did not heed the warning. You did not say? Xiao Mochen remarked. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Besides, Brother Yang and his sister are not the same person. He cast a reproachful glance at Lu Lingxi, questioning whether she truly considered him so petty. One matter is separate from another. Yang Tao's unexpected visit to Lingxi was intended to teach her a lesson. But Yang Shu has already made his intentions clear. I shall let it pass for now. Moreover, he had long discerned that Lingxi was merely teasing Yang Tao. As Lu Lingxi and Xiao Mochen tidied themselves up and stepped out the door, they unexpectedly encountered Aunt Zhao, who was fully dressed and rubbing her sleepy eyes.
Aunt.
You stay in the courtyard, Mochen, and I will go take a look outside and report back to you, Lu Lingxi said. The courtyard was in disarray, filled with voices. And at her age, Aunt Zhao would find it quite taxing if she were to be jostled about. She nodded in agreement, advising them to be cautious. Mochen, take good care of Lingxi while you're out. After Aunt Zhao finished her instructions, she went off to wash up and prepare breakfast, hoping they would return just in time. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, and standing outside was Lu Chuanbai. He had intended to head to the academy early that morning, as his teacher had instructed him to stay at his place during this period before the next hunting trip, so he could receive more guidance. After his sister failed to visit him, he learned 2 days later about the incident at the town's skewer shop. Thus, he had taken leave to return home. But to his surprise, The village's ox cart had been borrowed early in the morning. He had planned to set off with Lu Xiangxiang, only to discover that two significant events had occurred in the village that very morning. Second brother, weren't you going to the academy? Lu Lingxi rushed towards Lu Chuanbai, stopping before him to scrutinize him from head to toe. Seeing him unharmed, she finally felt relief. Lu Chuanbai nodded at Xiao Mochen as he entered the courtyard. I was supposed to find Uncle Ma to take the ox cart this morning, but Granny Lin took it, claiming that Lin Qingqing had absconded with the family's silver and household registration. Then, I heard that someone had been injured while hunting in the mountains and was taken to Dr. Zhou. That's why I came to find you. Wasn't Zhao Ping hunting in the mountains with Scholar Xiao? Lu Lingxi initially thought this was about the incident with Yang Shu. Yet she was taken aback by the revelation that Lin Qingqing had run away. The gravity of the situation struck her. This had never occurred in her memory. Lin Qingqing had fled, taking with her the family's silver and household registration. Just yesterday, she had been causing a ruckus, and now she had vanished overnight. No wonder she had ended up scheming to become a figure in the official's courtyard. Lin Qingqing was ruthless towards herself and others alike. In Manta village, only Yang Shu's family relied on hunting for their livelihood. Yang Shu had only a widowed father who had been bedridden for years, and he raised Yang Tao alone. It was said that Yang Shu's father had also been a hunter and was injured while hunting, so naturally, Yang Shu inherited his skills. His temperament was steady, albeit somewhat reserved, and he had never encountered any trouble. This time, he was merely trying to impress Yang Tao by saving up for her dowry, hoping to bring back more game and exchange it for silver, allowing her a better life in her marital home. Yet, who would have thought he would end up injured? Lu Lingxi cast a deep glance at Lu Chuanbai, feeling a tinge of relief that he had survived. Was it truly because of her that her second brother had been injured in the mountains that year? Indeed, when Lu Lingxi had seen Yang Tao, she felt as though she were gazing at a version of herself from many years past. She had once been just like her. Such provocations among young girls were hardly worth her concern, for she, too, had a caring elder brother. It was simply because she had a good brother that she had mentioned to Xiao Mochen to remind Yang Shu. In autumn, the game was plump and flavorful, fetching a higher price, but one must wait until the surrounding villages organized a joint hunting expedition before venturing into the mountains alone. Yang Shu had never made such a rudimentary mistake before. It was true, her second brother, with all his cleverness, had almost lost his life in the mountains out of devotion to his sister. Yang Shu, on the other hand, was not as astute as her second brother. Lu Lingxi recalled that in her previous life, Yang Shu had been injured only after Yang Tao had married into the neighboring village. Now, this calamity had come earlier than expected, and at this moment, Yang Tao was still unmarried. Not long ago, she had heard that Yang Tao was not interested in the man from the neighboring village, her fated partner from her previous life. It was perplexing, for that man had seemed to get along quite well with Yang Tao in her past life. Xiao Mochen, having noticed that the tea in front of Lu Lingxi had cooled, replaced it with a warm cup. His fair fingers suddenly appeared in her line of sight, interrupting her thoughts. Lu Lingxi sensed that she had grasped a fragment of the truth behind Yang Tao's disinterest in the neighboring man. Xiao Mochen had changed. Her lashes fluttered as she realized that since discovering Xiao Mochen's emotional shifts regarding Bai Ruoshui, her heart was a tumult of disappointment and relief. It turned out that Xiao Mochen could be warmed by someone. Why couldn't that someone be her? After all, she had the advantage of being present in his life, allowing affection to blossom over time. Thus, the present-day Xiao Mochen was so gentle, his transformation was perhaps a source of hope for Yang Tao as well. The fates of everyone had evidently shifted. Lu Lingxi found herself at a loss as to whom she should feel sympathy for. Lu Chuanbai had come to confirm Xiao Mochen was at home. Upon seeing both him and Lingxi preparing to leave, he resolved to accompany them to Dr. Zhou's place first. Chapter 90. He remembered the injury. The sky was still somewhat dim, and the torches flickered, forming a river of fire. One group of villagers rushed towards the town with the ox cart, searching along the way, while another group headed for Dr. Zhou's home. Lu Lingxi had severed all ties with Lin Qingqing, her former sisterly bond, and naturally would not partake in the Lin family's affairs any longer. Granny Lin was beyond reproach now. Especially considering her current state of both financial and personal loss, she would undoubtedly lash out at anyone she could. My goodness, losing so much blood, can he still live? A voice rose above the slightly crowded throng. The closer they got to Dr. Zhou's house, the stronger the stench of blood became. Yang Tao sat helplessly at Yang Shu's bedside, her tears long dried on her face, her cherished peach-colored dress stained beyond recognition. She had no time to care about appearances, her expression vacant as her gaze fixated on the unconscious Yang Shu, mechanically wiping the dirt from his body. Despite being in a coma, Yang Shu's brow furrowed in pain, and his lips had turned a ghastly white from blood loss. His coarse gray clothing was tattered, and the most severe injury was on his leg, where his once straight right calf now bent at a grotesque angle. Dr. Zhou's face grew solemn as he retrieved a pristine needle case from the high shelf of the medicine cabinet, glancing at the still bleeding wound on Yang Shu's leg. The bright red blood had already soaked into the mattress. If it continued to flow, he would surely perish. The patient urgently needed to stop the bleeding. His right hand, concealed within his sleeve, trembled uncontrollably. Opening the needle case revealed a set of glimmering golden needles. It had been far too long since he had last used the set,
And he had almost forgotten his own name.
"Brother, I was wrong. Please don't sleep." Yang Tao's suppressed sobs broke the silence. How could this happen? Past memories coalesced into a singular image. Make way. Dr. Zhou had heated the golden needles over the candle flame and knelt before Yang Shu's injured leg. With his left hand, he swiftly inserted the needle into the acupuncture points, and as the needle fell, the bleeding ceased instantaneously. Seeing the blood stop, he turned his back to squeeze his slightly trembling right hand. He was a physician. Healers do not heal themselves. He understood that his right hand bore no injury, but he could no longer employ the art of acupuncture with it. The golden needle case, which I had thought would never be opened again in this lifetime, has ultimately revealed itself to the world. One must not harbor guilt, otherwise, the rest of one's life will be plagued by unrest. Those memories that I believed would fade have only grown more vivid. Lu Chuanbai arrived with Xiao Mochen and Lu Lingxi, and as the three approached, the crowd parted spontaneously, granting them passage to the forefront. Lu Lingxi had the clearest view of the wound on Yang Shu's leg. It was a grotesque gash, measuring a full 10 centimeters, with 3 puncture wounds bleeding profusely. This was the result of a tiger's bite. Yang Shu had encountered a tiger in the mountains. Lu Lingxi recognized the tiger's bite marks because she had seen a similar wound on Lu Chuanbai's leg before. Her mother had told her it was an injury from a fall. It was not. She had been deceived. Since that day, her gentle and refined second brother had vanished into the mists of time, leaving only the scars left by that tiger. Lu Lingxi stood frozen, her vision blurred. "Don't look. Are you frightened?" 2 voices echoed simultaneously, and Lu Lingxi found herself pulled behind Xiao Mochen, leaving Lu Chuanbai's outstretched hand grasping at empty air. A moment too late. However, Lu Chuanbai felt a hint of respect for Xiao Mochen, who had earned a modicum of qualification as a brother-in-law. From the moment he awoke, Xiao Mochen sensed something was amiss with Lingxi. Her thoughts seemed distant, and she appeared overly concerned for Yang Shu. When she saw Yang Shu's wound, her expression suggested a sense of resolution rather than fear. Lingxi had seen that very wound before. Xiao Mochen turned to Lu Chuanbai, who had also sustained a leg injury that had precluded him from the imperial examinations. He recalled that it was an injury from a fall. Chapter 91. The intent to eradicate the tiger threat wasn't that a tiger's bite? It was indeed reported that a tiger had been sighted. There are tigers in the mountains. And my mother has been keeping the little ones close these past few days. How big is that tiger? Those little ones wouldn't stand a chance.
Quick.
Inform the village chief that there's a tiger in the mountains. Can we still go hunting this autumn? With a tiger around? Isn't the third son of the Lu family strong? But he's not home. Who dares to hunt this year? Tigers are terrifying. I'm not even enough to satisfy one. Don't mention it. Yang Shu went into the mountains just to earn a bit of dowry for Yang Tao, and now look at the situation. Forget the dowry. How much will the medical expenses be? Dr. Zhou uses golden needles. Goodness, is that real gold? In my entire life, this is the first time I've seen gold. Oh yes. The medical fees must be substantial. Look at all that blood. How long will it take to replenish it? I still remember decades ago, when wild boars entered the village, and every household had to pay 50 copper coins. The crowd buzzed with noise, and Lu Lingxi could no longer hear. The memories of the past life and the present were merely a change in the focal point of discussion. Today, 2 significant events unfolded in the village. The village chief had been summoned early in the morning by old Lady Lin, hastily arranging matters on one side before being called to the other. Upon hearing that it was a tiger's attack, the chief broke into a cold sweat. Tigers are fierce beasts. He pondered whether the tiger had appeared on the outskirts or deep within the mountain. The older villagers remembered the calamity caused by the wild boar invasion over 30 years ago. If a tiger were to descend from the mountains, would they not all be in peril? With this thought, the chief hastened his steps. The village buzzed with talk of finances. And if they truly intended to organize a tiger hunt, substantial funds would be required. They would also need to hire specialists from outside. Just the thought of it left him flustered. He spotted 3 individuals standing at the forefront, the village scholar and the future scholar of the village. In an instant, he saw hope. Scholars tend to think more thoroughly and comprehensively. Scholar Xiao, second son of the Lu family. We are willing to cover half of Yang Shu's medical expenses as a token of gratitude for his quick thinking in bringing fresh game to our family. Xiao Mochen boldly declared, with Lu Chuanbai nodding in agreement. The village chief's wrinkled face broke into an even wider smile. He had not anticipated this unexpected windfall. Xiao Mochen produced a full silver string from his pocket and handed it to the chief. He was uncertain of how much Dr. Zhou would charge for the medicine or how well the leg would heal. For now, offering a couple of taels would suffice. He would inquire with Dr. Zhou later and ensure that the doctor would not have to cover the costs himself. As for the genuine golden needles, recalling the rumors he had heard in Shengjing in his past life, Dr. Zhou was not lacking in wealth. He watched as the chief handed the taels to Dr. Zhou, leaving the surrounding crowd momentarily speechless. Lingxi truly is a wonderful child from our village. She runs a small business in town and still thinks of us.
Indeed.
I recently sold some vegetables from my garden and made a bit of copper. My third son took his grandson to the carpenter to order a cage like the one from the Lu family. They caught a few fish as well. Life seems to be looking up. But our mountain is dark and foreboding. If the beasts from the hills come down, that would be terrifying.
Yes.
The Yang family has it tough too. Why didn't you take us to set up a stall? Such discordant voices were swiftly silenced by the village chief. As Lu Chuanbai, the protective elder brother, fell behind Xiao Mochen, he seized his opportunity to take charge. After all, he was well adept at managing Lu Nanqing. Chapter 92. He excels at poisonous deception in the mountains. Any capable hunter could take down game. Why didn't you take us to set up a stall? That's a good question. Uncle, with your trade, you must be making quite a profit. Why not bring us along? Unbeknownst to them, Lu Chuanbai, with his charming demeanor, spoke in a manner that was surprisingly incisive. If not for his resemblance to the elder Lu patriarch, one might think Lu Nanqing stood before them. That individual was no less formidable than the village's more boisterous women, quick with his tongue and infuriatingly sharp. It had been far too long since they had seen Lu Nanqing, and some felt a pang of nostalgia for him.
Yes.
I also wanted to mention how beautiful the headpieces from your family city are. I would love to buy more at wholesale prices. Could you let me know where you got them and how much they cost? I promise to only give them to relatives. I wouldn't resell them. Get lost. Do you think I'm a fool? As murmurs of discontent arose, those with ulterior motives were swiftly curbed by Lu Chuanbai's words, causing their ambitions to be quelled once more. Life had improved significantly. The vegetables once meant only to feed pigs, chickens, and ducks now yielded a fair amount of copper coins. Furthermore, who would dare speak ill of their means of survival? Due to the Lu family stall in town, the changes were subtle. Their earthen house remained much the same, the only notable difference being the occasional waft of meat aroma when passing by. After all, that was their trade. How enticing it was. Seeing the current scene, the village chief felt a sense of satisfaction. These were his villagers, and they had improved considerably. Certainly, there may be 1 or 2 insignificant details, but it matters not. He will pay particular attention to them. The village head is watching you. The man trembled in the crowd, an unsettling sensation creeping down his spine. To be confronted in such a manner before the village head, he spat vehemently and lifted his chin, stepping away from the crowd to continue observing the spectacle from the periphery, filled with vigor. Xiao Mochen noticed that Yang Shu's bleeding had ceased and followed Dr. Zhou into the pharmacy. Dr. Zhou's expression was grave. He faced a dilemma. The golden needle technique he had previously employed could not be utilized again under the same circumstances. He was unable to do it. Dr. Zhou, can you heal Yang Shu's leg? In the pharmacy, insulated from the clamor outside, a cold voice suddenly emerged. Surprised that someone had accompanied Dr. Zhou, he nearly dropped the medicine he held. If a similar injury were to occur next year, could you treat him then? Xiao Mochen pondered this thought and voiced it. His somber gaze remained fixed on the needle pouch, lost in contemplation for a long moment before retracting his gaze. Dr. Zhou paused, his throat dry as he replied. Yang Shu's tendons are severed. The best I can do is ensure he maintains the most basic functions of daily life. His leg will remain limp, and he will never hunt again. On rainy days, that leg will still ache. In future years, he will remain unhealable. My right hand is no longer usable. You must have noticed, Scholar Xiao? Dr. Zhou chuckled lightly, a smile more sorrowful than tears. He approached Xiao Mochen, who exuded an air of nobility. He had accompanied his elder brother to meet many distinguished individuals, none of whom he wished to provoke. Moreover, he had once casually taken his pulse and discovered a poison that had been embedded in his body since childhood. Surviving without detoxification was purely divine intervention. Dr. Zhou recalled the rumors he had heard many years prior regarding the affairs of high officials in Xinjiang. He had no intention of getting involved. When Zhao Ping returns, I will have him bring you a set of silver needles as a token of gratitude. Do not use those golden needles anymore. Xiao Mochen replied coolly, not even glancing at Dr. Zhou as he turned to leave. You cannot heal him? Not even the direct descendant of the Zhou family? A sharp pain pierced Dr. Zhou's palm as he opened his hand to reveal a golden needle lying within. The acupoints of the human body were etched into his memory, a part of his very essence from his childhood studies in medicine. He knew precisely which acupoints could lead a person to a slow, imperceptible death. He was more skilled in acupuncture than his brother, who was renowned as the reincarnation of the great Mr. Huangfu. Yet, the man was too soft-hearted, wanting to intervene in everything. He did not realize that a physician could only mend the exterior of a patient and not rectify the distortions within their heart. The wolf is inherently cunning and treacherous. Born of the same mother, his greatest talents lay in using needles and poison to take lives. Once outside, Xiao Mochen took Lu Lingxi's hand and departed. With their exit, those who had gathered began to disperse, their hunger becoming evident as mealtime approached. As for the second brother left at Dr. Zhou's, Lu Chuanbai made his way home to seek his mother. The village head, after offering a few words of comfort to Yang Tao, sought out Dr. Zhou to inquire further. Upon learning that Yang Shu's life was preserved but that he would never hunt again, he could only sigh in relief, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It was indeed a narrow escape from death. You just visited Dr. Zhou. Chapter 93. Is this considered a distant marriage? Will Yang Shu's leg recover? Xiao Mochen tilted his head. It will not. Dr. Zhou said the tendons are severed. In this situation, preserving a life is already a significant blessing. As for returning to its original state, that person might have had a solution, but alas, that individual has long since turned to dust, dissipating into the world. Lingxi, you seem quite concerned about Yang Shu's leg. Having witnessed the severity of Yang Shu's injury and the realization that he would never heal, she understood how crucial a sound body was for a hunter. This incident had directly led to the downfall of the family's pillar. Lu Lingxi seemed to grasp the emotional turmoil her elder brother must have felt after his injury, which prevented him from participating in the imperial examinations. Fortunately, her brother could now focus solely on his studies for the upcoming examinations to fulfill his ambitions. There was still a chance for redemption. With tigers prowling the mountains, should they descend, every villager would face peril. Of course, I am concerned. Our family is old and frail, situated right at the mountain's edge. We are not the easiest targets. Lu Lingxi stated, convincing even herself of this reasoning. The true reason, of course, could not be divulged to anyone. The incident involving Yang Shu being bitten by a tiger intertwined with the safety and livelihoods of everyone in the village. Meanwhile, the simultaneous occurrence of Lin Qingqing absconding with the family's entire wealth went unnoticed, akin to a small ripple in the ocean, quickly forgotten. Those who had followed the old woman Lin in search of Lin Qingqing along the route to town ultimately found no trace of her, discovering only a large piece of coarse cloth at the cliff's edge, which the old woman recognized as her family's sewing pattern. The old woman had lost both her son and her wealth. In the dead of night, Yang Shu awoke, and the village had learned that he had encountered a tiger on the outskirts of Manta Mountain. At dawn, as the first light broke, the village had hurried to the county office to report the sighting of a ferocious beast near Manta Mountain. The news of the hunter from Manta village who had his leg bitten off by the tiger gradually spread to neighboring villages, with various exaggerated versions emerging. In recent days, many from outside the village had come to inquire about the incident. However, all this commotion bore no relevance to Lu Lingxi. Her partnership with Xiang Manlu in the sauce business had initially garnered positive market feedback. Manager Mao had been increasing orders, and thanks to Xiao Mochen's scholarly credentials, They had recently acquired 2 large iron cauldrons. Yet, the intense aroma of spicy seasoning perpetually lingered in the small courtyard, preventing Xiao Mochen from stepping outside. For several days, he had been unable to find an opportunity to be close to Lingxi. After being enveloped in the rich scent for days, Lingxi felt as if she were becoming a dried fish imbued with spicy flavor. After completing Manager Mao's order, Lingxi finally allowed herself a day of rest. Stepping outside the small courtyard, she found the weather splendid, with high clouds and a gentle breeze, the sun warm yet not oppressive, providing a very comfortable atmosphere. The recent light rains had prompted the mushrooms in the mountains to flourish once more. The area where Yang Shu had encountered danger on Manta Mountain had been fenced off, and the villagers no longer ventured that way. Instead, they sought mushrooms in the opposite direction. This day, Lingxi had come to that side as well. The mushrooms were delicious, even more so than meat when prepared well. Isn't that the girl from the Xiang family? Why haven't you visited your grandmother at Shirtu Ridge lately? Your grandmother dotes on you and your sister so much. Now that you've started earning money, you should visit her more often. Aunt Zhu, with a basket in hand, closely followed Lingxi. Each time Lingxi discovered a cluster of mushrooms, Aunt Zhu quickly picked the surrounding ones and placed them into her basket. Once, twice, thrice, despite the ample space, she always stayed close to her. Lingxi knew she was doing this intentionally. Aunt Zhu had married into Shirtu Ridge and only learned after her marriage that her husband had previously sought to wed Lu Xiangxiang but was rejected, leading to her eventual selection. Aunt Zhu often compared herself to Lu Xiangxiang, whether in terms of husbands or children. Seeing Lu Xiangxiang give birth to 3 sons and then a daughter brought her immense joy, for she had blessedly borne 4 sons without any burden. Upon witnessing Lu Xiangxiang residing in a humble earthen dwelling and with her son facing financial barriers to education, the misfortunes of Zhu Dajiang brought her an unexpected sense of joy, affirming her belief that her original choices were indeed correct. Zhu Dajiang had given birth to 4 sons, with her greatest pride resting upon the youngest, who, after his first examination, achieved the status of a student. Zhu Dajiang envisioned a future where her youngest would ascend to a prominent position in Shengjing and marry a capable daughter from the Yu family, allowing her to become the matriarch of their ancestral home. However, fate took a turn when her youngest son, during a day of leisure, became infatuated with Lingxi and declared that he would marry no one but her. The affection for Lu Xiangxiang seemed to run in the family, as both father and son were enamored with her. Zhu Dajiang, having contended with Lu Xiangxiang for a lifetime, was resolute in her opposition to her most cherished son marrying Lingxi. Who could overlook that Lingxi, spoiled and pampered, bore an alluring resemblance to her mother and appeared far from respectable? The elder son of the Lu family could not afford an education, all due to the excessive indulgence bestowed upon Lingxi. Such a liability was hardly suitable for a daughter-in-law. Zhu Dajiang was deeply displeased, but could not withstand Zhu Heng's yearning for Lingxi, especially after she came of age. Zhu Heng's desperation escalated to the point of fasting in protest. Heartbroken for her son, Zhu Dajiang reluctantly acquiesced, believing that her son would eventually become a high-ranking official, and once in Xinjiang, she could persuade Lingxi to accept a secondary position without jeopardizing her son's future. Zhu Dajiang did not disclose her plans to Zhu Heng, fully aware of her son's tender-hearted nature. Driven by maternal instincts, she visited Lu Xiangxiang's home, only to be met with rejection. Lu Xiangxiang claimed they had spoiled Lingxi and could not bear to send her far away in marriage. Zhu Dajiang, upon hearing this, was astounded, thinking how dare Lu Xiangxiang speak such nonsense. Was her own marriage from Shirtu Ridge to Manta Village not a distant union? Chapter 94. Zhu Dajiang's fury. Her son's infatuation with Lingxi, whom she deemed a financial burden, was a clear case of poor judgment. How could Lu Xiangxiang dare to refuse her? To make matters worse, Lingxi was soon seen embracing the scholar Xiao in public. Within days, Lingxi had wed Xiao, and Zhu Dajiang, while her youngest was still studying, realized that a scholar held greater prestige than a mere student. Yet, Xiao was frail and of limited lifespan, hardly comparable to her son Zhu Heng. It was evident that Lu Xiangxiang held disdain for her son. Zhu Dajiang was beside herself with rage. It seemed she was inherently at odds with Lu Xiangxiang. Consequently, she began to seek a more suitable match for Zhu Heng, determined to find a woman 100 times more beautiful than Lingxi. However, Zhu Heng insisted he would wait for Lingxi, declaring that after Zhao's demise, he would marry her. This declaration sent Zhu Dajiang into a frenzy. Her most promising son was to wed a widow? Unthinkable. Thus, Lu Lingxi's reputation was tarnished both in Manta Village and Shirtu Ridge. Zhu Dajiang, heartbroken for Zhu Heng, found herself powerless against his stubbornness, especially as he resorted to fasting. All of this turmoil stemmed from Lu Lingxi. Had she simply married Zhu Heng, none of these complications would have arisen. When news reached Zhu Heng of a tiger descending from the mountains and injuring a leg, he urgently called for Zhu Dajiang. Upon seeing Lu Lingxi unharmed, Zhu Dajiang pondered why it was not this vixen who had been bitten. Surely, Xiao would not want a woman with a maimed leg, and perhaps then she could compel Zhu Heng to accept her into their household, allowing him to focus on his studies. Disappointment loomed over Zhu Dajiang, leading her to slip a few caustic remarks. Her unabashed scrutiny of Lu Lingxi incited the latter's ire. The animosity between them stemmed solely from Zhu Dajiang's son. Lu Lingxi did not know her son's name, nor would she consider him even without Xiao. Tell me, Lu Lingxi, can your frail husband survive the winter? When he passes, you will be a widow. My son will not wait for you. Miss the chance, and you shall regret it. My Heng will marry the daughter of a high official. Taking a deep breath, Lu Lingxi resolved not to tolerate such indignities. She shot Zhu Dajiang a cold glare and retorted with scorn, your son, who cannot achieve his goals without resorting to fasting, should remain at home and cease his attempts to ruin other girls' lives. Oh, seeking the daughter of a high official? By all means, go ahead. My husband may be a scholar, yet he is the top of his class. Even my second brother is a top student. Who does not know that your son, the reincarnation of the literary star, is among the bottom 3 in his class? How laughable! Until he can achieve the status of a scholar, he is merely a worthless stone in a cesspool. My husband has no relatives above or below who would wish to marry into a family with such a loquacious and malicious mother-in-law. One truly would be cursed for 8 generations. Do not presume I am oblivious to your slander against me in Shirtu Ridge. Spare me, for I would rather remain a widow than consider your family. You truly believe yourself to be of good character? Lu Lingxi's prior gentle facade was merely a guise to appease Xiao, as she feared embarrassing him. Now that she intended to divorce him, she felt liberated to live as she pleased. As for those who spoke of Xiao's frail health, she wished to enlighten them. His demise would not bring about her own. The crowd around them gradually distanced themselves, hearing the escalating altercation. Lu Lingxi had inherited the sharp tongue of the third Lu sibling, and Zhu Dajiang's face flushed with indignation. After marrying Xiao, Lu Lingxi had become more sensible, bringing in some income to support them. Zhu Dajiang eventually calmed down but soon erupted in anger again. Lu Lingxi, who do you call a stinking stone in a cesspool? You are. Chapter 95. What is your name? Lu Lingxi kicked aside the basket that obstructed her path, striding forward. Ah, you little vixen, Zhu Dajiang lamented, watching the scattered mushrooms on the ground, her voice rising in distress as she scrambled to gather them. Amidst her efforts, she cursed, frustrated by the many spoiled mushrooms, thinking of Lu Xiangxiang and her daughter as her nemesis. All her efforts had been in vain. Lu Lingxi, glancing at the modest quantity of mushrooms in the basket, still wished to prepare some mushroom meat sauce, perfect for winter. More importantly, it would enrich the variety of offerings at her aunt's pancake stall. Imitations had begun to appear in the market, as was inevitable. She was not concerned about being copied, for she would continuously introduce new products, leaving those who imitated her far behind. Choosing a different path up the mountain, she found fewer people and an abundance of mushrooms. The vast, undulating peaks were infused with the fresh air that invigorated her spirit. Lu Lingxi would not venture deep into the mountains, for tigers were not to be trifled with, and she had no desire to court danger. Plump mushrooms nestled among the decaying branches. Armed with a stick, Lu Lingxi gently lifted the rotting leaves, occasionally uncovering mushrooms hidden beneath. Such was nature's bounty. This path on the eastern side of Manta Mountain was familiar to her, having traversed it multiple times with Lu Nanxing. This time, however, Lu Lingxi found herself without Lu Nanxing by her side. Attentively listening to the surroundings, she remained vigilant to any unusual sounds, ready to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. Foraging for mushrooms among the fallen leaves proved to be quite successful until she stumbled upon a few droplets of bright red blood beneath the foliage. The vivid hue indicated that it was fresh and still flowing, prompting Lu Lingxi to make the immediate decision to descend the mountain. Uncertain whether it belonged to a human or a ferocious beast, she recognized that Manta Mountain had become perilous. Concealed in the shadows was a presence, human or otherwise, that had likely taken notice of her. Her heart raced, pounding in her chest, though her expression remained composed. Glancing at the basket filled with mushrooms, she instinctively prepared to return.
Do not speak.
I will spare your life.
Save me.
A man clad in dark robes, gripping a bloodied iron sword, pressed it against Lu Lingxi's neck. The oppressive aura of iron and blood emanating from him made her acutely aware of the violence he had witnessed. It was evident that his hands were stained with much blood, giving rise to such a formidable presence. As he drew nearer, the stench of blood became increasingly suffocating. Despite his grievous wounds, he stood tall and defiant. In this standoff, Lu Lingxi understood the gravity of the situation. If she chose not to assist this man, he would perish, and before his demise, he might entertain sinister thoughts. You may test whether your neck is sturdier than my sword, he warned sharply, recognizing the lively glint in her eyes and the cunning in her thoughts. Indeed, she posed a considerable inconvenience to him, yet his life held great value, especially to a mere village girl. Lu Lingxi rummaged through her memories but could not recall who he was. She did not recognize him. I will lead you to the vegetable garden behind the doctor's house in the village. Your fate is of no concern to me, and I require no gratitude. From this moment forth, let us remain strangers. A smile, albeit painful, spread across the man's face, pulling at his wounds. Very well, it is settled. I, fourth master, keep my word. Had anyone ever shown such disdain for him? Would this village girl realize the magnitude of the opportunity she was passing up? Cautiously, Lu Lingxi increased the distance between herself and the man in dark robes, casting occasional glances behind her. With a surge of determination, the man pressed on, his injuries causing blood to flow more freely. He clutched his abdomen and moved slowly, quickly creating a greater distance between them. Hey, village girl, I am injured. Not a villain. Can't you wait for me? Or shall we both perish together? Exhausting his energy, he hastened to catch up with Lu Lingxi. You can die on your own. Before she could finish her sentence, she was startled by the sudden appearance of the man behind her. He still possessed the strength to pursue her, causing her round, almond-shaped eyes to widen in fear as she swallowed her words. This man, despite his severe injuries, could still muster the energy to chase her. It was clear that if he wished to harm her, it would be effortless. Suddenly, he laughed, the sound echoing with a hint of amusement. You, village girl, are quite unruly. Abruptly, he reached out and forcefully tousled her hair, seemingly irritated by her bun. Caught off guard, Lu Lingxi, her hair now disheveled, tossed her stick at him and stepped back several paces. The path to Dr. Zhou's house was eerily quiet. Lu Lingxi walked briskly, and upon reaching the doctor's vegetable garden, tears nearly welled in her eyes. Here, we shall meet no more. At that moment, the man could barely sustain himself. A wave of dizziness overtook him, and he pressed his hand against his wound, the pain bringing him back to lucidity. Gazing at the distant village girl, he called out for the first time in his life, without restraint, "Village girl, what is your name?" Hearing this, Lu Lingxi quickened her pace. Why would she divulge her name? Would he then seek to harm her? After running for a while, she realized that this man, though perilous, was not likely to harm Dr. Zhou, with whom she had no enmity. Feeling like a laboring soul resigned to fate, she retraced her steps, hoping that the man would not act foolishly. After all, Dr. Zhou was his savior. The commotion in the backyard had reached Dr. Zhou, who held a brown paper-wrapped package of medicinal powder in his sleeve, a precaution he had taken ever since being awakened in the middle of the night. Upon her return, Lu Lingxi saw Dr. Zhou assisting the injured man into the house. She waited outside for a considerable time before re-entering. Upon seeing that Dr. Zhou was not a martial artist, the man felt a slight easing of his caution. With a sigh of relief, he summoned his inner strength. But the aftereffects hit him hard, causing him to faint. Dr. Zhou meticulously cleaned the grime and blood from the man's body, preparing to tend to his injuries. His face bore numerous stains and injuries, obscuring his true appearance. Once cleaned, it revealed a youthful visage, a boy whose lips naturally curved into a smile and whose eyes sparkled like stars. Clad in ill-fitting dark garments, he presented the form of a young boy. He wielded an ordinary iron sword, though it could not conceal the chilling aura that surrounded him. At that moment, Lu Lingxi felt an overwhelming longing for Lu Nanqing. After all, her third brother was strong, of a similar age, and they often found themselves embroiled in mischief, with Lu Nanqing bearing the brunt of their troubles. Had he been present, he could have safeguarded her at Dr. Zhou's house, alleviating her anxieties. Carrying a half-basket of mushrooms into the courtyard, Lu Lingxi caught sight of Xiao Mochen at once. This is morel. This is chicken fat mushroom. This is chicken pine mushroom. Together, they sorted through the fungi, with chicken pine mushrooms fetching 55 won per pound. Lately, the villagers had been foraging for mushrooms. Indeed, I must tell you how delicious chicken pine mushrooms are. If I had not encountered that man, I would not have been frightened into abandoning my mushroom gathering, she remarked, realizing she had only a meager collection. The villagers were well aware of the price of chicken pine mushrooms. It was you who informed them of it on the first day of foraging, and the following day, you taught everyone how to identify mushrooms. Xiao Mochen smiled gently as he reminded her. Most of the mushrooms on the outskirts have been gathered, especially the chicken pine mushrooms. So, Lu Lingxi, did you venture deep into the mountains? Lu Lingxi's eyes widened in disbelief at his words. How does he know so much? For days, he had not left the house, nor had anyone share gossip with him. Compared to the later stages of her previous life, he had grown even more aloof and inscrutable. Rarely displaying any emotions, his cold demeanor impenetrable. The mere mention of his name instilled terror in many. Now, however, the smiling Xiao Mochen was even more daunting. He was like a smiling tiger, the unyielding ice transformed into something far more unsettling. This stark contrast left her at a loss for words. What troubles you, Lingxi? Xiao Mochen sighed softly. Next time you venture into the mountains, I shall accompany you. Do not leave me at home to worry for you. Lingxi, we are married. Since witnessing Lingxi's arrangements, he has approximately deduced the specifics of the tragic events that later befell the Lu family. He has also come to know that Lingxi is reborn, and she does not include him in her future plans. Lu Lingxi nodded, and Xiao Mochen appeared increasingly perplexed. Yes, I understand. I truly did not venture deep into the mountains. My third brother knows where this place is. Regardless, my third brother is far in the north, making communication quite troublesome. The lunch menu naturally consisted of a variety of mushrooms. Although a half basket of mushrooms may seem plentiful, their actual weight is not substantial. The apricot yellow chicken oil mushrooms looked particularly delightful, appearing utterly delicious at first glance. There was also a small piece of pork in the kitchen, perfect for stir-frying. Ever since entering the skewer business, meat at home has never been lacking, and Xiao Mochen has begun to accept all prey, regardless of size. As the oil in the pan heated, a small amount of skewer seasoning was added, and the pork was stir-fried until it changed color. Then, the chopped chili was added and stir-fried until it was almost cooked through. At this point, the iron pan was already exuding a delightful aroma. Finally, the chicken oil mushrooms were added. After a quick stir-fry, their delectable flavor was fully released. Lu Lingxi observed the dish, and then added an appropriate amount of water, covering the pot. The rich fragrance immediately concentrated within the small iron pot, awaiting the right moment to burst forth with an even more enchanting aroma. Lu Lingxi initially intended to stir-fry the chicken mushrooms but hesitated and decided to make a soup instead. There were too few mushrooms for stir-frying, which felt a bit extravagant. Ultimately, she prepared a simple stir-fried vegetable dish, vibrant and green. With 2 dishes and a soup, she and Xiao Mochen would have enough to eat. Aunt Zhao and Lu's mother were busy managing the skewer business, so their lunch was typically resolved outside. The weather was now cooler than before, making food spoilage less likely. Sometimes, when Lu Lingxi rose early, she would specially prepare nutritious meals for the 3 of them to enjoy at noon. In the town, a business investment would cost at least 30 taels, and Lu Lingxi had long aspired to acquire property in the town. She envisioned a gradual rise from the countryside to the city, step by step, eventually striking a decisive blow in Shengjing. In her previous life, she had suffered a devastating defeat due to her straightforward nature and disdain for cunning schemes. To deal with someone as proud as Bai Ruoshui, she naturally needed to employ her strengths to shatter that pride. If all went smoothly this time, her second brother would graduate high school in 2 years. And with her continuous provision of recipes, her eldest brother should have a smoother path ahead. As for her third brother, in this life, he would directly serve as a personal guard to General Zhao. He would have to fend for himself. Within 3 years, she should be able to achieve her goals and retire gracefully. The vast territory of the Northern Kingdom is filled with breathtaking scenery that she has only read about in books, regrettably missing the opportunity to explore. In her previous life, she had first stayed in the village, then moved to Xingjing, confined by Jiangnan, ultimately meeting her end in Xingjing. In this life, after 3 years, She would be 19, still young and likely to have the chance to traverse the beautiful landscapes. This is a nation that is relatively tolerant towards women. They can engage in business and establish households, although the requirements are somewhat stringent. Therefore, should she find herself unable to meet a truly beloved partner, she could still secure her own household by leveraging her brother's support. The future is promising. Xiao Mochen sat opposite Lingxi, already quite attentive to her. He was familiar with her, and at this moment, Lingxi seemed genuinely joyful. Isn't it just the chicken oil mushrooms priced at 55 won per jean? When I gifted you the jade pendant and silver, I did not see you this happy. Did Lingxi realize that the jade pendant was worth a life? Lingxi, we will be happy in the future. His voice, though low, was imbued with utmost sincerity. In this life, they would surely find happiness. Lingxi smiled at him, believing that both of them would attain their happiness. The fates of everyone around them seemed to have taken a different turn. Chapter 97. The renewed contract. Once she obtains the divorce papers, she should be able to escape the fate of early demise that plagued her previous life. It is a pity that such a great opportunity was missed last time, and the divorce was not finalized. She still needs to plan carefully. Once her career flourishes, and her brothers become robust pillars of support, she intends to explore the vast landscapes of this world. Xiao Mochen sensed an emotion in her eyes that he could not comprehend. This feeling inexplicably weighed upon his heart, as if something precious was slipping away from him. Lingxi, I will bring you happiness. He vowed to ensure she would never again experience sorrow or pain. In this life, he sought assistance from his maternal grandfather early on and sent his third brother to stay with his uncle. He believed his third brother would protect his uncle, Lu Nanqing. Despite his unreliable words and sharp tongue, would not concern himself with arguments, regardless of whether the person was male or female, young or old. These were virtues absent in his maternal grandfather and uncles, and the malicious schemes targeting the Zhao military should be avoided. Lu Lingxi smiled lightly, responding perfunctorily, yes, I believe you. Beside Bai Ruoshui, Xiao Mochen had his own emotions, which made him feel like a living person. When Xiao Mochen shed his cold demeanor, he indeed matched her previous imaginings of melting the ice encasing his heart. Over these days, she had already experienced Xiao Mochen's gentleness. He could indeed bring happiness. But that person was not her. As night fell and silence enveloped the world, Xiao Tianqi awakened in an unfamiliar environment, momentarily disoriented before becoming alert. The wound on his waist was tightly bound, with numerous smaller injuries also wrapped up, rendering him akin to a mummy, except that while a mummy is lifeless, he remained very much alive. Regardless, he could barely move. The candlelight flickered beside his bed, occasionally sparking, and the air was filled with a strong herbal scent. Xiao Tianqi then realized he was in Dr. Zhou's home.
He had been saved.
However, he felt that the bandaging was excessive. He had only sustained a wound to his waist, yet now he could hardly move. Xiao Tianqi gazed at the beam of the room. Dr. Zhou, is this too much bandaging? Could you have wrapped me less? Dr. Zhou had not yet fallen asleep. Fearing that the patient he had taken in from the fields might develop a fever during the night due to the size of the wound, he had not yet collected his fees. If the patient perished, whom would he demand payment from? He was merely a craftsman making a living from his skills, not a great benefactor. If you wish to die young, I shall grant you full liberation. Dr. Zhou's expression shifted instantly. The excitement on Xiao Tianqi's face faded away. It seemed the villagers were conspiring against him. One or two were distancing themselves. Xiao Tianqi felt lethargic and listened to others' advice, hoping for a swift recovery. Fine. I am thirsty. Dr. Zhou, skilled in caring for patients, had learned these abilities during his time in the village. The tea he had left on the table had long cooled, but he poured a cup for Xiao Tianqi and patiently fed him. It was a scene of harmonious doctor-patient interaction. Dr. Zhou had never anticipated that he would experience such a day. This might also signify a person's maturation, leading to a gentler view of the world. Suddenly, Lu Lingxi recalled the item she had left at Dr. Zhou's house, feeling a pang of guilt. Over these days, she had indirectly kept an eye on Yang Shu's injury, as she was responsible for half of his medical expenses. Unintentionally, she had also heard quite a bit of news from Dr. Zhou's side. Once again, Manager Mao sent a cart with additional orders while also delivering an invitation for Lu Lingxi to make time to dine at Xiangmenlo in the town. The restaurant had recently introduced a hot pot series, leading to a surge in business. It had become the preferred venue for scholars and teachers hosting gatherings at the local academy. This new series of dishes swiftly gained popularity in the town, capturing the attention of all business owners operating taverns. Initially, Manager Mao had taken a decisive stance, ensuring complete confidentiality regarding the internal workings of his establishment to prevent any leaks. Those involved in creating the new dishes were bound by strict contracts, while he boldly proposed a new agreement to sign a profit-sharing contract with Scholar Xiao. With so many inquiries about the business, which promised substantial profits, he aimed to seize a dominant position in the market. Cultivating a good relationship with Madame Xiao proved to be immensely beneficial. Lu Lingxi and Xiao Mochen visited the town 2 days later. Upon seeing the two, Manager Mao beamed with joy. They were indeed his fortune bringers. And he felt that this year would finally mark a turning point. He served tea and freshly made floral cakes, having arranged for the latest pastries from the capital city. Anticipating their arrival, the recent hot pot series at Xiangmenlu had been a resounding success. Manager Mao got straight to the point, stating that his master had taken notice of him. The previous contract was simply unworthy of the exquisite sauce crafted by Madame Xiao. Therefore, the new agreement should entail a 50% share of the profits from the restaurant's hot pot series. Manager Mao jokingly mentioned that the master had provided 2 contract options, viewing it as a test. A 50% profit from Xiangmenlo was quite substantial, potentially yielding considerable returns within a month. For a farming household, it could be seen as a windfall. Xiao Mochen responded coolly, indicating that all profits from the hot pot series outside of Xinjiang would only amount to half. The term was set for 2 years. As Xiao Mochen spoke, the room fell silent. Lu Lingxi glanced at him and noticed his slight nod. Manager Mao, upon hearing this, felt that his master's foresight was indeed accurate, lamenting his own loss of half of the year-end bonus. Upon exiting the restaurant, Lu Lingxi felt somewhat dazed. All profits from the hot pot series outside Xinjiang now belonged to her. This was quite overwhelming. She needed to inform her elder brother about sourcing certain essential seasonings and hiring staff. Xiao Mochen, how did you anticipate they would agree? With such a lucrative business, can we meet the production demands? We can, he replied. Your wild peppers are nearly ready for harvest. Haven't you always intended for the villagers to cultivate them together? Lu Lingxi nodded, realizing how well Xiao Mochen understood her. Why 2 years? Xiao Mochen paused, explaining that after 2 years, the wild peppers would be abundant, allowing them to withdraw from the business. More importantly, he had learned that a significant portion of Xiangmenlo was backed by the son of the Minister of War, Shang Shu Sun Qingji. With this knowledge, Lu Lingxi recognized that in 2 years, her elder brother would likely have made significant strides in business, rendering the need for Xiangmenlu's protection unnecessary, and it would no longer be advisable to be entangled with them. Suddenly, Lu Lingxi recalled that Bai Ruoxue seemed to be a frequent patron of Xiangmenlu, indicating that Bai Ruoxue was acquainted with influential figures there. As they left the restaurant early, Xiao Mochen chose to take Lu Lingxi aboard a passenger boat heading to the capital. Chapter 98. It turned out to be kelp in a private cabin on the boat. Lu Lingxi felt an almost surreal sensation. They were indeed going to the capital. Xiao Mochen, are we really going to the capital? Yes. Zhao Ping mentioned that merchants from foreign lands have arrived. We should see if there's anything you fancy. At that moment, the thought of foreign merchants was exciting. She could finally procure the garlic, pepper, and coriander she desired. Oh, garlic eggplant, garlic vermicelli, especially garlic oysters. I can't wait to buy some pepper seeds. She had gathered her current supply of pepper from various grocery and apothecary shops. This trip would finally allow her to achieve her goal of seasoning freedom. In just 2 days, her dream of freely accessing spices would become a reality. The foreign merchants had plenty of intriguing items that she would surely adore. After we finish shopping, we should rent a carriage to return together. Handling the large orders from Xiangmenlu alone is too much work. We need to hire some help. Ever since Aunt Zhao began assisting at the town stall, Lu Lingxi had gradually taken over the household cooking. She found herself in perfect alignment with Xiao Mochen's intention to hire help. With the successful backing of Xiangmenlu, her resolve to hire staff grew stronger. This trip to the capital felt entirely fortuitous. Disembarking the boat, she was struck by the stark contrast between the bustling capital and the quieter town. The streets were alive with people, and carriages flowed like a river. The intersecting avenues were lined with shops of all sizes, and Lu Lingxi's eyes widened in wonder. As they left their cabin, Xiao Mochen continued to hold her hand, not letting go. This was the most vibrant street in the capital, filled with delightful aromas, and Lu Lingxi wished to explore every shop. Naturally, their first stop was the versatile grocery store. With her improved living conditions, she had been spending much more time cooking lately. She relished every moment of creating delicious dishes, and the sense of accomplishment she felt when her meticulously prepared meals were enjoyed by others was immensely satisfying. Xiao Mochen. Let us visit the grocery store first to buy some kitchen supplies. We can check on hiring help on the last day. It was clear that their first stop should not be hiring. She wasn't too fond of being followed while shopping. In her previous life, she had never formed a deep bond with any maidservants. Their relationships had remained superficially cordial. Ultimately, when she was gone, there would be no one left to mourn her loss, and that was quite acceptable. Having discovered numerous treasures at the grocery store previously, she attributed her subsequent success in the skewer stall to her good fortune there. By the way, how is the business of Sun the Carpenter's apprentice? Lu Lingxi suddenly recalled Xiao Mochen's partnership with Sun's apprentice in selling small carts and casually inquired. The first batch he produced with some acquaintances was successful. They sold well in the capital and earned a substantial profit. He sent word that they settle accounts monthly, and this time it's about 50 taels, though it may decrease after this. Xiao Mochen spoke gently and unhurriedly. The tall and handsome man possessed delicate features that radiated an aura of quiet elegance, all his warmth directed towards the woman beside him. Even the dazzling sunlight could not compare to the harmonious energy they shared. In this vibrant street filled with an abundance of goods, nothing in the world could rival the way he looked at her. Lu Lingxi could hardly remember what Xiao Mochen had been like in her previous life. Yes, I think that sounds great. She hadn't anticipated that the small carts she whimsically mentioned could yield such impressive returns. Lu Lingxi felt immensely satisfied. Xiao Mochen, you are truly remarkable. Without Lingxi's inspiration, I would never have conceived such thoughts. Thus, it is evident that Lingxi surpasses me in intellect. I consider myself fortunate to be favored by her. Sincerity is, after all, an unwavering secret weapon. Were it not for past memories, Lu Lingxi might well succumb to the tender affections of Xiao Mochen in the present. Alas, it would be prudent for her to expedite her departure. Otherwise, she risks wavering in her resolve. Such a splendid Xiao Mochen, she finds it difficult to let go, which would indeed be a lamentable fate. The general store is situated at the end of the street, and not many patrons frequent it. Upon arriving at the store's entrance, a familiar briny scent wafted through the air, overpowering and unmistakable. To her astonishment, an entire wall was adorned with dark, desiccated kelp exuding a pungent odor. Lu Lingxi exclaimed internally, how could a skewer be complete without kelp? Chapter 99. The Merchant's Deceit. A skewer lacking kelp is devoid of soul. Lu Lingxi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the kelp, her mind racing with various culinary ideas. Kelp salad, spicy stir-fried kelp, and kelp soup with ribs. Xiao Mochen, however, remained indifferent to the wall of unappealing, odorous kelp. He merely noted Lu Lingxi's evident fascination and followed her into the shop. Since acquiring a significant stock, the store had seen a decline in customers. The shopkeeper himself was reluctant to tend to the shop. When a strikingly handsome couple entered, shopkeeper Qian rubbed his eyes, doubting his own perceptions. After purchasing imported goods, his instances of illusion had increased, leading him to fear for the future of his family's sole grocery business. Shopkeeper. How much for this? Lu Lingxi pointed at the kelp hanging on display. Shopkeeper Qian replied incredulously, this kombu is foul and fishy. Trust me, do not purchase it. Whoever buys it will regret it. I haven't had a single customer in a month. Cursed merchant, deceitful as a ghost. Of my 3 younger brothers, I am now the only bachelor left. Had I not felt pity for that merchant, I would never have purchased this kombu. Shopkeeper Qian lamented over the considerable sums he had invested just to keep the store afloat. He was resigned to his impending bankruptcy, but the sight of this exquisite couple in simple cotton garments buying such an item would surely lead to his financial ruin. Stop, shopkeeper, Lu Lingxi interjected, surprised to discover a middle-aged man louder than her 3rd brother. Shopkeeper Qian quickly regained his composure. I apologize, madam. Pray, what is your wish? I will take it all. Lu Lingxi declared succinctly, wishing to prevent the shopkeeper from spiraling into another tirade. It seemed the shop had fallen into despair since the arrival of the kelp, teetering on the brink of closure. By purchasing everything, she would alleviate his burdens. If he truly wished to succeed in this venture, he would need to adopt a more favorable attitude. She wishes to buy all my kombu? Shopkeeper Qian thought, astonished. Indeed, my wife is in charge, Xiao Mochen affirmed. Are you truly purchasing everything? Shopkeeper Qian asked, incredulous. Since you are sincere about selling all of it, I, old Qian, am not a wicked person. Originally, that merchant sold it to me for 99 won per pound. There are 1,500 pounds in total. For 100 taels you can take it all. Shopkeeper Qian's fingers danced over the abacus beads as he calculated quickly. With a firm resolve, he announced a discounted price of 100 taels, resulting in a substantial loss of 48 taels, not to mention the month of inactivity. After shopkeeper Qian disclosed the price, Lingxi quickly assessed his losses. A pound of dried kelp could yield 1.5 to 2 pounds of rehydrated kelp, and the quality of this kelp suggested it could produce 2 pounds. The port city was bustling with merchant ships, and it was likely only someone like shopkeeper Qian, with a pure heart, would make such a deal. Hear us my proposition. I will buy it at the original price, Lingxi suggested. If any merchants arrive in the future with fresh goods, purchase them all for me. If you lack funds, send word, and I shall come to the city. Having experienced losses, shopkeeper Qian diligently tried to dissuade her, but ended up ensnared in her scheme. After confirming the delivery time and place, he held over 150 taels in cash, now alone in the shop. Do you know how to prepare kombu? He inquired, bemused, as he realized the shopkeeper himself was clueless about how to cook the kombu he had procured. Of course. The simplest method is to prepare it as a kelp salad, Lingxi responded. Xiao Mochen, I seem to have purchased an excessive amount, she mused, noting that 1,500 pounds would swell to 3,000 pounds once rehydrated. Xiao Mochen chuckled at her expression. He had brought her to the city for shopping, and he was well aware of her inclinations. Lingxi, have you forgotten about shopkeeper Mao? He reminded her. Should shopkeeper Mao learn of this, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to profit from the deal. As they continued to wander, they arranged the delivery for larger items while carrying smaller ones themselves. Their arms filled with bundles large and small, Lingxi smiled at the sight of Xiao Mochen mirroring her own appearance, with a hefty bag in one hand and several smaller ones in the other. As dusk approached, Xiao Mochen led Lingxi to the inn where he had spent the most time in his past life, securing a modest room for 200 won. 200 won could buy 2 pounds of kombu, which, when rehydrated, would yield 4 pounds. How many skewers could one make from 4 pounds of kombu? Lingxi calculated and felt a pang of regret. She now understood why her 3 brothers, despite their ambitions, refrained from pursuing them. Reality concealed dreams. Solely to protect her beautiful aspirations. She increasingly grasped the difficulties her second brother faced and comprehended why, despite his talents, he had delayed his participation in the imperial examinations for so long. Outside of Mantu village, even water came at a price. This was an entirely different world, and this was merely the capital city, the place where every scholar's dream began. In their household, with her as a veritable gold-consuming beast, how could her second brother save any money while transcribing texts? Xiao Mochen noticed the expression of distress on Lingxi's face. The future chief minister, eloquent in the court, found himself at a loss for words to console her. Not long ago, she had boldly purchased 1,500 pounds of kombu for over 150 taels. Yet now, after paying for a 200 won room, she appeared as though someone had carved a piece of flesh from her. Are you unwell? Has your condition worsened? Chapter 100. Observations of the capital after a long day of exploration. Lingxi, frail and delicate, surely could not withstand it all. In addition to her discomfort, there seemed to be a connection to that incident of falling into the water. In her previous life, neither of them had children. Had they had a child earlier, would Lingxi have felt a greater sense of security later on? Lingxi was unaware that Xiao Mochen had quietly prepared a medicinal soup regimen for her, just waiting for their return home to arrange it. Lingxi awkwardly chuckled, having evaded the topic that night under the pretext of a small matter. When Xiao Mochen inquired with genuine concern, she felt as if she were being publicly scrutinized. Determined, she deftly shifted the conversation. Xiao Mochen, how many days shall we stay in the capital? Does Xiao Ping know what the foreign merchants have brought? If it's still kelp, we might as well head back. Especially since the money manager is here to assist them with purchases. Don't you want to explore further? We might not have the chance to visit the capital again until next year. According to the stories Xiao Ping shared, women typically enjoyed shopping and spending, and the sums involved were relatively modest. In the past, he had given her so much, yet she did not seem particularly joyful. Now, even this small expenditure was beginning to cause her pain. Perhaps he had not done enough. This journey to the capital was ostensibly to see the foreign merchants, Yet it was also an opportunity for him to take Lingxi out for some leisure. The next visit would coincide with the upcoming examination, and even if he suggested another outing, Lingxi would likely refuse. It was Xiao Mochen who desired to wander, while she felt like merely a companion to his shopping escapades, a thought she quickly reassured herself with. Of course, she yearned to explore the capital, but her mood soured at the thought of spending money. At other times, everything was splendid. Today, they purchased 1,500 jin of kelp at the general store. Kelp, thriving in salty seawater, is rich in nutrients. In these times when salt was scarce, consuming more seafood was beneficial for health. Yet, being in an inland region with no access to the sea, acquiring kelp for just 99 won felt like a significant gain. Manager Mao had turned that modest amount into a lucrative deal upon entering Xiangmenlo. One could not deny that the money manager had been fortunate, ultimately benefiting her. Dinner was served in the inn, brought directly by the waiter. It consisted of 1 meat, 1 vegetable and 1 soup, sufficient for 2, costing 51. The meat dish contained a discernible amount of shredded meat, stir-fried in lard. Lingxi mused, in the capital, spending is abundant, yet earning seems more prolific as well. How can this be sold for 51? This is the most popular golden package recommended by the waiter. She found herself at a loss for words. Recently, as she had been cooking at home, the meals had never been so bland. The stir-fried meat in lard was remarkably unremarkable, almost absurd. Perhaps her exposure to the world had been too limited. The physical exertion of shopping had taken its toll. Yet Lingxi dutifully finished her meal. Spending money brought momentary joy, but the reckoning was heart-wrenching. In her room, various items had accumulated, costing 3 to 4 taels of silver. The skewered meat stall hadn't earned much, with the real profits coming from the base ingredients and the Xiangmenlo hot pot series. What she held was merely a small fraction. A significant portion remained uncollected. Of course, she still needed to deliver goods to Xiangmenlo, and hiring staff would incur additional expenses. Lingxi sighed, realizing that her income could not keep pace with her expenditures. How could one alleviate worries? Only through wealth. She resolved not to overthink it. She would handle the family's livelihood, and Lingxi should focus on what brought her joy. Furthermore, her mother had passed away early, leaving her with a considerable inheritance. Those are all yours, she reassured. Just close your eyes and sleep. Tomorrow we'll head to the capital snack street for breakfast. Xiao Mochen, who prided himself on not being overly indulgent, found it difficult to eat after becoming accustomed to Lingxi's culinary skills. Lingxi, who adored experimenting with delicious recipes, could hardly contain her excitement. The snack street, yes, she replied, feeling as though she had been saved. She was eager to visit. After a mere day away from home, she already found herself yearning for the familiar taste of home, yet the thought of the capital's snack street promised a future indulgence. Xiao Mochen, amused by the brightness of her lovely eyes at the mention of the snack street, pulled her into his embrace, assuring her they would go tomorrow. The capital offered many delectable delights. Xingjing has some as well. I'll take you there in the future. Initially, he had only known that Lingxi enjoyed cooking. But after moving to Xingjing, she rarely did so. Now, having discovered her fondness for good food, he resolved to spend more time indulging her tastes. In both lives, Lingxi was the only woman by his side, the only one he wished to understand. There had never been anyone else. He once believed the process was inconsequential. As long as the outcome was favorable, as long as he could spend his life with Lingxi, the theatrical performance in which he had not participated was irrelevant. Yet, he now regretted that perspective. Gently, he patted her back while Lingxi dreamed of the culinary delights of the capital and Xingjing, mentally calculating her finances. But before she could reach a conclusion, she succumbed to a sweet slumber. Upon seeing her asleep, Xiao Mochen tenderly massaged her calves to ease her muscles, ensuring she would not awaken with soreness the next morning. Without Xiao Mocheng's constant presence to disrupt her slumber, Lingxi awoke early, feeling refreshed. The bed beside her was already empty. Xiao Mochen had risen even earlier. Chapter 101. His true affinity lies elsewhere. Lingxi stretched and had just stepped out of bed when the door swung open, revealing Xiao Mochen, who entered carrying a basin of water. Lingxi, we are not at home. I can fetch my own washing water, she protested. The capital was filled with scholars. Should they see this, and later become colleagues in the same court, she would inevitably face ridicule for undermining him. Even her father, who doted on her mother, had been mocked in their village for lacking masculinity, being perceived as a man under a woman's thumb. Are you and I not one and the same? He mused. He felt he could do too little for Lingxi, and this was one of the rare opportunities he had to express himself. Moreover, he was delighted to dote on his beloved wife. What did it matter to others? They could attend to their own affairs. It was only because they had too much time on their hands that they meddled in others' lives. Had they encountered his third brother, those sour old men would not have dared to be so critical. Suddenly, Xiao Mochen recognized the many virtues his younger brother possessed. Having grown up, he was now a political figure of note. The Xiao family army needed someone like him to safeguard Xinjiang's position. Unbeknownst to Lingxi, this seemingly trivial matter had led Xiao Mochen to ponder much deeper implications, ultimately steering him away from the path of mastering the art of making black sesame-filled dumplings. Lingxi passively enjoyed Xiao Mochen's thoughtful service while washing her face. Breakfast took place at the capital's south-renowned snack street, where the air was thick with the aroma of food. "I love it. I truly do," she exclaimed. They settled on chicken soup with rice noodles, accompanied by 2 freshly baked flatbreads. As the boiling broth was poured over the freshly beaten egg flours, it mingled with shredded chicken, mushroom strips, and barley, filling a large bowl to the brim. The small stall had an open kitchen, allowing them to witness the entire preparation process, which felt deeply healing. On the table lay chopped green onions, optional to add according to personal preference. Whatever seasoning the proprietor used rendered the dish utterly delectable. If only we had some pepper and coriander, it would be even better. Lingxi was uncertain why she was so convinced that adding these 2 ingredients would enhance the dish. She eagerly anticipated the arrival of the merchants. A spoonful of chicken shredded soup followed by a bite of the roasted flatbread created a perfect harmony. One side of the roasted flatbread was coated in syrup and sprinkled with sesame seeds, yielding a crispy, fragrant texture, while the filling tantalized the palate with its 5-spice savory flavor. The naturally fermented dough was easy to digest. Culinary delights could mend all the pangs of homesickness. Xiao Mochen. Indeed, the roasted flatbread and chicken shredded soup were a match made in heaven. Leaning closer to Xiao Mochen, Lingxi whispered, "Once I acquire the coriander and pepper, I shall recreate this chicken shredded soup for you perfectly. And when we return, let us find Master Sun to craft one of those quaint little clay stoves. Anything can be roasted, chicken, fish. The flavors are exquisite." Lingxi felt a pang of hunger just thinking about it. It was curious how her mind was filled with so many delectable dishes. Never mind, she decided. The roasted flatbread could be shared with her aunt. She would return to buy some to take back home. A gentle smile graced Xiao Mochen's features as he replied, "Very well, I shall sketch it out for you. When we return, we will bring back some convenient snacks." The joy of this moment was irreplaceable. Xiao Mochen realized that bringing happiness to Lingxi was, in truth, a rather simple endeavor. After finishing breakfast, they strolled through the snack street once more, observing Lingxi lamenting her small appetite while desiring far too many delicacies. "You enjoy it. We should come here for breakfast over the next few days. When we return to the capital, we shall dine here again." Lingxi shook her head. "Tomorrow the merchants will arrive." She understood that the 2 locations were in opposite directions, and the early morning journey was not worth the trouble. There were countless delicious foods in this world, as well as many intriguing things and good men too. She could not be overly greedy and wish for everything. By harboring no unrealistic desires, she felt she wasn't squandering their encounter. They had exited the snack street and entered a thoroughfare lined with various shops. This street served as the wholesale distribution center of the capital, offering discounts for bulk purchases and selling goods in bulk. As they passed shops selling fabrics, earrings, hairpins, hair ornaments, eyebrow powder, and other women's accessories, Lingxi did not pause for a moment. Xiao Mochen's eyes were filled with confusion. Zhao Ping often babbled to him about the gossip in the academy, how a classmate would delight a lady by gifting hairpins or combs. He recalled how a sister would ask her brother for the latest style of rouge to compete with her sister-in-law. Although he had heard such gossip, he remembered that women had an affinity for these items, so why did Lingxi not even glance at them? Zhao Ping's professional capabilities were indeed questionable, and Xiao Mochen mentally noted this. "You don't want the latest rouge from the capital, Lingxi?"
Ah?
"Do I still need to wear rouge?" Lingxi, naturally beautiful, rarely adorned herself with makeup. Even when she later became the prime minister's wife, she would only wear makeup upon the matron's insistence during palace banquets. Perhaps it was her innate beauty that made her indifferent to what most women cherished. She preferred gold. Alas, the silver she had earned thus far was insufficient to exchange for a gold piece the size of her elder brother's head.
Sigh.
Her little treasury filled quickly, but was spent even faster. After her separation, she could no longer leverage Xiao Mochen's name for business. Her elder brother's name was not enough. The partnership with Xiangmon Tower would dissolve in 2 years. One must develop cautiously, with a powerful figure backing them. Presently, the best candidate was Xiao Mochen, yet he was also the least suitable. Regrettably, continuing their association brought unforeseen challenges to her and her family. Exhausted, she felt like an ordinary village girl. Xiao Mochen, shaking his head in honesty, led her into Linglongfang upon seeing its sign. Entering Linglongfang revealed it to be a shop selling women's hairpins and ornaments. Lu Lingxi had heard of Linglongfang in the capital, known for its artisans' exquisite craftsmanship, with handmade accessories highly sought after. This was her first time stepping into Linglongfang. Lingxi, I have yet to gift you a hairpin. I have seen your second brother present you with one. Xiao Mochen took her hand instinctively and hurried toward the hairpin section. Only the hairpin I give you should adorn your head. No others, not even your second brother's. Lu Lingxi had not thought much of it, but upon hearing Xiao Mochen's next words, she realized he was jealous once again. Yes, just your second brother. Xiao Mochen softly acknowledged, urging the shopkeeper to present a hairpin crafted entirely of gold. One end of the pin was intricately carved with a cluster of delicate, unknown flowers, with even the stamen meticulously detailed. When the shopkeeper explained that the flower's language represented blatant affection, Xiao Mochen was even more pleased. After inquiring about the price, he paid without a moment's hesitation, leaving Lu Lingxi astonished by his speed. Goodness, a spendthrift, 20 taels just like that. Madam, your husband has exquisite taste. This hairpin would look splendid on you. You two have such a wonderful relationship. This shopkeeper had never before seen a man in cotton clothing make such a swift 20-tael purchase for a hairpin. Today marked the fastest transaction of his career. Delighted, he praised them profusely, convinced that his explanation of the hairpin's floral meaning had prompted such a generous purchase. Xiao Mochen, now affluent, grasped the tangible reality of his wealth. Lu Lingxi smiled as she tucked the hairpin into her bosom. Indeed, my husband has always had great taste. There would be no opportunity to wear the hairpin in the village, but they would not remain there much longer. After acquiring the hairpin, they proceeded to a bookstore in the capital, as her second brother was about to take the imperial examination, and Xiao Mochen was also set to participate. The capital's bookstore offered more books than the town's, and they could check for past examination papers and analyses, particularly the latter being of utmost importance, which the town's bookstore lacked. The issue remained that the town did not have sufficient purchasing power, and the shopkeeper would not invest heavily in examination materials. Lu Lingxi felt she also needed a set of writing materials, as the business of skewers had become overwhelming, and she had not accounted for her earnings in quite some time, only possessing a vague understanding of her profits. She was reluctant to rely on Xiao Mochen's writing materials, as the experience was rather unpleasant, coupled with the expectation of affectionate gestures. The skewer's business urgently required bookkeeping, which left Lu Lingxi feeling overwhelmed. However, another concern arose. At her age, her limited literacy would be exposed if Xiao Mochen discovered her accounts, revealing her past life. Under Xiao Mochen's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Lingxi ultimately chose a set of writing materials and rice paper as a gift for her second brother's impending success. Xiao Mochen, do you remember? I have yet to keep a ledger for my business. I remember. Lingxi has just recalled. I prepared the accounts for after your aunt's departure, waiting for you to ask. Little did he know, she had waited many days for that moment. Lingxi suddenly realized that her accounts were in disarray. She was not skilled in managing finances and needed to find a capable steward. On the third day in the capital, after finishing breakfast early in the morning, the two headed to the foreign merchant's dock to engage in trade. The place was small and sparsely populated, and the locals remained cautious towards outsiders. They often struggled to discern whether the goods brought by foreigners were treasures or mere trinkets, which led to a generally watchful attitude among the people. With a clear purpose, Lu Lingxi approached the foreign merchants displaying several bags of seeds, clearing out the pepper and coriander seeds, and to her astonishment, she also discovered wild pepper seeds. The foreign merchants had brought 5 bags of seeds, and after much deliberation, Lu Lingxi managed to acquire them all. Xiao Mochen handled the negotiations and discussions, while Lu Lingxi gazed at him with admiration. He was remarkably skilled and could even speak the language of the foreigners. As her admiration faded, a significant doubt began to rise within her. Something was amiss with Xiao Mochen. He had no opportunity to learn the foreign language while living in the village. Reflecting on recent peculiarities, she felt that women, once suspicious, could uncover many truths that had long been hidden. Had Xiao Mochen also been reborn like her? Returning on their wedding night? Indeed, he had been exceedingly restrained and gentle during their intimate moments, resembling someone who had returned from a desperate thirst. Chapter 103. Let us part ways. Lu Lingxi stood frozen in place, watching as Xiao Mochen called for a carriage, her slender fingers curled tightly in her sleeve, trembling slightly. Amidst the facade of tenderness over the past days, her wounded heart began to calm, yet she could distinctly feel a sharp pain in her chest. He had returned. Was it amusing for him to play this charade while watching her and her loved ones be manipulated? Moreover, he clearly favored Bai Ruoshui, yet pretended to engage with her. Xiao Mochen was cruel. Lu Lingxi's teeth chattered, her anger surging, and then everything faded from her memory. When she regained consciousness, she found herself back in the village. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Lu Xiangxiang by her bedside. Before Lu Lingxi could speak, tears streamed down her face. Since their trip to the capital, Lu Lingxi had fainted, and Lu Xiangxiang had remained by her side. Seeing her wake up in such distress filled Lu Xiangxiang with concern. "Mother, I want to go home." Lu Lingxi wept. Lu Xiangxiang, wiping her tears, was momentarily taken aback. When Lu Lingxi spoke of going home, it was indeed a return to their close residence. "You can come back anytime you wish," she soothed, gently patting Lu Lingxi's back. Xiao Mochen had changed considerably before and after their marriage. If he had remained the same as before, Lu Xiangxiang would have genuinely encouraged Lu Lingxi to return home. One must choose a partner who understands one's warmth and coldness. In the long journey of life, unreciprocated affection amidst daily trivialities would eventually extinguish all passion and love. Yet, Lu Lingxi had been too infatuated with Xiao Mochen, ultimately fulfilling her desires, and at least, the current outcome was favorable. Lu Lingxi's fainting was caused by emotional turmoil and surging blood. Upon awakening, she faced the three individuals in the study. Lu Chuanbai wore a cold expression, the warmth he once exuded long gone. He remained unaware of the discord between them that had caused Lu Lingxi such distress. Lu Kangong sported a similar dark expression, and had he been younger, he might have confronted someone physically. Within the confines of the room, only Xiao Mochen and Lu Lingxi remained. She had come to realize that he had returned as well. Xiao Mochen, momentarily hesitant, avoided meeting her gaze, fearing the disdain he might see reflected in her eyes. He could employ various means to keep Lu Lingxi by his side, but he dreaded the thought of her loathing him. The misunderstandings that lay between them were like a festering wound beneath unbroken skin. Unless expressed, they would grow worse and threaten their very lives. With unresolved misunderstandings, Lu Lingxi's nature inclined her towards planning her departure from him. To his surprise, Lu Lingxi had fainted from anger. Would his confession lead to her forgiveness? Xiao Mochen himself was uncertain. "Lingxi," he called, his heart in turmoil, unsure how to react emotionally. When he finally met Lu Lingxi's reddened eyes, he saw only indifference, a chilling rejection that seemed to push him away. The weight of her gaze diminished his courage to approach her. Yet, Lu Lingxi stepped closer, embedding herself deeper into his heart, leaving an indelible mark that he could never forget, nor could he see anyone else. Lu Lingxi swallowed the now-cold medicine in silence and finished the warm meal. Afterward, she took out the writing materials she had prepared for her second brother and placed them on the table. "Xiao Mochen, let us part ways." She had initially thought that upon learning of his rebirth, she would demand to know if he had ever loved her, or whether he understood that apart from him, she had lost her family. How could he marry Bai Ruoshui? Why her of all people? Yet, upon discovering that Xiao Mochen had returned with memories, she no longer wished to ask. She had grown indifferent. In that moment, her heart was extraordinarily calm and collected. She was finally ready to extricate herself from this wretched marriage. Xiao Mochen stared at Lu Lingxi in astonishment, his body turning cold as the realization struck him. She truly no longer loved him. Summoning unexpected courage, Xiao Mochen stepped forward, embracing Lu Lingxi tightly. "Lingxi, we will not part ways. I will agree to any other conditions you set." His voice was hoarse, filled with desperation. His once proud stature now bowed under the weight of his plea. "Then you may divorce me," Lu Lingxi replied. "You know I cannot bear children. The reason for divorce is legitimate. My parents would not blame you. From then on, we shall part ways and never meet again." Lu Lingxi hesitated to place the blame on Xiao Mochen, who had no memories of their past life. However, the man before her had shared in the hardships of their previous existence, and she was perplexed. In their past life, both had been unhappy. Why could they not part amicably in this new one? In the village for Xiao Mochen, who had yet to embark on his official career, it was the least costly time for such a separation. Furthermore, she had even provided him with a valid reason for divorce. Xiao Mochen, since we only bring each other misery, it is better to let go sooner rather than later. Divorce or a letter separation, choose one. Chapter 104, Lingxi. You can only be mine. Xiao Mochen, let us part on good terms and leave each other with a favorable impression. Lingxi firmly pried Xiao Mochen's arms away from her. Despite her strength, she had been pretending for so long that she had almost forgotten how she was nearly as strong as her third brother. Ordinary men were not her match. She had given Xiao Mochen a chance. It was he who chose not to write. Lingxi diligently composed a divorce agreement, drafting it with remarkable speed. Her calligraphy was first inspired by Lu Chuanbai, and later, she emulated Xiao Mochen's handwriting. Now, without deliberate effort to distinguish, her script mirrored his perfectly. The content of the divorce agreement was straightforward, conveying the sentiment of a lack of affection and incompatibility, and the notion that a man and woman should go their separate ways. Before Lu Chuanbai's examination, they maintained a superficial relationship, intending to part ways completely when her second brother assumed office. Xiao Mochen read the divorce agreement with utmost seriousness before tearing it into fragments. The handwriting was so lifelike that, were it not for his witnessing Lingxi compose it in real time, he might have believed it to be his own. Amused yet infuriated, he remarked, Lingxi, we share no feelings, we are incompatible, yes? A man and woman marrying is unrelated,
Who do you wish to marry then?
Zhu Heng? Or perhaps Wu Mingfei? Xiao Mochen, refrain from entangling matters. The agreement is written thus. Lingxi was astonished by his audacity to dredge up past grievances. Who among us does not have a history? You still have your confidant and muse. You have the means, and if I perish, you could still remarry. That is not me. Xiao Mochen gazed earnestly at Lingxi and solemnly stated, in your heart, do you perceive me as the kind of man who would marry another while our bond remains? Lingxi, I used to heed your every word. When you told me to leave, I left, and when you instructed me not to return home, I complied. You are so contradictory. Have you not noticed how much you have changed since arriving in Xingjing? Lingxi, I profess my affection for you, solely for you. It was not I who wed Bai Ruoshui. You have numerous questions for me. Why do you not ask? He had seen her every hesitation, her desires left unspoken. From beginning to end, it has always been me. Do you not think you have been excessively cruel? It has always been I by your side. Not a 20-year-old Xiao Mochen devoid of future memories. After a moment of silence, Lingxi finally found her voice. Do you even know what you are saying? Recollections of her jealousy towards Bai Ruoshui flooded her mind, and she pondered the notion of trading lives with her. Would everything be different if she were Bai Ruoshui? I am quite lucid and rather fortunate. Lingxi, regardless of how many times you inquire, I will still insist that I love only you. I have always regarded Bai Ruoshui as a sister. Her brother perished for my sake, and I was tasked with looking after her. In this relationship, my greatest mistake has been my inaction. I should have been more vigilant regarding her status as a concubine, particularly when she spoke ambiguously or acted inappropriately. After the spring banquet, my grandmother and I discussed sending you away from Xingjing to avoid the storm. I knew you would object, and thus I refused. However, I regret that decision now. Lingxi, I have come to regret it. I fancied myself a master strategist, capable of foreseeing every outcome. Yet I failed to comprehend the complexities of the human heart, and I lost you. I am sorry. I did not protect you well. Lingxi, shall we start anew? Xiao Mochen expressed everything he wished to convey, yet he refrained from mentioning how he had toppled a dynasty and the public's outcry following his loss of Lingxi. He unconsciously concealed those memories, unwilling to reveal himself as a ruthless figure to her. He knew she would not appreciate it. Both bore memories of a past life, realizing that many aspects seemed altered compared to their previous existence. As two individuals who had been reborn, Lingxi inquired about Xiao Mochen's subsequent experiences. To her surprise, he silently enveloped her in his embrace. Once again confined within Xiao Mochen's arms, Lingxi attempted to push away, but her efforts proved futile. She acknowledged her misplaced anger towards him. However, she could never forgive individuals like Bai Ruoshui. Unsure of how to navigate her relationship with Xiao Mochen moving forward, Lingxi felt they both needed a moment of calm, Such intimacy was ill-suited, especially since she was desperately in need of a restroom. Yet, as she contemplated this, Xiao Mochen misinterpreted her desire for distance, believing her to be reconsidering her decision to return home. His eyes, once filled with enthusiasm and longing, were now overshadowed by darkness. Lingxi, you belong to me. In this life, the next, and in all future lives, you shall remain mine. Should we have another chance, I will find you again. Thus, Lingxi, I care not how many others dwell in your heart. My focus lies solely upon you. Even if we begin anew, my hands shall still be stained with blood. Yet I would make the same choices. Amidst her turmoil, Lu Lingxi's urgency intensified, compounded by the unspoken implications of Xiao Mochen's words, the latent danger, and his overwhelming possessiveness. At that moment, she yearned only to hasten to the restroom, fearing an embarrassing accident. Struggling to extricate herself from his embrace, she insisted, "Let us take a break. We shall resume our conversation shortly." She emphasized the phrase "take a break," hoping Xiao Mochen would comprehend her meaning. However, his brooding expression reflected not understanding but rather a deepening suspicion of her intentions, causing his gaze to shift to one of madness as he tightened his grip around her waist. Chapter 105. Shall we start anew? Is Xiao Mochen truly becoming darker? She thought, yet he remained irresistibly captivating. Indeed, she often remarked that her only redeeming quality was her discerning taste. The individuals she favored were always attractive, even in his cold demeanor or his fervent obsession. Lu Lingxi swallowed hard and stammered, "Xiao Mochen, what is wrong with you? Lingxi, you are mine. You cannot leave me. Even if you attempt to abandon me, I will find you. Lingxi, I have returned for you." Xiao Mochen reiterated, his eyes swirling with darkness. With a flushed face, Lu Lingxi fought a difficult battle against her physiological needs. The romantic notions that had once filled her mind dissipated rapidly. When Xiao Mochen regained his composure, he noticed the flush on Lu Lingxi's face. She remained, not abandoning him. The ferocity in Xiao Mochen's gaze slowly softened as he reluctantly released his grip on her. A faint blush adorned his usually frosty visage as he realized Lingxi had merely sought to relieve herself. "Lingxi, you should go." His voice was low, his gaze averted, his ears betraying a deep crimson hue. As Lu Lingxi hurried away to address her needs, she could feel his lingering, intense gaze upon her. A tremor ran through her as she departed, leaving behind the fragrant essence of her presence, prompting Xiao Mochen to reflect. In his previous life, after Lingxi's departure, he had felt as if his heart had fallen ill. He had believed himself capable of managing his emotions, but each encounter regarding Lingxi sent him spiraling out of control. He could no longer bear the consequences of losing Lu Lingxi. He had transformed into someone unrecognizable. Xiao Mochen felt a flicker of fear at the thought that, should he lose control, he might harm Lingxi. Yet, he could not afford to lose her. Lu Lingxi returned to her room and was greeted by the sight of Xiao Mochen deep in thought. His poised figure gave her an impression of profound solitude. She softened her steps and approached him from behind, gently patting his shoulder in an attempt to dispel the pervasive aura of desolation surrounding him.
Lingxi, I am sorry.
"I've hurt you again," Xiao Mochen said, immediately noticing the bruise on her wrist that she had tried to conceal. Lu Lingxi's delicate skin was pale and prone to leaving marks from the slightest mishaps. In their previous life, he had recognized this vulnerability and made it a point to control his strength to avoid causing her harm. This time around, however, he had unknowingly hurt her countless times. She hid her hands behind her back, trying to shield them from his gaze, having been cautious not to let him see. Yet, as soon as she entered the room, he had already noticed. As he held her hand, he followed it with a fervent kiss. Lu Lingxi bent slightly to meet his gaze, and the warmth of his kiss surged through her, striking her battered heart with unwavering intensity. Amidst the scattered fragments of her past, a small, vibrant heart pulsed gently. Trembling in response, Lu Lingxi was unaware of how long she had been asleep, but it was evident that it had not been a brief moment. For the once subtly fragrant Xiao Mochen now bore a different scent. She inhaled her own fragrance, finding it pleasant. Noting that her attire was no longer the floral patterns she wore in the capital, the kitchen contained steaming hot water, and Xiao Mochen, who had intended to pour out his heart to Lingxi, was instead ushered into the washroom by her, who insisted he freshen up before returning. As he scooped water, he noticed another pot with still warm dishes. Evidently, he had not dined yet. The meal was as bland as her own, and the mere thought of it left a dry taste in her mouth. Quickly, She prepared a tangy and spicy dish of autumn fungus, one of the dried goods from her dowry brought by her family. The quantity was limited. Lu Nanqing had managed to gather some from the mountains and bought half, while the other half was hastily packed by Lu Xiangxiang when she got married. When Xiao Mochen emerged, enveloped in steam and the refreshing scent of bamboo, he found a table set with food and a lovely companion awaiting his return. Under the candlelight, someone was waiting for him to come home, not as a fleeting dream but a vivid reality, leaving him momentarily entranced. Do taste my spicy autumn fungus. It's appetizing and refreshing. The kelp we bought in the capital can also be served cold. Speaking of kelp reminded Lu Lingxi of the several pouches of seeds she had brought back. She rested her chin in her hands, waving at Xiao Mochen with a practiced motion she had done countless times before. The beautiful memories sealed within her heart converged with the scene before her. Everything felt familiar, yet profoundly different. Xiao Mochen, who had intended for her to gradually recognize his return, was determined not to engage in any pretense with Lingxi. Indeed, he felt an overwhelming jealousy towards the oblivious 20-year-old version of himself. He could sense Lingxi's occasional softening towards that younger Xiao Mochen, who had caused her immense pain and lost her. As jealousy and possessiveness swelled within him, he was dissatisfied with the emotional distance Lingxi maintained. Humans are inherently greedy, and he was no exception. He desired more. He yearned for Lingxi's affection and her heart, wishing for an unspoken connection. She had many in her heart, yet he still aspired to occupy the most significant place within it. Given another chance, he wished for a blissful union with Lingxi, one that would last until their hair turned gray. The possessiveness emanating from his gaze was palpable, and the heat of his stare made Lu Lingxi feel exposed, rendering her smile frozen. Why was Xiao Mochen so direct and fervent now? She found herself unaccustomed to this side of him. The intensity of his desires was evident, and Lu Lingxi, having experienced much, understood that adult men were different from youthful ones. She felt as though she was the dish on the table, awaiting him to consume her. The water is still warm. If I don't wash up soon, it will cool down. You should dry your hair before you eat. Wet hair can lead to headaches. Lu Lingxi processed a myriad of information in a single day, realizing that matters she had never paid attention to harbored deeper meanings. Moreover, she became acutely aware of Xiao Mochen's fervent and candid affection for her. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for how to respond and could only flee from her own heart. Chapter 106. You have grown. Xiao Mochen watched her retreating figure with a smirk playing on his lips, a hint of playful delight evident. Lingxi had become even more charming. No matter how many times he was granted another chance, he believed he would still fall for her. Love was inherently irrational. The moment she appeared, he knew she was the one. When had she captured all his attention? Xiao Mochen could not pinpoint the moment, for that affection had long since seeped into his very being. Lu Lingxi leaned against the tub, the steam enveloping her, her mind a tangled mess, akin to a ball of yarn with no end in sight. Every word Xiao Mochen had spoken was etched in her heart. After moving from the village to the capital, she had transformed. Xiao Mochen's rapid ascent surpassed her limited imagination. With the reckless passion of a youthful girl, she had once charged forward, only to be defeated by the harsh realities of time. She pressed against her chest, realizing that both she and Xiao Mochen had been young and unversed in the art of love. They had thought they were doing what was best for each other, yet their misguided intentions had driven them apart. The unresolved questions from their past life weighed heavily on her, and today, she finally found answers. It appeared that the misunderstandings between her and Xiao Mochen ran deep. The long-awaited child they had hoped for had tragically been lost amidst her growing despair. Xiao Mochen had returned with her. It would be foolish for them to have perished one after another as if in a tragic tale. Lu Lingxi hesitated to inquire, fearing that the truth might sway her hardest decisions. Today, as old wounds were reopened, she uncovered the insecurities she had hidden within. Having matured and broadened her horizons, she realized that loving someone could be pursued openly, rather than through cunning calculations. In this regard, she and the loathed by Ruoshui were no different, save for the fact that Xiao Mochen loved her, not by Ruoshui. After the water cooled, Lu Lingxi finally rose from the tub, and upon finishing his meal, Xiao Mochen casually washed the dishes. Surely, Lingxi cared for him. Even their tastes were becoming increasingly alike, and he relished the flavors of the meals she prepared. Xiao Mochen initially believed that he would be unable to eat, especially before he knew whether Lingxi would reconcile with him. To his surprise, he devoured a plate of tangy and spicy cold autumnwood ear mushrooms. Since their return from the capital, his gaze had never strayed from Lingxi. Wherever she was, his eyes would instinctively follow her. Observing her bustling about in their home, with traces of her presence scattered throughout the little courtyard, filled Xiao Mochen's heart with profound contentment. Aunt Zhao often accompanied Lu Xiangxiang to the market, and due to their similar ages, they grew closer with each shared experience. The more they understood each other, the more they naturally exchanged anecdotes about Xiao Mochen and Lu Lingxi's daily lives. In recent days, the relationship between Xiao Mochen and Lu Lingxi felt notably more intimate, though it was evident that there remained an awkwardness, particularly with Lingxi. Aunt Zhao, as someone who had experienced similar emotions, could see through this but had no intention of addressing it directly. The following morning, Xiao Mochen rose early to style her hair, reciting, "Joined in marriage. May love never falter." After completing the task, he meticulously snipped a small lock of hair from both Lingxi and himself, placing them carefully in a pouch. "Lingxi, shall we start anew?" he implored, his plea etched in her memory. However, in recent days, Lu Lingxi had been consciously avoiding Xiao Mochen. Under the same roof, she sought to evade him, while he granted her the space to contemplate. They inadvertently drifted apart for several days. Aunt Zhao, who had been waiting for positive news, could only sigh in disappointment. Among her peers, aside from Lin Qingqing, Lu Lingxi had no other friends. Yang Shu, with his injured leg, could not recover, but he remained alive, which still held a glimmer of hope. Yang Tao, having dried her tears, sought out Lu Lingxi, feeling somewhat awkward and shy. She was surprised when Lu Lingxi offered to cover the medical expenses for Dr. Zhou, not expecting her assistance. She vowed to repay her gradually, as both her father and brother were injured, and she would now bear the responsibility of supporting the family. Upon re-entering the Xiao family's courtyard, Yang Tao noticed a complete shift in her perspective. She no longer harbored the infatuation she once felt for Scholar Xiao. Instead, she found that Lu Lingxi and Scholar Xiao were perfectly matched, their union as beautiful as a painting. "Lingxi, I am sincerely sorry, and I am grateful for your help with my brother. I will repay you in due time." Yang Tao expressed her thanks, dressed in her usual attire, having sold her new peach-colored garment for a mere fraction of its worth. For reasons unknown, Yang Tao sensed an underlying sorrow within Lu Lingxi. Numerous events had transpired lately, particularly the rumor regarding Lin Qingqing's potential demise, which Yang Tao had also heard. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke, "Lingxi, Lin Qingqing may not be a true friend, and you need not grieve for her." She recounted how Lin Qingqing had initially sought her friendship upon seeing her, only to later dismiss her when she felt rejected. Lin Qingqing had a penchant for beautiful individuals and had often spoken ill of Lingxi behind her back, leading Yang Tao to confront her in defense of her only friend. Since then, their relationship had soured. Lu Lingxi sighed, "No, I don't." She realized how blind she had been to have given the impression that she forgave Lin Qingqing. Her thoughts were consumed by Xiao Mochen, contemplating how they had arrived at this juncture. Knowing that Xiao Mochen harbored feelings for her, she felt a twinge of anxiety. In their past life, their ending had been fraught with tragedy, and she feared a repetition of such misfortune. While she could endure it alone, she had many beloved family members. Losing them for Xiao Mochen was a gamble she could not take. This was the first time Yang Tao had witnessed Lu Lingxi in such turmoil. The favored often act with impunity, and between Scholar Xiao and Lu Lingxi, it was Xiao who found himself at a disadvantage. "Look at you, Lingxi, spending all those years with Lin Qingqing, yet you seem to have adopted her worst traits. You've matured greatly, but growing up often leads to a loss of courage. I sense a change in you, yet this new you is far more enchanting. Scholar Xiao has transformed for your sake. What good does it do to fret about the future?" Yang Tao, unaware of Scholar Xiao's background, could tell he was destined for greater things. "Your second brother is no less than Scholar Xiao, and your eldest and third brothers are also remarkable. Regardless of how they change, you will always be their treasured sister. My brother dotes on me, and in turn, I shall cherish him," Lu Lingxi replied.
Astonished by Yang Tao's eloquence.
Chapter 107. She is his bottom line. Indeed, this lifetime was a stark contrast to the last. Lu Xiangxiang managed a skewer stall, while Aunt Zhao sold pancakes alongside her. Lu Lingxi's eldest brother embarked on a business venture with their second uncle's embroidery. Her third brother had also taken a different path, now under the protection of General Zhao. Since her rebirth, She had deliberately sought to alter her family's trajectory from the past, and everything had changed. The painful memories of her previous life were etched deeply within her, making it difficult to forget the sorrow. She and Xiao Mochen had endured so much and returned together. Such odds felt like a blessing from the heavens. Lingxian had a clear understanding of herself, and with the hints Xiao Mochen inadvertently dropped, she suspected a connection between her rebirth and him. A person like Xiao Mochen, imbued with great fortune, could become a formidable villain if he were to turn dark. Do you intend to reconcile with him just because of all this? Lingxian rubbed her temples, struggling to convince herself. What will you do now?
Yang Shu,
unable to hunt due to his injury, could no longer provide for the family. I will support us, Yang Tao declared resolutely. Lingxian, you, lazy and greedy as you are, have transformed into someone capable of selling skewers and cooking delicious meals since your marriage. Living so close to your family, I often savor the enticing aromas wafting from your home. I could eat several bowls of rice just from the scent of your cooking. I may not be as skilled as you, but if I can manage half of what you do, it will suffice. Lingxian smiled and handed Yang Tao a packet of candied chestnuts wrapped in oil paper, which Yang Tao initially tried to refuse, but eventually accepted and returned home with. As for Scholar Xiao, she didn't spare him a glance. With such a captivating beauty in her presence, why bother with an unpleasant man? The reality was that Scholar Xiao was cold as ice towards anyone but Lingxian, who would want to live with such a frigid personality. After bidding farewell to Yang Tao, Lingxian soaked a small piece of kelp in warm water. 1,500 pounds of kelp were delivered to the Xiao family as promised on the designated day. Originally intending to make a purchase in the capital, the individual was unable to do so due to her fainting episode. Coincidentally, Zhao Ping returned from his errand. The first batch of the fragrant hot pot base was finally delivered as promised. Meanwhile, the journey to the northern lands, which weighed heavily on Lingxian's mind, offered the two brothers a chance to broaden their horizons. After a prolonged drift on the waters, the hot pot base finally boarded the exclusive carriage of the Zhao army. Zhao Zhenhe and his entourage of 20, traveling light, emerged from the camp to collect the hot pot base, intending to head directly into the city with the Lu brothers. As winter descended upon the northern frontier, the chilling weather intensified. They needed to enter the city before the snowfall, as any delays on the road would only prolong their journey. The harsh climate of the north, marked by blinding winds and sandstorms, rendered life in the military camp even more challenging than that of the common folk during the ice-cold winter days. The Zhao army was impoverished, and the elder Zhao, stationed in Xinjiang, was adept at losing money in business. Previously, the family's ventures were managed by the younger sister, whose earnings contributed nearly 50% of the military pay. Tragically, she passed away unexpectedly during childbirth, leaving no instructions behind. Upon receiving the news, the Zhao family hastily returned to Xinjiang but were soon dispatched back to the northern front due to military orders. Aside from the eldest Zhao, who remained in Xinjiang, the rest of the family was stationed in the north. The untimely death of the young sister cast a shadow over the Zhao family, and the younger Zhao was overwhelmed by the demands of the business in Xinjiang. Every time a message arrived from the old marquis, it invariably urged for funds. Eldest brother, send money. Eventually, it escalated to a desperate plea for money. The younger Zhao would rather face the battlefield than endure this. Even for the funds needed to purchase the hot pot base, he contemplated credit, ultimately being scolded by the old marquis before reluctantly parting with his private savings. As Zhao Zhenhe and his group hastened towards the city, they received several letters from the camp instructing them to take a detour to Tsang County to eliminate bandits. The northern populace was fiercely resilient and armed. If the bandits were not dealt with, they would pose a significant threat after a winter. Having suffered in his youth, the old marquis had endured a month of punishment for a single misstep and was suppressed for 5 years before being promoted. Upon learning of the marauding bandits near Tsongshan, who had robbed numerous traveling merchants, the county office recorded no fewer than 5 robbery cases in a month, with considerable sums at stake. The county magistrate, newly appointed last year, stubbornly sought to eradicate the bandits, only to be captured himself, leaving the clerk desperately sending letters to the Zhao military. At the boundary marker of Tsang County, the group split into 2 teams, one led by Lu Tiandong with the goods, heading north to the city, while the other led by Zhao Zhenhe and Lu Nanqing headed south towards Tsang County. Brother, wait for me in the city. You must wait for my return. I still have gifts to bring for our little sister. Lu Nanqing opted for manual labor, harboring no hopes for profit. How peculiar. That foolish bird Lingxian pecks at me whenever it sees me, just like its owner. Zhao Tiandong, unable to bear the lively antics of Lu Nanqing, engaged Zhao Zhenhe in conversation. Young Master Zhao, my younger brother has a spirited nature. I trust you will manage him well. Feel free to scold him if necessary. But please do not let him jeopardize your important tasks. As they entered Song County, the streets were eerily quiet, with strangers appearing as startled as a bird startled by a bowstring. Wherever Zhao Zhenhe went, the crowd dispersed swiftly. Frustrated, he spent the entire day without gathering any leads on the bandits. Unbeknownst to Lu Lingxi, a significant moment in Lu Nanqing's career was fast approaching. Chapter 108. Lingxi. Do you know me? Days drifted by quietly. Everything appeared normal, yet had changed considerably. The two had confided their deepest secrets, but had not returned to the intimacy that Xiao Mochen had envisioned. The autumn rains came heavily, and Xiao Mochen, burdened with worries, fell ill as his chronic poison flared up violently. The local pharmacy's prescriptions proved ineffective, and the old doctor candidly suggested seeking another physician in the capital. Admitting his limited expertise, he lamented that he had exhausted all his talents on previous prescriptions and could not conceive of any improvements. However, should someone propose enhancements to his prescriptions for better efficacy, he would be willing to consider them, as he had exerted significant effort. The old doctor's sincerity was palpable. Zhao Ping, meanwhile, was investing heavily in acquiring 7-star leaves, snow lotus flowers, and whale snake gallbladders at the Yumming building, herbs exclusive to the Baiyan dynasty. He was secretly searching for 7-star leaves. Yes, these were the medicinal herbs prepared for combating Xiao Mochen's poison, which his father had collected over the years while managing a pawnshop, but the crucial ingredient, the 7-star leaves, remained elusive. The individuals tasked with finding the herbs had only recently returned in summer, only to be dispatched to Xingjing by Xiao Mochen. The resurgence of the chronic poison was alarming, and everyone, except those who could not move in Xingjing, had been released. Zhao Ping had come to a clear realization of his role. He was essentially a tool, a labor. Recently injured, he shared his plight with Aunt Zhao, who was incredulous, declaring that his resilience and toughness were the hallmarks of an exemplary member of the Zhao army. Zhao Ping had no retort. Lu Lingxi, without hesitation, took the lead in caring for Xiao Mochen during his illness. When she fell ill, it was Xiao Mochen who stayed by her side. The frail figure on the bed, with eyes tightly shut, bore a sickly pallor, yet could not hide the innate nobility radiating from him. The beautiful, aloof visage glistened with beads of sweat. She had not anticipated that Xiao Mochen's slightly lower body temperature would escalate during an outbreak of his old ailment. As she dampened a cloth with cold well water and placed it on his forehead, a sudden fierce gust enveloped her wrist, causing her to tumble onto the bed along with the cloth. His tightly shut eyes fluttered open, revealing dark irises that, usually cold and indifferent, momentarily softened with warmth upon recognizing her presence. Lingxi, I had a nightmare. His deep, magnetic voice resonated softly, mingled with a faint yet oppressive cough. Dreams are often the opposite of reality. Therefore, you will soon experience a turn of fortune, just as in your past life. Yet, Lu Lingxi could not shake her worries. This illness had not manifested in her previous life. Xiao Mochen, holding a small bowl filled with snow fungus and wild pear soup, took a sip and glanced at Lingxi, sending chills down her spine. Had she not been concerned for his health, she might have fled. Lingxi, I want to accompany you to happiness. To be together for a lifetime, with a house full of children. After finishing the soup, Xiao Mochen solemnly reiterated his wish. Lu Lingxi felt that no matter how thick-skinned she was, she could not bear his forthright expression of affection. Xiao Mochen, now with something growing inside him, felt rejuvenated upon waking to find Lingxi by his side. As long as he managed the timing of his poison, he would not perish within a year or two. Seizing the moment while Lingxi was in the kitchen, he hurried to bathe, sweat glistening on his back, leaving him sticky. Upon entering the room, Lu Lingxi found Xiao Mochen reclining on the bed, leaving space for her, clearly waiting for her return. After Xiao Mochen fell ill, Lu Lingxi moved him into a room for easier care. Observing his vibrant demeanor, Lu Lingxi found herself nervously curling up at the edge of the bed. Until they had confessed to each other about their memories from before, she hadn't realized how assertive his gaze could be. It could only be said that he had deliberately concealed it in the past, making her unaware. Soon, half of Lu Lingxi's body grew stiff, and she cautiously tried to steady herself. However, she was enveloped in Xiao Mochen's long arms, drawn into his embrace. Have you pondered over so many days without anything to share with me? Lu Lingxi swallowed hard, her stiff body being soothed by his gentle pressure, leaving her in a state of comfort. Her form melted like water, while her mind struggled against reason. Xiao Mochen understood her too well, bending the rules with abandon, especially after they had revealed the secret of their rebirth. Are you feigning illness to deceive me? Xiao Mochen chuckled lightly, gazing deeply into her eyes. Lingxi, I possess great patience. You know precisely what I am asking. He then answered her question. I am not pretending to be ill. It is merely the consequence of too many sleepless nights. He instinctively concealed the matter of his frail constitution, which was tainted by innate poison. Once he found the 7-star leaf, he could detoxify himself, sparing Lingxi needless worry, for he cared deeply for her. He intended to be with her for the long haul, ensuring he would not depart early, leaving her alone. His deep, tender voice resonated in her ears, his heated breath cascading over her neck. Lu Lingxi's thoughts were wholly consumed by him, her heart exploding in a riot of fireworks, rendering words inadequate. At that moment, she felt as if struck by an electric current, a tingling sensation spreading through her limbs, her exquisite, warm brown eyes glistening with allure, exuding an innate, captivating charm. Xiao Mochen propped himself up, leaning over her, casting a shadow over the room's distracting candlelight. His distinctly strong hand grazed her earlobe, playfully massaging it. He softly called her by her nickname, Nuan Nuan. Since learning her nickname, Xiao Mochen would always use it when teasing her. Lu Lingxi's cheeks flushed crimson, unable to fathom his audacity. His actions were more difficult to resist than mere kisses or embraces. In the presence of such beauty, who could remain unaffected? Initially, it was Xiao Mochen's face that had captured her heart.
What did you say to me?
Lu Lingxi tightened her grip on the blanket, her subtle movements entirely visible to Xiao Mochen, whose profound gaze lingered greedily upon her face. Lingxi remained as endearing as ever, and a faint smile played at the corners of his lips, reaching his eyes, which sparkled with charm. His magnetic, slightly husky voice whispered temptingly in her ear. Lingxi wanted him to refrain from making any advances. Yet, if she were to take the initiative, he would not resist. After all, he was frail and easily toppled. Lingxi, shall we start anew? He had asked her that day, and she had responded with silence. However, he was determined not to allow Lingxi to prolong this uncertainty. Since they had mutually confessed, he had no intention of letting her slip away. Life was filled with too many unexpected turns, yet his affection for her remained unwavering. In this second chance, he lived solely for her. Nothing else compared. He wished to accompany her in everything she aspired to, as long as she remained at the center of it all. Thus, he could not imagine a life without Lingxi. In this vast world, there were countless individuals. Yet only he and Lingxi had shared a lifetime together, and so it was again. Fate had returned them to the moment of their wedding night, serving as a reminder for him to cherish those before him. Lingxi, in this world, we share the same secret. We have a common direction. I understand you better than you know yourself. I will accompany you in all your endeavors. Wan, shall we start afresh? This time, we will find happiness. Despite Xiao Mochen's repeated declarations of love over the past days, Lu Lingxi thought she had grown immune to it. Yet her heart raced, as if it were the first time. When she met Xiao Mochen's gaze, she observed an unusual seriousness and undeniable tension etched on his face. Once a young man who had swiftly ascended to the position of Prime Minister, renowned for his formidable presence and ruthless tactics, he now appeared as a bashful youth confessing his feelings. Even he felt anxious about her response. Lu Lingxi's heart, which had been in turmoil for so long, inexplicably calmed.
He was still the same Xiao Mochen.
This was a brand new life, and in this world, no one else seemed to fit her as perfectly as he did. Moreover, she and Xiao Mochen had both lived through 2 lifetimes. She could openly confess their rebirth without fear, unlike others who would not dare. She could not guarantee that her strange experiences of reincarnation would not lead to being branded a monster and burned at the stake if discovered. Furthermore, Xiao Mochen was a promising talent, having achieved the rank of Prime Minister at such a young age. He had excelled in the examination at 12, placing first, and was the first of his kind in Ban's history, later succeeding in 6 more examinations, becoming a legend. Lastly, Xiao Mochen's affection for her was undeniable, despite past grievances. She could not deny her own feelings for him. Considering all of this, it was prudent to contemplate a fresh start with him. Xiao Mochen understood her, and she was well aware of his stubborn nature. Once he set his mind to something, it was nearly impossible to sway him, and he would not easily let her go. Not to mention they were bound by a marriage contract. In this lifetime, she had entered the family register much earlier than in the last. In her previous life, she faced many obstacles entering the family register, while this time, she felt none and was simply informed that she belonged to him. She was to be the wife of the Duke of Xiao. To be fair, had she not been infatuated with Xiao Mochen from the start, pursuing him relentlessly and embedding herself in his life, she would not have left such a profound mark on his heart. In Shenyang, Xiao Mochen was even more enigmatic, attracting countless women who ultimately resented marrying others. Except for one, who seemed to bounce around like a clown. Yet, she had suffered at the hands of that person, and now she realized that her excessive protection had made her foolish. The more that person flaunted, the clearer it became that her situation was far from favorable. Deciding to start anew, she knew she had to speak frankly. Xiao Mochen, we are no longer who we once were. In living this second life, the driving force behind my survival is hatred. I cannot express gratitude for the chance of rebirth bestowed upon me, nor can I graciously forgive those who have harmed us. I have pushed my eldest brother into business, my second brother into examinations, and my third brother into the military. I have repeatedly deceived myself into believing I was fulfilling their dreams. However, the truth is that it was more about giving myself leverage for vengeance. This is merely the beginning. Lu Lingxi's eyes were ablaze, her fingers turning red from her grip, but after a breath, she continued, I will repay them in kind. An eye for an eye. Bai Ruoshui and Xiao Meihuan of the Duke of Xiao's residence have harmed my child, and I will not spare any of my blood relatives. Her throat tightened. She was not so magnanimous. Those who tread upon the blood of her kin to satisfy their own greed would find themselves dragged into the depths of hell by her for the rest of her life. Reborn, she was a harbinger of vengeance. Xiao Mochen, given all this, do you still wish to start anew with me? Lu Lingxi's gaze was piercing, striking at the heart. She was never the serene beauty her appearance suggested. Her heart, riddled with scars, had long been consumed by hatred. Even if the path of vengeance was fraught with thorns, she would tread it. Indeed, she had never contemplated a life alongside Xiao Mochen. Yet now, having arrived at this juncture, she was fated to be entangled with him, and she resolved to be honest. One day, she would confront him. The Xiao Duke's residence, Reborn, seemed like a distant memory. Within its walls, Xiao Mochen felt the rare warmth that emanated solely from his grandmother. She was the only person in the Duke's residence he held dear. His mother had passed away early, leaving him vulnerable to the sordid machinations of the inner household. Weak by nature and lacking fortune, he had no choice but to leave his kin behind, adopting a concealed identity in the wilderness to seek a sliver of hope. Upon hearing this, his father, fearing he might jeopardize his bright future, hastily arranged for him to leave the residence. Only his grandmother sent a few loyal servants with ample silver to see him off. At parting, her words were resolute. Remember the gates of the Duke's residence. Do not forget the way home. With tears welling in his eyes, he knelt and bowed deeply to her. Yet once he boarded the carriage, his grandmother's voice echoed once more. If you suffer any grievances outside, remember to send word. As long as I am alive, you will always have a place to return to. Chapter 110. Lingxi, everything is with me. His grandmother's words were always a source of understanding and support. The Duke's residence could only be rebuilt after its fall to preserve its essence. Xiao Lingyue could step down. Lingxi, let me handle this. You do not need to soil your hands. There was genuine concern in Xiao Mochen's eyes as he looked at Lingxi earnestly. What you wish to do is what I desire as well. So, please, let me take care of it. The Duke's residence must vanish. Upon hearing this, Lu Lingxi stared at Xiao Mochen in disbelief. He too wished for the Duke's residence to disappear. Anyone could bring about its end, but it could not be Xiao Mochen. Handing the Duke's residence to Xiao Lingyue would strip it of its glory, causing it to lose its noble essence. The honor of the Duke's residence was earned by his grandfather. His grandmother, like him, would not allow anyone to tarnish the Duke's legacy. Only through destruction could there be rebirth. So let me handle it. Everything is with me. He understood Lingxi, kind-hearted and gentle. Her vibrant personality never sought to harm anyone. Often forced into retaliation, she remained pure and unblemished, and he would walk the dark paths she wished to avoid. Lingxi, you are wonderful. In my eyes, no one is better than you. Xiao Mochen reverently kissed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, cradling her face. Lingxi, do you see yourself in my eyes? You shine, whether as the untouched 16-year-old or the 30-year-old weathered by life. You are the best you in my view. I love you, not for the facade you wear, but for every part of you, regardless of who you are, simply because you are Lu Lingxi. Overwhelmed by suppressed sobs, Lu Lingxi could no longer hold back. She embraced Xiao Mochen, weeping uncontrollably. Xiao Mochen, will Yengur ever return? She had bestowed many hopes upon that little life, but she had failed to protect him. Would he still choose to be her child? Lu Lingxi had once dreamed of Yengur, who bore a tiny heart on his arm, unlike any other. She had longed to meet him, but now fear gripped her. What if he was not the same? He will return, I am certain of it. Xiao Yanshi, the name they had once envisioned together, now a lingering ache in his heart. Lingxi, we will be all right. Yengur will come back. He believed they would find happiness together. After a prolonged period of tears, Lu Lingxi gradually calmed her emotions. The shadows that weighed on her heart seemed to lift slightly. She withdrew from Xiao Mochen's embrace, her swollen eyes meeting his gaze. She had always refrained from revealing her intentions of seeking vengeance against Bai Ruoshui and the Duke's residence, unwilling to place him in a difficult position. She could accept it if Xiao Mochen disregarded her or opposed her. What she had never anticipated was his offer to take on everything, to keep her hands clean. She believed she could now adjust her plans, moving forward alongside Xiao Mochen. He was both her vulnerability and her shield. Realizing this, Lu Lingxi leaned closer and pressed a kiss to his lips. Xiao Mochen, I agree. Her voice was soft and gentle, devoid of strength, yet it resonated beautifully and enticingly in Xiao Mochen's ears. The connection with Lingxi felt exquisite. Xiao Mochen gently pressed his lips together, savoring her sweetness lingering on his mouth. In his cool, reserved eyes, a volcano seemed to erupt, igniting a heartbeat that skipped several beats. Had his little Lingxi begun to accept him? The anxiety and unease within him were swiftly replaced by joy as he held her tightly, capturing that long-awaited red-lipped kiss. In their tender entanglement, there was a profound gentleness and sincerity. After venting her emotions, Lu Lingxi felt drained, her strength ebbing away. The waves of joy reverberated in her mind. Clutching Xiao Mochen's collar, she struggled against the sensation of weightlessness. As her breath neared depletion, she was finally released, collapsing in his arms, gasping for air. Xiao Mochen tenderly caressed her back, the gloom in his eyes long since overshadowed by delight. Lingxi, next year when I regain my health, shall we have a child? Xiao Mochen was keenly aware that his status paled in comparison to Xiao Yanshi. It was best to hasten his return. With Xiao Yanshi present, Lingxi would not abandon him. Even before Xiao Yanshi's return, he felt an overwhelming jealousy, but once he emerged, he would ensure that Xiao Yanshi would not compete with him for Lingxi's affection. Lu Lingxi lacked the energy to respond, lazily humming as she nestled deeper into his embrace, remaining motionless. Xiao Mochen's ambitions were glaringly evident. He was acutely aware of her lingering scent and the palpable jealousy he felt regarding Yengur, who had yet to return. Beneath his icy exterior lay an overwhelming possessiveness. In their previous life, he had always maintained the same posture and intensity, consistently precise in his affections, enduring for years. Now, however, he seemed to have acquired new ways to claim her. Her silence was an unspoken agreement, a lesson she had taught herself. His large hand gently threaded through her tousled hair, and he murmured softly, Lingxi, I have always cherished you, even before you realized it. Each of his words struck her heart, stirring emotions that had lain dormant for so long. She too cherished him deeply, more than she could express. My affection for Xiao Mochen has grown even deeper than before. The fluttering of my heart surpasses any prior fondness. In the future, this feeling will only intensify. Xiao Mochen has always exhibited remarkable patience. Next year, when he returns to high school and Xiao Yanshi comes back, time will reveal that he will fulfill all the promises made to Lingxi. His emotions swirl within him, and the discomfort from the resurgence of his old ailment seems to have vanished entirely. Lingxi rests in his embrace, and he yearns for her to remain nestled against his chest, quietly listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. The night is slightly cool, yet the atmosphere remains fervent. In this life and the last, she has never been so certain of her feelings, resolutely choosing to walk through life with this man before her. It turns out, mutual affection is the most beautiful thing in this world. Previously, the recurrence of his old ailment would confine him to bed for several days. However, this time is markedly different. A flicker of hope ignited in Xiao Mochen, only to be swiftly accompanied by a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Lingxian distinctly sensed his heartbeat falter, causing her inexplicable anxiety. With a sudden jolt, she slipped out of his embrace and pressed him back against the bed. "Be honest now," she urged, hastily preparing ginseng tea. Upon entering Xiao Mochen's study, she noticed the fragrance had intensified. Her sense of smell is slightly sharper than most, as Xiao Mochen typically favors a subtle scent, though the aroma in his study occasionally becomes overwhelming. During this time, she would be unable to see him for several days. Everything aligns perfectly. Xiao Mochen's Adam's apple moved slightly, his empty hand resting against his lips as he chuckled softly. "So, Lingxi, do you wish to have your way with me tonight?" Chapter 111. Lingxi is his remedy. Lingxi nearly dropped the ginseng tea she held, almost spilling it. At such a moment, he still dared to tease her. She was uncertain about the state of his health, but upon approaching him, she caught a faint whiff of blood. Glancing around casually, she observed Xiao Mochen sitting still, clearly suppressing the urge to expel blood. He wished for her to remain oblivious, and so she pretended to know nothing. After he finished the ginseng tea and rinsed his mouth, he obediently allowed Lingxi to tuck him under the quilt. She fetched another blanket for herself and then lay down beside him. With their intentions to start anew, Lingxi chose not to mention sleeping apart. In the bond of marriage, intimacy should blossom naturally and effortlessly. Moreover, given Xiao Mochen's deteriorating health, having reached the point of coughing up blood, how could she allow him to sleep alone in the cold study? Xiao Mochen acquiesced to Lingxi's decision and did not protest when she opted for them to share the bed. He would no longer have to spend a night alone in the frigid study. At last, he could openly remain on Lingxi's bed. The aftereffects of his old ailment, the discomfort it brought, felt less burdensome with Lingxi by his side and the tenderness in her gaze. She is his remedy. Waves of joy continued to wash over Xiao Mochen, rendering him sleepless. He and Lingxi hold a legitimate marriage certificate, and their future stretches long ahead. His gaze remained fixed upon Lingxi. Everything felt too beautiful, like a dream. He had envisioned such dreams countless times, but when awakening, he found himself alone. "Close your eyes and sleep. Tomorrow, let us invite Dr. Zhou to take a look," Lingxi suggested, recalling how Dr. Zhou's golden needles had effectively stemmed the bleeding from the willow tree's leg. If her memory served her right, he had used his left hand to administer the needles. Perhaps fortune smiled upon them, and Dr. Zhou might indeed possess the skills they required. Yes, let us heed Lingxi's counsel. Dr. Zhou was indeed a capable man. The prescription sought by her maternal grandfather had likely originated from his expertise. He was unaware of what promises her grandfather had made to Dr. Zhou, but the doctor had discerned the poison within him long ago, yet had no intention of intervening. Dr. Zhou, as it turned out, bore little resemblance to a savior. Rather, he was quite shrewd. No villager could incur a debt for medicine with him. Lingxi fell ill, followed by Xiao Mochen, leading Aunt Zhao to become quite distressed. She gathered the dried mugwort from summer and circled the courtyard several times, filling the house with its aroma. To dispel illness and ward off evil, Lingxi exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Mochen mirrored her shock. The three individuals currently residing in the courtyard seemed to be those most afflicted, both having lived a previous life. They tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing the mugwort's efficacy, treating it instead as a means of psychological comfort for Aunt Zhao. Lu Chuanbai arrived early at the Xiao family courtyard, carrying a new article and a book from his teacher intended for Xiao Mochen. Upon learning of his sister's illness and her marriage to Xiao Mochen, his teacher promptly granted him leave. He vividly recalled the stark contrast in his teacher's demeanor before and after the leave was approved. It was as if his teacher had studied the art of face-changing in Jingwencheng. Just before leaving the academy, the old man had secretly called him over and handed him several sheets filled with written articles. The essence of his message was that his new work should be shared with Xiao Mochen for reference. The primary intention remained to cultivate a friendship through literature, while Lu Chuanbai merely played a supporting role. He was well aware of this. Dr. Zhou followed closely behind Lu Chuanbai. One cannot escape what is destined to arrive. The day Xiao Xiaozai had mentioned sending him a pair of silver needles, he had sensed trouble brewing. In his attempt to save another, he had nearly sacrificed himself. The more Dr. Zhou pondered, the more he felt something amiss, and he scolded the foolish man for quite some time. How could he have learned from him? "You are aware that you are poisoned, yes? I possess no remedies to cure you. Moreover, having been poisoned for so many years, Any antidote I might concoct would not restore you to a normal state. It would merely extend your life a few more years. You vomited blood again yesterday.
Did you not?
I shall prescribe a remedy to alleviate the aftereffects of the poisoning. He paused briefly before continuing. If you wish to vomit blood, then do so. Suppressing it will cause your vital energy to reverse. The intervals between your poisonings will shorten. Dr. Zhou's blunt words struck those present like a cannonball dropped into still waters. Panic ensued among the individuals in the room. Poisoned? Lu Lingxi stepped forward and grasped Dr. Zhou's arm. Xiao Mochen had not been in good health in his previous life, and she had always assumed it was due to his innate frailty, believing he simply required careful nurturing. It turned out he was poisoned. Dr. Zhou, you are the only one who has discerned his poisoning. Surely, you possess a solution? I recognized his poisoning and have studied this particular toxin. He could even be afflicted by the prohibited toxins from foreign lands during the previous dynasty. Had Xiao Mochen known that Dr. Zhou's arrival could expose his concealed poisoning, thereby causing Lingxi distress, he would have found a way to dissuade her from seeking the doctor's help. Not to mention that while the 7-star leaf is notoriously hard to find, even the entwined double butterfly flower is relatively accessible. I can provide the prescription, but I cannot procure the medicinal ingredients. Dr. Zhou's words doused the flickering flames of hope that had just begun to emerge, as if cold water had been thrown upon them. Lu Lingxi stared in disbelief at Xiao Mochen, whose complexion appeared even paler than the day before, tinged with hues of a dark blue that were barely discernible. She opened her mouth, only to find herself at a loss for words. Life, it seemed, was filled with dramatic twists. She held no right to blame Xiao Mochen for not revealing the true state of his health. Even if he had, what difference would it have made? She had never even heard of the 7 stars leaf, nor did she know if the entwined double butterfly bloom actually existed. Thus, Xiao Mochen had never mentioned how long he had lived in his previous life. Initially, upon her return, she was filled with resentment directed at Xiao Mochen. Yet, she harbored a subtle hope that he had lived a solitary and desolate existence in his past life, enduring the pains of the world until a natural death, rather than meeting an early demise like her own. Dr. Zhou observed the stunned expressions of the few individuals present and, feeling somewhat guilty, raised his teacup to sip a few mouthfuls. He ought to have been more tactful. Let me first prescribe a remedy to alleviate the aftereffects of the poison, he said. You should take this for now. I will also write out the prescription. Perhaps fortune will favor us, and you will gather the necessary ingredients. In Dr. Zhou's perspective, if the poison were mitigated, one could live for several decades. Moreover, Xiao Xiuzai's maternal grandfather stationed in the northern borders might have access to those medicinal herbs not far from the Buxian mountain. Lu Lingxi nodded absently, watching Dr. Zhou write the prescription, oblivious to Lu Chuanbai's awareness that Xiao Mochen was not frail but inherently toxic, and what his reaction might be. After Dr. Zhou completed the prescription and took his leave with the silver needles he had gifted to Xiao Mochen, Lu Chuanbai quickly rented a carriage and headed straight for the capital. He also made a copy of the prescription, sending it with Li Feng to the Yuming Tower. Chapter 112. The beginning of the imperial examination. Lu Chuanbai had never dared to imagine that his first visit to the capital, a place he had never before set foot in, would be for the purpose of procuring medicine rather than for an examination. The man he sought to help was the very one who had taken his sister's heart. The 7 stars leaf that Dr. Zhou had mentioned was something he had seen before. Aunt Zhao, upon learning that Xiao Mochen had been frail and a victim of poisoning in his childhood, felt as if the heavens were collapsing around her. Having spent so many years with Xiao Mochen, she had come to regard him as her own child. In an instant, she stepped outside, tears streaming down her face. Lu Lingxi often clung to Xiao Mochen, gazing into his deep, ancient-looking eyes, which brimmed with tranquility. He had known all along that their reaction upon discovering his health would be as it was. He was genuinely surprised that Dr. Zhou appeared far younger than his actual age, which was comparable to that of his grandfather. Had Dr. Zhou not pointed it out, Xiao Mochen would have remained oblivious. Do not worry, I am fine. Zhao Ping will find the medicine. You will be fine. How many years did you live in your last life? How could we return at the same time? Much longer than you. And I even witnessed Princess Mingxian and the King of Shu visiting with their eldest daughter. Xiao Mochen smiled faintly, as if reminiscing about something joyful. By the way, Mingxian's daughter bears a striking resemblance to her. Upon seeing me, she insisted on betrothing Yan Shi. Yan Shi could marry into Sichuan sooner. Lu Lingxi reached out to touch his forehead, checking his temperature against her own, and then brought him a bowl of warm herbal soup. Dr. Zhou said you must drink the medicine as soon as you feel unwell. Xiao Mochen replied, raising a son to 100 years, a father worries for 99. As an old father, is it wrong for me to think a little more for my son? What flaw is there in a son-in-law from Sichuan? It is merely a bit distant from Beian. Lu Lingxi was taken aback. Did Xiao Yan sure not know where he was? Such a heavy paternal affection was truly admirable. Was this fellow raised in a vinegar jar? He was even jealous over a son who had yet to appear. Lu Lingxi shot him a glare. Dr. Zhou said the poison remains unresolved. It is unwise to have children. You must maintain a tranquil heart and avoid excessive emotions, as surges of energy are a grave taboo, damaging one's vitality. Thus, after you finish the medicine, return to the study to rest. Xiao Mochen raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly, his smile carrying a hint of mischief as if to say, "Do you think the windows can restrain me?" The benefits he had finally managed to secure always seemed to end far too quickly. Why was happiness so fleeting? Lu Chuanbai felt weary after his hurried trip to procure medicine and returning to monitor Xiao Mochen's condition post-medication, only to report back to his parents and grandmother. The first thing that greeted him was a heavy bowl of dog food hurled at his face. He probably shouldn't have remained indoors. Did his parents and younger sister not know the saying that calamities can last 1,000 years? How could someone as troublesome as Xiao Mochen easily perish? He had no doubt that even if his entire family were to perish, Xiao Mochen would continue to thrive. Clearing his throat, Lu Chuanbai reminded the others that he was very much alive and present. Yet, whenever he coughed, his younger sister, who usually trailed behind him, never looked up from her tasks. When he glanced over, he met Xiao Mochen's unabashedly gleeful gaze. At that moment, he wished he could send Lu Nanqing to deal with Xiao Mochen. After all, if Xiao Mochen were injured, it would only be Lu Lingxi who would hold a grudge against Lu Nanqing. What did it have to do with him? Upon Xiao Mochen's return, Lu Lingxi seemed to let herself go, entirely different from her previous self. She incessantly sought affection, seizing every opportunity to take advantage of him. Their playful banter often left her at a disadvantage, for her ability to withstand his teasing was no match for his. The calamity of 1,000 years lingered on, with a body so frail, yet having led their family to an early departure. In the days that followed, Lu Lingxi encountered Aunt Xiao, whose eyes were swollen to the size of walnuts. She wanted to reassure her, saying, "Do not worry, Xiao Mochen is likely to outlive us all." After a bout of illness, Lu Lingxi took great care of Xiao Mochen. The sudden resurgence of the old poison arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Following this illness, the bond between them grew ever closer. Lu Lingxi was certain she wished to cherish her time with Xiao Mochen, for life was filled with unexpected turns, and she yearned to spend every day with him. Once Xiao Mochen regained his health, he and Lu Chuanbai registered for this year's autumn examination. He had initially planned to participate the following year, but Dr. Zhou's remedy, though merely a temporary relief, had proven effective. Furthermore, with Lu Chuanbai determined to take the exam this year, it would mean he would ascend to an official position before Xiao Mochen, likely prompting him to coax Lu Lingxi into abandoning Xiao Mochen. Xiao Mochen's participation this year delighted the head of the academy, for he was his student. Additionally, Lu Chuanbai was also sitting for the exam, albeit unaware that his arduous journey through the imperial examination was about to commence. Rumors circulated that had Lord Lu and Lord Xiao not been from the same scholarly cohort, could Lord Lu have achieved a record of 6 consecutive victories? No one desired to see Lord Xiao claim the top spot more than Lord Lu himself. By the end of August, the imperial examination arrived as scheduled. Lu Lingxi, along with Aunt Xiao, Lu Xiangxiang, and Zhao Ping, sent the 2 candidates off to the examination hall. With the expectant gazes of the 4 behind him, Xiao Mochen breezed through the various checks and entered the examination hall with ease. He was confident about this examination. Lu Lingxi, witnessing the 2 enter the hall, finally felt at ease. Though she knew Xiao Mochen would undoubtedly excel and gain recognition among scholars, as for her second brother, she hoped he would perform well. In his previous life, he had not even reached the stage, but in this life, he had safely entered the examination hall. His capabilities were surely sufficient to secure a commendable rank. During the 9 consecutive days of examination, Lu Lingxi spent her time in the rented courtyard, immersing herself in culinary exploration. As soon as she found herself with free time, her thoughts invariably drifted to Xiao Mochen. After 9 days of examinations, Lu Lingxi dedicated herself to exploring new culinary delights for the same duration. The beginning of September marked the conclusion of this year's provincial examination. By evening, Xiao Ping arrived at the entrance of the examination hall to receive the candidates, accompanied by Lu Lingxi and others. Drawing upon the experiences of her previous life, they arrived quite early. Yet, the entrance was already a sea of people, bustling and chaotic. The guard struggled to maintain order, blocking the entrance. She found herself unable to squeeze into a closer position. Ultimately, she managed to wedge herself into the first row beneath the largest tree at the entrance. Surely, Xiao Mochen would be able to sense her presence and find her easily, she thought. Fortunately, she kept this notion to herself, knowing that Lu Xiangxiang would undoubtedly tease her. With the tension palpable at the entrance, who had the mind to compare the sizes of the trees? Lu Xiangxiang tugged at Lu Lingxi, pushing forward with determination. But the outcome was merely standing beneath a large tree. The distance was significant. Lingxi, wasn't I supposed to have you watch for me? Lu Xiangxiang exclaimed, realizing their location. The distance was far greater than anticipated. Effort is important, but so is choosing the right direction, and she found herself straying further down the wrong path. Lu Lingxi chuckled awkwardly. Well, there are fewer people here. They'll see us right away when they come out. Oh dear, before I came, your father had inquired. And there are enough candidates to release in batches of 10. The son-in-law is surely at the front, and your second brother is likely with him. Lu Xiangxiang understood her second brother's character. He appeared gentle but was quite competitive. As children, he often vied for the attention of the youngest. And though he had suffered many times at the hands of the third brother, he had learned to endure a bit better as he grew older. Lu Lingxi silently consumed this bowl of dog food. After being apart from Xiao Mochen for 9 days, she found herself missing him. For reasons unknown. As her heart began to unravel, the events of her previous life grew increasingly hazy. Unbeknownst to her, her tranquil life was soon to be disrupted. The latest work of Master Yan Feng had premiered to great acclaim, while the illustrious Bai Ruoshui, the first female scholar, had departed the capital, journeying towards the place indicated by her dreams. Chapter 113. A New Journey. Preparing to leave the village, she wondered if Xiao Mochen had thought of her during these past few days. After all, he often displayed an expression that suggested he could not live without her, which had drawn multiple jibes from Lu Chuanbai. He even warned Lu Lingxi to be cautious of men who were full of cunning. There isn't a good one among them, not even myself, he had remarked. To which Lu Lingxi replied, there's no need to harm 1,000 enemies only to lose 800. Lingxi, look, the gate is opening. As the sound of bells rang out, the grand entrance of the examination hall slowly swung open, and the first batch of candidates emerged, examination baskets in hand. Leading the group was none other than Xiao Mochen, who appeared radiant, despite his slightly wrinkled attire. He was entirely different from the 8 others behind him, who seemed to have just recovered from illness. As the doors opened, the crowd surged forward, punctuated by occasional screams. Even the large tree beneath which Lu Lingxi stood, a place she thought would be unaffected, was caught in the frenzy. Aunt Zhao and Lu Xiangxiang hurriedly reached out to grab Lu Lingxi, but failed to catch her. Lu Lingxi watched as 2 hands vanished before her eyes, feeling a tinge of misfortune wash over her. She was swept along by the crowd, propelled forward against her will. Maintaining her balance became increasingly difficult. What a predicament. A young woman at the entrance of the examination hall, trampled to death? She felt her end was near. In her panic, she grasped for something to anchor herself, attempting to break free from the throng. Suddenly, a cool hand enveloped her wrist. With a tremendous force, just as she thought she was doomed, she was pulled from the crowd. Before her stood the one she had been longing for. Lu Lingxi was tightly grasped by the icy, stern Xiao Mochen, their hearts racing in unison as they stood still for several beats. Xiao Mochen nearly believed he had lost Lu Lingxi once again. Everything felt surreal. Allowing him to lead her away from the crowd, they headed straight for the carriage. Upon his emergence, he had seen Lingxi being swept into the throng, and he was filled with astonishment. He had hoped she would refrain from coming to fetch him before the next examination, suggesting she take his mother and others to explore the city instead. Yet, here she was, and in the next moment, he witnessed her nearly being trampled. What a shock. As soon as Lu Lingxi stepped into the carriage, she was enveloped in a tight embrace that nearly left her breathless. Feeling guilty, she had no choice but to endure it. Once Xiao Mochen disappeared from Lu Chuanbai's line of sight, the stubborn Lu Chuanbai could no longer stand firm, leaning heavily on Xiao Ping for support to remain upright. Xiao Ping, equally alarmed, wore a face that mirrored Lu Chuanbai's. He had come primarily to protect Lu Lingxi and had nearly allowed her to come to harm right before his eyes.
Now,
He could only make amends by helping Lu Chuanbai and the others. Zhao Ping arranged for Lu Chuanbai and his companions to be placed in another carriage, avoiding any disruption to Xiao Mochen and Lu Lingxi. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd outside, the heartbeat of the two within the small carriage was distinctly audible. Lu Lingxi nudged Xiao Mochen. After 9 days of isolation during the examinations, he appeared vibrant, yet she remained concerned. After all, he had managed to endure extreme discomfort without revealing his suffering, and during the times he fell ill in the future, he concealed it remarkably well. She had never suspected a thing. The dampness against her neck caused her to freeze momentarily. In a voice tinged with urgency, he declared, "Lingxi, you are my life. Just now, I thought I might lose you. Are you regretting it, trying to leave me in this manner? I will not grant you a divorce or a separation. Even if you attempt to forge my signature, the county office will not recognize it. So, Lingxi, do not think of escaping." Lu Lingxi had merely wished to surprise Xiao Mochen. She never anticipated her good intentions would nearly lead to her demise. Unable to listen any longer, she suppressed her embarrassment, gently patting Xiao Mochen's back as he often did to soothe her. "Xiao Mochen, you smell." She hadn't intended to speak, but it was evident that Xiao Mochen had the inclination to embrace her for eternity. 9 days without bathing had transformed even his ethereal presence into something all too human. The scent was indeed somewhat captivating. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mochen stiffened slightly, the gloominess and obsession in his eyes gradually dissipating, his ears turning faintly red. He reluctantly released Lu Lingxi, but stubbornly held onto her hand. Lu Lingxi resigned herself to his grip, grateful that Zhao Ping had wisely hired 2 carriages. Otherwise, they would have been subjected to scrutiny from several onlookers, and her bashfulness would not have withstood such an invasion. Xiao Mochen gazed down at their intertwined hands, feeling the warmth radiating from Lu Lingxi. A gentle smile graced his previously pallid face. Xiao Mochen refrained from mentioning the examination, and Lu Lingxi did not inquire either. This year, the village was abuzz with students preparing for the examination, and even the gossiping tongues of the villagers had quieted considerably during this time. In the village, several individuals have gained notable recognition on the gossip list. The foremost among them is Lu Lingxi, who has become increasingly composed since her marriage, propelling the Lu family to new heights. The family has ascended to become the second largest landowners in the village. Whispers circulate among the villagers, crediting the scholarly Xiao with their success. As for Lin Qingqing, her belongings were found at the edge of a cliff, and though she has not been seen alive or dead, it is presumed she has perished. Even Yang Tao, after injuring her leg, has industriously contributed to her household, becoming its backbone. Observing Yang Tao's remarkable transformation, Lu Lingxi has intentionally invited her to assist her. The orders from Xiangmenlo are exceedingly lucrative, necessitating additional hands. When Lu Lingxi mentioned this, Yang Tao readily agreed, signed the employment contract, and even had it notarized at the county office. Lu Chuanbai and Xiao Mochen have both entered the imperial examination, and soon they must depart from the village. Lu Lingxi has gradually begun shifting her business, as the Lu family intends to accompany Lu Chuanbai. While selling skewers, she has decided to allocate her shop to the Lu family. The heads of the Lu family promptly agreed to purchase it at market price. However, Lu Lingxi cannot acquiesce, as she has long planned to support her maternal family, whose help to her is invaluable. Eventually, after persuasion from Xiao Mochen, she and her grandmother reached a compromise to sell at the original price. "My dear, you mustn't act this way next time," her grandmother Lu gently chided, affection radiating from her murky eyes. "In truth, we have gained from this arrangement. The family unanimously agrees to buy at the original price. It cannot be taken for granted." As the Lu family flourishes, the Lu family feels a sense of reassurance. The current generation of the Lu family is rather mediocre in their studies, and the matriarch has set her sights on the next generation, hoping to forge a supportive bond with the Lu family. "Grandmother, my uncles and aunts have generously supported us in the past," Lu Lingxi remarked. "It is only fitting, as they have but one sister, and I am their sole daughter." Lu Taijun smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "You must take good care of yourselves in the future. Regardless of when, this home will always be a refuge for you and Xiangxiang as long as I draw breath. Should I no longer be here, I shall haunt your brothers if they treat you poorly." Lu Taijun's confidence was palpable. The Lu family had an excellent reputation, and she treated her daughters-in-law with the same love as her own children, unlike others who, upon becoming mothers-in-law, asserted dominance. After all, during her own marriage, her mother-in-law had treated her with great kindness. Xiangxiang's large, tear-filled eyes betrayed her emotions, and she struggled to hold back her feelings. As the hour of parting approached, her reluctance steepened. She could not help but wonder if, after accompanying Lu Chuanbai to the examinations, she would still find Lu Mu upon her return. As long as her parents were alive, there would always be a path home, and she would forever remain their child. The impending farewell weighed heavily on Lu Lingxi's spirit for days. Xiao Mochen planned to take Lu Lingxi out to ease her mind, especially since the shipment to Xiangmenlu had been completed. Once they relocated to the capital, he would need to hire additional help to free Lingxi from the burdens of her skewered dish business. After the examinations, their time together would be limited. The Qingtan Temple Fair, renowned for its vibrancy, takes place nearby every September and lasts for 9 days. The temple is a 3-hour carriage ride from the village, necessitating overnight accommodations. Since they intended to visit the fair the next day, they all retired early that evening to conserve energy for the journey. Early the following morning, Lu Lingxi made her way to the kitchen. With food on the road being inconvenient, she prepared pancakes made from flour, which could be filled with vegetables, a simple and convenient meal for traveling. She mixed an egg with a suitable amount of flour and water, seasoning it with salt and black pepper, and then skillfully poured the batter into a hot pan, spreading it into a large round shape. Shortly, the pancake turned a light golden brown, releasing an enticing aroma. She flipped it to achieve even cooking before removing it from the heat. With the pancake ready, she began preparing the fillings, slicing pickled radish that Aunt Zhao had prepared. As she tasted a small piece of her creation, she found it delightful, pairing the spicy option with skewered sauce or offering a milder choice with plum sauce. The millet porridge from breakfast was fragrant, enriched by the oil released during cooking. Combined with her freshly made pancakes, which were soft yet slightly crispy and robust, infused with the rich aroma of wheat, complemented by diced rabbit meat, shredded potatoes, cucumber, and pickled radish, the meal was a feast. Following Lu Lingxi's method, Aunt Xiao rolled her own pancake with meat and vegetables, adding chili sauce for a spicy kick. The first bite captivated her taste buds. Aunt Xiao had gained weight recently, enjoying the new dishes Lu Lingxi prepared at every meal.
Well,
I was not entirely inexperienced in Shengjing. I had encountered many delicacies before, she mused, reflecting on how much she had savored Lu Lingxi's cooking, which had contributed to her current state of contentment. Meanwhile, Lu Lingxi herself had also indulged, yet rather than gaining weight, she appeared more radiant than ever. Her complexion fair and delicate, resembling anything but a native of the village. Aunt Zhao, having left Shengjing over a decade ago, had never seen anyone as beautiful as Lu Lingxi in the nearby villages. With the prepared pancakes in hand and her water pouch filled with cooled boiled water, her preference over plain cold water, Lu Lingxi and Aunt Zhao set off in a bullock cart to rent a horse-drawn carriage in town. If they could not reach Qingtan Temple as planned, they would stay overnight in a nearby town before proceeding to the fair the following day. Xiao Mochen had always been skeptical of divine protection, believing his fate was in his own hands. However, on the day he arrived in Shengjing, he was transported to his wedding night, where Lu Lingxi had also returned. He could not dismiss the occurrence, especially knowing the individual involved hailed from Qingtan Temple. In this new life, he vowed to protect those around him and ensure Lu Lingxi as happiness, wishing to eliminate any potential threats. The individual remained a hidden danger, and should they pose a risk, he would not hesitate to strike first. Xiao Mochen's deep-set eyes revealed no emotion, but within him, a tempest of resolve brewed. This was Lu Lingxi's first experience attending the temple fair with Xiao Mochen. Although she had visited temples a few times with her grandmother, the memory of that one kind-hearted matriarch from the Duke's residence, who had shown her affection and goodwill, evoked both nostalgia and guilt. That kindness had ultimately been forsaken. This time, she resolved not to repeat her past mistakes, aiming to learn from that wise elder. She yearned to stand alongside Xiao Mochen as an equal, rather than remaining a mere parasite, destined for a sorrowful end. This time, she would seize her own destiny. The temple fair at Qingtan Temple enjoys an esteemed reputation, marking a grand festival for several neighboring towns. It is likely that all the accommodations within the temple have been reserved long ago. When Lu Lingxi visited the temple with her grandmother, they had access to a room designated for the Xiao family. To avoid spending the night in the wilderness, they decided to stay in a nearby town. It would be more convenient for us to lodge in the town close to Qingtan Temple, hiring a carriage for easy travel. The chances of finding a room at the temple are slim. During my visit to pick you up, I noticed quite a number of scholars from our towns. Lulingxi's town has always been a hub for the imperial examination in Ban. With many scholars, the number of candidates for the examinations continues to swell, meaning there are plenty of talented individuals. As for Xiao Mochen, he currently seems inadequate in comparison. His beloved Lingxi is ever so kind, even expressing the truth in such a gentle manner. As a mere scholar, he pales in the presence of true officials. Even if Lingxi were to encounter the county magistrate, she would still have to pay her respects. For the first time, Xiao Mochen reflects on the merits of his past life, where he held the esteemed position of the prime minister, beneath whom many served, and Lingxi did not have to bow to numerous individuals. It is also the first time he feels an urgent desire to swiftly complete the imperial examinations and enter the court to earn accolades for Lingxi. In this lifetime, I vow to help you become the prime minister's wife sooner. Holding Lingxi's hand, Xiao Mochen earnestly promised. Lulingxi primarily meant to convey that there were no available rooms at Qingtan Temple, and that staying in a nearby town with a carriage would provide them with both convenience and freedom. Xiao Mochen, however, had taken her words to mean much more. Contemplating ambitions of surpassing the former prime minister. In his previous life, he had ascended to the position of prime minister quite rapidly, making numerous enemies in the court and facing many assassination attempts. The thought of those overlooked past experiences pierced Lulingxi's heart with a sharp pain. In their last life, they loved each other, yet were deeply misunderstood, each with their own reasons. She hoped for Xiao Mochen to have a reliable support behind him, someone to protect him at all times, rather than being a solitary minister. Her heart ached for such a Xiao Mochen. There was no need for it. I was already the prime minister's wife at a young age in my previous life, and you cannot fathom how many envious eyes were cast upon me. The former prime minister still had many years to serve Ban. However, I believe that you, Xiao Mochen, will also be a good official like the former prime minister.
Indeed.
I will be. Lingxi wishes for him to be a good official, but he must ensure she never learns of the tumult he nearly caused in Ban in his past life. Upon arriving in the town, Xiao Mochen guided her to rent a carriage. The livery stable was bustling with horses and carriages of varying prices, leaving Lulingxi bewildered. She knew little about selecting horses or carriages. Naturally, the more expensive ones were of higher quality. The most costly option could reach 3 taels a day, totaling 9 taels for 3 days. Lulingxi clicked her tongue, quickly calculating in her mind that with an additional 70 or so taels, she could purchase a horse. When would she achieve the freedom of having her own carriage?